Chapter 1. Shoveling shit is no way to spend a Saturday morning, but that's what Peter Winifred and his mate Brian Corrigan did when they were 12. They mucked out the stalls at Fairfield Trotting Track, collecting and shoveling horse shit into sugar bags and selling it to punters. They took turns pulling and pushing the billy cart, hard work when the shit was wet, but at 6 shillings a bag, it wouldn't take long before they each had enough to buy a 125cc BSA Bantam motorcycle and race up on Snow's Mountain with the other kids. Their customers wanted to get a healthy garden going in their backyards and prized the cheap fertiliser delivered to their door. The boys got to know them all and formed an opinion on everyone's character. Old Joe, the Ukrainian loner, they reckoned was a Second World War concentration camp guard hiding in Sydney's west. He just grunted when he got his 2 bags and counted out their 12 bob. Mrs. Tweedy and her husband always offered them a glass of lemonade. Hauling shit was hard work, and the lemonade was a hit. The other customers were mainly new Australians, immigrants from the Mediterranean, trying to grow fruit and veggies in their tiny, identical backyards. After a couple of months, Winnie and Brian had enough cash to know they wouldn't have to do it forever, and that knowledge kept them going. The person they credited for the turning point in their lives was Mrs. Wright, who lived on Chapel Hill in a neat bungalow with nice roses. She'd owed the boys 30 bob for 5 bags for 2 weeks. She refused to answer the door. But whenever they went to collect and heard music playing inside, they knew she was home. It pissed the boys off that the mingy bitch wouldn't cough up, and she taught them a valuable lesson. Cash only. No credit. On Saturday nights, at Winnie's, his dad, who'd had a few down the pub with his mates, fell asleep in his chair next to his mum, who was watching a black and white television movie while enjoying her weekly ration of 6 chocolates. One Saturday night, Winnie had a bath after dinner and went to the room he shared with his older brother Warren. Warren toiled in a nail factory for a pittance, and every Saturday night he went to a church dance. Winnie reached under his bed to add his daily takings to his horse shit money, £11 and 7 shillings. Only a few more weeks before he'd have the 14 quid to buy Kevin Hinchy's Bantam. Kev wanted to upgrade to a 500cc matchless. Winnie stashed the box, then went to kiss his mother goodnight, making a big fuss about how tired he was. Engrossed in her movie, she kissed him lovingly and told him to sleep well. From a traditional Italian family, she was ever patient and forgiving. Even though his father was a dinky-die Aussie, the kids in the area picked on Winnie and his brother because they weren't one thing or another. The Wogs didn't accept them, and nor did the Aussies. So they were fair game for the neighbourhood bullies. That Saturday night, Winnie and Brian had a job to do. Winnie turned off his light, changed out of his pyjamas into his jeans, and climbed out the window. He walked down the road to meet Brian, who pulled out a small tomahawk. Winnie laughed and called it good thinking. They made their way to Mrs. Wright's house, where the lights blazed and laughter roared inside. Brian crept up the path to the rose bushes and chopped them all off at the ground. The bastards inside wouldn't be laughing next morning. On Sunday mornings, Winnie's mum made him get up and go to church with her. They had to leave early because she arranged the altar flowers. She and Father Pius were thrilled to see the bunch of fresh, beautiful roses left at the presbytery door. While she arranged them, Winnie hung around outside the front door of the church, where his schoolmate Ocker earned a quid manning a newsstand. When they saw Mrs. Wright pull up in her flash car, Winnie told Ocker about the night before, and they pissed themselves laughing. Winnie hoped she liked the flower arrangements. After Mass, Winnie had a quick bite, then changed clothes to meet his mates. The last thing he heard was his mother calling out, "Don't be late for tea!" In those quiet days of the late 1950s, just about everyone had a baked dinner on Sundays, and the whole family got together because the pubs were closed. Winnie's old man turned on his charm and proved quite funny when sober. He raced down his street, past the identical Housing Commission 3-bedroom fibro houses. From some he heard angry shouting and snatches of arguments. It unsettled him. He'd never shouted in his whole life. He reckoned he was pretty lucky that his home was a happy one. No raised voices, no argy-bargy. He met the boys on the corner and they headed up Snow's Mountain. On Sundays in Sydney's western suburbs, too far from any beach, it was all about motorbikes. Snow's Mountain had a twisting bush track, ideal for dick swinging, daring-do riding and bravado. Big Kev tried to ride his Bantam up Snow's Mountain, but he was so big and heavy the gutless little motor couldn't make it without a huge run-up, and he had to push it up the last 100 yards. He was as anxious to sell it as Winnie was to buy it. There were no roads or houses on the hill, just tracks made by kids on motorbikes driving around and about. A big gang had gathered up there that Sunday, and the top dog was a bloke everyone called Twister. His mates hung around him like flies, and he thought he owned the mountain. He rode a 500cc Triumph, the most powerful bike of the lot. Winnie and Twister shared a bit of history, going back to a time after school when Twister got stuck into Winnie's brother Warren with his fists. Winnie didn't hesitate. He picked up a length of timber and gave Twister a good thumping with some full-blooded belts. Twister never forgot it, but still thought he was a tough cunt. When Twister saw the boys walking towards him, he gunned his bike and sprayed Winnie, Brian and Kev with gravel, then headed off laughing.
"That Twister's a real cunt,"
Big Kev snarled.
"Wait until I get me matchless."
Kev never liked Twister at the best of times. All Kev had a mind to do was to beat him around the track, if not about the ears. Winnie saw the fire in Kev's eyes. "Hey, Kevy, don't wreck my bike before I can buy it." Twister took off and easily outsprinted Kev on his tiny Bantam. When the boys headed down the hill, they found Kev revving the motor and saying,
"Fuck, fuck, fuck,"
under his breath.
"A cunt nearly put me over the edge."
Brian had an idea. "Come on, leave the bike here. Help me with this." Brian found a log. When they heard Twister starting on another lap, they dragged it across the track on a blind corner and hid in the bushes. Twister came roaring around the corner. To avoid running into the log, he dropped his bike and slid off into the bushes, arse over tit. The boys ran home, laughing, while Brian shouted, "Don't get mad, get even." Twister was 2 years older and tougher, and probably smart enough to work out who'd brought him undone. But at that moment, they couldn't have cared less. That night at tea, Warren glared at Winnie, then dropped a bombshell. "You didn't go to Mass today. Mary from youth group told me you were out at Ocker's paper stand, yakking it up the whole time." Winnie was caught dead to rights. His first thought was that Warren was a prick for dobbing him in, and then he tried to come up with some excuse. His mum just looked at him and said, "That's all right, Peter." As soon as Warren realised their mum wasn't going to get up Winnie, he was full of self-righteous anger. On their way to school the next morning, he asked Winnie, "Did you do your homework?" "Nah, too busy riding motorbikes." They shared a good laugh. Warren didn't ride bikes. He just wasn't interested. But he liked girls, and there were plenty of them at the youth dances. It rained on the way to school. Low scudding black clouds made the sky look eerie. In class, Winnie noticed Brother Michael staring at him with his little black-currant eyes. Winnie thought it was most unusual. Every time he looked up, he saw those black eyes boring into him. After prayers, and without even saying, "Good morning," Brother Michael told the class to get out their homework. Then he marched straight to Winnie's desk. Winnie shit himself. Here comes trouble, he thought. Where's your homework, Winifred? Brother Michael never asked for homework first. Something was up. Winnie fiddled with his bag, pretending to look for what he knew wasn't there. You never did your homework, did you? Before Winnie said a word, Brother Michael grabbed him by the throat and dragged him out the front of the class, banged his head against the blackboard, and shouted, Why didn't you do your homework, Winifred? Winnie tried to speak, but nothing came out. You didn't do it. Brother Michael paused for dramatic effect. You didn't do it, because you were too busy riding motorcycles. Brother Michael was squeezing so tightly, Winnie couldn't breathe. When his face went red, Brother Michael loosened his grip and dragged him to the back of the classroom, lifted him up, and hung him on the hat pegs. Winnie's feet dangled a foot off the ground, and he squirmed like a bug on a pin, while Brother Michael headed back to the front of the class. Winnie's brill cream had made a greasy stain on the blackboard. The class giggled at Winnie's predicament and turned to look at him, hanging there, each secretly glad it wasn't him. Get him down, Brother Michael shouted to no one in particular, struggling to regain his composure. Brian and the rat, Rasek, two of Winnie's mates, hurried to the rear of the classroom and lifted Winnie down, desperately trying not to laugh. Winnie knew Warren had given him up to Brother Michael, and while he couldn't work out why his own brother would do that, in time he would forgive him. He loved his brother, but he would never forget. Lesson learned. Never rat on anyone, ever. Right there and then, Winnie made a vow. No bastard would ever make a fool of him again. He didn't mention the episode to anyone, especially his parents, because they always believed whatever the brothers said. But he decided then that school and he weren't meant for each other. That little episode delivered another simple lesson. He and his mate Brian were not going straight. They didn't have long to wait to find out what not going straight meant. One Saturday, the Fairfield racetrack had a gymkhana, and all Winnie could think about was more horses, so tons more horse shit. If they could sell it all that day, they'd have enough for the bikes. Brian arrived at Winnie's carrying extra sugar bags. This might be the last week. To find extra customers, they went to a new area and knocked on doors. Kids they knew from school laughed at them. It wouldn't have mattered if there hadn't been any girls around, but there were. So they pulled out their air rifles and took a few pot shots at the boys and told them to get fucked. Stung from the slugs, the kids yelled back insults but scurried off like rats. The extra sales resulted in a pocket full of cold cash, almost double their normal return. But there was trouble that night. The police hauled them off to the police station over the slug guns. Winnie told the cops that he'd been robbed. He was only trying to defend himself and make an honest quid. The cops wrote up a report and gave it to Sergeant Burrows. Like most cops, Burrows seemed a big blue brute, and the boys had no idea that their caper was of little concern to him, so they packed shit. Burrows told them they couldn't just go around shooting kids because they thought they were about to rob them.
Do you understand that?
He roared, and they both shit themselves.
Now, because you're making an honest quid, I'm going to be lenient. We'll keep your slug guns, and I'll give them back only if you come back with your parents. Now fuck off home.
The boys thought they'd got off lightly and had a good laugh about it. But they never told their parents and never went back for the guns. At home, they counted up the takings. It had been a big day, and they finally had enough money to buy their bikes and give the horseshit caper the flick for good. The next Sunday, Brian, Kev and Winnie went up to Snow's Mountain. Big Kev rode his matchless, and the boys rode their BSA Bantams. Beezers, they were called. Twister was up there with a few of his mates, but that didn't worry the boys. This was the day Twister would meet his match in Big Kev. Twister thought he was king shit and got up them straight away.
"You bastards put that log on the track. I nearly killed myself."
The boys said nothing and tried to look innocent.
"What log, Twister?"
Big Kev asked. He was big enough to take shit from no one, and that included Twister.
"Get fucked."
Twister gunned his bike.
"You want to race, Kev?"
Kev was ready. They agreed on 3 laps around the hill and lined up with motors running. Someone yelled 3, 2, 1, go, and off they went. Twister got in front and cut Big Kev off whenever he tried to overtake. Kev backed off and waited until Twister turned around to see what was happening behind him, and then he shot through on Twister's blind side and led until the finish. The boys cheered loudly. It was the first time anyone had beaten Twister. When he and his mates left, no one said a fucking word. One night Winnie watched The Wild One on television. He suddenly knew what he wanted to do with his life. Something to do with motorbikes and a band of mates, to feel the wind in his face, just like Marlon Brando and his gang. He was impressed with the way they carried themselves, and knew then and there that he was going to be a bikie, whatever that was, and whatever it took. After his run-in with Brother Michael, he determined to spend the least amount of time at school, and Brian agreed.
"We've got to get out of this place, mate."
School was bad enough, but the Catholic shit was way too much.
"First they try to shove it down your throat, and when that fails, they try sticking it up your ass,"
said Brian, and they laughed long and hard. The decision to quit wasn't entirely theirs, though, because the truant officers eventually took them to juvenile court, and they were sent to different reform schools until they reached 15. Brian went to Mount Penang on the Central Coast, and Winnie to Mittagong Boys' Home. Since they had no trade, they were probably destined to work in the local factories. But when they came out, they had learned separate valuable skills. Brian knew how to steal motorcycles, grind the engine and frame numbers off, stamp on new numbers, paint and register them, and resell them for a fat profit, while Winnie had grown a foot, filled out, and learned how to lead men by quietly applying his steely will. He reckoned someone had to be in charge, and it might as well be him. As soon as they could, they opened their own little factory in the garden shed in Winnie's backyard and resold a few stolen bikes. Soon Ocker and Big Kev quit their factory jobs and joined in, because Winnie and Brian offered better hours, conditions, and pay to do shit they liked. Simple choice, really. On Friday and Saturday nights in the early 1960s, 300 or 400 bikies from all over Sydney met at the Centennial Hotel at Woollahra to hit the piss and show off their British bikes. In those days, Harley-Davidson bikes were rare. Blokes reckoned they were too noisy and that they sounded like tractors. Winnie and about 20 of his mates would ride into Sydney and drag each other from the traffic lights. Big Kev once chucked a wheelie and nearly ran over a couple who were slow to clear a crossing. He soon developed a reputation as a hard cunt. When Winnie pulled up at the next traffic lights, he leaned over to Kev and told him, "You're going to kill someone one day."
"Yeah, I know,"
Kev yelled, and raced off to the next light, wearing a grin a yard wide. Outside the pub, boys bragged about their motorbikes. Under a full moon, the chrome glistened on a long, menacing line of motorbikes parked at the curb. When a roar announced the arrival of a pack of 50 bikes, the pub emptied to watch the new arrivals park wherever they liked. Kev recognised Twister.
"Hey, Winnie, fucking Twister's gotten big."
"Yeah, but he's still ugly." Twister and a few mates walked over.
"Ah, the little boys are here."
Big Kev stepped out of the shadows, and Twister's face turned white. He hadn't seen Kev for a while. Kev was over 6'4", and built like a Mallee bull. Twister stuck his hand out to Winnie.
"How you going, boys? Nice bikes you got here. Why don't you come inside and have a beer?"
Winnie spoke up. "Maybe later, Twister." Twister headed into the pub, followed by his mates.
"I don't trust that cunt, Winnie," said Ocker.
"Me neither, Ocker. He's a snake. Anyway, we have a little work to do before pleasure." They wandered down the line of bikes and made their selection of the ones they liked, recording the number plates for Ocker. His brother worked in a motor registry office and would slip them the addresses. The boys would turn up, nick the bike, and do a rebirth in the shed. It was just that easy. Their work done, the boys made their way into the Centennial, ordered beers and watched the band. They found a table near the dance floor filled with girls in tight jeans and T-shirts that showed off their tits. A young one, with long blonde hair, dressed in imitation leopard skin tights, danced alone. Winnie thought she didn't fit in. Maybe it was her age. She was a kid.
"Hey, Winnie,"
Big Kev called out.
"it's your shout."
But Winnie didn't hear a word.
"You can't keep your eyes off her, can you, mate?"
Winnie made his way into the bar, where Twister held court and told jokes.
"Hey, Winnie, aren't you going to have a beer?"
"I'll have one with you. Out at Little Bay, if you're going."
"We'll be going. I heard you've got a business going, and I reckon we might do something together."
"I don't think so, Twister." Back at the table, Winnie set the beers down in front of his mates. "Hey, Brian, Ocker, I want to tell you something." The boys leaned in. "Twister must know what we're up to with the hot bikes. He just put it to me that he'd like to do business with us. I'm just wondering how he knows. Has anybody said anything?" The boys looked blank. Brian spoke at last. "We sold a hot Triumph to that bloke with Twister. Twister's going to have a beer with me out at Little Bay. I'll see what else he has to say." The band played, and Winnie checked out the crowded dance floor for the girl in the imitation leopard skin tights, but she was gone. Big Kev, who kept an eye on everything, yelled over the band,
"I think she went to the little girl's room, mate."
The beer soon had an effect on everyone, and eventually a fight on the dance floor turned into a full-on brawl. Blokes from all sides ran in and started swinging fists. The band unplugged and walked off while the bouncers stood back and watched. It went on for a few minutes until the sound of sirens signalled arriving cops, and the pub emptied like magic. It was almost 10 o'clock, closing time, so the boys pooled their cash and Ocker raced off to get a few dozen at the bottle-o. Ocker stowed their beer in saddlebags while the pigs made a few arrests. Then 300 bikies started their engines and took off into the night. The noise could have awakened the dead. Big Kev sidled up to Winnie and nodded towards a girl standing in the shadows outside the pub.
"There she is, Winnie."
She stood alone and looked scared. Kev nudged Winnie.
"You better be quick, mate, before someone else grabs her."
Winnie pulled his idling bike onto its stand and made his way over. There was no time for niceties. "Do you want to ride to the party?" She nodded. He pulled down the rear foot pegs, showed her where to put her feet, and yelled, "Have you been on a bike before?" "No," she mouthed. He mounted up. "Hop on and hang tight." He found first gear and shot off in a hurry, heading for Little Bay. It turned out to be a fast ride on twisting and curving roads. Winnie felt her tits rubbing on his back, and it gave him high hopes for a night of quiet fucking in the dunes by the sea. He followed the other bikes to the party, but made his way to a place away from the fire. The boys followed him. They probably thought they were onto an onion, a gangbang, but Winnie had other ideas as he turned off the engine and helped the girl off his bike. He noticed her eyes were glazed. "What's your name?"
"Mimi."
He was a bit worried. She didn't look right. "Are you pissed or what?"
"No,
Stoned? She smiled. What do you mean, stoned? Winnie was in the dark. He hated feeling ignorant, but he'd never heard the word before. Marijuana, she said. You bikies haven't heard of it? Winnie said nothing. What he knew and what he didn't know was his business. He called the boys over to introduce them to Mimi. The boys salivated. Do any of you blokes know what stoned is? Ocker always knew everything. Yeah, it's when you smoke dope, Winnie. The surfers are into it. She leaned over and whispered in Winnie's ear. Would you like some? He nodded and grabbed her hand, and they walked off into the dark towards the sand dunes. The boys wanted to come, but Winnie turned and shook his head. They wouldn't follow unless he signalled them. Winnie had a feeling about her. She differed from the scrags and wannabes he met. She pulled out a tobacco pouch and rolled a cigarette. This is a joint. What's your real name? Peter Winifred. Winnie to me, mates. I enjoyed that ride tonight. It was the first time I've ever been on a bike. Do you always go to that pub? No, tonight's my first time. My father told me to keep away, not from the pub, but from bikies. Well, how come you went then? Just curious. Where do you live? Rose Bay. And you? Fairfield. That's out west, isn't it? At least I know where Rose Bay is, Winnie muttered and lit the joint. He felt insecure for a second. She was putting him down because of where he lived, but after his first puff, he couldn't have cared less. It changed him, almost immediately. He just smiled at her and handed back the joint. He felt terrific. The effect was calming and very private, and he just stared at her, thinking she was the most beautiful girl he'd ever met. They lay on the sand, and she reached over and tousled his hair. He closed his eyes and listened to the waves and smelled the salt air. After a while, he came out of it and asked, Where can I get some marijuana? Down at Bondi from the surfers. They buy it up the north coast and bring it down. Winnie had no idea what she was talking about, so he just nodded. He knew this was better than beer, and he wondered if there might be a good earn in it for him and his mates. He just had to find out how. Lying there next to her, he couldn't believe he was with this girl. Normally he'd be groping her tits and going for it, but she was no onion, that he knew. Suddenly, Mimi leaned over and kissed him. Winnie's heart almost stopped. He lay there and stared into the night sky and said nothing. In the distance, Winnie heard the roar of approaching motorbikes, followed by a police siren. What's that? Mimi looked scared. Winnie stood up and grabbed her hand and led her back to his mates. Two blokes on motorcycles came roaring into the party site. They laughed as they got off their bikes and yelled out how they'd outrun the coppers. The siren sounded closer, and Twister and his drunken mates gathered around Winnie and Mimi, probably looking for a good time. The police car pulled up, lights flashing, and two cops got out and said they wanted to talk to the last two riders. The gathered crowd laughed as one. You find them, Twister called out. The coppers realised they were heavily outnumbered and were just about ready to get back in their car when someone chucked a bunger that exploded near them. That changed things quick smart. The cops got on the blower and called for reinforcements. There's going to be trouble now, Winnie whispered in Mimi's ear. Let's blow. Peter, you have to get me out of here. I'll be in big trouble if I'm caught. Big Kev and Brian came over. Don't forget, we're next, Winnie. Winnie shook his head. Get fucked. This one's different. Is there a way out of here? He didn't want to get caught up in Twister's shit either. Ocker piped up. Hey, Slippery knows how we can get away. Approaching sirens got louder.
Follow me. We don't have much time.
Slippery took off. Winnie mounted up, kick-started the bike, and waited for Mimi to climb on. Then he gave it a handful and took off after Slippery. Mimi wasn't happy. Winnie could hear the panic in her voice. He followed Slippery behind a hill and turned off his lights. The 3 other boys followed. 5 police cars passed them, heading in the opposite direction. Winnie didn't know if 5 cars would be enough to quell the crowd. They were all drunk, and probably more than a match for 10 coppers. The boys followed Slippery down a track and back onto the road, and they were off, free as birds. Winnie gave Slippery the thumbs up and roared past him for Elizabeth Bay. The boys were still hoping for a gangbang, but there was no chance. Winnie wanted to sheriff her, to keep her for himself. He just didn't know how he was going to lose the boys. Ocker rode up next to him and smiled and looked at Mimi. Winnie pulled over and parked, and the boys pulled up alongside and gave him the what the fuck's going on look. Before Winnie could answer, they heard more police sirens nearby. He seized the opportunity and yelled out, "I'll see you blokes tomorrow," taking off in a cloud of blue smoke.
Good luck,
Big Kev shouted as Winnie headed east. Winnie thought he'd died and gone to heaven. Fuck, I'm in like Flynn, he thought. But he didn't have a clue where to take her in the eastern suburbs. The police reinforcements drove by, but paid no attention to them. He stopped at a light, and Mimi got off, ran across the street, and hailed a taxi. Before she closed the door, she mouthed thank you, and that was that. Winnie just shook his head. The boys wouldn't believe it. She and the taxi were long gone before he came to. He kicked his bike into life, and then it struck him. It was going to be a long ride home, and he didn't even get her number. The next morning was Sunday. His mum had long since stopped trying to get him to Mass. He heard the sound of motorbikes pulling into his drive. He was lying in bed trying to recall what had happened the night before. All he could think of was Mimi. He could still smell her perfume, but he couldn't work out exactly what had happened. He opened the back door and saw his mates lounging around the backyard. "You sheriffing cunt," Brian yelled. It was a good thing he smiled. "I know. Do you want to know what happened?" "Yeah," they all answered, anticipating a lewd story. "When we went for our stroll in the sand dunes, we sat down and she rolled me a smoke of marijuana."
The bikies in the States are into that,
said Kev.
"What's it like?"
"Better than piss, mate. We both just lay there smoking while I played with her titties. Fuck, they were nice." "Yeah, I noticed," Brian said, and grabbed his crotch. "Go on, Winnie, what happened?" Hocker always wanted to know every dirty detail. "It turns out she's some rich cunt's daughter from Rose Bay. You wouldn't believe it. After you blokes left, I was trying to think where I could take her. When she jumped off, got in a taxi and said thank you, fucked off. I still can't believe it."
"Bullshit,"
said Kev, and the boys laughed until they almost cried. "Fucking oath, boys. I suppose she's telling her rich girlfriends all about it by now. The only good thing about last night was the marijuana. There could be a decent earn in that, for us. We'd better look into it." Brian piped up. "You see the headlines, Winnie?" He read from the Sunday paper. "Riot at Little Bay. Bikies steal a police motorcycle. 45 police battle bikies after police chase. 65 arrests made. Police continuing their investigations." Well, I guess we don't go to the Centennial for a while then, eh? I'm sick of hanging around with those meatheads anyway. If we're going to get into shit, it'd better be for what we do, instead of those cunts. Did they get Twister?
"I hope so."
Kev was smiling.
"Come on, let's go up to the shed."
They walked up the backyard, and Kev asked Winnie if he was sweet on Mimi. Winnie thought he was. but said she was just another slut, and left it at that. Kev shook his head as they walked into the shed and sat down to discuss business. Ocker asked if anyone got the number plates of the bikes they wanted. Winnie had. Yeah, I got 3 new bikes, so they should be insured. When we sell one more, I reckon we're going to have to get somewhere else to do this. My old man is getting suspicious of us bringing bikes here at night. The news took a minute to digest. Brian said, "Why don't we open a shop?" Winnie looked at him while he gave the idea some thought, and then he said, "That'd be pretty easy. There are plenty of places to rent. We could do modifications, sell spare parts. Ocker could spray and Kevy could do repairs. We could sell the hot bikes from the shop. How much do you reckon it'd cost?" "Well, when we sell this bike, there should be enough in it to cover our start-up costs. I can bring me old man's tools in, that'll save us, and Slippery can do the sign writing." Winnie was suddenly interested in the idea. What would we call the shop? A few ideas were aired. Brian started to write some names down. Then he looked up and said, "What about Snows? After Snows Mountain." The boys cracked up. "Yeah, Brian, it's not a bad name. Where would we set up?" "What about Parramatta? It's central." Winnie laughed. "Sounds all right to me. And if we have any complaints, we can refer them to Snow, 'cause he'll never be in." And the boys laughed some more. "Right then, I'll go and see a real estate agent tomorrow," said Brian. The boys talked about getting a few bikes to go in the new shop, and Winnie put a stop to it right away. "Can you blokes wait until we rent a shop? I don't want to upset the old man." "Sure, Winnie. It's only a night's work." After they sold the last hot bike they had, enough to rent a workshop in a back alley behind the Parramatta business district. It had a small display area and a dirt floor soaked with years of oil and grease. "At least it's cheap," Brian said. "It'd want to be," Winnie said, looking around at the mess. Brian was already planning where he was going to set up his spare parts section. "This could be the start of something big, Winnie." Winnie wasn't too sure. "If we don't run out of money first." "I saved some money, mate. We can use that to get started." "Good to know." Winnie raised an eyebrow. He had no idea Brian had saved a penny. "Hey, you blokes remember Rat Rassick from school?" Winnie was thinking out loud. The boys all nodded. "Well, he's into surfing, and he might know how to get onto the blokes with the marijuana. He still lives around here. I see him now and then, driving a yellow Zephyr with a surfboard on top. I'll see what he knows." Ocker and Big Kev brought in a bike they quickly renumbered and repainted. They changed the handlebars, added a few accessories, and finished it so well that the original owner could have brought it back and not known it was his in the first place. The boys knew that their work was superior, and they wanted to put the word around that they were in business. Slippery sign-painted Snow's British Motorcycle Sales and Service on a board they hung in the front window, and the boys stood outside and admired his work. "Looks like a pro shop now," Brian said proudly. "How about we have a grand opening? Slippery said he can make T-shirts with our name on to sell. It's free advertising." Brian was quick with a good idea, a natural marketing whiz. Instead of closing at 12 on Saturdays, like the other shops, they decided to stay open until 3 o'clock. It gave the blokes who worked on Saturdays a chance to come in and nose around, and they made some of their best sales then. For the grand opening, most of their mates came. Even Twister put in an appearance to have a sniff around. Sometimes he was a real good bloke, and other times a cunt. That's why they called him Twister. He filled Winnie in on what happened at Little Bay. Turned out it was a full-on riot. The police didn't give a fuck who they bashed. Twister and a few of his mates escaped, including his cousin, Kero Ken from the country. Kero Ken was the bloke who stole the police bike in the first place. He was a real mad prick and dumb as a post. He got his name by putting kerosene in his bike instead of petrol, and the name stuck. Winnie asked Twister, "Are you blokes going to Bathurst this year?"
Of course. Why don't you ride up with us?
"Oh, I don't think so. You're not exactly Kev's best mate."
Fuck Big Kev. Who's running this show?
Just then, Kev walked into the shop. Twister turned and, without batting an eyelid, tried to turn on the charm.
Kev! I was just telling Winnie what a great shop you have.
Kev looked unimpressed. Twister took the hint.
Anyway, guys, I have to go now. We have a run down to Wollongong tomorrow.
After they closed shop, they sat around drinking beer while Brian counted the takings. "That wasn't a bad idea with the T-shirts. Let's get some more. We made enough to cover our setup costs, and once we start selling bikes, this shop is going to be a nice little earner. It won't be like this every week. We'd better stay on the dole for a while."
We make good money from the hot bikes, Winnie.
"Yeah, but how long do you reckon we'll get away with it? If we just sell hot ones. The pigs will be onto us for sure. But if we just slip one in every now and then, we'll do all right. I promised myself when I got out of reform school that I'm not going back. We have to be smarter than the pigs, and the only way to do that is to not get greedy." Brian nodded. "What was Twister after today?" Kev asked. Winnie laughed. "He wanted us to ride up to Bathurst with him and his boys." "Yeah? Like fuck," Kev roared. "Settle down, mate. I told him he wasn't on your Christmas card list." "What did he say to that?" "Fuck all. You came out of the workshop and that's when he pissed off." "Good," Kev said with a smile. He also said what a good-looking shop we had. "If he says anything good about us, we should be careful. He's still a cunt. Remember that." Chapter 2. The next Saturday night, the boys met at the bike shop, excited about their first ride into Sydney since the Little Bay incident. The Centennial Hotel had been sold and painted purple and turned into a poofters pub, so they headed to King's Cross. Thick Saturday night traffic slowed them down, and they snaked under garish neon lights and past the girly shows, parking their bikes wherever they could. Drunks slept in doorways, hookers plied their trade, and spruikers yelled at the punters about the exotic tricks their dancers got up to. In the crush, they saw Twister's cousin, Kero Ken, who made his way over and held out his leg of lamb-sized hand. Kero shook Winnie's hand, and Winnie introduced him to his mates. "This is Kev and Brian." "Yeah, we met you with Twister out at Little Bay."
That's right. Twister tells me you blokes have a bike shop out Parramatta way. Maybe we can do some business one day."
The boys laughed. "Why, fuck. We don't deal with Twister." Kero went back to spruiking.
"Check the girls out, boys. No charge for you."
"I can oath," said Brian. "You coming, Winnie?" "No, mate. I might go for a wander." "I'll come with you, mate," Kev said. Brian and a few of the boys disappeared inside the strip club. Kev stopped to talk with the strip joint bouncers he knew from boxing school. One of their mates, Porky, stayed to keep an eye on the bikes and chatted to a couple of girls wearing leather jackets and tight slacks. The girls laughed at Porky's jokes. Kev squeezed each girl on the arse. "I'll take both," he growled as they squealed and jumped out of his grasp. Their tits bounced, and Winnie and Kev had a good laugh. Kev shook his head. "Just playing, girls." They were telling more jokes and flattering the girls when Kero Ken waved to Winnie and Kev. "Come here, boys. There's trouble inside." "You stay with the girls, Porky," Kev shouted over his shoulder as they ran towards Kero. "What's up?"
"There are some footy players in there, and they're not getting on very well with your blokes.
Kev barreled down the stairs and saw Brian pinned up against the wall with 2 footy players giving it to him. Winnie pulled a large shifting spanner out of his jeans and whacked one bloke on the shoulder until he heard bones snap. Then he turned his attention to the other bloke, whose face he recognised from the sports pages. Winnie whacked him on the nut, and the bloke collapsed like a sack of spuds, joining his moaning mate on the floor. Winnie reckoned he wouldn't look so familiar now. Brian was bleeding from the mouth, and his forehead sported a huge welt. "I'll be right," he said, but he was glassy-eyed and wobbling. Big Kev and the other boys swung chains, intending to bash anyone else who wanted it. Punters poured out the exit doors. Kero Ken showed them the fire door leading out to the back alley and told them to bugger off in a hurry because the cops were on their way. They sauntered back to the street, and Brian wiped the blood from his mouth. "Are you all right?" Winnie asked. "Yeah." Brian laughed a little nervously, putting on the bravado. "They can't hurt me." They headed for their bikes. The girls were still talking to Porky, oblivious to the shenanigans in the club. "What happened down there, Winnie?" Winnie nodded at Brian and smacked his right fist into his left, and then raised his finger to his lips and winked at Porky. Porky had the sense to shut up. They looked down the road and saw the police trying to make sense of what the 2 footy boys were trying to say. They looked in rough shape, and their clothes were spattered with blood. Winnie thought that right about then was as good a time as any to get the buggery out of the cross. Porky grabbed one of the girls, and the other one looked to see who she would go with. She'd started to walk over to Winnie when Brian grabbed her by the arm. His self-esteem needed a bit of boosting. "Come with me." She looked at his fat right eye. "You poor thing," she said, and climbed up behind Brian. He said later he could tell it wasn't her first time on a bike. The boys took off, adrenaline pumping. They roared past the Alamein fountain and down to Woolloomooloo, past Harry's Café de Wheels, Sydney's famous pie and peas caravan, then across the Kale Expressway, over the Harbour Bridge, and down to the smiling face of Luna Park at Milson's Point. They mounted the footpath and parked on the grass under the bridge. Brian thanked Winnie. "I was in a bit of trouble in there." "How'd that start?" "A couple of them footy hero loudmouths put shit on the girls. I told them to shut up. They didn't like it and got stuck into me." The girl Brian brought along for the ride brushed his hair off his forehead and kissed his eye. He grabbed her hand and led her into the shadows. The boys had the other slut undressed in the moonlight while Big Kev unbuckled his belt.
"After a fight, Winnie, there's nothing like a good fuck."
He dropped his jeans and slid them down around his ankles. The boys whispered to each other about who'd be next. Ocker decided he was going last so he could take her home for the night. While Brian had his turn, Winnie and Kev sat in the park and sipped rum and watched the ferries and fishing boats crisscrossing the harbour.
"I think Brian's in love," Big Kev sneered. "He's had that Sheila to himself all night, the bastard."
Kev was getting restless, and Winnie yelled out, "Come on, Brian. It's time to get out of here." Brian brought the girl over. "Gina, meet Winnie and Kev." "G'day, boys."
"G'day,"
they replied. They were pretty unimpressed that Brian had attached himself so quickly to a slut from the cross. "Okay, I'm going to give Gina a lift home." "See you on Monday." Ocker was fucking the other girl on the grass in the shadows, and all they could see was his waving hand and the moonlight bouncing off his bare ass. Brian turned up about 10 o'clock on Monday, a black eye but all smiles. Winnie asked if he still had the slut from the other night, and Brian's face darkened. He grabbed Winnie by the throat. "Don't ever call her that again." The boys had never seen him flip out before. His eyes turned steely. He'd obviously done his balls over the slut overnight. Winnie grabbed Brian's wrist. twisted it off his throat, and said very quietly and calmly, "Don't ever touch me like that again." Big Kev and Ocker watched silently. "What's her name?"
"Gina."
"Well, I'm sure you and Gina are going to be happy together." Winnie's voice turned dry, and his eyes black. Suddenly, Brian realised what he'd done. He knew it should never have happened, and was eager to make amends. No one spoke for about 5 minutes as they got on with their jobs. Brian called out, "Have a gander at this." On the front page of the morning paper were photos of the 2 footy players who'd belted Brian. The article said they'd been selected to play a rugby league test for Australia against England, but they wouldn't be playing for a while. It went on to say they were having a quiet few beers when they were attacked by about 15 bikies.
"Yeah, like footy heads always have quiet beers,"
said Kev sarcastically. "Hey, boys," Brian whispered as he pointed outside the shop at 2 cops in suits. Winnie asked Brian if he had the paperwork for the bike. "Don't be smart. Just go and see what they want." Brian walked over. "You interested in that bike? I can give you a good deal. We're from the motor squad, and we believe this Triumph is stolen." Brian passed them the paperwork. They carefully checked the numbers. "I think you might be making a mistake. I have the address of the person I bought it from." The senior cop handed the papers back.
"A lot of motorcycles are getting nicked."
The younger cop was on his knees with his torch out. "It's legal, boss." Brian could hardly hold in his laughter until they left. Winnie shook his head.
"You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes.
That was lucky. But there's got to be another way for us to make an earn. I've been reading about what's going on in the States with marijuana. Ocker, do you know where we can find Rat Rassick?"
"The Granville pub."
"Well, let's see if he knows where we can get some. The way I see it, it's easy enough to grow, and if we can get hold of a supply and sell it to our mates, we could do all right with it. We could go a quarter each, just like the shop. What do you reckon?" Brian was naturally cautious until he had a firm idea of what was going to happen next. "Wait a minute, Winnie. Not so fast. How are we going to sell it?" "We know enough blokes. Start from there and see how we go. It could be big. Why don't we wait until we talk to the Rat, then make a decision? Have any of you tried it?" The boys shook their heads. "Okay. Wait until you try it." Outside the pub, they saw other bikes, and inside they found the Rat lining up a shot on the pool table.
"Here's your man, Winnie. Fuck, he sure looks like a rat."
With beady eyes and a stringy goatee beard, the Rat indeed resembled his namesake. He looked up and made his way over.
"Long time no see, boys."
He shook hands with them.
"What's going on?"
"That's what we were going to ask you, Rat." The Rat's face drained of colour. His eyes darted from Kev to Winnie, then back to Kev. "Don't worry, mate. There's no problem. I haven't seen you since school. I was just wondering what you've been up to."
"Surfing, mate. That's the go. Fuck staying out here in the suburbs. I go to the northern beaches. Lots of mates there. We're off to Hawaii soon. I reckon the Sheilas fall over you there."
"What we want to know about is marijuana," Brian said.
"Do you want some?"
The Rat pulled a joint out of his pocket.
"Here?"
"Yeah. Nobody knows what it is out here yet."
He lit the joint and passed it around. Everyone coughed trying to inhale, and by the time they'd finished, the boys were laughing at pretty much anything. "Fuck, Rat. I had a joint the other night, but it was nothing like this."
"What do you think?"
"Yeah, it's pretty good."
Kev smiled off his face.
"You do know it's illegal?"
The Rat looked serious.
"Of course, mate. No tax then.
Winnie replied with a cheeky smile. So what's the go? Can you get us some? Rat smiled with shining eyes.
Fucking oath I can, Winnie. Me and me surfy mates have a syndicate. You blokes could have one too. It's just too easy. Don't bring anyone else in and wholesale it. There's a piss pot of money in it.
Winnie wanted to get down to business. He knew it was time to shit or get off the pot. He wanted to do it, but he wanted to underplay his hand. Okay, Rat. Just start us off.
You should get a pound. It'll set you back $300.
300 was a lot of money. With Easter and Bathurst looming, Winnie wondered if they could afford it. Rat read their faces.
Take it on credit. There are 16 ounces to a pound. You sell 10 at $30 a bag. That's your 300, and the rest is profit. You make about $180 a pound. Depends how much you smoke yourselves. I'll drop it off at the shop tomorrow morning. Tell you what, I'll pass you me customers on this side of town. You'll be doing me a favour.
Okay, Rat. Good one. Drop it off in the morning. So, how did you and your mates get into it? Brian asked.
I know surfers up the far north coast. They got friendly with some farmers who grow it for 'em. Hundreds and hundreds of pounds of the stuff.
The Rat was stoned and a little loose.
You should see how it is on the northern beaches. The whole peninsula is stoned. It's better than piss, and you make money into the bargain. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow.
Winnie turned to the boys. Fuck, they must be making some money out of it, if only half of what he said is true. They ordered beers and enjoyed their high. Kev nudged Winnie. Have a look at that, Winnie. Two of Twister's boys leaned against the bar. They wore sleeveless denim jackets, and embroidered on the back was a tiger's head, with the words Tigers on top and MC on one side, with Sydney underneath. Let's have a chat with them. Brian, you and Ocker go out to the beer garden. We'll be out in a minute. Isn't that bloke with the long hair in the tiger's jacket Ian Wells? Said Kev. Yeah, that's Wellsy. Let's have a word. They sauntered over.
G'day, Winnie. Kev? I heard you opened a bike shop.
That's right, Wellsy. If you or your mates need work done on your bikes, come and see us. How do you like our club colours? All right, eh? We meet here Thursday nights. You and your boys should come and join us. Maybe, mate. Don't forget, we'll do you a good deal on any work. Kev and Winnie grabbed a few beers each and walked out into the beer garden. Kev asked, What do you mean, maybe? Never let them know what you're thinking, Kev. No point in telling them to get fucked, is there? They're only trying to be friendly. They probably have no idea what Twister's like. What did you blokes think when you saw the tiger's patch?
Oh, I thought it was an ad for Esso,
said Ocker, and they laughed as one. That aside, said Winnie, it wasn't bad, but I reckon we could do better. Everyone nodded. Brian got up, drained his beer, and announced, I'm going over to Gina's for tea. See you in the morning. When Brian turned to go, Winnie raised his eyebrows to Kev and Ocker. He had a funny feeling in his water bag about that Gina. Over the next few weeks, everything ran smoothly in the shop. Bikes wheeled in and out, and they made an honest dollar doing first-class work. The word soon spread. Brian sold 2 hot bikes one week, and they started doing business with the Rat. He dropped off the pound and brought scales and showed them what to do. He even brought bags to put the weed in.
There you go, boys. It's that easy. Now, Winnie, here's me phone number. Keep the scales. Ring me when you want more. You'll have to pay for the first pound before you get more, so don't piss all the money away at Bathurst."
"Hey, Rat, you'll get paid, don't worry," Winnie laughed. "Do you have to drive that bloody yellow thing around?" The Rat looked mildly puzzled.
"It doesn't stick out, does it?"
"Not on the northern beaches, mate, but it does out here." The Rat just shrugged.
"See yous."
On the Thursday night before the Bathurst weekend, Brian added up the week's takings, over $2,960 in the kitty, and rent paid. Winnie wanted to know about the pot money, and Brian was on top of it. "I keep that separate. It's going all right too. With the Rat's friends buying, we only have 7 ounces left. But we should take an ounce to Bathurst with us and introduce it to the boys." "Another good idea, Brian." Winnie respected Brian's eye for an earn. "How much do we want to pay ourselves?" Brian suggested $300 each, and to keep the pot money separate and build it up. He was sensible like that. They all agreed. Life looked sweet. On Good Friday, the boys' first holiday since Christmas, the sun shone and Winnie's mum cooked up a big breakfast for him, probably his last decent feed for a few days. Winnie wheeled his Triumph out of the shed and marvelled at how beautiful it looked, all black and chrome and gleaming, with matching 4-inch mirrors. He strapped the sleeping bag on the back, primed the carburetors with 2 kicks, and the motor roared into life. When he reached the shop, he smelled marijuana in the air. Kev was pulling on a joint. "I hope you haven't given all our stuff away?" Winnie asked, half seriously.
"No way, Winnie. Fuck that. We're selling it at full price."
Then Kev turned serious and said,
"Have a look inside, mate, at what Brian has with him."
"You remember Gina, don't you?" Winnie cringed. It was the last thing he wanted, a girl on their boys' weekend. After the last episode, he'd learned how protective Brian was, so all he felt he could do was give her a tight smile and say hello. She smiled back. "Oh, I've heard so much about you, Winnie. It's like I already know you."
"Yeah, like fuck you do," he thought.
"Hey, Brian, we're going at 10 o'clock. He wanted Brian to tell her to fuck off, but Brian was his mate, so he bit his tongue. Winnie made his way outside to Kev and Ocker, standing in a cloud of marijuana smoke. Winnie boiled over. It was going to be a good ride. Doesn't he know that taking her will just fuck everything up?
"Don't worry about him, mate. I already told him to keep her out of the way,"
assured Kev. "The silly cunt. I bet he puts her up the duff and has to marry her." Winnie was frustrated at the situation his mate was getting into, especially since the business looked ready to take off.
"I wouldn't bet against it," said Kev. "She looks like the trapping and using type to me. Poor bastard. Hey, Winnie, remember Squizzy Taylor? He's coming too."
"Isn't he at university?"
"Law,"
said Squizzy from behind him. "Good to see you, Winnie." They shook hands.
"What are you going to be?
"A solicitor," Winnie laughed. "Maybe we can use you one day."
"It's 5 minutes to go, Winnie. You better let Romeo know,"
said Kev. They left Parramatta and rode up the Great Western Highway, weaving through traffic up the Blue Mountains over twisting roads where the bikes came into their own. Their first stop was the Railway Hotel in Katoomba, the only pub that served the riders of about 200 bikes parked outside. Kev smiled and rubbed his hands together. There was nothing he liked more than a beer and a chat about bikes. They recognised plenty of familiar faces from the Centennial Hotel days. One bloke stood out, Swanee from Hurstville. He made his way over and shook Big Kev and Winnie by the hand.
"Who are you with, mate?"
"A few of the boys," Winnie replied.
"You want to ride up with us?"
"Well, we're not staying here long, and we want to get a good campsite. We're leaving pretty soon."
"Sounds all right to me, Winnie. We'll join you."
A couple of blokes did burnouts on the road when the bells from the railway crossing started ringing. One bloke revved his bike, did a wheel stand, and headed towards the crossing. The crowd stepped off the footpath to watch and cheered madly as he went flat out up the road and over the lines, just seconds before the boom gates shut behind him. On the other side, a car pulled out of a side street and centre punched him, sending him flying through the air just before the train sped through and blocked their view. When the train had passed, people rushed up to him. He'd landed head first on the road. His mates realised he was dead immediately. They knelt around him on the road and cried. The pub crowd hushed, shocked by the suddenness of the death. People slowly moved back to the pub and gave them space. An ambulance pulled up a few minutes later. "He's dead, mate," Winnie said quietly to Brian.
"Silly cunt,"
Gina said, as if the poor bastard had deserved it. Winnie felt as though she had hit him. Right then his fears were confirmed, and he knew what sort of cunt Brian had. Winnie looked at Brian, and then at Gina, shook his head, and walked away. Gina looked at Brian.
"What did I say?"
After Katoomba, a few more blokes joined their pack. When they reached the Golden Mile, coming into Bathurst, they saw the highway patrol on bikes and in cars on both sides of the main strip. The boys were amazed to see thousands of British bikes, all polished and gleaming. There was not a Jap bike in sight, their riders lolling about on the grass. Ocker asked,
"When are we going to roll up the joint?"
"We'll do it tonight. I told a few of the boys and they're all excited. That's what we want. Ocker, remember, this is business. We don't want to be stoned and fuck up." Winnie knew it could be a great business, and he wanted to make money. A pack of bikes roared past, led by Twister and his Tigers in their club colours. They looked good, with denim cut-offs over their leather jackets, each with the embroidered Tigers patch. It stirred the crowd. It was all new, very American. The Australian way had been to paint an emblem on the leather jacket, but most of those early clubs had long disbanded. They were a different generation. "We should think about starting up a club," said Kev, staring at Twister's boys. "You know, I'd love to be in a club, but I don't want to ride with some of those queer cunts." Brian said, "Fuck 'em. I'm taking the girl. We're going to set up camp. I'll see you there." Winnie shouted after him, "Hey, if we start a club up, this will be the first and last time she comes on our run, mate." Ocker and Kev laughed as Brian got on his bike. Swanee from Hurstville came over with a few of his mates. Winnie introduced him around and noticed Twister moving in his direction with a mob of Tigers. Twister looked like he was the Prime Minister on a walk. He remembered names and shook hands everywhere.
"How you going, Winnie?"
"Good, Twister, good." Winnie noticed the gleaming gold president badge on his cut-off.
"How do you like it?"
Twister spread his palms out and did a slow turn.
"You should come for a ride with us. Join our club."
"We'll see."
"Kero Ken went to see your shop. He says it's a good little business, and it's getting a good name."
"We try. Oh, Kero, thanks for helping us out at the cross." "No worries, mate. Those footballers were giving me the shits too. Anyway, I'm out of there now. I'm working with Twister. Where are you camping tonight?"
"Up the hill."
"We most probably go there too. Let's have a beer later." He strolled back over to Twister.
"I can't stand that poncy cunt,"
Swanee sneered at Twister's back. Winnie smiled. He didn't want to get involved, so changed the subject. "All right, let's go and make camp." At last the boys headed for Mount Panorama and watched the cops isolating the Tigers, who stood out like dog's balls in their patched cut-offs. When the boys reached the main gate, they saw the last of the qualifiers practising for the next day's races. Winnie was awestruck. He'd always wanted to race, and watching the bikes on the track made the urge stronger. The service road swirled with dust from hundreds of bikes going in both directions. Bandanas came in handy. They found a shady spot under a tree and collected wood and watched the sunset over the western plains that stretched to the horizon. Brian strolled over with Gina. "Hey, Winnie, when are we going to have a joint?"
"Real soon. But first we need to have a talk about the weed. Get your girl to go for a walk, and I'll get Kevy and Ocker."
The four of them sat for a chat, and Winnie pulled out the pot. "Now," said Winnie, getting serious, "don't forget, this is business. We have to find a market for it. Tell only people you know that it's for sale at the shop. $30 a bag. Any questions?"
"All right, Winnie. Let's roll that joint,"
Ocker laughed.
"Party time tonight, fellas."
Brian took some to smoke with Gina. Kev and Winnie headed off for a beer, and Swanee joined them. They talked about the poor cunt at the railway crossing. Swanee knew a little more than they did.
"They say he did it everywhere. Fuck, it looked good. Poor cunt. Who was he?"
No one knew, so they raised a drink for the guy who went out in style. Squizzy Taylor made his way over with beers. "Hey, Squiz, what are you up to? How's a solicitor caper?"
"Expensive, Winnie. I don't know if I can afford to keep paying all my fees. I might have to sell my bike."
Winnie gave it a moment's thought.
"Well, we could sell it for you. Or you could sell some of our pot to your uni mates. What do you reckon?"
"Fucking oath, mate. They're all on it there. I'll come and see you next week." Squizzy walked off to join a crowd around a fire. The cops normally didn't come up the hill at night, but that year they built a compound and brought in backups. They wanted everyone to know who was in charge and cruised around in Land Rovers, daring anyone to cause trouble. Whenever crackers went off, they sped off to investigate, and they were in so much of a hurry they ran over some bloke's bike. It never took long for an alcohol-fueled crowd to gather, and soon the cops were on the radio calling for backup. The police had no idea what to do. The bike was stuck under the Land Rover. A few blokes in the crowd chucked some bottles and cans, and then a Molotov cocktail exploded near the cops, and about then they roared off to their compound, leaving the Land Rover behind. Another Molotov cocktail landed on the Land Rover's roof, and it went up in flames. The crowd went wild, and the fire lit up the faces of about 300 cheering people. Out of the darkness, the police, protected by shields and waving truncheons, charged the mob, but retreated under a hail of rocks. "Fuck this," said Winnie. "I'm going back to our camp." The police charged again and belted anyone within reach with their sticks and made a few arrests. The boys heard some blokes squealing from the blows.
"Fuck, do you hear that? Well, if any of them copper cunts wants to do that here, there'll be trouble,"
snarled Kev. 2 coppers walked up to their campsite. They just stared at the 30 blokes lying around drinking, but didn't say a word, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Laughter erupted around the fire. They sipped rum and stared into the fire, alone with their private thoughts. After a while, Kev spoke up.
"I never saw anything of Twister and the Tigers. What happened to them? They really stand out with those tiger patches, don't they? Have you given any thought to us starting up a club of our own, Winnie? A lot of blokes we know would join."
"As a matter of fact, I have, mate. Let everyone interested know, and we'll have a meeting on Thursday night at the shop." The next morning, the result of the previous night's rioting was evident. The squashed bike and the cop's Land Rover were a tangle of burnt-out black metal, sitting in a halo of scorched grass. During the night, more police arrived and regrouped around the compound. No doubt they had arrested a lot of people, whether they were involved or not. The boys decided to head home as soon as the races finished. reckoning it wasn't going to be much fun up there the next night. As they rode out, they passed roadblocks and cops pulled over riders, taking down names and issuing notices for minor defects. The cops had a bad case of the shits with everyone. On the slow ride home, they bypassed the fatal boom gates. Back in Parramatta, they pulled up at the shop in a group of about 15 and entered the workshop. By unanimous decision, the shop shouted everyone a beer. They were lounging around drinking and rehashing the weekend when Brian drove up minus his girl. He came in all smiles and the blokes took the piss out of him. Brian cracked the beer, smiled and said, "Well, at least I got some pussy. Here, smell this." He grabbed his crotch and invited blokes to smell his hand. Winnie cleared his throat. "Well, blokes, what do you think about starting up a motorcycle club like the Tigers?" Suddenly, everyone perked up, all talking at once, shouting different names for it.
"Hold on,"
shouted Big Kev. Winnie took a breath. "Listen, everyone who wants to can write down ideas for the club's name and some rules. Bring them along on Thursday night at 7 o'clock. With that, most of the blokes headed off home and left the four of them alone. "Brian, where's the money in the pot?" asked Winnie. "I'll get it." Brian counted out the proceeds.
"I don't think it's a good idea keeping the money in the pot together," said Kev, "or leaving it in the shop. There's some low cunts around who'd like to break in, especially if they know it's here."
Ocker offered to take the pot to his place and bring in a couple of ounces the next day. "But no taxing it, okay, Ocker?" Winnie knew Ocker well enough to know it might happen.
"Come on, Winnie, I'd never do that."
They laughed. They both knew. "Brian, will you sort out the books?" "Sure, mate. I'll get Gina to help me." "Oh, Jesus, Brian, come on. You've only just met her." "We don't want just anyone knowing our business." Winnie was annoyed. Gina seemed to be coming up all the time. "But she's a fair dinkum bookkeeper. Besides, I'm going to marry her." Brian blurted it out, maybe before he was ready. The boys stood around and stared in amazement. Kev said,
"I told you, he's done his balls."
"Fuck, Brian, you've only just met her." Winnie was incredulous. "I know, but I bloody love her, mate. And she feels the same way. Anyway, she's had a pretty tough life, and now it's her turn for a bit of the good stuff." "What about her oldies?" "Just her mother. Her stepfather's in jail. She reckons her mother wants her out of the way before the stepfather gets out. Gina says she can remember the lewd looks he used to give her. The mother doesn't want any sexual rivals around when he gets out. What a cunt." Yes, Winnie thought, like mother, like daughter. He shook Brian's hand and wished him all the best, knowing Brian wouldn't change his mind. "Best of luck, mate. I'm off. Don't forget to take the cash home with you." Winnie gave it all some thought. Not too much, just enough to work out it wasn't the best news he'd had all day. The shop was busy the next week, thanks to the under-the-counter pot selling. By Wednesday, only 4 ounces remained. They'd recouped the $300 outlay for the first pound and stood to make $180.
"Not too bad,"
Ocker said.
"We have to get onto the rat and get some more before Thursday night."
Brian whistled. "You're right, Winnie. We're going to make a good earn out of this pot." Winnie arranged to see the rat the next day. He arrived in his Zephyr with a plastic bag full of pot. "You're up early?" said Winnie.
"Here. Surf's up, Winnie. Got to get it while it's there."
Ocker weighed up a pound.
"See, mate, just like I said. I tell you, it's like the northern beaches. You're in the box seat here. Pretty soon you could do £5 a week."
"Sure, Rat. Hey, next time you come to the shop, take those surfboards off the car They stand out like dog's balls. The rat looked puzzled. He didn't think he stood out at all. On the Thursday night, 20 of the boys turned up to decide on a few club rules and a name. Big Kev got everyone's attention and asked for suggestions.
"What do you think, Winnie? The club's your idea."
Everyone shut up. "Well, I reckon the Miners' Motorcycle Club, to celebrate the gold diggers who rebelled down in Victoria. They swore by the Southern Cross to stand by each other and fight to defend their rights. We could use their Eureka Stockade flag and put the name Miners MC in the middle. Instead of getting gold underground, we'll get ours above ground."
"Hey, that's not a bad idea, Winnie. I'll drink to that,"
said Kev, swigging his rum. The boys gave it some thought and warmed to the idea, though some didn't have a clue what the Eureka flag looked like. Winnie brought out a couple of drawings and passed them around. The boys started nodding, signalling their approval.
"I like it. It's really Australian,"
said Big Kev. "OK, so that's it. We're now the Miners' Motorcycle Club, otherwise known as the Club." The boys shook hands with the men who became their brothers from that moment onwards. "Everyone here tonight is a founding member of the Miners. Now we have to elect the president, treasurer, and sergeant-at-arms." Spiteri proposed Winnie for president.
"Yeah!"
The boys shouted, and Big Kev grabbed Winnie's hand and raised it as if he'd won a prize fight.
"How you going, Prez?"
Kev embraced Winnie and whispered in his ear.
"I've always wanted a brother."
Brian shook Winnie's hand and told him, "You're the one, mate. You organised the horse shit. You can organise the club." They both laughed at the memory, and Winnie said, "All right. We need a treasurer, and I nominate Brian." "Yeah, thanks, mate," said Brian, and the boys voiced their approval. "I trust you," said Winnie, patting him on the back. "Now, what about sergeant-at-arms?" As if there were any doubts who it would be, they all looked at Big Kev, all 6'4" of him, standing with his arms folded and legs apart. No one said a word. Then Ocker stood up and aped Big Kev. He stood just 5'7", and the boys had a good laugh. "Well, that's it then," said Winnie. "What about the rules of the club? Everyone think about it, and we can draw them up next week. Just remember, we don't want too many rules. That's why we chose this lifestyle. Anyway, why don't we go for a ride and a beer?" Winnie's suggestion didn't need any seconding, and they saddled up and took off with a noisy roar for the Locomotion Hotel, their pub. A big crowd hung around outside, waiting to get in to see Billy Thorpe and the Aztecs, one of Sydney's best bands. Some had never ventured so far west of Sydney in their lives. As long as they didn't cause any shit, there wouldn't be any. The crowd built up and the doorman kept letting people in until some idiots started tossing beer cans. The band's security manager made his way over to their table just as Brian lit up a joint. "G'day, boys. My name's Lee Dillo." He extended his hand to Winnie. "Listen, fellas, there's a big crowd here tonight, and I don't think we can control it. When Billy comes on to play, we don't want any cans flying around. If you can help us out, I'll get a few cases of beer for you, and your boys." "What do you reckon, Kev?" Winnie was up for it, but he left it to Kev.
"Piece of piss, mate."
"OK, Lee. We'll pick the grog up after the show." When Lee left, they laughed their guts out. Piece of piss indeed. "All right, Kev. Tell those boys to stop throwing the fucking cans." When the band finished the set, Dillo went to the microphone and thanked the crowd and the Miners' Motorcycle Club for providing security. The boys were dumbfounded. How did he know? Brian confessed. "I told him." "That's one way of going public," Winnie laughed. In the crowd, the drunken dickheads moved out slowly. One sang out,
"Watch out for the minor bikies."
That brought about more laughter. In a flash, Winnie grabbed the smartass by the throat. He smacked him in the snout and dropped him in a second. Kev grabbed two of them in a headlock and knocked their heads together and let them fall to the floor. In a flash, the place became a free-for-all, and the boys used whatever came to hand: chairs, boots, and best of all, a big shifting spanner.
"That'll teach you cunts to fuck with the miners," shouted Winnie.
They walked out of the pub, leaving behind a bunch of fucked-up, unhappy punters, bleeding and horizontal. "Now, let's go and get our beer. We earned it." They rowed down to the river to celebrate their first victory as a club. Winnie proposed a toast to the club. Then Big Kev looked at George, one of the blokes who came to the meeting.
"How come you never got involved?"
"Well, you had it under control."
"Get fucked. We agreed. One in, all in,"
Big Kevy roared. George took a step back, but not quickly enough. Kev kicked him in the crotch, and George tumbled backwards and landed on his ass.
"There's few rules here, mate, but it's one in, all in. Now fuck off and don't come back, you cunt."
George tried to avoid another dose of Kev's size 12 boots, but it was too late, and the boys heard ribs snap. "Kevy, that'll do, mate. Come and have a beer," Winnie shouted. George crawled away in the darkness.
"Now, that's going to be one of our rules. Anyone who doesn't agree can leave now,"
growled Kev.
"One in, all in,"
they shouted together. Brian wanted to know what they'd do with George's bike. "We sell it, and the proceeds go to the miners, and that goes for anyone who gets thrown out. Big Kev can find out where George lives and get him to sign his bike over to the miners' MC. Brian, you can sell it through our shop, and since you're the treasurer, you'd better start up a bank account in the club's name." Winnie was on top of it. There wasn't room to fuck around. "Is that it for tonight?" Brian said. He wanted to go home to his girl.
"Who? Your mother?"
Kev laughed. "Smart cunt." Brian was angry. "Her name's Gina, all right?" No one said a word. "I'll see you tomorrow." The next morning at the shop, Brian leaned on the counter and quietly announced,
"I'm getting married this Friday." "Fuck me dead, mate. Congratulations,"
Ocker yelled, shaking hands with a beaming Brian. He looked pretty happy, Winnie thought, as he shook Brian's hand. "Doing it at the registry, then off to the loco. They're putting on a spread and it's our treat. Bring a girl." Big Kev shook Brian's hand.
"I'm happy for you, mate."
"We might be able to help with the costs," said Winnie. The pot was starting to make a good quid, just like the rat said it would. "I have blokes who want £3.
"Yeah, and I want 2,
said Ocker. Brian wanted 3. "That's £8, fuck me," said Winnie, and they all started laughing. "What about you, Kev?"
"Nah, none for me."
"Don't worry, mate," said Winnie. "You've got better jobs to do in this business. Now listen, Brian. Remember Mrs. Wright with the roses, who never paid for her horse shit? Well, we give no bastard credit. If anyone gives credit, they pay any loss. Fair enough?" "Sure, Winnie. No credit." They all agreed. Winnie did a quick calculation. "Looks like you're going to have a good wedding, mate. I reckon if we put $50 on every pound, and the rat gives it to us cheaper if we buy £10 at once, we're on a winner. If we can sell £10 a week, we could clear an extra couple of grand a week. If the shop keeps going good, we'll kill it. After I meet Rat, I'm seeing an embroiderer in Fairfield to make up our club patches. I'm off now." Winnie left, not too happy about Brian's news, but determined to put his bad feelings to bed and support his mate. Chapter 3. Winnie had arranged to meet Rat at the Hornsby Hotel. "Good place to sit, mate," near the stinking toilet. Rat smiled.
Yeah, I know, mate. We can talk in peace.
The penny dropped. Well, you were right about the pot. We want £10.
Good one, Winnie. You can have it for $280.
Fair enough. What about credit?
Okay. You pay for five on credit?
Sounds good, mate. When can we get it?
2 days, mate?
Tell me, Rat, how many pounds can you supply if we need it?
Don't worry. You'll be right. The blokes I know are big time.
Draining his beer, the Rat wiped his thin moustache with the back of his hand.
I'm off, mate. Business.
When Winnie told the boys back at the shop about Rat's offer, they were amazed. Fuck! Credit! That's all right, Winnie. Yeah, I know. But that doesn't mean we have to give it. So let your boys know it'll be here on Thursday. We need $1,500 to pay Rat. Can you organise that, Brian? Brian nodded. Money was becoming less of an issue. On Thursday night, miners' meeting night, the boys closed the shop after the last member came in. Kev boomed out. Shut up, you lot! A bit of quiet. All right. Here are the rules for our club. Winnie held up a piece of paper and read aloud. 1. If ever a miner is attacked, everyone there helps. 2. No thieving from one another. 3. No one tries to hit onto another member's girl, even if they're no longer together. 4. A miner wearing his patch rides only a British or American bike. 5. Members must pay dues at each meeting. 6. Anyone thrown out of the club gets bashed and their bike goes to the club. 7. What goes on in the club does not get repeated to anyone not in the club. 8. Your family comes first, then the club. That way the club becomes your family. Has anybody got anything else they would like to ask? Or anything they don't like?
Yeah, Prez.
Slippery stood up and looked around, a little uncertainly.
About the girls, what if a bloke wants to go out with a member's ex? Is that all right?
No, mate. It'll only cause trouble. Oh, there's one more rule. Rule number 9. No old ladies allowed on club runs, okay? The boys nodded. The club patches will be ready next week, but we start paying fees tonight. $10 a week and give it to Brian. Now, for those of you who don't know, Brian is getting married tomorrow. The boys all congratulated Brian. Ocker brought out a couple of cases of beer and an ounce of pot, and the boys got stuck in. Big Kev talked to Winnie. Hey, Prez, we're going to have to find a clubhouse for our meeting. Workshop's too small, and I don't want everyone leaving their mess in here. I know, mate. I'm going to look around for one next week. The wedding was a pretty low-key affair. First, the hitching at the registry office, and then a bit of a grog and a feed at the pub. Just before Brian and Gina left for the honeymoon, Gina asked Winnie,
Have you got a kiss for the bride?
Sure, Gina. He gave her a kiss on the cheek, and she looked up at him.
You don't like me much, do you, Winnie?
Fuck me, what brought that on?
Just a feeling I have.
Well, you're wrong. I'm happy for both of you.
Thanks, Winnie. That means a lot to me.
Just take good care of him. After a few months, they found a clubhouse in an industrial estate and started attracting new members. They changed their meeting night to Friday, and when the members arrived, the nominees had the bar stocked and the barbecue ready to go. A separate room was set aside for the meeting. Big Kev roared out, "Meeting in 5 minutes!" The members grabbed extra drinks and moved into the meeting room. Brian collected fees and Big Kev called the meeting to order. Ocker started to read out the minutes from the last meeting. There were a few members behind with club fees. Winnie stood up. "Listen, you cunts. We have rent and other expenses running this clubhouse. If you can't pay your fees, fuck off. We don't want losers in this club." Nestor, one of the founding members, spoke up. "Winnie, a few of us are out of work."
"Get fucked, Nestor, you lazy cunt. You sit around watching TV and drinking piss. You're an outlaw, aren't you? Or maybe you don't like working in a factory, but there are other ways to make a decent earn, and that goes for everyone. You can sell pot. Find a big factory and get someone inside to sell it for you. If you don't want to sell, steal motorcycles, and we'll help you do the numbers for a small fee. That pays for the original stamp. You only have to do one every 2 months."
"But there's good movies on during the day." That brought the house down.
"Next, Docker," asked Winnie.
"Right. Those commando cunts have been seen hanging around, and they should be told to keep away from our bikes. Wherever they go, a couple of bikes disappear, and they don't give a fuck who they hit."
"I heard they got one of the Tiger's bikes."
"And what did Twister do about that?"
"I don't know. I heard he went to see him, and it turns out Twister's doing some sort of business with them. If Twister told his Tigers the commandos would never steal from them, he probably believed it, and so did the Tigers."
"Well, still, we'd better go and have a talk with them."
"Fucking oath,"
Kev yelled.
"Does anybody know where they'll be tonight?"
"Sure,"
Ocker said.
"I know a slut one of them's fucking, and she told me that they drink at the General Grant."
"Good. Let's go now," said Winnie. "We can finish the meeting next week. There's nothing urgent, is there? Grab whatever you need. There's plenty of baseball bats around. Chains? Whatever you feel comfortable with. When we arrive at the pub, keep everything out of sight. Kevy and me will go and talk with them. If you see trouble brewing, just get into them. We don't know how many there will be, but just get into them." The General Grant pub was in Balmain, an inner Sydney suburb. There were about 25 miners, but only about 12 commandos, and a few odd blokes hanging around in groups of 3 or 4. Winnie told everyone to go into the pub while he and Big Kev found out who to talk to. When the boys headed for the bar, the new miners' patches stood out like the Southern Cross in the night sky. Big Kev nodded as 2 of the dirtiest cunts he'd ever seen headed towards him. They could barely make out the commandos' patches under all the dirt. Their patch had a soldier astride a motorcycle, holding a rifle. They didn't look too impressive. As they approached, one bloke reached out his hand.
"Rastus is the name, and this is Spike."
They were both about the same size and arse ugly, wearing beanies with Commando's MC embroidered on the front. Both sported short black beards. Winnie didn't know what to make of them. "Yeah, Winnie's the name." He shook their grubby hands. "And this is Big Kev."
"Yeah, I've heard about you from Twister." "All bad, I hope,"
smiled Kev.
"Yeah, you tried to kill him up on Snow's Mountain when you were kids."
They all laughed, and that broke the ice. Rastus pointed to a table.
"Let's have a beer."
Rastus snapped his fingers, and a nominee came over and took their orders.
"Where are you from, Rastus?"
Winnie asked.
"Victoria. We thought we'd have a look around in Sydney."
"And how do you like it?"
"It's not too bad."
"What's wrong with Melbourne?"
"Too much competition. There's a club down there in every suburb. It's only new up here."
"Well," said Winnie, "we just want to tell you that if any of our bikes go off, there'll be trouble." Rastus unwrapped a small cigar and stuck it in his mouth, which was missing 3 front teeth.
"We know what the go is, mate. We don't take club bikes."
"That's not what Twister says," Winnie lied, and they both laughed.
"That cunt would say that."
"I'll talk to him about it," said Winnie. The boys spread out in the pub, and Kev let them know everything was all right and to mingle with the commandos. They drank and laughed together and passed around joints and tried to outdo each other.
You haven't got into the Harleys up here yet, have you?
Nah, fuck 'em. They're never on the road.
Yeah? You have to work on them a bit, but they're getting better, and once you ride one, you'll never ride another Triumph.
They're too slow, said Winnie.
You reckon?
Spike said.
What do you mean?
Big Kev asked Spike. Their mutual love of mechanics was evident.
Come on, I'll show you,
said Spike, and they grabbed their beers and headed out to the parking lot. How do you know Twister Rastus? Winnie asked.
One of my cousins is in his Tigers.
And did you get one of their bikes?
Come on, Winnie, Rastus said with a grin. You've known him a while.
Yeah, and he is a twister.
I am glad you came down tonight, Winnie. I've heard about you.
And what's that?
No bullshit. And that's what I like.
You should bring your boys back to our clubhouse, Winnie said. We'll organise a few strippers.
Sounds all right. I'll let me boys know. Rastus reached out his hand. It's good to meet you, Winnie.
Same, Rastus. I reckon we have a lot in common. Winnie walked over to the boys. Hey, Ocker, do you reckon you can organise a few strippers for the clubhouse tonight? I've invited the commandos back.
Are you sure they're all right, Winnie?
Yeah, mate. They're just like us, only dirty cunts. Big Kev came back into the pub grinning. He said the commandos might look dirty, but their bikes were immaculate. And what are you so happy about, Kev? Winnie wanted to know.
Nothing, mate.
I invited them back to the clubhouse.
Oh, good. Now we can see how fast their Harleys go.
Kev set off to get all the miners out of the pub and let them know about the party with the commandos. Brian came over to Winnie.
So, mate, they seem all right, eh?
Yeah, mate, I think so. Come on, let's go. Winnie headed towards his black Triumph, jumped on and kicked it into life. The high-pitched motor roared. The other miners did the same. Next, Rastus and his commandos kicked their Harleys into life. It was the first time that most of the miners had heard that many Harleys at once, and the sound of them booming in sequence drowned out the noise of the Triumphs. Winnie led the pack out of Balmain and through the back roads, where the Harleys had trouble keeping up with the lighter and nimbler Triumphs. At a set of traffic lights, Spike from the commandos idled up to the front, where Big Kev and Winnie sat revving their engines, waiting for the green light. Spike revved his bike and looked across at them with a big smile on his face that said,
I'll show you how this Harley goes.
When the lights turned green, Kev did a wheelie and took off down Parramatta Road. The Harley chugged off slowly at first, until it picked up revs. Then, in a heartbeat, Spike made up ground on Winnie, and Big Kev accelerated past them and damn near disappeared into the distance, leaving Winnie and Kev way behind, until he pulled up at the next light.
Fuck me,
Winnie mouthed to no one and shook his head. At the clubhouse, one of the nominees unlocked the front gate and let in the pack. Winnie asked Rastus and Spike what they'd like to drink.
Rum,
they said in unison, and Rastus lit another of his cigars.
Fuck, they stink,
Big Kev said.
Yeah, they're rolled by these virgins in Cuba. They use their thighs.
And he gave an impersonation by rubbing a stogie back and forth on his leg.
They don't smell like any virgins I know,
laughed Kev.
Fuck me, Spike. You sure have your Harley tricked up.
You don't have to do too much to 'em. Everyone thinks of the Harleys they used in the war. They were like tractors, but these are 1200cc shovelheads. Rastus has the panhead, and once you get into them, you'll never go back to your Triumphs.
What about the Sportster?
Nah, they're a Sheila's bike. We call them half a Harley.
Come on, Spike. Tell me all about 'em.
Kev and Spike went outside to look over the Harleys. Ocker organised the strippers and haggled over the cost and what they would do for the money. He settled on the Fruit and Veggie Act. Winnie brought Brian over to meet Rastus, and they shook hands. Brian is not only a miner, but my business partner. We run a bike shop with Kev and Ocker. Hey, Ocker, come over here and meet Rastus. Rastus was in fine fettle.
How you going, mate? You've got the girlies, eh? When do they come on?
He giggled wildly.
As soon as I see what they've got on offer, I've got to personally inspect them.
Ocker winked and took the girls out the back, with a huge smile on his face.
Can't wait. I love the sluts, Rastus said. I'll have another rum.
He pulled out a wad from his pocket, put $50 on the bar, announced to Winnie,
That's from the commandos?
The smell of marijuana filled the air.
I love the pot,
Rastus smiled. Brian pulled a 3-paper joint out of his pocket and sparked it up, then passed it to Winnie, who didn't normally smoke. He took a few tokes and passed it to Rastus, who puffed on it until he looked like a steam train ready to take off.
Fuck, I love the pot. Not much of it down our way. You Sydney blokes are a mile in front.
Well, Rastus, we can talk about that later. Here come the girls. When their music came on, the boys roared encouragement, and Rastus made his way to the front row, with his rum in one hand and a cigar in the other. Winnie and Brian stayed back at the bar and talked about the prospect of more business. The girls really got into their party mode, and Rastus disappeared outside with a girl in tow. When the sun rose, most of the boys started to leave. Each one came over and shook everyone's hand as they left. Rastus got his boys together.
Hey, Winnie, I'll drop into your shop next week so we can have a yarn. Thanks for the night. Your girls are real friendly.
No worries, Rastus. I'll talk to you then. Winnie wondered how Rastus could drink rum all night and still be fine to ride as he watched them roar off on their Harleys. Kev came over to Winnie. That Spike sure knows his Harleys. He let me know a few of his tricks. Turns out there are special V-stamps you need when you do a number job. Well, mate, I reckon we might need a set of stamps like that. The only problem is there aren't enough Harleys around. Not yet, mate. But I bet there will be pretty soon. Spike let me take his for a ride while the party was on. Fuck, it felt good. Winnie spoke quietly. This pot business looks good, but there'll be trouble if too many clubs start up in Sydney unless the clubs here look after their own areas. How are we going to get everyone to agree to that? Dunno yet, but I'm going to see the Twister next week and work something out. Where are the Tigers drinking? I went for a ride with Gina last week, and there must have been about 30 of them down at the Scarborough Hotel on the Old Coast Road, said Brian. Hey, Kev, can you come with me when I see Twister? Sure, Winnie. How's the pot money going, Brian? The bank should be building up now.
8.5 grand so far, Winnie.
Well, I reckon we take 1,000 each, and if our pot business keeps going, we should be able to get $1 grand each fortnight.
Fuck me, Winnie. We could close the bike shop and just do pot,
said Ocker. Yeah, like fuck we will. The shop keeps us busy, and it's a good front for us. We have to be seen to be working, and idle hands breed idle minds. I don't want to end up like our parents living in commission homes, not me. Anyway, Brian said, I'm starting to save for a home for Gina. I want to be the first person in my family to own a home. Yeah, good move, Brian. Not me, Big Kev said. I'm going to save up for a new Harley. Winnie agreed. Yeah, me too, Kev. I fell in love with them last night after Spike blew me off at the traffic lights.
Ocker said, Fuck that. I'm off to the ponies to double me money.
Okay, next thing the shop. Brian, now we're doing all right with the pot. We should stop doing the hot bikes through the shop. We can still do makeovers for any of our members, but they can sell them to other shops or privately. Blokes are getting more security conscious, and there's no way I want any of us four getting shot just for stealing a bike, when selling 5 pounds of pot gives us the same profit.
Yeah, good move, Winnie,
Ocker said.
Me brother's getting a bit nervous about passing out the addresses.
Have you been paying him, Ocker?
Yeah, he just reckons it's getting a bit risky.
Fair enough. We'll just use him for special occasions. How's the rest of the shop going? Well, there are a couple of our members who have to pay for work done. Well, fuck 'em. It doesn't matter if they're miners or not. Everyone pays for any work. It's still our shop and not the club's. Who owes? Nestor owes a fair bit. That cunt. He'd better tidy his act up. You speak to him, Brian. The club's not for bludgers. He owes club dues too. We'd better keep an eye on him. If he doesn't lift his game, out he goes. Okay, Kev, that's your job.
Sure thing, Prez.
Who else owes, Brian?
Bikey Billy owes for a battery.
He's cool, but just keep an eye out. It's up to us not to let them get slack. We want the miners to last. We have to be staunch. The club comes first. Brian looked in his ledger. Well, not counting what's owed, and after we take wages, we still have about 1,800. I'm going to the bank next week to find out how much deposit I need to buy a house. They're putting in new housing estate up on Snow's Mountain. Besides, there's something I haven't told you. Gina's pregnant. The boys looked stunned. Winnie stood and grabbed him by the shoulders. Congratulations, mate. Ocker and Kev did likewise. Brian seemed genuinely surprised, and his eyes started to moisten. I love you blokes. They raised their glasses of bourbon and clinked them together. Brian asked, Is business finished? Yeah, mate. Well, I'm off home. What are you up to? Nothing, said Winnie. Just having a rest here for a bit. He lay back in his chair, with his hands behind his head, stretched his legs out, and stared at his denim jacket with the 1% badge and President's embroidered patch. It had been a good night. They'd made a good contact with the commandos, and might do some business with them. No blood had been spilled, and they'd all had a bloody good time. He was pleased with himself and his mates. Hey, Ocker, where'd those girls go?
I've got one coming back later.
Ocker played all the angles when it came to women. Dirty cunt, said Winnie, and laughed out loud. What are you up to today, Kevy? Feel like playing?
Yeah, you beauty,
said Kev, and rubbed his hands. He wore an identical cut-off jacket, except for the sergeant-at-arms patch on his left side. Ocker, give her a bell, and see if she's got any girlfriends she can bring. Ocker went to the bar to use the phone. Brian stood up. I'm off, boys. Looks like you're in for a good day. You know, this may sound a bit funny, but it doesn't interest me. I'm quite happy to go home to Gina. Good, mate. More for us. Brian headed to the door and shook hands as he left. I'll see you at the shop Monday morning. Oh, yeah, Winnie, you have to come over for a meal one night. Gina cooks a good roast dinner. She told me to ask you. Okay, mate. I'll talk to you next week. When Brian headed out, Winnie noticed how good the miner's MC patch looked.
I reckon she must have been his first fuck,
Kev said. No, she was his second. He gave up waiting for his first one. They both laughed. Ocker entered the clubhouse smiling.
You owe me a drink. The girls are on their way. Bourbon, please.
Why are you smiling, Ocker?
Kev said, as he turned up the Rolling Stones to ear-splitting volume.
Well, the go is there are only 2 of them, but they're both party girls, and they should be here pretty soon. I told them to grab a taxi. Sandy was waiting for my call. Don't know about the other. Anyway, we'll know soon enough.
A car horn blared outside. Ocker darted outside. You want a game of pool? Winnie asked.
Yeah, You set 'em up, I'll be the buster.
Kev selected his favourite cue, flicked the white ball with the cue to where he wanted to break from, and chalked up. Fuck me, Kev. You're arsing around like an old mole. Kev scattered the balls just as Ocker entered the clubhouse with 2 gorgeous dolls. The boys turned their heads and watched him lead the girls over.
Winnie and Big Kev, this is Sandy and this is Robin.
Sandy had shoulder-length red hair, red lipstick, halter top, tight slacks and high heels. Robin wore the same, except she had short blonde hair and pale lipstick, a real surfy type. Robin said, I've never been in a bikie clubhouse before. I'm not going to get raped, am I? Winnie turned from the pool table after missing his shot. You'll get whatever you want here, and nothing you don't. Oh, goody. Robin giggled as she sat cross-legged on a bar stool and sipped her drink. Kev lined up his shot and sank it. Oh, good shot, Robin gasped.
Thank you, ma'am,
Kev said, bowing and moving around to sink the black ball and end the game.
Good game, Winnie.
They shook hands. Kev caught Robin's eye and nodded towards Winnie.
He hasn't been able to sink a ball since you came in. I think he's in love with you.
Winnie almost blushed.
I'll give you a game, Kev.
Robin jumped off her stool and reached into her pocket for change.
What a beautiful ass,
said Winnie. Robin turned and patted it. That's what I get paid for. Just a stripper's ass. The boys laughed at her honesty. Ocker began rolling up a joint.
Here, put some of this with it.
Sandy gave Ocker what looked like a piece of chocolate. Ocker pulled the mull bowl away to protect it.
No, Ocker, it's hash. Hashish. Haven't you seen it before? It's stronger than pot. It'll make the joint the best you've ever smoked.
Oh, okay. I've got to see that,
said Winnie. Kev lined up the pool balls.
Have you ever played before, Robin?
No, but I've seen lots of games,
she said, while Kev scattered the balls around the table. Kevy passed the cue to the girl, and she lined it up. Her hand wobbled, and when she took her shot, the balls rolled all over the table. You're right. You haven't played before, have you? Winnie said.
Maybe you can help me.
Maybe I can,
he smiled, as Kev sank ball after ball.
Hey, Ocker, how's that joint coming along?
That's coming. Calm down, will you?
Sandy held a lighter under the hash, and then sprinkled some over the pot. Cue in hand, Robin grabbed Winnie by the hand.
Come on. You're going to help me beat your sergeant-at-arms, aren't you, Prez?
We'll see. You just line your shot up. Robin lay along the pool table, and Winnie lay on top of her, 1 foot on the table's edge. He grabbed her elbow with his right arm, his head directly behind hers, and whispered in her ear what to do. His left hand steadied hers. Now, just line up the white ball, look at the ball, look at the spot you want to hit it, then draw the cue back and hit firmly. She drew the cue back and let her shot go and sank the ball in the corner pocket. She danced around as if she'd won the lottery.
I could have shown you how to do that,
Kev said.
You could have too, but the Prez was closer.
Kev sank the rest of the balls and ended the game.
Hey, fellas, have a look at this. Sandy's rolled a real 3-paper joint, neat as a pin.
Kev put on another Rolling Stones cassette.
Here, Prez, you're lied.
No, roller first. And he flicked his Zippo for Sandy, who took a huge puff on the joint to get it cracking, before passing it to Winnie.
Slowly,
she said, exhaling a long stream of smoke. Hey, Sandy, where'd you get this hash? Winnie asked.
One of the bouncers up in the cross.
Robin was wandering around looking at different posters and photos on the wall.
That's pretty good,
Winnie said slowly, as he exhaled the smoke. He felt the effects immediately. He went over to Robin, who was standing in front of a poster advertising an upcoming rock festival at Freeman's Reach. west of Sydney. It had a good lineup of Aussie rock bands.
Are you going to this, Prez?
Thinking of it. Ocker strolled out to the back room with Sandy, smiling over his shoulder at Winnie. Where are you from, Robin?
Down the coast, past Nowra.
Come up to the big lights, eh? Want to be a stripper?
No, I'm a dancer, but there's not a real lot of work for dancers. Stripping pays well, and they look after you, but I'm not a pro.
Never said you were. Winnie rubbed her ass and squeezed it enough to make her wiggle and giggle. Jesus, Robin, that's good.
Oh, Catholic, are you?
She quipped. Then she pulled his face towards her with both hands, kissed him passionately, and ground her hips against him.
I'm in love with you, Prez. The first time I saw you, this feeling went right through me. That's the man for me, I thought.
Fuck off. It's the joint speaking. Winnie tried to change the topic. She smiled coyly and did pirouettes. Winnie watched her carefully. She spun around and came back and stopped in front of him, and he pulled her towards him and kissed her, crotch rubbing crotch. Kev had seen enough and went outside after grabbing another drink, leaving Winnie inside with Robin. As soon as the door shut, they ripped at each other's clothes. Raw passion, no bed, just a bar stool and a wall.
God, that was good, Prez. Just what I needed.
Winnie stroked her hair. Yeah, me too.
I think I'm in love with you.
God, he thought, don't start that again. Nah, it's just a fuck. A bloody good one, but just a fuck.
We'll see,
she said, and pulled her clothes on. Ocker and Sandy walked into the bar, and Ocker replaced the Stones tape midway through Jumpin' Jack Flash with a Pink Floyd tape. Kev immediately got the shits. What do you think you're doing?
Settle down, Kevy. You'll like this.
I better, or off it goes. Kev probably couldn't have cared less about the music. He wanted to spend time alone with Sandy.
Don't worry, Kev. You're not going to miss out.
It's not that, Ocker.
Don't give me the shits, Kev. You think we're going to sheriff the girls on you? Sandy told me she wants to fuck you. Just leave it for a while, then grab her by the hand and take her out the back.
Are you sure? Kev smiled at last.
Fucking oath, mate.
Ocker and Kev headed to the bar where Winnie was entertaining the girls. So neither of you is from Sydney?
I'm from Queensland, said Sandy. And where are you boys from?
We all grew up together out here. Yeah, said Kev. I've been looking after them all their lives. They all laughed.
So, you boys are pretty close? We're brothers,
Ocker said proudly.
I'll drink to that,
Sandy said. She drained her glass and put it on the bar for Winnie to refill.
Have you boys ever had a trip?
Yeah, all the time, Kev said. We go to Bathurst and down the coast.
Sandy cut him off, laughing.
No, not those sort of trips.
She pulled out a plastic bag that held a dozen small pills.
It's acid. You know, LSD.
What do they do?
They let you look at everything in a different way. Yeah, I've heard about 'em. I'll have one.
Ocker was into anything for fun. Why not? Winnie shrugged and reached out for one, and soon they'd all drop one each.
What else have you got in that bag?
Kev asked Sandy.
Wouldn't you like to know, big fella?
She flirted. With that, Kev grabbed her by the hand and dragged her off like a caveman. She trotted along behind and smacked his ass, saying,
Bad boy, Kev.
They disappeared out the back. After half an hour, the effects of the acid overcame them. They turned up the music, danced and laughed, and didn't even notice Kev come back in until he started laughing while reaching out in front of him, stopping and reaching out again, as if he was trying to catch a fly. What are you up to, Kev? Winnie asked.
There's a swirly thing that comes at me. When I reach out to grab it, it pulls back again.
They all started imitating Kev and laughed until their guts ached. Sandy whispered in Ocker's ear, "Pick some sexy dance music for Robin and me. We'll put on a show." Ocker couldn't get the music on quickly enough. "We'll show you something special." Ocker winked at the boys and leaned against the bar and rubbed his crotch. "Showtime, boys."
"You're a dirty little cunt, Ocker,"
said Kev, still trying and failing to catch whatever swirled before him.
"How you feeling, Prez?"
"Don't really know. How long do they last?" Sandy reckoned about 3 hours. "Well, I might as well enjoy it." He gently rubbed Robin's back and stroked her with the tips of his strong fingers. She shuddered when he touched her spine. "You should do your stage act for us," he whispered. "Sandy and I spoke about it. Just wait for a bit, and then we'll show you what we can do."
"Can't wait,"
Winnie said, and grabbed a handful of hair and massaged the back of her head. He felt waves of the acid sweep over him. Kevy yelled and clapped, thinking the show was about to start. He sang out,
"Fuck! I love these trips. It's showtime, girls."
Sandy told Robin, "Come on, we're on." Winnie sat beside Kev and draped his arm over Kev's shoulders. "How you going, mate? All right?"
"I'm fucking crazy. All these things were coming at me, but they're gone now. I can't wait for the girls to come on. Ocker bloody loves it. Look at the little bugger."
Ocker danced on the spot, as if in a trance. Sandy called out, "Ocker, we're ready."
"Yeah, so am I,"
said Kev, standing up and unzipping his pants. Ocker got on his case straight away. "Put 'em back, Kev. It's showtime," and he cued the dance music. The girls made their entrance, with their hair and makeup redone. They looked the part, and they danced around the pool table and teased the boys. Kev started yelling, "Take it off!" and wolf whistling as they wiggled out of their tight slacks. The girls didn't have much left to take off when Sandy came over to Kev. "Undo my buttons for me, please." She stuck out her chest.
"Fucking oath,"
he said, reaching out and pulling her closer so he could rub her titties. "No, Kevy, just the buttons," she whispered as he pulled open her top.
"That's what I want,"
said Kev when Sandy undid Robin's buttons and rubbed her breasts. Robin arched back with pleasure. They danced around shedding clothes until they were down to their undies. They rubbed each other's breasts and slid their fingers up and down each other's pussies. "If this is the special, I love it," said Winnie. The girls lay on the pool table and licked each other all over. Sandy slipped off Robin's undies, then ran her tongue along her cunt. Robin moaned and played with her nipples and gyrated her hips, while the boys yelled encouragement. "Fuck! I've never seen this before," said Ocker. He dropped his pants and pulled out his prick and gently rubbed it. The girls started to really get into it, and Sandy pulled her head out of Robin's cunt, turned and cocked a finger to Kev to get him to fuck her from behind. She didn't have to ask twice, and he stood up and entered her. Winnie moved around the table toward Robin with his prick hanging out. She stroked him, then began to suck him off. Ocker stood behind the bar, pulling himself off until he groaned and reached for a bar towel.
"Fuck, you're a dirty cunt, Ocker,"
Kev yelled as Ocker dropped his load into the bar towel. Kev kept pounding away while Sandy yelled, "Fuck me, Kev." Robin kept sucking Winnie until he moaned and fell back against the bar. Kev collapsed on top of Sandy and hooted like an owl.
"Fuck, that was good,"
Kev said to no one. Winnie zipped up his jeans while Robin licked her lips as if she'd just eaten an ice cream. Whatever was in that acid worked wonders for everyone. "Let's have a drink," said Winnie, heading for the bar. Ocker chucked his used bar towel into the trash basket. "Sure thing, Prez. Not a bad day, eh, mate?" "Couldn't be better," he said, while the girls gathered their gear and headed out the back to straighten up. The acid began to wear off.
"Thank fuck," said Kev. "I don't think I like those trips after all. They're good girls, Ocker. Is that Sandy married or anything?
What do you want to know for?
You never know, mate.
I don't know her that well. You ask her.
Do you reckon they're dykes?
No, that's just their show. Not bad, eh?
Fucking oath.
Kev winked at Winnie. The girls came out from the back room and approached the bar. They looked as good as ever. Sandy grabbed the drinks and passed Robin hers. Very good, Winnie applauded, and the girls bowed. Ocker rolled another joint. We'll have to leave soon, said Sandy, as she handed Ocker the leftover hash. We have to work Saturday night. It's the busiest night of the week. Can you call us a taxi? Winnie moved over to the phone, and Robin followed. I loved that, Prez. Can I see you again? We might be going to the rock festival at Freeman's Reach. Maybe I'll see you there. In the bar, Sandy sat in Kev's lap. He smacked her lightly on the bum. She jumped and said, You'll get yours, mate.
Yeah? When's that then?
When the girls left, Ocker opened the main gate for them and waved goodbye. Winnie and Kev watched the cab drive off. Not a bad way to spend a Saturday, eh, Kevy? The smiling Ocker walked back into the clubhouse.
How was that, boys?
You're my man.
Kev grabbed Ocker in a bear hug and planted a big wet kiss on his lips, then pushed him away, laughing. Ocker stepped back and licked his lips.
I taste fish.
The boys cracked up. Kev said he felt a bit fucked and wanted to head home. He said he'd see the boys on Monday morning and walked out the door. Then he stopped and turned and looked really serious for a minute.
You know that Rastus from the Commandos? I still can't get over how ugly he is.
But the girls like him,
Ocker said.
What's he got?
He makes them laugh.
Yeah, but we make 'em happy,
Kev said, and rubbed his crotch, and then he was gone. Well, I'm going home, Ocker, said Winnie. I've got a bloke coming over to pick a couple of pounds up. Business first. Chapter 4. Monday morning at the shop, everyone was chirpy except Brian. He was moody and erratic in his behaviour. Big Kev taunted him.
Hey, Brian, what's up with you? Sick of marriage already?
No, mate, I love her. I feel bad when I see a crook in the morning.
Oh, isn't that just so loving?
Get fucked. You wouldn't know.
Hey, Winnie, are we going to the concert at Freeman's Reach?
Yeah, I reckon. I'll bring it up at the next meeting.
The girlies are going down,
Kev announced. How do you know that?
Because the dirty cunt went to the strip club on Saturday night and went back to their place with them,
Ocker said with a smile. All Kev could do was stand there and smile, holding his groin with one hand and licking his lips.
Yeah, I love it.
Good on you, Kev, Winnie said. Now let's get down to work. Remember, the shop comes first. How you going with the backlog, Kev?
Well, Spike's coming over this week with his Harley, and he's going to show me how to service it. I think we can change our sign at the front to say Snow's British and American motorcycles. I'll buy a couple of workshop manuals for 'em.
Brian brightened. I can help you with that, Kev. I have a salesman who drops by. I'll let you know when he comes in.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. And mate, I was only mucking around before about your missus.
Yeah, I know, Brian said. You know, I reckon you're right about the Harleys. They could be the next big go. I saw this new bike magazine from the States called Easy Riders. Every issue shows how to fix different problems on Harleys. I'll see if I can line up a few copies.
Good one, Brian,
said Kev, grabbed him in a bear hug.
I love you, mate.
Okay, what else is on? Said Winnie, getting everyone back on track. What about you, Ocker? How's the spray booth going?
Well, to tell you the truth, I could do double me work if I had a bigger compressor.
Well, you'll have to find one, but don't go over the moon with it.
Rightio, mate. I know what I want. I'll have a look and get back with a price.
Hey, Brian, do you think we need a shop ute? Blokes always want bikes picked up, and it'd be good for getting spare parts.
Yeah, you're right, Winnie.
It'd be good for other business too. I'll look around for one, mate. Well, I'm off to organise some pounds with the Rat and Kevy. Later on today, we'll go and have our talk with Twister and let him know we're onto his little game with the commandos about the stolen bike.
Like an oath, Prez.
OK, I'm off. The Rat has me running all over Sydney for our meetings. He's a cagey bastard. This time it's a pub in Hurstville. Winnie pulled into the parking lot of the pub, where the Rat had parked his yellow Zephyr. The good thing about the Rat was he was always on time. Winnie bought some beers and sat at his table. They shook hands and talked about the surf, and then Winnie got down to business. Well, mate, the pot's been a real good earner. Could you get us £20 this week?
No worries, mate.
Same deal. Cash for half and half on credit?
Sure, mate. You're right. You're better at paying than some.
What do you mean?
Well, this cunt called Bruce, who lives over on the northern beaches, ripped me off for $6,000. And he's too big for me to look after.
Well, what about the blokes you get it off? What do they say?
They don't give a fuck. I copped the loss.
I might be able to help you. Me and Kevy might collect the money, and you can pay us.
I'd make it worth your while.
What do you reckon it's worth, Rat?
Don't worry, mate. I'll pay.
OK. Give me his address and name, and we'll talk to you when you drop the pot off. There's something else I'd like to know. If you grow the pot, that's where the money is, eh?
It's the growers who make most of the money.
Yeah, I thought so. What's involved with growing it?
Bugger all. I can show you how.
I might hold you to that, Rat. So when can you drop the pounds off?
Thursday, mate.
Rat got up, drained his beer, shook Winnie's hand, and headed out to his Zephyr. Winnie walked into the main bar. It was his first time in Hurstville. He looked around and thought the surfies looked the same as bikies, only they had blonde hair. His miner's patch was copping a fair bit of attention. Blokes were looking his way and whispering. Winnie was pretty sure they didn't like bikies. He looked around and spotted Swanee, who he hadn't seen since the Bathurst Easter weekend. How you going, Swanee?
Real good, Winnie. Meet Chris and Wayne, a couple of mates of mine.
They shook hands. Are you still riding, Swanee?
No, lost me licence. I get it back a couple of months. I'm building a Harley chopper at home.
Well, if you need anything for it, give us a ring at the shop. We've got a good spray man. He does pretty nice work.
Yeah, I've heard about him. Ocker, isn't it? He's a funny cunt.
That's him?
Yeah, I reckon I'll drop me tanks and guards over. I'm rebuilding a Harley panhead I bought all pulled down. Me old man's helping.
Swanee nodded to the bar girl, and she pulled another 4 beers.
So what are you up to, Winnie?
Winnie never said more than he had to. He asked Swanee why the punters didn't seem too friendly.
Because Twister and his tigers were here a couple of weeks ago and bashed a few of the locals selling pot. Seems they wanted to get their mates in.
So what's going to happen, mate?
Don't worry about that. I hate Twister and his bloody tigers. They'll find out who runs the show over here.
Be careful of him, Swanee.
Yeah, I will, mate, don't you worry.
He took a long look at Winnie's patch.
It looks good, real good. When I get me chopper on the road, I'll have to come for a ride with you. Do you want to have a joint with us, Winnie?
Where?
Out the back in the beer garden. We'll be right.
They found a table, and Swanee fired up the joint and passed it to Winnie. He wanted to know how Winnie was doing with his pot out west. Bloody oath, mate. It's all over the place. There's a good earn in it for everyone. Do you reckon it'll last? Well, alcohol has. I think it'll only get better. Are you doing much, Swanee? A couple of pounds a week. I could do more, but the supply isn't always there. What would you say if I could help you out? How much a pound? Winnie calculated what it cost and how much he wanted in an instant. For you, mate, $320. Well, that's cheaper than what I pay. When? Bring your guards and tanks over later on this week, and I'll have it at the shop. Can you supply every week? Sure can, mate. Now, I have to get going. Business to do. Winnie got up to leave. I see you're still riding the Triumph, mate, said Swanee. Wait until you ride a Harley. You'll never go back. See you later, Swanee. Ta for the beers. Winnie kicked the Triumph into life and roared out of the car park, giving Swanee a wave. When Winnie arrived back at the shop, he saw a cop car parked in front and almost shit himself. Kev came out, looking worried. What's up, Kev?
Ah, mate. They're in there talking to Brian.
Well, we better find out. Brian was behind the counter, talking to two cops. When he saw Winnie, the relief was plain on his face. Hi, boys. What's the problem? The senior constable asked Winnie who he was. I'm a part owner of the shop. Winnie smiled confidently. If you're the president of the miners, then I want to talk to you. What's your name? Peter Winifred. Just call me Winnie. My name is Senior Constable Carter, and this is Constable Cole. Now, we give you a fair go around here, and then you go and shit in your own backyard and rip off people who can't afford to lose their televisions and stereos. We have information you lot are responsible for it. Well, your information is wrong, Brian piped up. Settle down, mate. Winnie, calm as he could be, the calm that comes from knowing he was telling the truth, looked the cop in the eye and spoke quietly, just above a whisper. Officer, your information is wrong. All of us were brought up on the Housing Commission estate. We know those people. We are those people. We wouldn't have anything to do with it. Winnie smiled at the cop, who looked into their faces for the clues to a concealed lie. He saw nothing and finally spoke. I bloody hope so, for your sake. Because if I find out it was you blokes, you'll get another visit from us. And a short ride in a black van. You follow me? Yes, Constable, said Winnie. He walked out the front with the cops and watched them leave. Fuck. I wonder why he's so worried about bloody television sets. Brian said he thought the cops' parents lived there. He'd seen a cop car parked there over the years and always wondered why. Kev and Ocker came into the shop.
Fuck. He had the shits, eh?
You heard him then. It'd be no one we know, I hope. He's right, though. You can't shit in your own backyard.
I'm pretty sure I know who it is, Kev said. It's that lazy cunt, Nestor. I heard the other day he had TV sets for sale. But if he's doing it, how come he hasn't got the money for club fees and getting his bike back on the road? His bike's been sitting here for a month waiting for him.
Well, what happened to all his money? Maybe he's a gambler, Winnie said. No one said a word. They looked at each other and shrugged shoulders. Okay, we'll sort it out Friday night. Winnie was furious. We don't need coppers coming around visiting us. Hey, Ocker, do you remember Swanee from Hurstville? I ran into him today. He's building a Harley chopper, and he's going to drop his tanks and guards over for you to spray paint.
What's he building?
An old panhead.
I wouldn't mind having a look at that, said Kev.
What do they look like, Kevy?
I'll get the manual and show you.
He was gone for all of 30 seconds,
Here it is. Can you see why they call them panheads? Look at the rocker covers. They look like saucepan lids.
The boys crowded around and looked.
These Harleys interest me more every day.
Ocker had work to do and disappeared into his spray booth, and Brian had a customer to serve. Winnie said to Kev, "Hey, the rat told me he was ripped off by one of his customers for $6,000, and he wondered if we'd like to get it back for him for a share."
$6,000? Jesus, the rat must really be into the pot business in a big way.
Yeah, I suppose so. But it's not all his dough. He's just responsible for it. That's the pot business for you. And that's how we have to do it. No one gets credit. It's either cash or no sale, eh?
So when do you want to do it?
Tonight. I'll borrow my dad's car. The bloke's in DY.
Okay, Winnie.
Kev smiled at the prospect. He had no idea what was going to happen, but he didn't care, and he was big enough and ugly enough not to have to. Brian came in, rubbing his hands with glee. "I just sold one of the bikes. A bloody great way to start the week." Winnie hugged Brian. "That's it, mate. We all contribute in our own way. Now, I'm off. I won't be back today."
"Where are you going, mate?"
"To see a bloke about a farm. Tell you all about it tomorrow." Brian and Kev looked at one another. They didn't know what he was talking about. "What's he up to?" Brian asked. He knew something big was on.
"Dunno, mate. But whatever it is, it'll be good for us."
Kev continued to work on the motor and whistled while he worked. Winnie rode northwest, towards Windsor on the Hawkesbury River. In those days there wasn't much on either side of the road, but market gardens, owned mainly by Chinese and Maltese. They had huge glasshouses growing tomatoes or cut flowers, and the occasional chicken farm. Winnie had arranged to meet a Maltese bloke called Joe he knew from school. When Winnie wheeled into the service station at Vineyard, he saw Joe sitting at the takeaway food bar, next to his Ford Falcon, with tassels hanging from the windows. It really looked like a Wog's car. Winnie rode up next to it and pulled his bike up onto its stand.
"How are you going, Winnie?"
They shook hands.
"Good, Joe. Nice-looking car, mate. Dunno about the tassels, but it's the only way to have one, eh?" "Got to dress them up," Joe said. "So you're the president of the miners, huh? I always knew you were a leader. So what can I do for you?"
"Joe, I heard you inherited a farm, and I was wondering what you're doing with it."
"Nothing much, mate. They're all empty right now."
"What do you want to grow? Tomatoes or something?"
"I don't think that would be your goal, Winnie."
Winnie looked Joe straight in the eye and leaned forward and said really quietly, "I want to grow marijuana, Joe. Pot."
"Jeez, Winnie, I never thought of that."
Joe turned serious. "No, not you, mate. Me. I want to grow it. I'll lease the property off you under a bodgy name. You won't have to go near it."
"Thinking about it, I wouldn't want to go near it."
"There'll be no connection between us."
"How much will you pay?"
"I'll give you 500 now. When the crop comes in, we'll see how much profit there is, and I'll cut you in for a share."
"Fuck, Winnie, that sounds all right to me. But can you make much out of pot?"
"We'll just have to wait and see, mate."
"Okay, I'll be in it, as long as there's no connection. Come on, I'll take you to see the farm. We can go in my car. Leave your bike here, and I'll get my auntie to keep an eye on it for you."
Winnie sat in Joe's car and took off his miner's patch. Joe watched as he folded his colours and put them on his lap. Winnie noticed Joe looking, so he explained that he only wore his colours on the bike. After a 10-minute drive, Joe pulled up outside a locked gate at the end of a long driveway. He unlocked the gate and they drove past row upon row of glass houses, all of them invisible from the road. Each glasshouse was a bit bigger than a tennis court, with a large packing shed at the back. "What do you reckon, Winnie?" Winnie looked around and worked out how much room he'd have to plant. He reckoned he could grow about 2,000 plants in each glasshouse. "Perfect, mate." Winnie pulled out a wad and counted out $500 and handed it over. "Listen, mate, let me tell you what's going to happen now. I'll get a lease written up with some cunt's name on it, and that's all you need to know. It's our little secret. You can't talk to anyone about this, so the less you know, the better. If anything happens and there's a bust, you just stick to your story. I'll never suspect you." "Deal's a deal, Winnie. Here's the key to the gate, and good luck, mate." While Winnie rode into the city, he calculated what sort of money they were likely to make if everything went to plan. They would be the grower and the distributor, with a chain of sellers in place. It wasn't just the money. It was also the fact that there would be fewer people in the know, and the fewer knowing their business, the better, as far as he was concerned. Winnie took off in his dad's car and pulled up outside Kev's place. Kev jumped in, and they said very little. He looked as if he didn't want to be there. "What's up, mate? You're not going soft on me, are you?"
"No, mate. It's just that, well, I got a letter from the army today. Seems like I won the lottery. My number came up. Looks like I'm in the army now."
"Fuck me, Kev. I'm sorry to hear that. When do you have to go?"
"I've got a report in 10 days. Just when my life is starting to pay off."
"Don't worry, Kev. I'll keep your colours, and you'll still be a partner in the shop and the pot business. By the time you get out of the army, you should have enough for a new Harley."
"Yeah, that's if I come back alive."
"Well, I'll tell you what, mate. Now let's take it out on this Bruce cunt, who owes the Rat. He won't suspect a thing. The Rat says he sells his pot from his house, and people come and go all the time."
"What if he won't cough up the money? How far will we go with him?"
"This is the plan, mate. As soon as we get in, you just hit the cunt with the baseball bat. As soon as he goes down, I'm going to stick this in his mouth." Winnie pulled a handgun from his jacket.
"Where did you get that from, Prez?"
"It's the old man's. He kept it from the war, but I can't find ammo for it anywhere. He'll pay up all right, plus whatever else he has on him."
"Good, mate. I'm just in the mood for it, too."
Kev had a dark look on. They drove for about 20 minutes until Winnie pulled up outside a dingy house with an overgrown garden out front. They walked up the path and knocked on the front door. A big surfie appeared behind the screen door.
"Hello? What can I do for you?"
"Are you Bruce?"
"Yeah?"
"The Rat told me we could score some pot from you."
"The Rat?
"Okay." He opened the screen door.
"Sure, fellas. Come in. How much do you want?"
The boys followed him down the hallway, and he never knew what hit him. Kev whacked him a few times until he hit the floor, and his legs rattled the lino.
"Fuck! What's going on, man?"
He groaned just before Winnie stuck the gun into his bleeding mouth. His eyes opened wide, and his face turned deathly pale.
"Now, cunt,
just listen," said Winnie, in a menacingly quiet voice. "You owe our mate Rat, and we're here to collect. If you understand, just nod." Bruce's eyes flitted back and forth between Winnie and Kev, and he nodded very slowly. "If you make a single noise, someone will find you with your brains all over the floor. Do you understand?" He nodded again. This was fair income, and he wasn't about to play the hero. Winnie pulled the gun out of Bruce's mouth and wiped the bloodied barrel over his face. "Now, where's the money?"
"In me bedroom."
"Right. Let's go get it. They followed Bruce into the bedroom, and he headed towards his wardrobe. Hold on. Just tell us where it is.
In the top drawer.
Check it out, Kev. Kev pushed Bruce out of the way and searched the drawer until he found the wad of notes.
You can't take it all,
Bruce moaned.
There's $8 there. I only owe him 6.
Shut your mouth, cunt. The rest is interest. Just cop it sweet, and don't be such a cunt in your business dealings in the future. If you go squealing to the pigs, you can expect more. You understand?
Don't worry. I won't.
Kev pocketed the money, and he and Winnie walked out into the street, got into the car, and drove off. Neither of them spoke until they got onto Pittwater Road and were headed home. When they pulled up at the first set of lights, they looked at each other and started laughing. It was the first time they had ever done a job like that. It was almost too easy. They could hardly believe it.
Would you have shot him, Prez?
Asked Kev. Winnie didn't answer. He just smiled at Kev. Well, mate, it looks like we got ourselves a bonus tonight. We'll pay Rat his $6,000 and keep the extra 2 for us. We'll see how much Rat reckons it's worth to get his 6 back. They were well pleased with themselves. Kev thought for a while, and then asked,
You want to come up the cross and see Robin and Sandy with me?
Nah. I'll drop you off, though. You're really sweet on Sandy, aren't you? Kev grinned. What do you think of her? You're not getting married too, are you? Get fucked. Mate, she's just a fuck, Kev said, a little too defensively. Winnie thought he'd seen this all before with Brian, but he loved his mate, and he wasn't going to get into it. At the top of William Street, at King's Cross, the traffic slowed. The cross streets were filled with punters looking for a good time. Here, mate, I'll let you out here. I don't feel real good hanging around up here with all this money and a gun on me. I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, mate.
That was a good night, Winnie.
Kev got out and disappeared into the thronging crowds, and Winnie headed home. At or under the speed limit the whole way, and with an eye on his rear-view mirror. The shop formed the central part of the boys' lives, and Brian and Ocker were hard at work when Winnie arrived the next morning. What did you do with Kevy last night, Prez? He's usually here by now. Brian believed in regular hours. Well, fellas, he got some bad news yesterday. He's been called up for the army. I don't think he's too happy about it, so he went up the cross to see Sandy last night. Fuck me, said Ocker. What will we do for a mechanic now? I don't know, mate. We'll have to talk with Kev about it. They got on with their work until they heard the sound of a motorcycle coming down the lane. Kev roared into the back of the shop, parked his bike and turned off the engine. He just sat on the bike, on its stand, and stared into space. We were just talking about you, mate, said Winnie. I told the boys about what's happened with the army. Brian and Ocker looked sadly at Kev. Fuck, Kev, said Ocker. We're sorry to hear about your call-up. What can you do?
Fuck all.
Well, we were just saying, what are we going to do about a mechanic? Kev snapped.
Is that all I am to you blokes?
Just joking, Kev, Ocker said quietly, but he'd said the wrong thing, and he knew it. Kev's mood was pretty dark, and there was no point on pissing him off any more. But Winnie knew they needed a mechanic, and that there wasn't time to stuff around. Is there anybody you know who could do the job?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it too. I reckon we should ask Spike from the Commandos. There's nobody else in our club who could do it.
Well, it won't hurt to ask him. Rastus and Spike are coming over to pick up their pot today. Do we all agree we should ask him? Brian and Ocker nodded in agreement. Spike was an ideal replacement, and they liked and trusted him. Hey, Prez, weren't you going to tell us about your trip out to Windsor yesterday, to look for a farm? Brian wanted to know. That's right, I was too, Winnie said with a grin. Now we're in the pot business as suppliers and middlemen. We make a nice earn. Imagine if we grew it ourselves. How much more could we make?
We're not farmers, Prez,
Ocker moaned. No, but I read up on it, and it's not that hard. All we need is seeds, water, fertiliser, and sunshine. The rat knows a fair bit about it, and he's due here today. You can see how much money we're going to hand over to him. Think about the profit we could make. Let's wait until he gets here and let him tell us, all at the same time, all right? There was no point in arguing with the Prez. He gave every idea a thorough airing, and they would have a chance to voice concerns later, but not then. The rat pulled up a half-hour later in his yellow Zephyr with the surfboard on top. He bounced into the workshop.
Fucking hell, Winnie! You done it! You beauty! I'll dance at your wedding!
He grabbed Winnie in a bear hug and laughed.
Thanks, mate!
Did what? Brian looked puzzled.
You done it!
Rat said again.
Bruce!
Did Bruce call you? What did he have to say? Winnie could hardly wait to hear the story from the other side.
You must have put the wind up him. The big cunt was all apologetic, telling me how he intended to pay me and that there was no need to get those mad bikey cunts onto him.
You reckon he'll go to the cops?
Kev asked.
Nah, the queer cunt really had shit dribbling out of his mouth about how sorry he was.
Good, was all Winnie said. And here's your $6,000, Rat.
Thanks, Winnie. I'll keep 4, and here are 2 for you and Kev. Does that seem fair enough? Bruce reckons you got 10 grand off him.
He's a lying cunt. There was 8. That's a bonus 4 for you and 4 for us. Done deal. Happy?
Fucking oath, mate.
The rat beamed. So, Rat, have you got our pounds?
Too right, Winnie.
OK. Brian, you pay the rat and Ocker. Could you take the pot to our stash hole? Now, Rat, there's something you can do for us. Remember we talked about growing pot? Well, I've organised a hothouse on a market garden farm. Can you come out with me to Windsor and show us how we can grow our own?
Sure thing, Winnie. When do you want to go?
No time like the present, is there?
OK. We'll go in the Zephyr.
Winnie turned to Brian, who looked a little confused. I'll be back around 2 this arvo, when Rastus and Spike come. Get them to wait. We need to talk.
Sure thing, Prez.
With that, Winnie and the rat walked out and jumped in the Zephyr. Ocker and Brian turned to Kev.
What did you and Winnie get up to last night?
Mate.
A grin came over Kev's face while he related the story. The boy's eyes stood out like chapel hat pegs as they listened. Fuck. This drug business is getting real fair dinkum. Brian was a bit shocked.
It's the only way to deal with anyone who wants to rip us off. We just can't allow it to happen. The rat may not be in our club, but he's on our side as far as the business goes, and we have to look after our business.
Too true,
Ocker said, with a smile.
I always knew Winnie was hard.
You ain't seen nothing yet, said Brian. I've known him a long time. I've yet to see anyone get the better of him.
That's why he's the Prez,
Kev replied. Later that afternoon, Rastus and Spike turned up in a battered ute. They looked exactly the same as the first time the boys met them, except they weren't wearing their commando's colours. The smell of cigar smoke preceded them into the shop. Don't you ever wash? Brian asked when they shook hands.
Once a month, whether we need it or not,
said Rastus, his laugh like breaking glass.
Where's your Prez?
Kev told them Winnie would be back around 2, and then he spoke quietly to Spike and Rastus.
While you're waiting, Spike, I have a proposition for you. You wouldn't read about it, but I've been called up for the army. It's only until I get out, about a year, I think. It's just an idea, but how would you like to work with us as the chief mechanic? What do you reckon?
Spike looked at Rastus before answering.
Okay by me, mate. If I can help out. I'd earn a quid, eh?
Too right, mate. We're doing all right. In fact, we're doing great.
All right, Kev. There's nothing I like better than working on bikes. Let's talk about it when Winnie gets here, okay?
Chapter 5.
Here's the Prez,
said Brian, when he looked out the window and saw Rat dropping Winnie off. Rastus asked Winnie if he'd been surfing.
Yeah, sure I have,
Winnie answered, smiling as they shook hands.
How you going, Rastus?
Good, Winnie. How about you?
No complaints, mate. You after £10?
Yeah. Can we get them today?
Hey, Ocker, will you bring back £10 for our mates here?
Sure thing, Prez.
Come with me, Rastus.
They joined Kev and Spike poring over a bike.
Has Kev spoken to you about working for us?
Yeah, Winnie. I'll be glad to help you out.
Good on you, mate. There's only one rule. What goes on in this shop stays in the shop.
Fair enough, Winnie.
Oh, and one other thing. There's a decent earn in it for you, Spike. We're busier by the day. Does that sit well with you both?
Yeah, Winnie. Rastus can keep our little earn going, and I can work with you blokes. Beauty.
Ocker handed over the pounds, and Rastus stashed it in his ute.
Hey, Rastus, there's a rock festival on this weekend at Freeman's Reach.
We'll find it. Come on, Spike. We have to go. People are waiting.
Okay,
said Spike.
Let me know when you want me to start, Winnie.
When the commandos had left, the 4 boys gathered around the table.
Now, I suppose you're wondering about the farm, said Winnie. I just took Rat out to have a look, and he reckons we could get 2 crops a year off it. We're going to grow it in some hothouses. We need a couple of blokes to work it for us. The Rat reckons we should be able to get £400 a crop. Buck, Prez, we're going big time now.
Brian was amazed.
Yeah, and it'll be all profit, instead of having to buy from the Rat.
Kev wanted to know who Winnie had in mind to grow it.
I've thought about that. What do you reckon we get Nestor and another member to live in a caravan on site? We don't want too many people to know or be involved.
I don't know about Nestor, Prez,
Ocker said. No, it'll be good for him. We can keep an eye on him, plus get him out of the way for a while. It'll give him an earn. That's what being in the club is all about. He might be lazy, but he's staunch as far as the club goes. Do we all agree?
No one hesitated. They liked Nestor, even if he nicked poor people's television sets, and besides, he owed the club money.
Yes, Prez. Okay, Brian. We're going to need money from our bank to set it up. It already owes me $500. We'll need to find a decent old caravan for them to live in and get hold of a shotgun in case of snoopers. You can have mine. It's an old single shot, Kev said. I won't need it where I'm going. Okay, Kev, they'll probably give you a machine gun. Also, I want you both to know I told Kev he's still in our business while he's away. All right? Brian, we can put it to Nestor before the club meeting tomorrow night. Is that all, Prez? Brian said. I have to take Gina to the doctor. Okay, Brian. Hey, here's Swanee. He said he was coming,
He wants some pounds. Plus he wants you to do some painting for him, Ocker. Winnie jumped up and went out to greet Swanee.
Hey, good to see you, Swanee. Come in and say hello.
Where can I put these, Winnie? Swanee held a mudguard in each hand and had a petrol tank stuck under each arm. Here, let me take some of that off you. Follow me, mate. Winnie led him out the back towards Ocker's spray booth and put the guards and tank on Ocker's bench.
Hey, got some work for me, eh?
Well, I've heard you do a good job.
Are you trying to piss in my pocket, mate?
Ocker made Swanee laugh. Yeah, sure he is, Kev said. How you going, Swanee? Not bad, mate. Winnie told me you were building an old panhead. What colour do you want? Black, mate. Black as black. I can't wait to take it for a ride.
You should come with us to Freeman's Reach next weekend. It's Kevy's last weekend of freedom.
What? Are you going to jail? No, mate. Into the army. Fucking conscription. Yeah, a few of me mates are going too. It's fucked, isn't it? You're telling me nothing, Swanee. Hey, Swanee, you still interested in some pounds? Sure am, Winnie. I want to check it out first. They won't buy shit over my way. Pot's pot, mate. No, mate, it's not. They don't like any seed in it. We haven't had any complaints about it yet, but that's cool, mate. Hey, Ocker, have you got any pot on you? Swanee wants to check it out.
Here you are, Prez.
Ocker handed Winnie a bag. There you go, Swanee. Swanee opened it, had a sniff, and felt for seed in the buds. Yeah, that'll do nicely, Winnie. I'll take 3. How much do I owe you? $960 cash, Swanee. Swanee handed it over. See you next week, Winnie. Nice doing business with you, Swanee. When Swanee had left, Winnie turned to Kev. How'd you go up the cross last night? Did you see the girls? Yeah, mate. I waited until they finished work and went home with them. Robin is real keen on you. They're both going to the festival. Just thought I'd let you know. She's just a fuck to me, mate. I don't want anyone in my life, said Winnie dismissively. Well, Sandy's the best girl I've ever met, Winnie. She does everything for me. You're not going to get married too, are you, mate? No, not yet. I'll see what happens when I get back from the army. Kev, I want you to come with me and talk with Twister before the meeting tomorrow night up at the Granville pub. Sure, mate. They rode up and saw a line of bikes outside. Nearly all of Twister's tigers must have been inside. One of their nominees outside scurried inside to inform Twister of their arrival. Big Kev pushed open the door of the pub, and it banged loudly. Heads turned in his direction. Kev strode over to the bar and ordered beers. Kero Ken came over and shook their hands. Where's the Twister, Kero? Out the back. Follow me. The boys followed Kero, and as they did, they heard voices saying, That's the president of the miners. When they walked past the pool table, Kev bumped the table and balls flew everywhere. One of the tigers was about to say something when Kero Ken turned and told him to shut up. Twister sat at a table with a couple of Sheilas who looked distinctly underage. As Kev and Winnie approached him, he told the girls to leave them and go into the bar. When they passed Winnie, they gave him the come-fuck-me look. Winnie smiled back. Twister stood up to shake hands.
How you going, Winnie? Kev?
Not bad, Twister. How you going, all right? So, to what do I owe this pleasure, Winnie? Twister took a long look at the miners' patches. They were fresh and clean and really stood out.
The miners? You two would have looked good in Tigers' colours. Each to their own, eh?
One of the Tiger nominees put their beers down on the table.
You lot are getting real friendly with those commandos up from Melbourne. Do you have an alliance with them?
No, Twister. We have no alliances with anyone, and it'll stay that way. Our problems are our own, and their problems are theirs. It doesn't help when you spread stories, though.
Just a joke, Winnie. I knew you'd find out that they'd never stole bikes off us.
No. It was you who stole a bike from your own member, said Kev.
He was a queer cunt, Kev. As soon as we got his bike, we threw him out of the Tigers.
Anyway, let's forget that, said Winnie. There's more serious business to discuss. He took a long pull on his beer, then leaned in closer to Twister. It's in everyone's interests to keep the number of bike clubs down to a few who can run their own areas. Otherwise, we'll be warring all the time, and that will only bring the heat down on us, and that's not good for business.
Is that what you came over for? To tell us what to do?
No, not at all, Twister. But that's what happened in Melbourne, and I know that you're a businessman. If you want that kind of situation, the only cunts to win will be the pigs.
It makes sense, Twister,
Kero Ken said.
How do we know where each club's area is?
Well, first in, best dressed. Wherever we have people selling for us, you just don't go and try and muscle in, like you done down the Hurstville pub.
What? Is that Swanee cunt working for you? Well, he and his mates gave it to a couple of my boys last week.
That's exactly what I mean, Twister. We've supplied him for a while, and if there's any more bother with Swanee, you'll have to deal with us. Winnie put his half-finished beer down, as if there was going to be trouble. His unwavering eyes glowed black. Twister puffed up like a cockatoo. Before he spoke again, he paused just long enough to show Winnie he understood the implied threat.
I've got twice as many members as you, Winnie.
You, of all people, should know I don't give a fuck about that, Twister.
Just joking, Winnie.
Twister laughed, and the moment passed.
All right. That's that. I hear. We'll develop our own areas, and we'll keep off each other's turf, all right?
Twister winked at Kero to organise more beers. Winnie put up his hand and winked at Kero as if to say, "Don't bother, we're leaving." Kero nodded. Twister wanted to know how the shop was going. "Pretty good, Twister. We're getting into Harleys now."
"I heard that. Good luck with them."
Business was over as far as Winnie was concerned. He'd come to deliver a message, and Twister seemed to get it. There was no point in sitting there any longer. "Come on, Kev. Let's go."
"Hey, Winnie, are the miners going out to Freeman's Reach next weekend?"
"Yeah." As Winnie walked back through the Tigers, the bar grew unusually quiet, and the Tigers' members showed them respect by making way. Riding into the clubhouse, Kev chucked a wheel stand on his bike, and the miners cheered and shouted. They all knew about Kev's looming service in the army. Nestor walked over to shake Kev's hand.
"You'll win the war all by yourself."
"Would you like to swap places with me?"
"Nah, Kev. I have a bad heart. I wouldn't pass the medical."
"That's because you haven't got a heart, Nestor."
Nestor tried to look cool, but Kev's words cut to the quick.
"Don't worry. The Prez has a job for you. Just don't fuck it up."
"What's that?"
"He'll tell you."
Kev headed to the bar. Brian sidled up to Nestor, grabbed him by the elbow, and walked him outside. "Come on, cunt. Me and the Prez want to have a word with you." "What's up, Brian?" Nestor wasn't a guy you could put the frighteners on easily, but he was suddenly scared. Brian led him out to Winnie at the back of the clubhouse. "Come over here, Nestor, and sit down." "What's up, Prez? Have I done something wrong?" Nestor sounded nervous.
"You're a silly cunt, Nestor. Not only are you lazy, but you're dumb."
Nestor started to twiddle his fingers. "We had a visit from the coppers at our shop the other day. Apparently, somebody's been breaking into houses and thieving television sets from Housing Commission homes, and we reckon it's you. Tell us the score without any bullshit, all right?
Well, Winnie, you told me to earn £1, and that's how I did it. At least I can pay my club fees now and get my bike fixed.
Yeah, but we never expected you to rob our people, Brian snarled. Nestor's head dropped further. He feared he was going to get bashed and thrown out of the club.
All I want is to be a good member of the miners.
He didn't blubber, but he could feel it coming. Well, Nestor, we're going to give you one big chance to prove it. One.
I'll do anything, Prez.
Okay. This is what we have for you. We want you to become a farmer for us.
But I never farmed anything in my life.
Just shut up and listen, you silly cunt.
Okay.
Nestor looked very uncomfortable, but he listened closer than he'd ever listened to anyone before or since. This will be easy. We'll show you everything. All you have to do is what the rat shows you, nothing more. You got it? Nestor gulped and wondered what he was supposed to know about farming. Farming what? We want you to grow our pot for us. You'll be housed, and we'll look after you. And if you're smart, you won't say a word to anybody about this. The picture became clearer by the second. If people ask what you're up to, tell them some bullshit. You're also going to have to find a partner. Is there anyone you know?
Yeah, Winnie. The new nominee, Nick,
said Nestor, looking more relaxed by the second. How long have you known him?
All his life. He's my nephew.
Good. I'll take you out next week. The rat is going to teach you how to grow it. Then it'll be up to you to look after it. You'll live in a caravan at the farm. Security's important, but if you keep your mouth shut about what you're growing, there should be no problems. To make it easier on you, I won't even tell you where it is until you get there. Nestor stood up and his head swam. He wanted to cry from relief. Meeting time! Big Kev's voice boomed out. The members grabbed drinks and filed into the meeting room. Big Kev called the meeting to order. Brian gave his treasurer's report, informing the members how much they had in funds, and called for a few delinquents to pay outstanding fees. For the first time in months, Nestor wasn't among them. The members cheered when Brian told them that Nestor was up to date. Next! Kev shouted over the hubbub. Brian read the minutes from the previous meeting. Then he said, "The Prez had a meeting with the Tigers, and he wants to give you his report." "We met Twister and Kero Ken," said Winnie. "They reckon they were only mucking around about the commandos nicking their bikes. I think he felt threatened by the commandos and thought he could cause trouble between us. That's Twister for you. We also told them that we want no blues over territory. If we sell our drugs in one area, they won't move into that area, and we won't move into their areas. Does anyone have any questions?" No one said a word. "There'll be no warnings. The first time anyone does it, we hit them hard. All right?" "All right!" The miners shouted in unison. A few blokes yelled, "Good on you, Winnie! Beauty!" Next order of business. You all know Big Kev's going into the army, and we're going to need a sergeant-at-arms. It'll be up to him to pick out who he wants, okay, Kev? "Sure, Prez." Okay. Next weekend, we're riding up to the festival at Freeman's Reach. I want everyone to go. We'll leave the clubhouse at 10 on Saturday morning. Brian, I want a couple of the nominees to organise a tent, and we'll take our own piss in the club ute. We should take a few baseball bats in case there's trouble. A lot of you don't know Swanee from Hurstville. Well, he and his boys are coming, so make them welcome. If things go right with them, we might think about starting up a new chapter of the miners on the south side. But we have to see how they fit in. Is there anything else we have to discuss?
No, that's everything, Brian said.
Okay, meeting's over. Let's have a beer. A cheer arose from the miners as they got up and walked into the bar. Chapter 6. Monday morning, the shop was abuzz. Spike came early to watch Kev work, his last week as head mechanic, and find out where everything was. The Rat arrived early as well, to take Winnie and Nestor up to the farm. They drove for 40 minutes, and when they arrived, Winnie handed Nestor the key to unlock the gate, let the car through, and then relock it behind them. The Rat parked, and Nestor helped him unload all the gear Rat had brought with him. They all pitched in with the digging and so on. Once the trays were all filled with soil and laid out on the ground, the Rat produced a bag of seeds from his pocket. He pushed the seeds into the soil in rows and patted them down gently. Nestor walked next to him and watched carefully. He'd been told to learn quickly, and he was doing his best.
It's important you don't let them dry out. They'll take about 3 to 4 days to germinate, and then they'll start to pop up all over the place. Once that starts, you have to water them in, and that's about all there is to it. Now, let's go over to the hothouses. This is the hard part. You have to dig 2 rows. The Rat grabbed the mattock and started to rake long parallel rows in the soil. He made sure Nestor watched closely. Spread the fertiliser down each row and water it in. When the seedlings are about 6 inches high, that's the time to transplant them into the ground. It isn't hard, but you have to be gentle with them. I'll come back out in a few weeks to see how you're going.
Okay, Nestor, you know what to do?
Winnie was pretty sure Nestor was up to the task. Sure, Prez.
Well, get into it. I'm going to get you a caravan to live in. Have you told Nick yet?
Yeah, Prez, but I didn't know I had to stay here. What about supplies and a TV?
Jeez, you have to have TV, don't you? Don't worry, we'll set you up. You'll be comfortable. So get on with it, and I'll come back later today with supplies. I'll bring you smokes. Anything else you want?
A couple of Sheilas might be the go. They all laughed. Nestor shook hands with the Prez and the Rat. See you later, Prez.
Yeah, mate. See ya. Don't worry. It'll be worth it, Nestor. Give me the key to the gate.
Come on, Rat, let's go. When he came back later in the afternoon with a caravan loaded with groceries and a television set and some cartons of smokes and grog, he reversed the caravan inside the packing shed.
This'll keep you out of the weather. How you going, Nestor?
I've got 3 of the hothouses ready. We'll be able to finish the rest tomorrow.
You realise why you have to stay here, don't you?
Yeah, to keep the seedlings moist.
Not only that, mate. We have to keep out snoopers and make sure there are no rip-offs. If this goes all right, there's going to be a good earn in it for everyone. Come on, let's bugger off and you can come back with Nick tomorrow. Just explain to him the need to keep his mouth shut. Oh, and tell him to bring plenty of clothes. That goes for you too.
Sure, Prez.
Good, Nestor. I'll drop off food and beer every week.
You're the boss, Prez. Early on Saturday morning, the miners arrived on their bikes at the clubhouse, and Swanee and his boys turned up in one big pack. Swanee had finished his rebuilt Harley, and it stood out among the British bikes. Kev came over to admire Swanee's panhead.
Looks really good, Swanee.
Ocker said, I like the paintwork.
Yeah, great job, Ocker.
Ocker liked hearing that, and it was a very nice paint job. Brian called out, Everyone in the clubhouse. Winnie gave a short speech. Now listen, if any of you don't know Swanee and his boys, Introduce yourselves. If there's any trouble with the Tigers at the show, Swanee's boys are with us. There's bound to be undercover coppers there, so no selling any drugs. Okay? That's all. We leave in 15 minutes, so make sure you all have full fuel tanks. We're not stopping. Big Kev and Winnie had a quiet word.
I picked Smouch to replace me as the new Sergeant-at-Arms.
Is he hard enough, Kev?
For sure, Prez. He's smart too.
Does he realise it's only till you get back?
Yeah, mate.
Okay. We'll make the announcement at the show. Bring him over for a chat. Smouch saw Kev nod, and he walked over, as proud as Punch. Congratulations, Smouch. Kevy's spoken highly of you. Just remember, you have big shoes to fill.
Thanks, Prez.
Smouch was half excited and half nervous. Did he have it in him? Winnie wondered. Kev thought so, and that was good enough for the Prez. We'll tell the boys out at the show. All right? Smouch, your first job is to let the boys know we're leaving in 5 minutes. Smouch turned on his heel, walked outside, and in a booming voice announced,
Mount up!
Winnie winked at Kev. At least he's loud enough. The sound of 50 bikes starting never failed to set the adrenaline pumping. The roaring engines made Winnie glad to be alive.
Fuck, it's good to be on a run again.
It's been too long, he thought, as they headed northwest towards Freeman's Reach on the Hawkesbury River. The traffic slowed and gave way to the pack led by Winnie and Brian. They rode at the speed limit to keep the pack together and joined what seemed like half of Sydney heading to the show. At one point, Winnie pulled the pack over, and the nominee collected everyone's entrance fee to save them all stopping at the gate. At the festival entrance, the nominee handed the security guard a wad of cash.
You'll find it's all here, mate.
The guard quickly counted the bundle of 5s and 10s.
Where's a good spot to set up camp?
He directed them to a shaded area under the gums by the creek, where they had a good view of the stage. The nominee stayed until the pack rode through. Like the nominee said, all the money was there. The boys rode single file through the sight, past lines of waving girls whose blokes stood back and avoided eye contact and whispered to one another as they watched the miners and Swanee's mob pull up on the banks of the creek under an old river gum. Winnie made a simple announcement. Okay. You know Kevy's going into the army, so we need a new sergeant, and it's his choice. Big Kev stood and took off his sergeant's badge.
Thanks for all your support, boys. I've chosen a new Sergeant-at-Arms, and I want you to give him the same loyalty and support as you've given me. I want you to welcome Smouch.
The boys cheered and lined up to thank Kev first and wish him well, and then they congratulated Smouch with slaps on the back and handshaking. Kev was a mass of mixed emotions, but he had one more announcement.
Now, it's time to party.
The boys cheered again. Winnie congratulated Smouch and gave him the drum. You're in charge of security now. If there are any problems with the cops or security, don't wait. Come and get me, right?
Rightio, Prez.
Come on, Kevy. Let's go for a walk around. They strolled around the festival under the blazing summer sun. Most of the punters kept to the shade, and the beer tents did a roaring trade. The security guard and his mate on the gate came over.
Looks like you're going to be busy tonight,
Kev reckoned. Oh, we can handle them, the taller of the two said. It's your lot we worry about. You won't have any trouble with us, Winnie assured them. He extended his hand and shook theirs firmly, looking them straight in the eye. I'm Winnie. What are your names?
Slim?
Mick.
Well, Slim, what are you worried about? There's another club over the other side, the Tigers, and they've been getting on the piss since this morning. I see. Well, they're your problem.
Don't confuse us with them. They're undisciplined cunts."
Slim smiled.
"Fair enough, Winnie. Have a good party, boys."
"Ta, mate. You too." They continued their walk through the crowd, and after a minute or two, had got the lay of the land. In the heat, the best idea seemed to be to go back and have a few beers and watch the topless Sheilas cooling off in the creek. Winnie and Kev cracked a beer each and relaxed on their sleeping bags. Swanee came over for a sit-down with Winnie.
"My boys are keen to join the Mainers."
"I'll tell you what, Swanee. I'll put it to the members next week. There shouldn't be a problem. It'll be good to have you with us, but since it's a fair distance for you to come every week, maybe we should have a miners' chapter over your way, and you should be their president. What do you reckon?" Swanee gave the idea some thought, and then broke out in a big grin. He was thrilled. It was plain on his face.
"That's a great idea, Winnie."
Swanee shook hands, and then he hugged Winnie.
"I won't let you down, Prez."
Winnie gave him a hug back, and said quietly, so quietly even Kev, standing a few feet away, couldn't hear, "I wouldn't, if I were you."
"I'll drink to that."
Kev raised his beer and took a long swig.
"Fuck, I'm going to miss you blokes."
"Don't worry, Kev. It'll go quick enough. Just don't get yourself shot in Vietnam." Kev and Winnie were getting stuck into the grog under the trees when Sandy and Robin in high heels, tight jeans and skimpy tops walked towards them smiling. Heads turned, following every delicate footstep. Kev stood and grabbed Sandy.
"I've been waiting for you,"
he growled, and pulled her towards him, with a big hand on each cheek of her ass. He whispered in her ear, and she giggled and pulled away. Robin sat down next to Winnie. "How are you going, Prez? Good day for a party, eh?" Winnie might have been happy to see Robin, but he showed little emotion. He wasn't sure he wanted the girls around. "Yeah, looks like it." The sound from the stage cranked up just as Robin sat down. "Have you missed me, Prez?" "No. Should I have?" He was as non-committal as he could be. She rubbed his thigh. Swanee got the hint and wandered away. Kev led Sandy by the hand towards a stage, where Steppenwolf belted out Born to be Wild. "They're playing our song, Prez," Robin whispered, and nibbled his ear, before giving him a lingering kiss. Despite his misgivings, Winnie couldn't help himself. He got a bit worked up, and his crotch bulged, and Robin reached down and stroked him.
"Oh, nice, Rob. Could you grab me another beer?"
"Jesus, you're a hard man, Winnie."
"I know. Got to be alert at all times."
Robin bounced back with the beer, and he pulled her on top of him. "I want you, Prez," she said, rubbing herself against him as Winnie pulled a sleeping bag over the both of them. "I've been waiting for this since we were last together." Winnie unbuckled his belt and opened his jeans, and she stroked him while he pulled her jeans off. She slid on top of him and kissed him deeply. Winnie entered her slowly, and Robin rocked back and forth and began to moan. "Fuck me, Prez. Don't stop." He was in no hurry. He just enjoyed her and lost himself in her. And the world could have ended right there and then, and each of them would have heard and felt nothing but the other. Robin started to quicken her rocking pace, and suddenly she growled and bucked and twisted and arched her back, and just as suddenly she lay still for a moment before collapsing, utterly exhausted, on top of him. When Winnie finally opened his eyes, he saw a couple of nominees standing in the darkness, looking in his direction. Winnie waved them away, then swigged from his beer.
That was nice."
"It was for me too."
"No, I meant the beer."
"Fuck, you're a cold cunt, Winnie." "It's just a fuck, Robin." "Not for me, Winnie. I love you." Christ, he'd heard that little song once too often, he thought, and wondered what it was with chicks and bikies.
"Come on, let's go for a walk."
Winnie stood and zipped up while Robin adjusted her clothes and brushed her hair.
You want to grab something to eat, and we can check out the bands?"
She nodded. He didn't see she was crying in the dark. Walking up towards the crowd, Winnie spotted miners chatting up chicks. As he drew closer, he recognised Smouch and Brian.
"How's it going, boys? This crowd is really rocking."
The air was full of the unmistakable smell of pot.
"There should be more of these, Prez. They must be making a fortune, but they're not very security conscious. They just take the money from the beer tents and the gate over to that caravan, and they're probably sitting in there and counting it. Any trouble?" "Not yet, but most of the tigers are tripping, and anything is liable to happen. Just keep an eye on it. We don't want any strife."
Winnie saw a pack of bikes he didn't recognise, and noticed the blokes wore patches he'd never seen before. A couple of them clutching beers headed in his direction. They got quite close before Winnie could make out the spider on their patch and the word Redbacks with Newcastle underneath. He'd never heard of them before. The taller of the two blokes stuck out his hand.
"How are you, mate?
Not a bad party, eh? My name's Sorrow. This is Fred.
Winnie's the name."
"Yeah. We heard you got a bike shop at Parramatta that sells used bikes. One of our members bought his bike from you. Reckons it was a good buy."
"Well, that's what I like to hear."
Winnie hoped it was a good bike and not a hot one.
"We're opening a new shop in Newcastle. Well, maybe we can do some business together."
"There's a good chance, Sorrow. Give us a call or come down for a ride. We're only an hour or two away on the new expressway."
"Geez,
you're dead set right. What a good ride that is, new road and all."
"Yeah.
Well, when you come down, you'll be welcome at our clubhouse. I'll catch you later. Have fun, boys." Winnie winked at them and led Robin off into the crowd.
"Geez, you bikies have funny names,"
Robin said. "What do you mean?"
"Well, his name is Sorrow. What sort of name is that?"
Winnie had an answer for everything.
"You have to be called something."
They were retracing their path, searching for Smouch and the miners, when he saw security guards running towards the stage area. He saw Smouch and headed over.
"What's the score, mate?"
"The fucking tigers are running amok. Some stone cunt ripped off a shiller's top, and when her boyfriend stood up to him, they bashed him.
Fuck, they're queer cunts. All they do is bring the heat down on all of us."
The sound of wailing sirens and the flash of blue lights meant the cops had been waiting for an excuse to enter the site.
"Smouch, put the word out for our blokes to go back to our site."
Kevy was already there with Sandy, and they couldn't keep their hands off each other. Winnie and Robin sat down on the grass and watched them.
"You two look as though you had a good time,"
Winnie said.
"Good enough,"
said Kev, who was a bit pissed and a lot happy.
"You've heard about what's going on up there?" "A little, Prez. What do you reckon?"
"Seems the tigers are all off their heads on acid trips.
Then the pigs came in. I wouldn't be surprised if they lump us all in together."
There was a sudden silence. Someone must have pulled the plug on the music. The quiet was eerie.
The shit's hit the fan.
Winnie stood up to get a better view and saw 3 patrol cars racing down the track and screeching to a halt. The cops jumped out.
"Looks like they mean business. Robin, you and Sandy had better clear off for a bit. I don't want you copping it."
"But Winnie,
just shut up and go." The girls grabbed hands and sprinted into the dark. The head uniformed copper walked over to Winnie.
"All right, get your boys lined up."
"We haven't done anything. We've been here all night."
"Do as you're fucking told."
"We can take them,"
one of Swanee's boys said, but Winnie had other ideas.
"No, we play it their way."
The cops searched the boys one by one. Winnie whispered to Smouch to tell any miners with drugs to toss them into the darkness. A couple of the boys were too pissed and a bit slow, and the cops found some pot and handcuffed them and threw them into the bull wagon. The senior cop stuck his face into Winnie's face. The smell of alcohol on his breath was rank.
We're bucking sick of scum like yous destroying everyone's fun. That's what I was just saying about you, pig. Smart cunt, eh?
He was raising his hand to smack Winnie when a voice rang out.
That'll do, constable. That will do.
Winnie never forgot a voice or a face. He knew who that disembodied voice belonged to, and thanked his lucky stars.
I know that face, Smouch whispered. It's Sergeant Burrows.
Burrows was dressed in a cheap suit. It looked like he was on his way to church. When he drew closer to Winnie, he turned to the uniform and told him to back off.
"I'll remember you," the beer-breathed uniform said in Winnie's face.
"Me too," said Winnie, in as low and menacing a voice as he could muster. He wanted to laugh at the cop, but he bit his tongue.
"Right. What have you been up to?"
Winnie pretended not to know who the plainclothes cop was, but he knew all right.
"Nothing. We were just enjoying ourselves when suddenly you turned up."
Burrows looked around at Winnie.
"I remember you. You're Peter Winifred. Don't you own Snow's bike shop in Parramatta?"
"Me and my mates do, yeah."
"All right."
Burrows leaned in.
"If you and your mates had nothing to do with the shit over there, just nod your head."
Winnie nodded.
"Okay. Keep your members down here and out of the way."
Burrows shouted to the uniforms to get back to the main stage, where the trouble was.
"Hey, what about my blokes you grabbed? They'll be charged and bailed and back by morning."
With that, the coppers got back in their cars and racked off. The boys cheered and called the cops cunts once they were out of earshot. Other members scrambled on their hands and knees in the dark, trying to find the drugs they threw away. Every now and then someone would cheer when a bag was found.
"Fuck, this has turned into a real shit fight,"
Brian said to no one in particular.
"Fucking oath,"
said Winnie.
"Who have they got locked up?"
"Ocker, Smithy, and one of Swanee's boys."
"Fuck, I thought Ocker was smarter than that."
"Yeah, he is, but apparently they never saw the cops till it was too late. They were having a session behind the club truck."
"Hey, Smouch, let the boys know that as soon as we get our members back from the pigs, we're leaving."
"Sure thing, Prez."
"Hey, Brian, let's go see what's happening." "Smouch, we're going for a wander. Make sure everyone stays here."
When they got close enough to see what was going on, everything looked normal and the band was heading back on stage. Slim, the security guard, came over. One of his eyes had started to darken and close, but he had a big smile on his mug.
"Fuck, I hate those tigers."
"Where have I heard that before?" Winnie laughed. "What was the problem?"
"Well, they're just funny at first. Then things started to get nasty as the trips kicked in. They started ripping off Sheila's clothes and bashing their boyfriends and intimidating everyone. Then they knifed some poor cunt. Wasn't pretty."
"How did you get that black eye?"
"Who knows? It was pretty wild. Then the coppers turned up with big batons and really gave it to the tigers and locked them all up. I'll tell you something for free. This'll be the last outdoor gig I do."
"Okay. Catch you later, Slim. Let's go, Brian." On the way back to the campsite, Winnie asked Brian, "How's Gina going with the baby, mate?"
"Well, she's over the sickness. Only a couple of months to go before it's due. She'd like you to come over for dinner, Winnie."
"Okay, Brian. You make the plans." As they approached the campsite, Big Kev walked over.
"Prez, do me a favour while I'm away. Drop around to my mum's place and give her some money every couple of weeks, please. Don't let Sandy in the clubhouse either. I don't want blokes I know hitting on her."
"Are you falling in love, Kev?"
"No, but I really like her."
"Okay, mate. When do you have to report, Kev?"
"Tuesday. This is the last you'll see of me for a while."
"Here comes Ocker, Prez." Sure as shit, he's strolling down the hill with the other blokes who got busted. Come here, silly cunt. Ocker had a smile on his face. What happened?
They took us to Windsor Police Station and charged us with possession. We've got to go to court in 2 weeks.
Good. I was worried they were going to mix you up with the Tigers.
Nah, they're fucked. They took them to Parramatta. Sergeant Burrows looked after us.
Wonder what he's up to.
Who knows?
Ocker said.
I don't much care. One thing I do know is they do nothing for nothing.
It's puzzling Winnie, Brian said. Maybe he's just a good copper. They all laughed at that. Okay, Brian. Get Smouch to get the boys together. We're going. Chapter 7. The next day at the shop, Spike walked into Winnie's office. G'day, Spike. Gevy's told you what's going on in the workshop?
Sure has, boss. This is my thing.
Well, I'll leave you to it. By the way, I thought you were going out to the rock festival.
Nah, fucking Winnie. You have no control over them. And by what I read in the newspapers, I'm glad we didn't. Why give your money to some other cunts when you're better off running your own show?
You reckon, Spike?
Yeah, like incorporating a custom bike show with it.
Not a bad idea, Spike. Ocker walked into the shop and laid a newspaper on the table. The front page headline said it all. Bikies ruined rock festival. Members of rival bikie gangs war with each other, rape women and knife innocent bystander. The story went on. Following a vicious weekend brawl at Freeman's Reach, members of the Miners and Tigers motorcycle gangs were arrested at the scene and charged with various offences ranging from public affray to possession of prohibited drugs. A police spokesman today stated that the organisers have now stipulated that motorcycle gangs be banned from attendance at any future concerts.
Fuck, they can bullshit, said Ocker.
Who cares, Winnie said. We'll run our own.
What do you mean, Prez?
I'll let you know, Ocker. As it turned out, for the next couple of months, the boys could hardly go for a ride without getting pulled over by the pigs and getting hassled and booked for very little or nothing. Brian and Gina had a baby girl, and they asked Winnie to be the godfather. As they pulled up at the church for the christening, most of the club was already there, and Winnie noticed Sandy at the top of the stairs. How you going, Sandy? I never thought you'd be here.
Gina invited me. I met her with Kevy a few times.
Have you heard from him?
I've had a couple of letters. He can't write too well, so he's enlisted a mate to write them for him.
Yeah, I know. Has he got much to say?
Very little, Prez, and Robin's gone back down the coast to where she comes from.
I didn't think the city suited her. Winnie was distracted. The priest ushered everyone inside, without a second glance, as if he had bikies in his church all the time. At the end of the christening, Winnie shook Brian's hand and gave Gina a kiss. He took a silver bracelet from his pocket, engraved with the name Kitty, and gave it to Gina. He told them, I'll take this godfather thing seriously. Brian was really happy. I know you will, mate. That's why we asked you. I've got a keg on at my place. Are you coming? We have to wet the baby's head. Winnie smiled. Is the Pope Italian? The aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. Ocker and Winnie drank beer standing beside the barbie, watching the snags sizzle.
They sure make a nice couple.
Sure they do, mate. Winnie's sarcasm was barely disguised.
What do you mean, Prez?
Nothing, mate, nothing.
Look at Sandy over there, a real Miss Prim and Proper today.
What do you mean by that, Ocker?
Well, she's supposed to be in love with Kevy, but the slut's going out every night of the week with the Yanks on R&R up the cross.
Fair dinkum.
Fucking oath. I've seen her sometimes with one on each arm.
Does she know you saw her?
Nah, too busy having a good time.
Well, let's keep it our little secret.
You're not to let on to Kevy.
But he should know.
Not from us. He doesn't. She can tell him if she wants, but not us. Okay?
Sure, Prez.
Rat turned up early the next morning. Winnie was raring to go. Come on, Ocker, let's go. Brian, Ocker and I are going to the farm. We'll see you tomorrow. The Rat headed towards Windsor in the traffic for a bit, then he turned to the boys and said,
Hey, I've got some good news and some bad news. What do you want first?
Don't play games with us, Rat. Give us the bad news first.
Well, the price of pot has gone up.
How come?
Well, with all the Yanks on R&R in town, they're willing to pay more. Also, there are more locals smoking, so the good news is your crop is doubling in price every month.
How much a pound now?
To you, Winnie, 900 a pound.
I suppose that's the good news.
Fucking oath it is, Winnie, Ocker said. Work it out. If we get a 400-pound crop, that's 350 grand minimum.
Fuck me, said Winnie. Let's get to the farm, pronto. Winnie's head swam. His little gardening venture was turning out trumps. Nick was waiting for them at the locked gate, key in hand. Where's Nestor, Nick? He's watering. Jump in. I want to see the crop. Rat pulled up near the packing shed, and Nestor emerged from one of the hothouses. He was wearing a torn singlet, a dirty pair of jeans and boots covered in mud, and had an old slouch hat perched on his head.
How are you going, Prez?
Good, Nestor. You even look like a farmer, he laughed. Come on, show us what you've been up to. They walked into the hothouse, and the size of the plants totally knocked them out.
Fuck, Nestor. You must have a green thumb.
The Rat whistled and bent down, pulled out a huge plant and chucked it on the ground.
What are you doing, Rat? Hey, Prez, what's he doing?
Fucking hold on, Nestor. Listen to the Rat.
See these little balls?
Rat started to explain as he pointed to the obtrusions.
This is a male plant, so when these little sacs open, the pollen blows over the females, and that fertilizes them, and they become full of seed. It renders the crop almost useless.
You have to check every plant every day. Are you listening, Nestor?
Sure, Prez. I'm keen to produce a bumper crop. It's like these are my babies.
Well, let's go and check the rest of your kids. By the time they'd finished, they'd had to pull out 10% of the crop.
You're still going to have a good crop, Winnie.
Thanks, Rat. Now, you and Nick go for a wander. We have some club business to talk about. Nestor opened the caravan door and motioned the boys inside.
What's happening with the club, Prez? I heard about the shit fight at the music festival on the radio.
Couple of Twisters Tigers went to jail over it, that's all. The coppers could hardly get anyone to testify. Smouch is the new sergeant-at-arms till Big Kev gets back, and Swanee from Hurstville started a miners' chapter over in the south side. Brian and his missus had a baby girl, Kitty.
Has anyone asked where I am?
Yeah, Ocker says.
We told them we had to shoot you.
Did you? And with that, everybody had a good laugh.
No, mate, said Ocker. I told them you're away on club business. There's no need for anyone to know.
Nestor, I'm really proud of what you've achieved, said Winnie. How's Nick handling it?
He's a bit worried about not being able to go to club meetings.
Tell him not to worry. He'll get his colours when we think he's ready.
Do you need anything out here, Nestor?
Asked Ocker. No, but I'd like to know how long before the harvest. Hey, Rat, Winnie called out the door. How long do you think before we can harvest?
In these hothouses, about 2 months. We'll need a team to trim the heads and then weigh it up. That's the best part.
Wouldn't selling it be the best part?
Well, yeah, it is, Winnie. You're going to have a good crop.
Winnie turned back to Nestor. Have you had any visitors?
No, Prez. Quiet as a mouse out here.
Good.
Come on, Ocker. Let's go. The next Friday night, Swanee and his Southside boys came over to share a drink and a joke, before sitting down to discuss their various business ventures. Many members from the chapters had interests in common. Some were into rebirthing bikes and cars, and others were big on selling pot and acid. One common thread among most of the members was running their own legitimate businesses. A few just got by doing whatever they had to, but what they shared first and foremost was not bludging on the club. They took that seriously, and were 100% behind each other. Brian read the minutes from the previous meeting, and then called for any new business. Winnie spoke. What I have to say will only work if we have the full support of the club. Now, you blokes were out at the Rock Festival and saw how many people were there and the money they took. Winnie's dark, serious eyes scanned the room. What if we put on a rock and custom motorcycle show for American and British bikes? Murmurs filled the room and then quickly hushed as he continued. We provide trophies, sell the piss, pay the bands, and keep the gate. There'll be lots to organise, but it'll be our little do. So what do you think, boys? Most members were enthusiastic. Some blokes couldn't imagine what Winnie had in mind, but they swam in a school, and if the Prez thought it would work, it would work. Swanee wanted to know, are we going to let just anyone come? I thought about that. Do you mean Twister and his tigers, Swanee? Swanee nodded. I know what you mean, mate, Winnie said. They did nothing to us, so if we invite them and get them to act like Boy Scouts, imagine the amount of respect we'll get from everyone. The boys all nodded. They'd seen Twister and his mob go off the deep end. Maybe this was a way to settle things down a bit. But Winnie hadn't finished. I'm going to make certain that I visit Twister and invite the tigers. I'll wait until he's sitting there smiling and thanking me, and then I'm going to pull a gun on him, point it straight at his head. The boys look stunned, and say, if just one of your blokes gets pissed, I'm going to shoot the fucker, and I don't care who it is. It's that, or don't come at all. Then I'll put the gun away. You reckon that'll work? The boys were silent for a moment. They saw the look in Winnie's eyes, and knew he wasn't fucking around. The tigers had caused enough shit for everyone, including the miners. They were sick of it. It was unanimous. Fucking oath, Prez. Who's going to see him with you, Prez? You, Swanee. And Smouch? And Brian. What about the show? Who do we invite? I met a few of the Redbacks from Newcastle, and I wouldn't mind inviting them, Winnie said. We'll invite anyone and everyone. Hey, we could have wet t-shirt competitions. First we have to decide where to have it. Well, what about here? Brian said. Do you reckon it'll be big enough? Well, we've got a couple of acres here. If we can keep all the cars out, just allow show bikes and our bikes, there should be plenty of room. Well, that sounds good, Winnie said. Ocker, you can organise the bands. Do you want strippers? Yeah. Good. We'll have them in the clubhouse for after the show, Ocker. Most people will leave when we shut the outdoor bands down, and we'll host the bike show during the day. With the piss, I reckon we just sell cans of beer, bourbon and soft drinks. So we don't have to worry about cash. We'll have a booth selling tickets they can exchange for drinks. What about any drunks? We'll be responsible for the security. Now, if anyone does cause trouble, we don't want to bash them. Just lead them out to the main gate and piss them off. Understand? Winnie ensured they'd all got the message. We don't want any trouble inside. When are we going to have the show, Prez? Well, it'll take a bit to put together. Say just before Christmas, in 2 months. End of meeting. Let's have a drink. On the way out of the meeting, Winnie pulled Swanee aside. "Listen, mate, you're president of the Southside chapter. There's no need to call me Prez. You'll always be the Prez to me, Winnie. I'm just glad to be a Mainer. Come on, Swanee, I'll buy you a drink." Ocker was at the bar in full swing, telling bad jokes. Swanee whispered to Winnie, "You know, you can't trust that Twister cunt, mate." "Yeah, I know, mate. But he knows I'm as good as my word. I'll shoot the bastard if I have to. We can't have the heat on, all us bikies, because he can't control himself or his boys. When we're there, I don't want you to say anything, Swanee. Just sit there. Give him your best stare. You know what he's like. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody. Even his own tigers say he's only interested in money and making himself look good." After Winnie had met with Twister, he spoke briefly about their exchange. "Twister nearly shit himself when I pulled the gun on him, and it went exactly as I said. Only he reckoned that if any of his boys played up at the show, he'd shoot them himself. He couldn't be pressed into saying much more, and the boys knew if the Prez said little, then that was all there was to say. I don't think we'll have any more problems with the Tigers. How's your pot business going, Swanee?" "Like crazy, mate." "Sorry to tell you, mate," Winnie said, "but the price is going up." "I heard that. It won't stop them from buying it." "How high do you reckon it'll go?" "Who knows?" "How's your Harley, Swanee?" "Pretty good. I'm going to put it in the bake show. I don't think there's too many panheads entered. I reckon I'll be getting a Harley soon." "Should I buy a new one? Or build one? What's your take?" "I'd just buy a new one and customize it to suit yourself, Prez. Otherwise you'll end up taking ages to finish it like I did." "Yeah, that sounds the go." "I'm off now. I'll see you soon." "See you, Swanee." "Brian, get our stash tin out. It's time we paid ourselves. I'm buying a new Harley." "Sure thing, Winnie." Brian brought out the cash box, stuffed with bundles of notes. "How much have we got?" 32 grand. Fuck! Ocker couldn't believe it. It was enough to buy a house and a car. "How much will we take out, Prez?" "We'll take 7 each. Keep Kevy separate, and Ocker can take 500 to drop into Kev's mother. I'm off to buy a new shovel head. I've already picked it out, and I'm paying cash." "Good," Brian said. "Gina and I have been looking at a new house up on Snow's Mountain. I'm going over to see the estate agent, give him 5 as a deposit." "What are you going to do with yours, Ocker?" "Well, I've been thinking of opening a tattoo shop. One of Swanee's boys is a tattoo artist, and I'm setting it up." "Good on you, Ocker. Good thinking. How's Spike going in the workshop, Brian?" "Yeah, good. He told me he has something for you." Winnie walked out to see Spike, busy working. "I've got something for you." He handled a bundle to Winnie. "What are these, Spike?" "Oh, they're original Harley stamps. They're straight from the Harley factory in the States. I know a Yank mechanic in Melbourne, and he worked there. They're originals. He brought a couple of sets with him, and once you renumber the motors, they're like factory jobs." "Are you entering your Harley in our bike show, Spike?" "Too right. I'm already working on it now." The day Winnie went to pick up his new Harley, he was nearly drunk with anticipation. He'd been into the store and looked around a few times in the week before. He wanted to think about what he wanted, and he took his time. He finally decided on the cream shovel head. He'd seen it the first time he went in, and he never forgot how sweet it looked. He walked over to it and breathed in the intoxicating smell of his new motorcycle. The salesman was dressed in jeans and looked like a rider too. He left Winnie alone for a few minutes, and then he sauntered over. "Good looking, aren't they?" Winnie said he thought so and stuck his hand out. "Winnie, mate, I think I'll take this one." Don't suppose you'd mind if I paid in cash?" The salesman stuck out his hand. "In cash we trust." They both stood and admired the bike a bit longer, and then sat down to do the paperwork. Once that was done, Winnie took the opportunity to hang a few posters for the bike show at Burling and Simmons and everywhere else. "All we need is for the punters to turn up." When Winnie stopped at the traffic lights on Parramatta Road, he noticed admiring glances from motorists and pedestrians. There were few Harleys around, let alone new ones. He could hardly wait to show it off to the boys. At the clubhouse, he revved the motor, and the members flooded out and admired his new bike.
"On ya, Prez, it's a honey,"
said Ocker, and offered to buy Winnie a beer. When they approached the bar, Winnie saw Nesta's cousin Nick. "Hey, Nick, shouldn't you be out at the farm with Nestor?" "No, Prez. He told me it was okay to have a couple of days off, but to come and let you know my old man died. We buried him today. I'll go back to the farm tomorrow." "Geez, Nick, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's have a drink to him. What was his name?" "Bert." "Okay. Here's to Bert. May he rest in peace." "Thanks, Prez." Chapter 8. Show day was sunny, promising good business at the beer tent set up near an outdoor stage on the back of a semi-trailer. Another tent served as the registration area, where entrants could register their bikes for the show. Brian had organised trophies for all the different categories: Best Harley, Best British, Best Paint Job, Best Custom, and Best Rat Bike. Though Winnie wondered why anybody would want to win that. They opened the gates at 9, and at 10 people were streaming in. No one could believe it. Even Winnie was amazed. From down the road, he heard a dull roar. Rastus and his commandos. Rastus looked around at the gathering crowd.
"Geez, Winnie, this is a great turnout. You'll do all right today."
The boys, like excited schoolkids, walked around and checked out the bikes and winked at the girls. "Rastus, if you're going to be one of the judges, no favouritism, okay, mate?"
"Not at all, Winnie."
Rastus grinned and pulled his beanie down over his forehead.
"Geez, he can look like a real drongo, eh?"
Ocker laughed.
"What do you think of your new shovelhead, Winnie?"
"I love it, Rastus. The power, the ride. Couldn't be happier with it. There it is, pretty as a picture." The cream shovelhead cranked up on its stand at a jaunty angle, glowed in the bright sunlight, and the chrome sparkled.
"Oh, yeah, mate. It's nice, all right."
They walked around it, and Rastus pulled out one of his small cigars, lit up, and said thoughtfully, to no one in particular,
"Beautiful."
A member pointed to 2 girls standing by the gate. "A couple of Sheilas want to come in. Should I let them?" "How old are they?" "They look 18, but I bet they're only 16. "Let them in. They're welcome, but not in the clubhouse." The beer tents sold lots of grog, and then the band started playing. It turned out a nice afternoon, and the kids had fun with the free games and sausages. Ocker asked Winnie if he should get the bands to stop playing and announce the results of the bike competition and present the trophies. They were still talking about the presentation when the roar of approaching bikes announced the arriving tigers. Winnie and Swanee walked over to welcome them. Winnie pointed Twister to a parking area, and the tigers rode in. No doubt their actions at the rock festival were still fresh in everyone's mind. Once they'd parked and mingled with the crowd, the punters relaxed and the good vibe returned.
"Not a bad show you put on, Winnie. Bit of work, eh?"
Twister looked around at the crowd. "We're happy with it, Twister." The 2 young girls who'd come in earlier wandered straight over to Twister. They giggled and flirted with him. He put one under each arm.
"Hey, Winnie, you want some pussy?"
Winnie looked at them and smiled. "No, you keep 'em, Twister. I don't play and work at the same time." Ocker, the master of ceremonies, got up on stage to do the presentations.
Attention and welcome, friends. Good to see yous all, and we hope you're having a good time.
A loud cheer arose.
Welcome to the first Miners' Bike Show. We're now going to present the trophies for the different bike categories. First trophy is for Best Custom, and it goes to Swanee for his panhead.
The crowd cheered.
He put a lot of effort into getting it ready, and it shows. Congratulations, Swanee.
After Ocker presented the trophies for the different categories, he picked up the last one and held it high above his head, saying,
This is for the best paint job, and it goes to...
He paused for dramatic effect.
Me!
Everyone booed in response, but Ocker smiled and leaned into the microphone, saying with a laugh,
I was the only entry, so next year, if there are any painters out there, get your work in. Now, here's something for the ladies. I have $100 here for you. The crowd will judge the winner. Whoever gets the loudest cheer wins the money.
Ocker glanced around at the women and continued.
Come on, girls. Who wants to win $100?
About 10 girls of varying sizes and ages mounted the stage, and Ocker poured some water over the front of each one, exposing their titties. He stood behind them and announced each one's name, then pointed the microphone towards the audience to hear their cheers. He'd already decided on the winner, a tall blonde with huge tits. As it turned out, she was the popular choice according to the cheers. Ocker gave her a hug, slipped her the 100, and whispered in her ear. Then he ushered the girls off the stage. The band started playing, the dancing started up, and the party began again. When the sun set, the show wound down a bit, and Twister made a point of thanking Winnie for the day.
Good, clean fun, mate. Really had a good time. You put on a good one.
Winnie asked him about the 2 young girls. Are you going to leave them for us? Twister looked over his shoulder. The girls were waiting for him, with Kero Ken.
It wasn't that good, Winnie.
With that he grinned and headed to his bike. The tigers mounted up and waited for him. He climbed on, kicked his bike into life, and they roared off. Winnie and Swanee stood at the gate and watched them go.
Thank fuck, said Swanee. Now we can relax.
Brian came out of the back, counting the take.
Well, I'd say we cleared around $7,000. Fuck, that's not bad for a day's work.
Are you staying for the party tonight, Brian?
I'll stay a while. I want to get home to Gina and Kitty.
You love being the family man, eh?
Nothing wrong with that, is there, Prez?
No, not at all, mate. Say hello from me. When the crowd left, it was time for the miners' party. Ocker had a blonde in tow. He introduced her to Winnie.
Hey, Prez, Sharon here wants to meet you. Come and share a joint with us.
Yeah, I reckon that's just what I need, Ocker. It's been a long day, but a good one. Let's go. Ocker whispered in Winnie's ear.
She's a good party girl, mate.
Well, let's go right now, then. Ocker laughed. He took out the joint and gave it to Winnie, then pulled Sharon's top down to expose her tits and rubbed them as she lay back and moaned with pleasure.
You love that, don't you?
Yeah, I love it, she purred. I thought you came out for the joint, Ocker.
What, you don't want some of this, Prez?
What part can I have?
Any part you like,
Sharon replied. Winnie pulled out his cock. How about sucking this?
With pleasure.
Sharon began stroking and licking his cock urgently. Ocker passed the joint back to Winnie, then resumed rubbing Sharon's tits. You sure get good girls, Ocker, Winnie said after he came. Not a bad effort, Sharon. He zipped up his jeans. patted them both on the head, and said, "I'll leave you two lovebirds to it," and went back to the party. Winnie made a beeline for Swanee. "It was a good day, Prez. What was it like financially?"
Not too sure yet. Any profit we get, we share 60-40 with your chapter.
You don't have to do that, Prez.
Yeah, mate. We're all in this together. Your blokes helped.
Sorrow from the Redbacks rocked up. "I'm not interrupting, am I?"
No, not at all.
Swanee, do you know Sorrow from Newcastle?
No. How you going, mate?
Good show you put on today. And fuck, those tigers were bloody well behaved.
That was good to see.
Winnie was pleased. His little visit to Twister had paid off. Swanee spoke to Sorrow. "You've got a few Harleys in the Redbacks. Are there many more in Newcastle?"
"Quite a few, mate.
One of our boys has a shop. You'll have to drop in and see us."
"I might just do that," Swanee said.
"Did you build your panhead, Swanee?"
"Yeah, and Ocker did the paintwork."
"Well, you both did a good job with it." Winnie asked if Sorrow and his boys were staying the night.
"Yeah."
"Well, we've bunged on some strippers for later."
"The boys will like that."
"Good. I'm going to find Rastus, Swanee. I'll catch you later."
It was never hard to find Rastus. Winnie headed for a gaggle of girls, and Rastus was in the middle of them.
"Winnie, how are you, mate?"
"Good now, Rastus." Rastus moved the girl away, patted the seat next to him, and invited Winnie to sit down next to him.
"Good show today, Winnie. Twister was very quiet."
"You know what he's like, Rastus. If he isn't the centre of attention.
Well, I'm glad they didn't stay tonight." Walking into the back room, they saw a naked Ocker gently spanking Sharon's ass with a rolled newspaper.
"You're a naughty girl." "Who's a naughty girl?"
"I am. I'm a very naughty girl," Rastus said straight off.
"If you get tired, Ocker, I'll take over." "Gimme time, mate,"
Ocker replied and stroked his cock.
"God, you're dirty cunts,"
Winnie said and shook his head.
"How are your boys settling in Sydney, Rastus?"
"They love it, mate. We found a place in Balmain. It's just like Melbourne, but with a big harbour."
"You have the Yarra?"
"No comparison, Winnie."
"I'm going to take my Harley for a dawn ride before the traffic starts."
On Monday morning, Winnie rode in on his new Harley.
"Hey, Spike, could you service my bike?"
"No worries, Winnie."
Spike wheeled the bike up to his spot near the bench and looked at the speedo.
"Fuck, you put some miles on."
"Yeah, I went for a ride on the weekend just to get to know it. Couldn't stop. Too much fun."
Brian and Ocker were discussing the show in the shop. Every so often, Ocker howled like a wolf, and every time he did it, Brian laughed. Winnie walked in.
"There's no need to ask what you're telling him, Ocker, you dirty cunt."
Ocker howled again and went back to his spray booth.
"Brian, have you worked out the finances from the show yet?"
"Yeah, mate. After all expenses, we made 10.5 grand.
Not bad for our first effort. I'll tell you what, Brian. Give 4 grand to Swanee's chapter."
"That's fair enough, Prez. Who's their treasurer?"
"Tomo."
"Get a hold of him and give it to him. I'm going back out to the farm with the rat to check on the crop."
"We'll be in the money big time when that comes in."
"Don't count your chickens yet, mate." While driving to the farm, Winnie asked the rat if he thought the plants would be ready. "If they are, Rat, this could be your last trip out here." They pulled up at the gate, and Nick let them in. Nestor came out looking pretty pleased. "How are you, Prez? All right?" Winnie smiled and nodded. They walked over to the first hothouse. "What was the bike show like, Prez?"
"Went off like a bomb, mate."
"I won't miss the next one. Come on, let's check out the crop." Nestor pulled open the door. The place was crammed with hundreds of tall, healthy pot plants, so dense Winnie couldn't see through them.
Fuck! Look at this!
Rat was stunned.
I've never seen plants like this before.
He pulled branches down, smelling them and inspecting the heads closely.
Fuck, Winnie! You've hit the jackpot here.
Are they ready, Rat?
Fucking oath, mate.
We've got 2 more hothouses just like this one, said Nestor. What do we do now, Prez? Ask Rat, Nestor. The Rat pulled a plant out, shook the soil loose, and then headed towards the packing shed with the boys in tow. He hung it on a clothesline upside down.
This is what you do, Nestor. Let it dry for 4 to 5 days,
Rat explained.
See the big leaves? Take them all off and keep them separate. I have a market for 'em. What you're left with are the buds. That's where the money is. You just cut 'em off and weigh 'em up into 5-pound lots, and there you go.
How many pounds do you think we have, Rat?
I'd be surprised if you don't get 400. Burn all the stalks when you've finished. You don't want to leave any evidence around.
Winnie smiled at Nestor and Nick. Bloody good job, boys. Bloody good. He shook their hands. Good work, Nestor. You were born to do this. Thanks, Nick. Great work. Sooner we get on with it, sooner we can sell it. Nestor, you and Nick better get into it. I'll come out on the weekend with Brian and Ocker to help you blokes. We'll bring bags and secateurs to cut the heads off. See you Sunday. Come on, Rat. Let's go. They fairly floated back to the bloody yellow Zephyr. Winnie's head spun. They were looking at a fair chunk of change when they unloaded it all, and at the going rate of $900 a pound. I'll tell you what I'll do, Rat. If you have a market for the leaf, you can have it for helping us.
It's a deal, Winnie.
Winnie, Ocker and Brian drove up the next weekend and walked into the packing shed. Brian and Ocker had no idea what to expect. When Winnie pulled the door back, he stood speechless. Nestor and Nick stood in front of their crop and smiled proudly. Winnie had never seen Brian and Ocker so excited. They were bouncing around on the balls of their feet. Brian was incredulous.
This is unfucking believable, Winnie. It's almost too much pot.
Ocker wanted to howl like a wolf, but all he could say was,
Fuck me! Fuck me, Richard.
Come on, save that for later. We've got work to do. Winnie wanted to get the packing over and get out of there quick smart. Nestor was the boss of the production line, and Nick was his offsider. For once, Winnie, Ocker and Brian took instructions. They carefully snipped off the heads, which resembled cat's paws, and packed them in 5-pound bags. Then they stripped the plants and stashed the leaf in 2 huge bags for the Rat. It took the 5 boys almost 2 full-on 12-hour days before they'd finished snipping, packing, and tidying up the evidence. With due care, they set to work weighing it all up. How many bags did we get, Brian?
85 5-pound bags.
Buck, I think it's time to celebrate. Have you smoked it, Nestor?
Fucking oath, Prez. It's good.
Nick, here's some money. Go to the pub and get some piss. Once Nick was gone, Winnie called the boys together. Ocker, is your stash hole big enough for this? I don't want to leave it out here.
No problems, Prez.
Well, it's your job to get it transported. Winnie stared at Nestor. When we get some money in, you and Nick will be first paid. Your share will be 30 grand. Give Nick 10 and keep 20 for yourself.
No problem, Prez.
Do you want to do it again?
Give me a couple of weeks off, Prez, and I'll be back into it. I don't think Nick is real keen. He really wants to get his colours, and he's more worried about that than making money. He has great potential. I've had a lot of talks with him since we've been here.
Well, Nestor, you pick your new offsider, but he has to come from the club. Just let me know.
Sure, Prez. Nick turned up with the grog,
Nestor built a little fire out the back in an old 44-gallon drum and burnt the stalks and all the evidence. Then they had a barbie around the glowing coals and a bit of a session with a lot of laughs. Everything went along really well for the next few weeks until Winnie got wind of a new club calling themselves the Southern Stars. There would have been no conflict with them, except that they used the miners' patch.
They've been told about us, but the smart cunts say they don't give a fuck.
Don't they? Winnie's eyes narrowed while he weighed his options. What are we going to do, Prez? Swanee asked. Do you know where they drink? At the Seabreeze Hotel. Well, that's where we'll hit 'em. Hit 'em hard, take their colours, and burn them. What? Burn their colours, Prez? Fucking oath. We want everybody to know. There'll be no hiding. I want it to be public. I want the whole club involved in this, no exceptions. We'll leave here next Saturday and hit them in the afternoon. Then no hanging around. Straight in, do the job, and out. Smouch, I want you to organise the burning of their bikes. The rest of us will hit the maggots. Only baseball bats, boys. No guns or knives. We'll isolate the pub's phones so they can't ring the pigs. We'll call the pub, and when they answer, leave the phone off the hook. And that'll put their phone out of order. It should give us about 10 minutes to do the job. On the Saturday morning, both chapters gathered at the clubhouse. The members were pretty animated and spoke with bravado, but it was mostly to hide their nervousness, since no one really knew exactly what would happen. They strapped bats and clubs to their bikes and waited for the Prez to give the signal. This was war. The boys followed the Prez out of the clubhouse and headed down the coast. A couple of miles from the sea breeze, the pack pulled into a servo to fuel up. Smouch. Yeah, Prez? Ring the pub when we're all ready. As the miners pulled into the sea breeze, the Southern Stars, the queer cunts, all smiled and waved. They hadn't a clue what was about to happen till the boys entered, brandishing their weapons, and got stuck into them. Their women started screaming and crying out for the blokes to fight back, but it didn't do much good. They were on the back foot from the word go, and not prepared. Some tried to use pool cues as weapons, but they were of little use against bats and chains. The miners only went after the blokes wearing patches, and the whole affair was over in less than 5 minutes. They tore off the cut-offs bearing the Southern Star name patches and left the pub in mayhem. The women screamed obscenities at them, and they were so loud and so rude it might have been funny except for their moaning, beaten and bloodied boyfriends. Smouch and a couple of members torched the Southern Star's bikes, and as they rode off, one exploded in a massive fireball. The ride back to the clubhouse was pretty quick. They wanted to put as much distance between them and the sea breeze as they could before the pigs were alerted. It worked a treat. The next day, an article in the paper alleged that the Southern Stars had paid the penalty for stepping out of line in their outlaw society. The civilians had escaped unhurt, and the police didn't give a fuck about what the clubs did to each other. It enhanced the miners' reputation. Everyone in the know knew never to fuck with the miners. The proceeds from the pot crop gave everyone involved a good earn. Nestor and Ocker bought themselves new Harleys, and Brian and Gina paid a big cash deposit on their new house on Snow's Mountain. Winnie paid Joe the Maltese musician 10 grand as well. Joe was very thankful for it, but wanted to know nothing about where the money came from. Life took on a rosy glow for a few weeks as the boys luxuriated in the sure knowledge that their farming caper had paid off. Everything was going as sweet as a nut, until Winnie drove over to the south side in his car to see Swanee. A highway patrol car pulled him over. "What can I do for you, officer?" "Your rear number plate is hanging down." "I never noticed," Winnie replied. "I'll fix it." "No, I want to look in your boot, so open it up." "What for?" Winnie got that sinking feeling that comes when you know there's something in the boot that you don't want anyone to see. "Just open it up." A sudden dryness came into his throat, and the next thing, another patrol car pulled up. He must have called for backup. The pig opened the boot and pulled out a bag. "What's this?" "Don't know, officer. I've never seen it before." The coppers laughed. "Sure you haven't." The cop looked inside the bag and pulled out a handful of pot. "Lock your car up. You're coming with us to the station." While Winnie waited to be charged, he noticed a familiar face passing the charge room. It was Sergeant Burrows. "Fuck, he gets around," thought Winnie, but there was no way he could get his attention. The copper who pulled him over came in to take a statement. In reply to every question, Winnie gave the same answer. "Not talking without a legal representative." "Righto. Come on." "Where are we going?" "We're taking you down for fingerprints. Is this the first time you've been in trouble with the law?" "First time. But am I going to get bail?" "We'll have to see what the sergeant says." Back in the charge room, the copper came back with Sergeant Burrows. Burrows winked at Winnie when he walked in, but acted coolly. "How are you going, Peter? Got yourself in the shit, eh?" "I know nothing about it." "Do you know him, Sarge?" "We've met before. Are you still living at home?" "Yes, Sarge." "Okay. We'll give yourself bail, and you'd better get yourself a lawyer too. We've set your court appearance for next week." Back at the shop, Winnie told the boys what had happened. "Fuck, Prez, what happens now?" "First I have to get a solicitor. Do we know one?" "Well, what about Squizzy Taylor? He's doing law at uni, and he'll know someone for sure." "Prez?" Ocker replied. "He's still living at home, so I'll get him to come and see you. I sell him pot, and he sells it at uni. That got him through." "Thanks, Ocker." "How much did they get you with, Winnie?" Spike asked. £5, mate." "Bad luck, Winnie. If you'd been in Melbourne, good chance they would have just taken it and sent you on your way." Brian asked if Winnie wanted him to come to court with him. "I'll bring Gina and the baby. You might get some sympathy." "Don't bring her, Brian. But I wouldn't mind you coming along for some moral support." "The sure thing, Prez." Next day, Squizzy Taylor arrived in a suit and with his hair cropped short. "A bit different from your hippie days, eh, Squiz?" "How are you going, Winnie?" "You're in a bit of strife, mate. I won't be able to appear for you, because I'm not qualified, but I spoke to a man who'll do it. I just want to find out the story for him." After Winnie told him, Squiz wasn't sure how he'd go. "How long have you owned the car?" "Couple of weeks." "Have you changed the registration over yet?" "No, not yet. I was on my way to do it after I dropped off the pot." "I'll talk with John Baker. He's a good lawyer, and there just might be an out for you. Do you have your charge sheet?" Squiz read it, and then sat and thought for a minute. "It's a good thing you didn't admit anything. Turn up next week, and we'll see you in court. This is a first offence, so don't worry too much. There could be a way out of this, all right?" Winnie was pretty unhappy. He reckoned he might be done for all money. When Winnie walked into the courthouse, Ocker and Brian flanked him. Squizzy was with a tall bloke in a dark suit, looking very spiffy, and they led Winnie to a private interview room. Ocker and Brian smoked cigarettes outside. It was the first serious offence for any of the miners, and they had no idea how the law worked, or if there was any chance Winnie would cop it sweet. About 10 minutes later, Winnie, Squizzy, and the lawyer emerged from the room. Winnie had a big grin. "What's going on, mate?" Brian asked. "Well, the lawyer reckons I might be able to beat it. It'll be hard for them to prove it was mine. Hey, Prez, there's your mate, Sergeant Burrows." Burrows walked over to Winnie and asked for a quiet word. Squizzy whispered to Winnie, "Be careful. You don't have to talk with him, you know." "It won't hurt to hear what he has to say." Winnie and Burrows moved away from the group. "What can I do for you, Sergeant?" "I know it's your pot, and you might have a good story to tell the judge. If you want to make sure you get off, I can arrange it for you,
The Crown Prosecutor is a mate.
How am I going to do that?
It'll cost you $1,000.
How do I know this isn't a setup?
You don't.
Well, I don't have that sort of money on me.
That's okay. I'll come over to your shop tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be in it.
Don't try to go back on it, Winnie. You have my word?
That'll do.
Winnie saw Squizzy talking with a glamourpuss. He never forgot a face, especially not that pretty one. It's that Mimi slut I picked up at the Centennial Hotel and took to Little Bay. John Baker came over to announce Winnie's hearing was up next. Winnie told Ocker to get her phone number.
Good luck, Prez,
Brian called out. When it was all over, John Baker smiled coolly and Winnie looked relieved.
That was a good result, Winnie, Baker said. No conviction. That prosecutor went easy on you.
John, thanks a lot for your help. Squizzy stood up as Winnie came out of court.
How did you go, mate?
No conviction. They believed my story.
Hey, Squizzy, do you know Sergeant Burrows?
No, but you didn't do a deal with him, did you? Winnie smiled at Squizzy and said nothing.
You can't trust the coppers, Winnie.
Don't worry about it, Squiz. Hey, who was the girl you were talking to?
Mimi Gregson. She's a friend of a friend.
Okay, Squiz. I owe you for today. Come around to the shop and have a beer.
One day, Winnie.
The boys asked Winnie how he'd got off the charge.
You won't believe it, he said, then stopped.
Hang on a minute. I have to talk to someone. Walking towards Mimi, he had a feeling he'd never experienced before, a moment of self-doubt. He wondered if she'd remember.
G'day, Mimi.
What are you up to over this side of town?
Hello, Winnie. I never expected to see you again.
What are you doing with yourself?
A bit more than you by the look of things.
It's not the way it looks. It was just a mistake.
Well, that's what they all say.
Just get fucked, slut. You have no idea. Go back to your up-themselves friends. With that, Winnie turned and walked over to Brian and Ocker. Come on, let's go. Winnie had been hurt by that little exchange. He didn't say a word, but neither Brian nor Ocker asked what had happened. They were aware something was up. Brian wanted to know how Winnie got off. Don't you remember Burrows? The bloke who took our slug guns? When I went for a walk with him, he put it to me that for $1,000, he'd be able to influence the Crown Prosecutor not to go too hard with the charges and put enough doubt in the judge's mind that I was just an innocent party to it all. Just because the pot was in the boot didn't necessarily mean it belonged to me. I only just bought the car.
So Sergeant Burrows a bent copper, said Brian. When do you have to pay him?
He's coming to the shop to pick it up tomorrow.
You know, it won't hurt to have a bent copper on site.
Chapter 9. At the shop the next day, the sergeant parked his unmarked car at the front door and motioned Winnie outside. Go on, Winnie. We'll talk in the car. Have you got something for me? Yeah, here it is. Winnie handed over the money. The Sarge counted it and pocketed it. Correct weight, Winnie. And yeah, you done all right yesterday. So did you, Sarge. Well, have you ever tried to live on police wages? No, never have, and never expect to. I love a bloke with a sense of humour, Winnie. I don't intend getting caught again. Good chance you will, Winnie. In your line of business, it's an occupational hazard. What, running a motorcycle shop? Come on, Winnie. You're talking to me now. I know you're a major marijuana wholesaler. What makes you say that? I know it, Winnie. It's my business to know things like that. Well, if you know everything, how come you haven't busted me? Oh, don't worry, Winnie. I was getting around to it. You unfortunately got busted before I could give your operation my full attention. So far, you're still relatively unknown. Well, How can we do business? Not do business, do more business. What happened at court yesterday was the start of it, and it's all about money. I'm in charge of the drug squad, a good position to help you. Remember, there are people I can introduce you to who will help us both. I can tip you off about raids and some of our tactics, so you can be out of the way when you need to. And how much is this going to cost? We'll start with, say, 1,000 a week. Fuck off. Who do you think I am, Al Capone? I don't make that sort of money. Okay, Winnie. Let's start with 500. And as your business grows, which it will, we can renegotiate down the track a bit. Just think of me as the tax man, and you know how they can be cunts. His eyes narrowed. I wouldn't like you to see that side of me. It's not pretty, Winnie. Well, how will I pay you? We'll work it out. I don't want you to come here. I'll give you a phone call to let you know where we can meet. Don't come in your colours. It'll draw attention. Neither of us needs that. Burrows reached over to shake hands, but Winnie ignored him. Let's just keep it on a business level. When he turned his back to walk into the shop, he heard Burrows laughing. I don't know what to make of that bent cunt. What do you mean, Prez? He seems to know fucking everything about me. About selling pot mainly. He offered me a deal. In exchange for letting us operate, he wants 500 a week, and that covers giving us the drum about when we might get raided. Can we trust him, Prez? I don't think we have a choice, but I'd like to get some insurance against him. He wants to meet at different places of his choice, but there's going to be a time when I can get him to come to the shop. We can set up with a camera. By then he won't be suspicious. Brian wasn't sure if cooperating with Burrows was a good idea. Well, mate, I don't think we have a choice. We either close down the pot business or go along with him. Go along with him, Prez, Ocker said. He has more to lose than we do. He also mentioned that he has people we can do business with. What does he mean by that? Asked Brian. I don't know yet. He's pretty cunning. I suppose he doesn't trust us yet either. We'll see how it pans out. Hey, Prez, said Ocker. Squizzy's coming around to see you this arvo. He most probably got a bill for me. That's what solicitors are like. All right, boys. Do you agree to pay the pig? Ocker was all for it. Looks like good insurance to me, Prez. What about you, Brian? I can't see any way out of it, unless we just go and give him up. I really don't think that's an option. Well, that's it then. All day, Winnie fretted about the deal, and wondered if he made the right decision. He didn't like it when he had no way out, and Burrows had played him perfectly. But in a way, Burrows had told him something worth more than the 500 a week. The cops knew about the pot, so everyone had better tidy up the way they did business, or the price they might all pay could be a lot higher. Once he came to that conclusion, he relaxed a bit and got down to work. Squiz walked in with a big grin. Hey, Winnie, where's that beer you offered me? Hope you're happy with yesterday's result. Yeah, the best, Squizzy. Winnie didn't have the heart to tell him that he gave the pig a sling. Did you bring me a bill? No, mate. John said to tell you it was free, but if anyone you know needs a criminal lawyer, to keep him in mind. Does he know something I don't know? Just forward thinking, I suppose. Winnie cracked a few beers and handed one to Squizzy. Here's cheers to yesterday. Yeah, cheers, Squiz. I had a phone call about you this morning, Winnie. Oh, yeah? And who would that be from? Mimi Gregson. She said you two had a misunderstanding yesterday. Did she just? She asked me to give you her phone number. What's she like, Squiz? Well, we never socialised at all. She's with the in crowd. You know, parties, balls, tennis club and so on.
She's not a bad Sheila. It's just that she's never known anything else. It's the lifestyle of the well-to-do. She works for her old man, who's a futures trader. We're on totally different sides of the law. I want to go into local politics. I already joined the Labour Party. What do you want to be next? The Premier? No. I want to study local government and become a ministerial advisor. They need blokes like me to help interpret the laws for development and so on. No courtroom work. He pulled on his beer and looked around the shop. Looks like your shop is doing all right, but you want to be careful in the next few years. If we go the way of the Yanks, they'll try to introduce laws enabling the government to confiscate any ill-gotten gains. Assets you may have that weren't obtained legally. They can't do that, can they? Bloody oath they can. You just watch. I reckon you have about 5 or 6 years before they're introduced. Where did you get this information? A professor at uni came back from the States, and he was involved in it. It might be good for you to talk to Mimi. I don't know how much money you have, but she could advise you on a way to make it sink from view. You follow me? A light went on in Winnie's head. Sink from view. He thought it over. It seemed like a good idea. Squizzy walked around the shop and looked at the works in progress. Hey, Winnie, how's Big Kev doing in Vietnam? Don't you read the newspapers? The shit is really hitting the fan there. It's a full-on war now. There are tons of casualties. I hope Kevy's all right. And so do I, Squiz. I'd better get going now, Winnie. I'll keep in touch. Hey, Squiz, once again, thank John Baker and tell him we'll use him as our club solicitor. Over Chinese that night, Winnie told Swanee about his court appearance. You won't believe what happened, but I've got a bent copper in my pocket. He calls himself the tax man without the paperwork, and we now have a club lawyer called John Baker, on call 24 hours a day. Make sure if any of your members get busted, they call him first, and say nothing until they get his advice. Swanee chewed the last of the Peking duck and asked Winnie how much money his chapter got from the bike show. 4 grand. Why, don't you think that was enough? No, that was fine. But I think we have a thief in our chapter, because our treasurer Tomo, the silly cunt, only passed on 3 grand. Well, you can't let that go, Swanee. What are you going to do with him? First take his bike and colours, then break a leg. Or 2, Winnie replied with a wry smile. Next day, Winnie rang Mimi. Hello, Winnie. How are you? I heard you wanted to talk to me. Yes, that's right. I think we got off on the wrong foot the other day. What do you say we go and have a drink and try again? Sounds fine to me. Tell me where and when. What about 5 o'clock Saturday night at the Brooklyn Hotel on George Street? Do you know it? I'll find it. See you then. Winnie pulled up on his Harley outside the pub. He wore a new leather vest, emblazoned with his miner's colours. He saw the punters admiring his bike as he made his way into the bar. He ordered a beer and casually looked around. Mimi was sitting alone. He made his way over and bowed his head. Good afternoon, miss. May I join you? Mimi ignored the sarcasm in his tone. Please do, Winnie. You're a hot bitch, Mimi. Do I take that as a compliment? She replied, smiling. I'm still trying to work out why you pissed off on me all those years ago. I was young and scared, Winnie, but I never forgot you. I just didn't know how to contact you to explain. I'm sorry for that. Tell me, Winnie, what's happened since? Are you married? Winnie looked surprised. No, Mimi, just to the club. You're the president, aren't you? I'm also a partner in a motorcycle shop. It's going well. What about you? Oh, the usual thing. I just finished uni. It's not usual where I come from. The only person I know who went to uni was Squizzy. Gary Taylor? Yeah, Squizzy. Winnie, you can be anything you want. I want to be a bikie. You're right though, Mimi. I do want to be the best at it.
And you will be. I can see that. Why were you in court?
I bought this car. 2 weeks later I got pulled over by the pigs. They found 5 pounds of pot in the boot. It wasn't mine, I told them, but they charged me. Justice was done. The judge believed me.
You see, Winnie, you can trust the system.
She looked into his eyes and smiled warmly. Winnie smiled back at her.
You're so naive, Mimi.
You think so? She raised her eyebrows. Winnie wasn't so sure she'd missed the irony. He liked that. She was at least twice as sharp as he'd first thought.
Squizzy told me what sort of business you're in. So what does a futures banker do?
We give financial advice to people and lend money to businesses and help them get up and running.
Maybe we can do business. I have 50 or 60,000 to invest.
There must be a lot of money in motorcycle shops.
We get by. Have you got a man in your life, Mimi?
Yes. I'm engaged to Phil. We went to uni together. He's a real fun guy. Everyone likes him.
Including your parents, I suppose.
Yes, especially my parents.
How come you wanted to see me again?
I don't know, Winnie. Just curious.
It's more than that. I can feel it.
Leaning back in his chair, Winnie looked her straight in the eyes. Don't look at me like that, Winnie. You make me uncomfortable.
Is that what it is?
It can't be anything else. I have to go, Winnie. Would you like an appointment to meet my father about investing money? Winnie ignored her. He continued staring and felt his blood rising. He remembered the little blonde cutie in imitation leopard skin tights dancing at the Centennial years before and savoured the moment again.
Where are you going tonight?
Phil and I have a dinner party.
Would you like to go for another ride, Mimi?
One day. Not now. Give me a ring when you want to invest.
Does he ask many questions about where it came from?
No. Money is money in his business. You'd be surprised at the people we do business with. Very few questions are asked and fewer answered.
That sounds good to me.
What sort of business are you in, Winnie, besides the bike shop?
I do a little farming.
Farming? She appeared puzzled for an instant, then glanced at her watch. I have to go. Winnie stood up, pulled her towards him, and kissed her full on the lips. When he finished, her cheeks had flushed a bright red that matched her lipstick.
See you, Mimi.
Give me a call, Winnie. Winnie stared at her as she walked out of the pub and thought he'd get her one day. He liked her face, her name. He said it aloud.
Mimi Gregson.
As if he might forget it. But he knew he wouldn't. He couldn't. Chapter 10. At the shop, Winnie asked Brian to show him the stash book. He wondered how much money he had. He wanted to invest some cash, and he liked the idea of a pub or a bar. It had to make more than being bundled up in a safe. He had 83 grand and asked for 60. I'll have it for you tomorrow. Brian put almost all his money into the house, and Gina spent whatever he gave her on furniture and whatever else she wanted. If it kept her happy, he didn't mind. He'd agree to almost anything to keep the peace. Ocker was up at Kev's mother's the other day, Brian said. She said Kev will be home in a month.
Great. We'll have to start organising a homecoming party. Is Kev's money here?
Yeah, all of it except for a few grand that Ocker gave his mother. Winnie stared at the gold lettering on the big double doors. Gregson and Gregson, Futures Traders. When he walked up to the receptionist, sitting behind the meant-to-impress desk in the dimly lit foyer, he thought it didn't look much like a bank. With his saddlebag slung over his shoulder, he probably didn't look like a typical client either.
Good morning. I'm Peter Winifred, here to see Mimi Gregson.
One moment, sir. Please sit down. She'll be with you shortly.
He turned his back and surveyed the mirrored ceiling, exotic flowers and modern art. He heard the receptionist giggle over the phone. Mimi appeared suddenly. Winnie turned and said,
Not a bad layout you have here. You'll have to come and see my shop some day.
Mimi offered her hand under a tight little smile.
Christ, she's gorgeous, he thought.
This way, Mr. Winifred. He followed her into an office.
I've never been in a place like this before. Where are the tellers?
We're not that type of bank. I told you that.
Well, Mimi, it's all new to me. I want to meet your old man.
I'll look after your account.
Sure you will, but I still want to meet the boss. If I don't feel right with him, I'm not parking my money here. Or haven't you told him about me?
Mimi gave Winnie a for Christ's sakes look, rolled her eyes and then stood up. Wait here a minute. She might have had the shits with him, but it was his money, and she knew it. 5 minutes later she returned with a tall, well-fed man, dressed in a grey pinstriped suit. Her father. Same good looks, long slender hands, bright blue eyes. This is Peter Winifred, Dad. He'd like to become a client.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gregson, Winnie said, holding out his hand.
Likewise, Peter. They shook hands warmly. Gregson indicated that Winnie should sit. Mimi tells me you're wondering if we need to know where or how you acquired your assets. We don't. We're traders, and currently we're not obliged to divulge any details concerning our clients. Your business is your business. Our business is to try and find investment opportunities that keep your money safe and give you a good return. That's it. It's that simple. Anything else you want to talk about?
Yes. I'd like to tell you that you have a beautiful daughter.
Thank you. I already know that. I'll leave you two to get on with it. Nice to meet you, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Gregson.
Gregson left and closed the door behind him, and Winnie turned his attention back to the daughter. Well, is that all the checking you want to do? A slightly sarcastic Mimi asked.
Yes, Miss Gregson.
Winnie was inwardly happy. He'd irritated her a little. Okay. Let's get down to business. I've worked out a balanced plan for your money. We'll keep some cash, find some quality bonds and shares, and look for some emerging opportunities. I recommend we spread it around, so if anything doesn't perform, we can limit the loss.
How can I lose money?
Winnie, we're traders. Not everything comes off. Sometimes we back the wrong horse, not very often, I might add, and that's why we're so successful. I think the best for you is not anything too risky, so we'll go for a mix of blue-chip stock and a few little new business plays.
Well, Mimi, I know nothing about it, but I like that you're looking after me. Let's go with that.
I need some particulars, your full name and address.
Why? Do you want to visit me?
Very funny. It's for the records. Or don't you want your money back? Winnie looked straight at her.
We're made for each other, Mimi.
She ignored him and continued. Where's your money, Winnie? He bent at the waist, opened his saddlebag, pulled out bricks of money and stacked them on her desk. Clients normally bring a cheque.
Is there a problem with cash?
No, I have to count it, that's all. Winnie liked the idea that she'd have to count out his money.
Did you remember Big Kev?
Vaguely, why?
Well, he's been serving in Vietnam, and we're having a homecoming party at our clubhouse for him Saturday night in 3 weeks. Would you come?
Can I ring you at the shop?
Please do. If I'm not there, leave a message.
Okay. Once I get all the paperwork in order, I'll send it. You'll have to forgive me, but I have other clients to see. Goodbye for now.
I'll wait for your call.
The women decorated the clubhouse and hung a banner emblazoned with Welcome Home Kev. All the members turned up. Kev chucked his usual wheel stand on his new Harley and screeched to a stop. The members mobbed him in the doorway. They slapped him on the back and shook his hand, and he hugged the girls and the men. At one point, he let out a huge roar that sounded like it was good to be home.
How you going, you big cunt? Winnie said, and they embraced. It's good to see you, mate,
Me too.
Ocker and Brian joined them in a group hug.
Where are your war medals?
Ocker asked.
Fuck the medals.
I take it you had a good war, mate? Winnie asked. Kev grinned.
Where's the rum?
Hey, Kev. Sandy should be here soon.
Kev's eyes sparkled.
Thanks, Ocker. Good on ya.
Kev made his way to the bar, and Winnie pulled Ocker aside. Don't bloody mention to him about Sandy going out with the Yanks.
No way, Prez, he's me mate.
The party took off, and when Sandy arrived, she didn't leave Kevy's side all night. At 10:33, Mimi walked in. Even though the clubhouse was packed, she turned heads. Winnie made his way over.
You look beautiful, Mimi.
Thanks for coming. Would you like a drink? Vodka tonic, thanks. Gina made a beeline for Mimi.
Where have you been hiding her, Winnie? You have to come and meet the girls, Mimi.
Later, Gina. She's mine for now.
Just trying to be friendly, Prez.
Gina smiled and left. You don't like her, Winnie, do you? It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. You can be really sweet at times, Winnie.
You bring out the best in me. Come and meet Kev. Kevy, say hello to Mimi. Pleased to see you again, Mimi. I remember you from the night at Little Bay.
That's right. The night of our first joint.
The things you remember, eh?
Mimi, this is Sandy, Kev's girl.
Pleased to meet you, Sandy.
Winnie seized her hand.
Come on, Mimi.
Let me show you around.
Where's your motorbike?
It's outside.
All eyes followed Mimi and Winnie out into the cool evening.
What's the club all about, Winnie?
What do you mean, Mimi?
Well, when people are in a surf club, they patrol beaches and save anyone who's in trouble.
We make sure no one puts shit on our friends. We keep peace in our own way. See all these factories around here? Since we moved our clubhouse here, no one's been robbed.
Where do your members come from?
All over. Most don't fit into straight society. We ask for commitment to one another and to the club.
What happens to members who break the rules?
Put it this way, Mimi. We don't just pat their heads and tell them to leave. If we have trouble with anybody, we sort it out ourselves.
You're a hard man to know, Winnie.
Come here.
He kissed her and grabbed her ass. She pulled back and smiled.
I'm no mole, Winnie.
Brian called out,
Prez, you're needed.
And Winnie and Mimi went back inside.
Mimi, this is Brian, my lifelong friend, and Gina's husband. He was there the night we met.
Hello, I remember you, Brian.
Gina has a homecoming cake for Kevy, Brian said to Winnie. We'd like you to present it now.
Winnie cleared his throat.
Everyone listen up. We're here tonight to celebrate Kevy's homecoming, and we don't know what shit Kev has had to put up with while he was in Vietnam. But now he's home with his family, so raise your glasses. Here's to Kev and the miners.
Everyone shouted in unison.
Kev and the miners.
Kev, a man of few words, simply said, Thanks, everyone,
and grabbed Sandy in his arms. Mimi watched silently, and after a moment whispered, He's like a brother to you, isn't he, Winnie?
He's more than that. I don't expect you to understand.
You should have been born 100 years ago, Mimi laughed.
What about your fiancé, Phil? Are you going to marry him?
That's the plan.
I intend to make sure you don't.
And how are you going to do that?
I've been in love with you, Mimi, since the night we met. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. But it's true. I always get what I want.
Well, not tonight. I have a big day tomorrow.
Let me take you home.
No. Please stay for Kev. I have to go. I'll call next week. Come in to sign the paperwork. Maybe we can smuggle in a lunch. Winnie embraced her. They kissed, and his head swam. It might have been the single best moment he'd ever had. Maybe better than when he bought his little BSA Bantam. He'd said enough. There wasn't anything left to say. She walked away. That might have been enough for him, but then she turned and walked back and stood on tippy-toe and kissed him. Phil's gone forever. That simple act iced his cake. Winnie went back inside, and Gina sidled up to him. That's a very pretty girl you have, Winnie. Classy, too.
What were you two talking about, Gina?
Just girl talk, Winnie. You wouldn't be interested.
Wouldn't I? Try me.
You have to promise not to say a word to Mimi. She has to tell you herself.
What? Don't fuck me around, Gina.
Okay, Winnie. She told me she was in love with you ever since the night at Little Bay.
Don't you say a word to anyone, Gina.
My lips are sealed, Prez. She put a finger to her lips. Chapter 11. Kevy amazed everyone by turning up at work on Monday. Spike came out of the workshop. I kept your tools warm for you, Kev.
Good to see you. And Spike, thanks, mate. I heard you did a great job.
When Winnie and Ocker came in, they saw Kev hard at work. Winnie took one look and shook his head.
Can't keep away from the place, can you, Kev?
Kev was all smiles.
Hey, Spike, mate, take today off. We have some catching up to do with Kev. Come in tomorrow.
Okay, Winnie, I understand.
Come on, Kev.
Sit down, mate, and give us the scoop.
I hardly know where to start.
First thing, Brian, surprise him. Okay, Kev, money first. How much do you reckon you might have from the pot business?
No idea. How much?
Over 100 grand.
Fuck me. You have been busy.
Thank Winnie, Kev. We're growing our own on a farm. We grow it, distribute it, and make all the profit. No more middlemen. Winnie chipped in. Swanee started up a new Southside Miners chapter.
Yeah, I heard about his crew. How they going?
On fire, mate. They have as many members as we do. Enough surprises for you, Kev? Ocker asked.
Fuck,
is all Kev said. Winnie related the story about getting busted and how they paid off the bent copper.
Do I know him?
You might. Sergeant Burrows. The cunt runs the drug squad now.
Can we trust him?
It works both ways, Kev. He has to trust us.
Are there any more surprises?
Brian said, Gina and I bought a home up on Snow's Mountain. Kev rolled his eyes. Things had happened while he was gone. All good so far.
What about you, Winnie?
Still the same, Kev. Except for my new Harley. And his new girl. Brian couldn't wait to toss that in. Winnie said nothing. He gave Brian a blank stare and then turned to Kev.
What was your job, Kev? Forward scout.
After a lengthy pause, Kev looked up.
One thing I learned is that if I have to kill anyone again, it has to be for a good reason. I'm out of the army now, and that's where I want to leave it. Fair enough?
Sure, Kev. You'll be pleased to know Nestor came good. He was our pot grower. I'll take you out and show you our setup. How would you like Spike to work in the shop? We're getting pretty busy, and if we have other jobs, Spike can keep the shop ticking over. Brian would talk it out with Spike.
How are the commandos going?
Real good. We see Rastus regularly. They buy a fair bit of pot too.
So, it's all working without me, Prez.
Kev pulled a face, then burst out laughing. The phone rang. After a short conversation, Winnie hung up. Speak of the devil, that was Burrows. He wants to meet in an hour. I have to go now. It's good to have you back, Kev. Welcome home. Burrows was to meet Winnie in an old Wharfies pub for the end-of-shift drinkers. It was empty, but for two other patrons. Winnie ordered a beer and spotted Burrows approaching.
"Hello, Winnie. What do you want? Not very friendly, are you? Even after I did you a good turn. You got paid. Listen up, Winnie. I have an offer for you."
The pig lowered his voice and leant forward.
"I have acquaintances who have a product they want to distribute, and they're looking for a long-term business arrangement." "Why me, Sarge? You're young. You have a network in place, and I trust you. Who are the people, and when do I meet them?"
"Not so fast, Winnie. They're legitimate businessmen, and they don't know you like I do. They finance the operations, and don't like to get their hands dirty."
"Well, how come they need us?"
"Because they have 5,000 kilos of Afghani hash wrapped in red cellophane with a gold seal. It's the real McCoy." Winnie tried to picture 5,000 kilos of hash. It was a lot of smoke.
"Fuck, I can't hide that."
"They won't give you all of it at once. You'll get 100 kilos at a time at 5,000 a kilo, and wholesale it for 8. When you pay for that, you get more. There's only one problem, Winnie.
Do you know Jersey Bossignac?"
Winnie knew about Bossignac. He was all over Sydney. He's distributing the hash now, but he's too smart by half. Thinks that he's important in the chain, that he's indispensable. The smart cunt is trying to get it cheaper and causing trouble, making threats. The people I know are fed up to the back teeth with his bullshit."
"And you're going to tell him that, Sarge?"
"Nope. He'll work it out for himself. He's waiting for a shipment now that'll never come. You can have it, if you're interested. He'll find out and come looking for you, but I think you can handle it. Interested?" Winnie thought about it and knew immediately there was more to it than simply agreeing with Burrows.
"What can you tell me about Bossignac?"
"He's as mad as a cut snake, and has a big Yugoslav offsider called Branko, who's always around. How they work it is they'll set up a meeting, walk in, shoot, and leave. End of meeting."
"Men of few words, eh, Sarge?"
"You do have a sense of humour, Winnie. Listen, if he was no longer running the West, it might make a few people I know a bit happier. You follow me?" Winnie said nothing, but he listened hard. "Don't take them too lightly."
"Well, we could give it a bit of a think. I'll have to talk it over with the boys first. This Bossignac, bit of a tough nut, is he?"
Burrows just sat back and stayed mum. Then he leaned in and said under his breath,
"For a start, he'll underestimate you. He doesn't know you. But don't you make the same mistake. Don't give him a chance."
"What sort of heat do you think will come down from your mob?"
"Don't worry. There won't be too many tears shed. This has been coming for a while."
"If my boys say it's on, then what do I do next?" "I'll let the people who run the show know you're in. Get your boys organised. Once this hash hits the streets, it won't take Bossignac long to find out who's running it, and he'll get the shits. Then it'll be up to you to do what has to be done. I'll call you tomorrow and let you know where to pick up the hash.
What do we have to pay you for this, Sarge?"
"Nothing. I'm being looked after. You're in the deep end now, Winnie. Hope you can swim." While Winnie drove back to the bike shop, his head spun. Delegate, he told himself. Delegate and don't let anyone fuck up. He walked in to see Brian. "Get the boys together. You won't believe it. Better close the shop too. We don't want anyone walking in on us." The boys gathered around. "Well, fellas, the deal we've been offered is the entire hash market, if we want it." The boys looked stunned. "We get it for 5,000 a kilo and all on credit. If we want it, there are a few jobs to do first. Brian, get onto the redbacks to see if they want in. I'll see the Rat. He has a good market. Kev, you talk with Spike. I'm sure the commandos will be in on it, and with our blokes, that should just about cover Sydney. There's just one other thing I haven't told you yet. Nothing this good comes easy. Kev asked quietly.
And what would that be, Prez?
We're taking over someone else's business. They fucked up with the big end of town. They're trying to get it cheaper, and they started getting heavy with the suppliers, who don't like it at all. So the big guys are cutting them out and giving it to us. Everyone got that? The boys nodded.
I won't like it, Prez.
I know, Ocker. That's why I'm putting it to you. What do you think? Kev piped up.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Prez.
Good, Winnie said. I've already told them that we'd be in it, but I wanted your okay. Everybody hop to it. Kev, come with me. We have to plan this to a T. Kev followed Winnie out the back.
Well, Kev,
how do you think we should go about this? I've been thinking it's going to have to be first in, best dressed. If they want to have a meeting with us, sure as shit they're going to try and hit us first. We'll meet them where there won't be too many witnesses. The good thing about it is they think we're just young, dumb, bikey cunts. We might be, but we learn fast. We'll just have to wait until they contact us. Next day, the phone rang, and Ocker took the call.
It's for you, Winnie.
When Winnie hung up, he turned to Ocker. Right, mate. This is your job. Go to the roadhouse at Taverners Hill at 11 sharp tomorrow. Opposite the toilets there'll be a white Holden panel van with the hash in the back. The keys will be under the seat. Jump in and drive it to the shed. Brian can take you out there.
What do we do with the ute?
Keep it. Use it for our business. When we start to run out of pot, we'll sell the punter's hash. No more quiet times. The pickup went without a hitch, and by the end of the week, practically every suburb in Sydney and Newcastle had the hash on sale, with Rastus supplying his Melbourne mates. Bossignac sent his mate Branko over to the shop inside a week. The boys were all heads down, arse up working, when a huge cunt walked in and asked to speak to Winnie. Brian called out,
Hey, Winnie, there's someone here to see you.
Winnie knew who it was before the bloke opened his mouth. When he did speak, it was with a voice and an accent out of the Balkans.
My friend wants to have chat with you.
Winnie acted dumb.
And who's your friend? Jerzy Bossignac. What's this all about? Mutual business interests.
Where?
Yucho's place,
Branko said. His eyes never left Winnie's, and Winnie stared right back. Oasis Hotel Beer Garden in Bankstown. Tomorrow night at 7:30.
He meet you there.
Winnie sat with Kev and explained how they would handle it. I know the pub. There's a brick wall around the beer garden and a car park outside. I'll go in the front and check out where they're sitting. When I know, I'll come back to the car and tell you. You're the shooter, Kev. I have a pump-action shotgun that should take care of them. Bring a box so you can see over the wall. Next afternoon, Ocker stole a car over near Liverpool. They couldn't afford any slip-ups. Winnie went through all the details with Kev. Winnie would pick up any spent shells. Are you nervous, Kev?
Don't worry, Prez. I know my job. I just hope they're close. I left my nerves in Vietnam.
Kev's face was set hard. Winnie parked out the back of the pub, strolled through the ladies' lounge, and peered into the beer garden. He spotted Bossignac and Branko sitting alone in the beer garden, backs against the wall, watching everyone coming and going. They didn't look behind them. Winnie located them for Kev, exactly.
Good. Let's do it.
Kev stood on the box and peeked over the wall, saw his target, bent down, and then raised the shotgun. He aimed carefully, fired twice, then jumped to the ground. The explosions echoed, followed by a moment of silence. Then women screamed. Winnie stuffed cartridges in his pocket, and Kev heaved the box into the car. Ocker drove off, not too quickly, and Winnie watched Kev in the rear view, breaking down the gun and wiping it clean. Glad Kev was on his side.
Good result, Kev? Both?
What are the lilies?
Kev wrapped the shotgun pieces in a sleeping bag. No one spoke. They didn't have to. The adrenaline had long ago kicked in, and all they wanted was to get the hell out of there. Back at the shop, Brian waited.
How did it go?
Winnie looked at Kev, busying himself with the gun, and nodded faintly. 1 year in Vietnam had changed Kev in unknowable ways. The phone rang, Burrows' voice sounding as if he was at the bottom of a well.
Well done. Talk soon. The pig's already heard the job's done.
Winnie's head swam.
I need a drink. You, Kevy? After a hard day's work, why not?
Ocker passed beers around, but no one was too happy. Brian broke the sombre silence.
We're really in it now. I'm taking Gina on holidays to the new casino in Tasmania for 5 days.
You want us to come?
Very funny. I'm just letting you know.
The boys sipped their beers and thought about Brian flying to Tasmania and getting away for a few days. It sounded pretty good. It made the 10 o'clock news. Lead story.
Police called to a Bankstown hotel where 2 men were shot dead in a gangland-style shooting. Bystanders saw nothing.
Well, that didn't take too long, boys,
Kev said, it matter-of-factly. Whatever effect it had on him, he hid it well. Brian and Ocker headed off. A silence hung over the shop. Winnie and Kev sat and cracked another beer.
You don't talk much about what you got up to in Vietnam. How come, mate? 'Cause it was a shithole. Rain, heat, mud, and fuckwit officers. They might have been clever in the head, but no common sense out in the field. Plus the fact it's an unjust war. If we got it wrong, sometimes innocents died. I saw the results. Fuck the army, and fuck the war.
Kev and Sandy were looking to buy a flat and set up a brothel at the Cross for Sandy.
Sounds like a good idea, Kev.
What about you, Prez? How's it going with Mimi?
Slowly, Kev. Big change in her life and mine. But this might be it.
Have you told her?
She thinks I just see her as another slut.
They're not all sluts, though, are they?
Yes, they are. She just has more class about it.
The next day, Brian spread the newspaper on the bench. The headline summed it up in 2 words. Gangland murder. The photo showed 2 unrecognisable bloody-faced men sprawled across an upset table.
It says it could be the result of an ongoing feud with the Gibbs brothers from Rozelle. They reportedly had a falling out with Bosniak's crew, say police.
Brian kept reading.
It says Bosniak's death was a welcome relief to both Sydney police and criminals. Everyone lived in fear of them.
The pig called.
Feeling good today, Winnie? Couldn't be better. Good.
There's a booking at Fritz's for 1 o'clock in your name. It's on the Pacific Highway in North Sydney.
Winnie went home, changed into civvies, drove to the restaurant. The maitre d' stopped him at the front desk.
Good afternoon, sir. A booking in whose name?
Yes, the name's Winifred.
Right this way, sir.
The maitre d' led Winnie to a table and pulled out the chair. Burrows appeared within a minute and ordered beers.
You impressed a lot of people, Winnie. No one knows a thing, no clues. Not one patron saw a thing. The patrons heard 2 shots and that was it. A nice, clean, professional job, that's all.
One thing, Winnie. What happens between us stays here. The maitre d' brought a menu that Winnie refused.
I'll have steak and chips.
Tony, the ossobuco milanese, and more beers. Winnie asked about the Gibbs brothers. They ran the old SP, owned a few brothels, old guard. They reputedly imported heroin and were currently rebuilding their empire. The pig said Winnie didn't want to get involved in their shit. They were rough as guts and didn't give a fuck about anyone. Are you moving the hash? I tell you, everybody wants it. Just be careful, Winnie. Do business with people you know. I heard a rumour. Yeah? Some undercover boys infiltrated Southside chapter. I don't know the name, but it doesn't matter, 'cause he wouldn't be using his own name anyway. But you can't shoot him. What do I do? Walk up to him, say you know he's a copper, and tell him to fuck off. He has no useful information yet. Keep it that way. Well, what's he look like? A long, blonde ponytail. I'll get onto it straight away. That information is going to cost you $5,000, Winnie. Or would you prefer I never told you? No, 5's fine. Tony brought their meals. Winnie's stomach churned. All he wanted was to find Swanee and sort it out. He had 2 small bites of his very well-cooked steak and didn't touch a chip. Burrows got stuck in and made a big deal about how good it was. Burrows saw Winnie's mind working. You in a hurry, mate? I take it you don't want dessert? Look, get going, Winnie. Lunch is on me, and don't forget, no harm comes to the narc, all right? Winnie was gone in a flash. He called Swanee to meet him at the shop and told him about the narc and his long blonde ponytail. Swanee knew who it was right off the bat. Jimbo, a fairly new nominee, fuck. What do you think I should do, Prez? Does he know much about your business? No, fuck all. He's only been around for a few months. Try the simple way. Go and see him with your sergeant-at-arms. Tell him you know he's a pig. Get his vest and tell the cunt you don't ever want to see him again. Don't bash him, otherwise the jacks will come down on us like a ton of bricks. Where'd you get this information, Prez? The pig told me. It's going to cost your chapter $5,000. In future, we want their parents' and grandparents' addresses so we can check 'em out. All members are responsible for their noms. No more cunts coming in and nominating just anybody. We're lucky he hasn't found out much. Tell your members to clean up their homes, just in case. Winnie's old man died quite suddenly and peacefully at home. Winnie told the boys and took off. The family gathered, tears were shed and arrangements made. The day of the funeral, they met Father Pius on St. Brendan's church steps. The church was packed with his mates, his family, and the miners in a show of respect. Winnie's mum's church friends came too, and after the simple ceremony they all stood around talking and offering condolences. Mimi approached Winnie and offered hers. They hugged. Thanks for coming, Mimi. How did you know? I rang the shop and Brian told me. I was sorry to hear the news, Peter. She'd never called him Peter before. One of them at least was in love. Come and meet me, Mum. He introduced Mimi to his dazed mother, who was encircled by church ladies. I'll call tomorrow. I have to look after Mum. He joined his mother in a car for the ride to the cemetery. Afterwards he led his mother to the car and they went to a neighbourhood catered wake at their place. The mourners stood around in little groups quietly nibbling sandwiches off the best plates and drinking all the grog. Winnie spent some time on the phone, renting a seaside cottage for his mum, near his sister at Woy Woy, which she loved, before he returned to work. He was pleased when he heard how Swanee had fronted the narc and got rid of him quietly as suggested. He called Mimi to arrange to sign the forms and have lunch. Brian announced that he'd organised a welcome home run for the next weekend, after his little Tassie trip. He reckoned Newcastle was a good spot, not too far, and a guaranteed party with the Redbacks. At Gregson and Gregson, Winnie waited in the mirror-ceilinged foyer for Mimi. She shook his hand. This way, sir. As soon as her door closed, she kissed him. Is this the way you greet all your clients? Only the special ones. Okay, Peter. She passed him a stack of documents. Sign where marked." He signed and passed the papers back. Mimi checked them all, and when satisfied placed them in a folder. "All present and accounted for," she said cheekily. That night Winnie took Mimi to dinner at Fritz's. No expense spared. He was surprised but no less delighted when Mimi invited him to her home afterwards. Mimi opened the security door of a very classy block. Inside it was all marble and mirrors. They took the lift to her flat, and Winnie watched her gracefully swaying body as she walked down the hallway. "God, it's getting cold." She shivered and tossed her bag onto the leather couch. "Would you like a cup of tea?"
"No, I just want you," he whispered, taking her in his arms. "Come on, where's your bed? I want to lie down with you."
She led him to bed, kicked off her shoes and lay down. "The first night we met, we lay down in the sand dunes of Little Bay. I'll never forget that night."
"And you corrupted me with my first joint. It changed my life."
"You didn't need my help." She pulled him to her. He kissed her neck, her eyes, her lips. Mimi moaned softly and kissed him back. She grabbed his hair and pulled him to her and whispered, "Yes, Winnie, yes." Winnie unbuttoned her blouse. He wondered at her green bra and matching undies. He thought they only came in black or white. When he'd unzipped her skirt, she wiggled out of it and slid into bed. Winnie stood and undressed, then rolled into bed beside Mimi. He kissed her nipples through her bra and rubbed her tits. She unhooked the bra, and he pulled it off with his teeth. He wanted nothing but to lose himself inside her, but he took his time, and they kissed urgently. He slipped his hand onto her cunt, and she moaned as he rubbed her. She pulled his head down and pushed her tongue down his throat. He licked her neck and shoulders and made his way down to her belly button. Mimi stroked his dick and sucked his fingers, and when he slowly licked the sides of her cunt, searching for her clitoris, the little man in the boat, with his tongue. She dug her nails into his back and sputtered, "Oh, Peter, that feels so good." He sucked her clit, and she moaned and her hips undulated. Then she pulled him on top of her, reached for his prick, and guided him into her. "Lie still," she said. "Let me do it." She pressed against him, rose off the bed, and began to rock slowly back and forth until she suddenly cried out, "Oh, Peter!" She arched her back and frantically bucked against him until she suddenly collapsed and lay still. "Fuck me, Peter, slowly." Winnie began to fuck her urgently, but she stopped him. "No, just lay still. Let me do it again." He looked into her eyes, and suddenly she started to buck and moan and wrap her legs around him and quickened the pace until they both exploded in an orgasm. Winnie had never experienced anything like it. She held him tightly. Winnie stared into her eyes and kissed her. He had no idea how long they lay like that, but he knew sex had never been like that before. This wasn't just a fuck. It was the moment Winnie realized that sex could be like that, and the intimacy almost scared him. Mimi tried to focus on Winnie's face, just inches from hers. She whispered, "And you even kiss after?" She pulled his face to her and told him, "I love you." Winnie said nothing. Whatever he felt, he kept inside. But he pulled her closer, and they just stared at each other, till they closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep in each other's arms. In the morning, Winnie awoke to the sound of traffic outside. It took him a few seconds to orient himself. He smelled coffee brewing and heard the running shower. Outside the bedroom doors was a garden. Neighbours were having breakfast on their balconies. Winnie didn't think he should take a leak out there and made his way back into the flat. Mimi came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and smelling of expensive perfume. Winnie kissed her. She smelled so nice, so fresh. He didn't know whether to take a leak or throw her on the bed. Mimi had laid out a towel and a fresh toothbrush for him. Winnie was amazed at how organised she was, and he luxuriated in the memory of the night before. He walked into the kitchen where Mimi had poured coffee and put out a packet of Weet-Bix. Winnie was hungry, but when Mimi bent over to sort out the Weet-Bix, he grabbed her from behind and wrapped his arms around her. Mimi spun around, pulled him towards the bedroom and kissed him. Her towel unwrapped and slipped to the floor as they embraced. Winnie picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, and they fell onto her bed and had the other half of what they had started the night before. Mimi ran her nails over his shoulders and down his back and purred like a cat. "That was very nice, Peter. You could win a gold medal at this." Winnie grinned. She was fantastic. This intimacy scared him a little, but he liked the feeling too. He said nothing, just lay there inside her. Mimi broke the spell. "How's your mother keeping?"
"She's doing fine. Her new place is what she always wanted, but never expected. It's good to give something back to her. She's always supported me."
"You're a beautiful person, Peter. That was a wonderful thing to do. You're lucky you could afford it." She stirred, and Winnie rolled over as she sat up. "I wish I could stay here all day, but I have to go." She went to her wardrobe and dressed. Watching her pull on her business suit, Winnie thought she looked pretty sexy. He felt like pinching himself.
"What are you doing tonight?"
She looked over her shoulder. "Having dinner with my parents. Why?"
"Just wondering."
His eyes followed her as she walked to the door. She stopped and asked about his plans for the weekend.
"We have a club run to Newcastle. We don't take girls on club runs."
"That's unusual."
"That's us. I'll tell you what, we can go for a ride the weekend after if you'd like."
"I'd like that. I still remember my first ride. I loved it." She came back to kiss him goodbye. "Have what you want, and just shut the door when you leave." Winnie had had the night of his life. He knew he should get up and go back to the shop, but he just lay there thinking about the dinner and his night with Mimi. He was the boss. He didn't have to get up, so he just lay there, enjoying it all. Chapter 12. Brian came back from his holiday looking as if he'd been to a funeral. He told Winnie that Gina went to the casino and blew 20 grand on roulette.
"Fuck, 20 grand. You'll have to watch that."
"She's addicted, mate. But at least it's drug money, so easy come, easy go."
"How are we going with the hash money? The pig wants the proceeds to pass on to his boys."
"Oh, we have enough money to pay for the first ton, and there's a big profit." Brian packed the cash in a big suitcase, and Winnie waited for the pig to call and arranged the handover later that day. He didn't want the money lying around. Winnie wanted to discuss a few matters with the pig, including why Twister started a Tigers chapter in Melbourne. Ocker rode into the workshop, killed his motor, and climbed off, looking pretty unhappy. A couple of tigers had visited his tattoo parlour and threatened his tattooist, told him to close down because it was too close to their shop. They walked in and tossed everything around, and the tattooist had backed down.
"Leave it to me,"
Kev said, in a voice full of intent. The next morning on the radio, the lead story in the news was about a firebombing in a tattoo parlour. Police were investigating. Ocker looked at Kev, who was wearing a half smile.
"What'll Twister say about that?"
Winnie wondered aloud. Kev mumbled,
"Who fucking cares?"
Twister called an hour later, and his screaming was audible from across the room. After a minute, Winnie said, "Are you finished?"
"What are you going to do about it, Winnie?" "We'd better talk, Twister. Come around."
Winnie hung up, smiling.
"I don't think he's too happy."
20 minutes later, Twister and Kero Ken pulled up in a car. Kev followed Winnie out to talk with them. Kev spoke up first.
"How you going, boys? Long time no see."
It caught Twister by surprise. He mumbled something that sounded like hello. "Now, what are you on about, Twister?" said Winnie. "Someone firebombed our tattoo shop last night."
And what makes you think we were responsible?
Well, a couple of our boys went around to Walker's shop yesterday. They were only mucking around. They never meant anything.
Not fucking much, they didn't, Kev roared. If you want trouble, just bring it on. Don't fuck with us, our mates, or anyone else in our club. Whatever thinking was behind roughing up that tattoo parlour was stupid. You've got the whole city. Why fuck with ours?
Twister looked at Winnie. He tried to start a few times, but Kev looming over him unsettled him.
I'll make sure they keep away from Ocker's shop. We don't need a war, Winnie.
Good thinking, Twister. For another moment, Twister stared at Winnie, while Kev stared at Twister, and no one said a word. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and they got back in their car and left. Winnie winked at Kev.
I like the way you handled that, Kev. My pleasure, Prez.
Ocker and Brian wanted to know what Twister had to say.
Fuck all, mate. You won't have any more trouble with them,
Kev said, his face set in a grimace. Kev went back to working on a bike, and Winnie followed Brian into the shop. I tell you what, Brian. You should have seen Kev in action out the back. I nearly shit myself when he roared at them. He certainly has changed after his year in Vietnam. He's more confident, and there's nothing wrong with that. Good on him. Winnie was impressed. Kev had learned that when the time came to fire, you had to fire first or die. He'd fired first.
Brian, is the hash money together?
In the car.
When the pig called to arrange a pickup, he told Winnie that the miners were going to get a little visit in an hour. Winnie announced to one and all to clear the shop of anything incriminating pronto. Brian put the hash and the guns in the boot of his car with the hash money and parked in a side street a 5-minute walk away. Whenever a car passed, everyone looked up, then at each other, and then shared a smile. There was nothing like waiting to be visited. Ocker made coffee and passed around a packet of biscuits. Anyone walking in would have found the shop on smoko, situation normal.
This is the go, Winnie said. Tell the truth about where you were last night, especially you, Kev.
When the shop buzzer went off and 2 detectives walked in the door, Ocker offered them coffee. One held up his hand like a kid in first class. Yes, please. Everyone laughed.
I'm Detective Symes, and this is Detective Smythe. We have a warrant to search the premises.
Symes handed Winnie the warrant. All Winnie could think about was good cop, bad cop.
What are you looking for?
Smythe said, whatever we can find. He walked around aimlessly with his notebook in hand, pen at the ready. He picked up tools and inspected the bikes and their motors. What he was looking for wasn't clear, but he wasted everyone's time by peering into Kev's toolbox and looking over the shelves stacked with bits and pieces. Satisfied that he was getting nowhere, he announced, I want all your names and addresses. He passed the notebook to Symes. Smythe went behind Brian's counter, and Brian jumped up straight away. Symes told him to sit down and stay where he was.
Go,
Winnie said to Brian. Winnie spoke to Smythe softly. We don't trust anyone behind our counter. Who knows what you could put there? We're not like that, Symes said. Where were you last night? At home with my mother. A real mummy's boy, eh? Said Smythe. Winnie looked at him, then back at Symes, and said in his coldest voice, My old man died a couple of weeks ago, and I want to keep her company before she moves up the coast. Detective Smythe mumbled something to Symes about Brian's counter being clean. Symes turned to Brian and asked where he'd been the night before. At home, with my wife and daughter. Symes wrote it all down, and then he asked Spike. Home by myself. I can tell you what was on TV if you like. The copper ignored Spike and turned to Kev. Kev gave the standard reply. At home, with my girlfriend. Symes looked at Ocker. You have a tattoo shop, don't you? Yeah, that's right. Your opposition was firebombed last night. Anything to do with the fact that they came and turned your shop over the other day? It might look like that, but I had fuck all to do with it. Ocker said. I was up the cross with a stripper from the Purple Onion Club all night. What was her name? Mandy. You can check if you like. Oh, we will, said Smythe. You're all in the Miners' Motorcycle Club. Not me, Spike replied. I just work here. Smythe realised he was getting nowhere and drew himself up, tucked in his shirt and walked to the door and pointed a finger at Winnie. Look, we don't give a fuck what you do to each other, but when it affects the public, we're going to come down on you. Is that it then? We want to get back to work. Having you here is no good for business. Symes told Ocker that they'd come back to see him later, and then they left. Winnie hoped Ocker's alibi would stand up. Everyone in the room knew that if they wanted to, the cops could make whatever they said stand up in any court. Brian unloaded the car at a rental lockup and left the money in a bag in the car in the shop. The pig called Winnie and arranged to meet at a pub for the handover. Before the Newcastle ride, Kevy made sure of protection by packing a couple of shotguns in the backup truck. We don't know if the Tigers will retaliate, but it's best if we're prepared. Kev was in no mood to take shit from the Tigers. He was ready to just give it to them, boots and all. The miners waited at the clubhouse for Swanee and his boys. Ocker was on the phone to the Redbacks in Newcastle to make sure there was no change of plans. And when Swanee and the boys rode in, the miners went out to welcome them. Winnie talked about the bloody Tigers and that Twister might take a shot at a payback. Swanee patted the side of his nose. I tooled up our truck. Good, Swanee. We can have your truck up front and ours at the back. Ocker brought two-way radios, reckoning they might come in handy in the backup trucks. Kev yelled out for everyone to mount up, and the club grounds reverberated with the sound of 50 bikes filing out onto the road. Winnie and Swanee headed the pack towards the Newcastle freeway, through the Saturday morning traffic. Parents held their kids' hands and stared at the procession, fascinated by the commotion and frightened by the unknown in equal amounts. The pack stuck to the speed limit until they hit the freeway, then opened it up and hogged the fast lane, creating even more interest as they roared past the traffic heading out of town. Near the Newcastle turnoff, Ocker rode up beside Winnie, pointed to his radio and shouted, "Police roadblock up ahead." They slowed to the speed limit and the police motioned them to pull over. Winnie spread the word for everyone to take it easy and just sit there. In a loud voice, the head copper yelled, "Everyone stay with your bike." Winnie asked what was up. "Just a routine check." "Just routine my fucking ass." The copper smiled. "Call it what you want. Show me your license." Winnie handed it over. The cop wrote down the particulars and handed it back. "Any outstanding fines?" "None." "We'll see." The cop got on the radio to check. "Why are you lot going to Newcastle? Not for trouble, are you?" "For a ride. What's it look like?" "We never know with you lot." Winnie ignored him and smiled at Swanee. After half an hour, they arrested one of Swanee's boys for an outstanding traffic ticket and took him away in a car. Kev took his colours from him as he entered the cop car. "Our colours don't go in police cars, or any cars for that matter." After the cops had left, the boys stood around smoking joints and laughing and comparing stories. Except for the cops, it was a nearly perfect day under sunny, clear skies. The boys set off for the Redbacks clubhouse and a good time. Ocker directed them to the Hamilton Hotel and on his scanner picked up a conversation between the cops and their station. Turned out they were relieved to have had no trouble with the miners. Swanee was amazed. "Sounds like they're going to knock off work and get pissed. It is Saturday after all." It was the first time the clubs had got together, and not all the blokes knew each other, but they soon got stuck into the ale. In their checked shirts and coal miners' singlets, the Redbacks looked exactly like what they were, hard-bitten tough cunts. Sorrow said most blokes worked for BHP, but some were painters and dockers with the wharfies. "We know a few wharfies in Balmain." "Well, they all know each other." "That's good to hear, Sorrow. You never know how we could help each other there."
The painters and dockers are notorious smugglers."
They shared a laugh. The redbacks had heard that the miners had had a bit of trouble on the highway. They'd seen pigs in convoy a few hours before and knew they were lying in wait for something.
"What did the pigs say about us?"
asked Sorrow.
"They wanted to know if we were coming to bash you redbacks, and I said we were, and they said good."
Sorrow laughed.
"No problems, just a little bit of shit. They locked up one of Swanee's Southside boys. We're waiting to bail him, but first we want to find out what the score is for today."
"The pub's ours for the night. We've got a band on out the back, and we booked rooms upstairs. We even lined up girls for the night."
In their early days, the redbacks had about 35 members and a growing group of hang-arounds. There'd be no shortage of potential members in a blue-collar town.
"Much trouble up here, Sorrow?"
Just a gang of fuckheads calling themselves the Nutters. They're everywhere. Fair dinkum, that's what they call themselves. A bunch of bikies on the north side, supposedly anti-clubs, but they ride together. We gave them a good flogging a couple of weeks ago and put about 10 in hospital. They'll be back one day. Their spokesman is this old grey-bearded cunt called Mad Charlie, and they do whatever he asks without question. You'd think they were his kids.
"How does he get them to do that?"
Big Kev asked. Sorrow said real quietly,
"Because they're fucking nutters, mate. We tried to have a little chat, but it ended up in a brawl, so we got into them properly last time. Tonight we've taken precautions."
"I hope so, Sorrow,"
Big Kev said. Bikes arrived continuously, and a fair crowd built up. Most went to watch one of the early bands. A few girls strolled over and checked out the miners. To the girls, the miners were big city blokes, new blood, and the boys played their part and chatted them up and rolled them joints. Big Tony got out on bail without any hassle in less than an hour. He copped a $340 fine but said the cops were pretty good about it. He paid the money and walked out. Winnie and Brian ordered some food from the kitchen and sat with Fred, an old redback member, and had a quiet word about the Nutters.
"Are they as bad as Sorrow makes out, Fred?"
Winnie knew loose cannons could make it really hard on everyone.
"Worse, mate. They're completely out of control. They might have it in for us after the dusting we gave them a few weeks back."
Sorrow and Big Kev arrived back from their walk, and Fred stood up.
"Gotta go, boys. We have a few things we have to check on. We'll catch up later, Winnie."
When they'd gone, Winnie turned to Kev.
"What's their security like?" "It's not too bad. They have a couple of armed blokes hidden away pretty good."
"Let Swanee know what's going on, and tell the boys to keep their eyes peeled." Sorrow and Fred, with arms folded, laughed and talked to some cops in a patrol car near the back entrance. The redbacks charged $10 a head, and a big crowd turned up, not all bikies. Inside the pub, there was no room to swing a cat. Swanee and Brian walked past a table full of Sheilas.
"G'day, girls. Do you mind if we join your table?"
One of the girls replied,
"Not much room, boys, but you can have the table. We're on stage next."
Brian started watching the football.
"Are you strippers?"
asked Swanee.
"Do we look like strippers?"
Swanee smiled at the black-haired Sheila standing there, hands on hips, looking indignant.
"I guess you're not strippers, then."
The black-haired one said,
"Fuck you,"
and downed her drink.
"Come on, girls, let's go."
The last girl, a pretty blonde, rubbed her ass roughly against Swanee's crotch as she made her way past him.
"What did I say?"
Swanee asked as Winnie grabbed a chair and sat down.
"Don't worry about it, mate.
Sit down. I reckon they're queer anyway. And who'd pay to see that black-haired bush pig strip? They're in an all-girl band."
"Well, I don't want to miss that. What do you reckon, Brian?"
Brian was pissed. He didn't have a clue. He turned his head and said,
"Parramatta's killing the other team, and there's only a few minutes left." "I feel like a joint,"
Swanee said aloud. Winnie felt like one too.
"Just wait until Brian's game's over, and we'll go up to our room and you can roll it there."
"Yes!"
Brian shouted and punched his fist when the full-time hooter sounded.
"Come on, Brian, grab your beer. We're going up to the room to roll a joint."
"Hold on a minute, Prez.
I just want to make a phone call first." Brian stood up and headed towards the payphone. "Who's he going to call at this time of night?"
"His missus. He has to check in, I guess," said Winnie. "I'll grab a few more beers to take up to the room."
Winnie came back from the bar. Brian waited with Swanee, his happy excitement from the football win replaced by a dark frown, for which his cunt wife Gina was likely responsible. She knew how to fuck with his head. Up in the room, Swanee rolled the joint, and Brian sat on his bed and struggled to take off his boots for about 5 minutes before he succeeded. Swanee passed him the joint. Brian took one long toke, passed the joint to Winnie, then dragged his bootless legs up and began snoring almost immediately. "You know, Prez, some blokes just shouldn't drink," Swanee said without sarcasm.
"And some blokes shouldn't get married,"
Winnie said as he grabbed his drink and passed the joint. Winnie took the room key.
"Come on, Swanee. Let's go and join the party."
The bar area had emptied. Everyone was out the back listening to the all-girl band play. Swanee wanted to see the little blonde bass player. When he opened the door from the bar into the beer garden, Winnie heard 2 muffled shots, the unmistakable sound of a handgun. Then 4 more.
"That's gunfire, mate. Let's go."
Winnie crouched and ran. The shots appeared to be coming from a few different places. Some sounded further away and not so loud. Women screamed and men flattened themselves to the ground. Some ran off into the darkness. The band stopped playing suddenly, and mayhem and chaos erupted. It was a madhouse. Winnie saw a bloke sprawled on the ground and blood everywhere. He spotted a bloke's head poking around the corner of the stage and a hand holding a pistol. He yelled out, "The shooter's behind the stage! Get out of here!" Some of the redbacks ran towards the stage carrying baseball bats. Flashes lit the night as more shots rang out. 3 people were down and motionless. One person trailing blood crawled into the darkness and collapsed. Someone with a baseball bat smashed some bloke on the back of his head with a healthy swing and kept pounding until he lay still. The shooters shot into the dispersing crowd. A grey-haired, bearded bloke, illuminated by stage lights, waved a pistol around and squeezed off shot after shot, and bodies tumbled. The cops must have been hiding, waiting for reinforcements, because they were invisible until the wail of sirens sounded. The shooting became sporadic. A young copper, white as a ghost, appeared out of the dark with gun drawn. "What's going on?" He was trembling. More shooting from behind the stage. The copper froze. Big Kev saw a cunt with a pump-action shotgun shooting indiscriminately. Big Kev yelled at the copper, "Shoot the fucker before he kills anyone else." "I can't. I have to give him a warning first."
"Fuck that. Give the gun to me. I'll do it."
Kev shouted and tried to reef the gun out of the copper's hands. The shooter pumped another round into the gun and fired at the stage, scattering screaming people everywhere. Then he pumped the shotgun and tried to shoot again, but he'd run out of ammunition.
"Shoot the cunt!"
Kev screamed at the copper. The copper raised his gun and aimed with 2 hands towards the shooter, but held fire. 3 redbacks jumped on the shooter, knocked him to the ground, and then kicked him mercilessly. The copper ran and aimed at the Malay and threatened to shoot the next one to move. The shooter moaned horribly, and the redbacks backed off until the cops handcuffed him and dragged him away. Wailing police sirens announced the arrival of 3 cop cars with blue and red lights flashing. The scene resembled a macabre discotheque. There followed a deathly silence, broken only by sobs. People called for help, and blood was spattered everywhere. Winnie made his way to the front of the stage, which was lit up like a Christmas tree. The blonde girl from the band lay unmoving, dead, her hair matted with blood. The police turned their headlights on to high beam, lighting up a sea of terrified faces. A controlled voice blasted out over a loudhailer. "Everyone stay where you are. This is the police. Stay where you are. Ambulances are on their way. Please help your friends, but don't move them." Voices cried out for a doctor. A stream of ambulances pulled up, and police and paramedics ran in all directions. People huddled in small groups, hugging, crying. An evening with so much promise had turned to ashes in a few bloody minutes. Winnie called out,
Are all the miners here?
Everyone but Brian turned up. It would take more than a dozen gunshots to rouse him from his sleep. Winnie and Swanee sneaked off in the darkness to make sure Brian was okay. Although the night air was cold and heavy with the smell of gunpowder, sweat dripped from Winnie's brow. Faces appeared in the windows of the pub, trying to see what was going on outside. Suddenly 2 dark figures jumped out in front of Winnie and Swanee. The moonlight reflected off drawn guns.
Police! Stop! Put up your hands! Do as I say, Swanee.
Get down on the ground! The police shouted as they moved towards them. The tension in their voices was a warning. One cop trained his gun on them, while the other moved towards them and patted them down. They're both clean. The senior sergeant came out of the crowd and fronted Winnie.
Did you blokes come looking for trouble?
Winnie said dryly, Not us, mate. We're here for the party. All our members are over there. You'd better look for someone else. The sergeant turned to the 2 cops and said, Stay with them. Get their names and write down what they say. That won't take too long.
What do you mean by that?
The sergeant walked up to Swanee and stuck his chin in Swanee's face.
He means we saw nothing,
Winnie answered. The sergeant was fucked for words. He turned and headed back to his car. One cop had his notebook out. Winnie asked,
What do you think's going to happen next?
The cop was young and he had no idea.
We've never had one of these before.
After Winnie and Swanee gave their particulars, they led the cops over to the miners.
I want everyone's particulars and statements on what you saw.
No one saw a thing. That's what they told the cops. Ocker had the scanner. The cops were too busy recording details to worry about it. Ocker kneeled and listened.
Section 3 here. So far there are 6 dead, 10 wounded, all gunshots. Roger, Section 3.
They were told to leave everything as it was until sunrise. Help was on its way from Sydney. Pigs were everywhere, and a cop told Winnie to keep the boys together until his boss arrived. He said that even if the miners weren't involved, they would still have to answer questions, and then they could leave. Kev and Winnie stood apart and spoke quietly.
Fuck, what a party. I wonder who's dead. I hope it wasn't Sorrow or Fred. They're both good blokes.
We'll find out soon enough, Kev. An ambulance pulled up before the stage as the sun rose. The cops herded some redbacks into one area and some surviving nutters into another. Police forensic photographers shot the entire stage area before the ambulance took the blonde girl's body away. In the early morning cool, sombre people huddled under blankets. It was one party no one would forget. Television trucks set up their equipment frantically. Reporters, microphones in hand, couldn't wait to start broadcasting. The cops figured out who was involved and ignored the miners. Most of the action had occurred at the front entrance and on the hill behind the pub, with a good view of the entrance, ideal for picking out the nutters. Luckily Sorrow's boys were awake, because if the nutters had entered, it could have been a lot worse. The miners walked into the pub, and a sea of faces turned to watch. Most looked uncertain. They knew the miners weren't involved, but no one said a word. Winnie went upstairs to the room where Brian still slept.
What's going on, mate?
Brian asked groggily.
Don't worry. Just get your boots on. There's been a real shit fight here last night, between the redbacks and those nutters. Pigs are everywhere. The nutters turned up and started shooting. Last count, there's 7 dead.
Brian pulled on his boots and vest. Winnie grabbed his saddlebags and hoisted them onto his shoulders and walked down and out of the pub. Brian followed a moment later, but nothing could have prepared him for what the early morning sun revealed in the parking lot. Scattered, eerily, motionless bodies lay covered in black plastic. Half a dozen cops stood guard over the redbacks, sitting on the grass, while another group herded the nutters into paddy wagons. The television cameraman got too close to the redbacks, who responded by hurling rocks and abuse. He retreated before the pigs could calm them down. The area's top cops stood in a huddle with a couple of sergeants and detectives. They probably had no idea where to start with the many witnesses eager to talk. The miners claimed they saw nothing, and they stuck to it. The cops tried to get them to talk, but no one said a word of any value. Swanee spoke to some senior uniformed cops, and then he walked over to Winnie and Brian. "Prez, the sergeant said we can leave when we want. I saw Soro. He took some shotgun slugs in the arm, but he isn't too badly hurt. They took him to hospital, and he said he'd catch up with you later." "That's good news. I hope the poor bastard's okay. Kevy, I've had a gutful of this. Get everyone together and let's get the fuck out of here." The sound of 50 Harleys starting up and driving off shattered the early morning quiet. At the entrance, the officer in charge and his sergeant waved them through. Kev rode up beside Winnie. "I don't think we'll have to worry about any roadblocks on our way home." Television cameras recorded their departure and focused on the miners' patches. On the trip home, the dark realization of what belonging to an outlaw motorcycle club could mean hit home. At the club ground, Swanee and the Southside chapter left immediately. Everyone felt sick. The events had taken their toll, and they all just wanted to go home. After the sound of 50 Harleys thundering out the gate diminished into the distance, Ocker turned up the volume on the police scanner and listened to reports from cops watching Swanee's chapter heading south down Woodville Road. "Roger, let them be. They've had enough this weekend." Everyone cheered, and Ocker grinned like a kid. Brian took a phone call from Gina. "I'm off home. Gina said it's been all over the radio and telly. She's throwing a wobbly. They had footage of the miners on the news. The reporters said we were involved." Winnie knew the miners were going to have to live down a lot of shit that had nothing to do with them. Brian stared at the floor. Who really knows what's going on? Then he got up and left. "That Gina's got him cunt-struck," said Big Kev.
"Aren't we all?"
Ocker did a little tap dance and grinned some more.
"You're a dirty little man, Ocker."
"That's me."
Ocker did a 2-tap shuffle, and the boys laughed. The members began to leave. It had been a big night, a bad night, and no one felt too good. The bar got a bit of a workout from the stayers, including the redeemed Nestor. He and Winnie stood with their backs against the bar and stared into space. "A few blokes growing pot told me about another strain of pot with less leaf and more head. We could up production if we get some good seeds."
"I always knew you had potential, Nestor."
18 months before, he didn't have 2 bob, and now he offered to shout the bar, and he was a better man for it. He lit up a huge joint and passed it to Kev, who sucked on it until the tip glowed brightly, then exhaled a long stream of smoke, clouding the room.
"Pretty good shit, Nestor, for an old television thief."
"Still hold that against me?"
"No, I like you. But you're a better farmer than you ever were a thief."
Kev laughed out loud. Winnie called his mum and let her know that everything was cool, even though she hadn't heard a thing. She spent a lot of time happily gardening. Then he rang Mimi. She wasn't at home, but she would have known all about last night. Nestor said his goodbyes. A farmer's work is never done.
"Nor is it as profitable,"
added Kev.
"See you, Nestor."
Nestor jumped onto his new Harley and kicked the motor into life, pulled on his helmet, gave the thumbs up, and roared off. Winnie headed into the bar, where Ocker had a couple of nominees bailed up, giving them heaps in a loud voice.
"Do you want me to restock the bar while you two stand and watch me? Like fuck you will. I'll stand here and watch you two stock the bar, and when you finish, sweep out the fucking clubhouse."
The nominees stood in a trance. Big Kev walked in the door and roared out,
"You heard him."
They both apologised, avoided eye contact with anyone except each other, and got on with stocking the bar. Ocker came out from behind the bar grinning. The boys made their way towards the old op-shop lounges and collapsed onto them. They'd all been uncomfortable, and when Big Kev lay back, he felt a spring sticking into his back. He jumped up, saying he'd had enough, pulled out his huge Bowie knife, plunged it into the lounge, and cut out a circle of upholstery, reached in snapped the end of the steel spring off, shot it across the room, replaced the circle, sheathed his knife, brushed his hands together and said,
"That got the fucking thing."
He plonked down, swung his legs around and stretched out on the lounge in total comfort. Winnie and Ocker watched the performance silently and then applauded loudly. Big Kev closed his eyes and his breathing slowed.
He couldn't be sleeping already, could he, Prez?
Kev didn't stir. When the nominees finished sweeping, Ocker called them over.
Toothpick and Tim, isn't it?
The noms nodded, unsure of what was coming.
There's a good sound to those names. All right, you can fuck off now, go home and see your sluts, whatever. Thanks, Ocker.
They shook hands with Ocker and the Prez. The nominees moved over to Kev, who didn't open his eyes, but simply put up his hand and waved. Ocker said,
Yeah, see you, boys. Lock the front gate as you go. Sure thing, Ocker.
They were gone in a heartbeat.
I think Toothpick will make it,
Ocker said.
How long's he been a nominee?
About 2 months.
We'll see then.
Big Kev spoke with his eyes shut.
You know, Prez, I reckon we should put steel window shutters on the front of the clubhouse, in case any smart cunt tries a drive-by shooting.
Yeah, that'd be a good move, Kevy, considering what we saw last night.
And I reckon we could build a brick wall out the front, sort of a barricade. We've got a couple of brickies in the club. I'll bring it up at the next club meeting.
The car horn sounded outside. It jolted them all. Ocker jumped up to see who it was.
It's Mimi, Prez.
Winnie jumped up. I'll let her in, mate. He reached for his keys and went outside and unlocked the gate. Mimi drove in, parked, jumped out of the car and flung herself into his arms. He gently pulled her head back with both of his hands, looking into her red eyes. He kissed her gently, then he kissed her eyes to make them better. He whispered, "It's all right, baby." She sobbed,
"It's been all over the news and on television. What happened?"
"Come inside and I'll tell you all about it. You want a drink?"
Winnie locked the gate, went into the bar, poured Mimi's drink, and they walked past Big Kev and Ocker spread out on the lounges. The boys both stood up as she passed.
"Hello, Mimi,"
they said together.
"Hello, Kev. Ocker."
Winnie took Mimi to a quiet corner.
"The way television showed it, there was a massacre up there."
"Not too far off the mark." Winnie told her all. When he'd finished, he said, "And here we are, safe and sound."
"God, it must have been horrible. That poor girl in the band."
"It was awful, Mimi. What can I say?" They sat and stared into space. Mimi looked into Winnie's eyes. She couldn't make out what he was thinking, but she saw he was in shock. She called out,
"Kev, did you call Sandy?"
"Not yet. It's a bit early in the day for her."
"No, it's not, Kev. I spoke to her earlier. She's really worried."
Big Kev walked away from the phone, looking pretty sheepish. Sandy had given him an earful, and he left soon after. When Ocker followed a few minutes later, Winnie called out that he was going to see John Baker in the morning and find out how they stood. Mimi lay on the lounge, and without saying a word, Winnie knelt beside her and kissed her, undid her dress, pulled himself on top of her, and fucked her lovingly. Afterwards, she cradled his head in her arm, giggling and sobbing at the same time. He lived in a violent world. He made her happy, but she never knew if she'd see him again.
"How long are you going to play at being a bikie?"
Winnie looked shocked.
"Mimi, this is not playing. This is my life. And if you want to be with me, you just have to accept it. Otherwise, fuck off now. There's no halfway with this."
You're my man, and I can live with what you are. But when I heard the news, all I could think of was you lying dead on the ground." Pulling him towards her, Mimi hugged him tightly. They lay together, wordlessly. After a time, Winnie whispered, "We're going for a ride, baby. You'll look good in that dress on my bike."
"No way, Peter. What's under there is only for you. I have my jeans in the car. I'll grab them."
Winnie grabbed the helmet for Mimi. She looked pretty terrific in jeans and stilettos. Winnie let out a long, slow whistle. "You look like a real bikie mole. We're off to Bell's line of road." Mimi shook her head. She'd never heard of it. Winnie kicked up the bike stand and took off. Not too fast, not too slow. But he laid on the power smoothly. Mimi's arms tightened around him, and that made them both feel better. They headed towards the Mount Currajong Hotel and the plateau on the ridge line, between the vast canyons leading to Mount Victoria. A good fast ride with long sweeping bends. There wasn't much traffic, so Winnie throttled up while Mimi clung tightly. Mimi was a natural passenger. She leaned into the corners, and they rode as one. They reached the village of Mount Victoria in no time. Winnie could hear the rumble of an approaching pack of bikes. Twister and the Tigers on a run. They roared through the village and barely glanced sideways. Winnie moved his bike under some trees, where they sat down on the grass and took in the panorama. He lit a joint and offered it to Mimi.
"Do you know them?"
"Yeah. That was Twister, a bloke I grew up with, and his club, the Tigers."
"Do you get on with them?"
"We have our moments."
"Like what?"
she asked. Winnie just smiled. "You ask too many questions." He kissed her, and they lay back and enjoyed the smoke. "Remember our first ride to Little Bay when the cops chased the bloke and we took off?"
"Unforgettable. But what's that got to do with today, Peter?"
"Well, they're now in the Tigers."
"Pretty ironic that today's nearly a copy of our first ride, only better."
Mimi smiled. Winnie jumped up and grabbed his helmet, reached down to pull her up. "Come on. We can stop at the Mount Currajong pub for a beer."
"Have they got rooms there?"
"Yeah, I think so."
"Do you want to stay the night?"
Winnie smiled at her. "Why not?" The thought of spending another night with her excited him. He couldn't get enough of her. He buckled up her helmet, kissed her, and the thought passed through his mind. This must be love. He'd never shown this much emotion to anyone, even his mother. He liked it deep down, and that thought stayed with him as they rode back to Mount Currajong, taking it nice and easy, with Mimi enjoying the beautiful view. When they reached the hotel, he slowed down in the rough driveway at the front entrance and cruised slowly around to the car park, which was filled with the Tigers' bikes. A few of the Tigers were standing beside them. He hoped they didn't want to get smart. Even though he was alone, he never thought of driving straight through. While he parked, he noticed that one of the Tigers raced inside to let the Twister know that Winnie had pulled in. By the time Winnie and Mimi took off their helmets, he saw Twister and Kero Ken walking out onto the veranda. Winnie told Mimi to stay close, and they walked towards the pub arm in arm.
"Will there be any trouble?"
she asked. "No, but they might get a bit smart." As they headed towards the hotel, a couple of Tigers stood on the bottom steps as if to block the way. Kero Ken shouted to them, "Oi, you blokes, get out of it." He waved them away. Twister shook hands with Winnie.
"I heard you were caught up in a bit of shit, Winnie."
"Not us, Twister. You can't believe everything you hear." Twister asked,
"And who's the lovely lady?"
Winnie just stared at Twister, who laughed nervously. Mimi and Winnie made their way into the hotel. Twister and the Tigers mounted up and rode off. Winnie organised a room at the front desk as the patrons walked out to the veranda to watch the Tigers leave. The Mount Currajong Hotel had long been a bikies' beer stop, but the new bikies and their Harleys were different, a little more organised,
and a little more threatening, and everyone wanted to take a look. The owner handed Winnie the key to his room. "Upstairs and to your left." "Thanks, mate." The owner stared at Winnie's miners patch. He'd obviously seen the news and didn't seem too happy about giving them a room. Winnie grabbed Mimi's hand and they walked upstairs. He opened the door. "It's not very big, babe. Just enough room for a double bed." Mimi jumped on the bed. "This is all we need, Peter," she said, and patted the bed. Winnie tossed her the key. "I'm going to put my bike away. Then we can have dinner. I want to watch the news on television to see what everyone's on about."
"Okay, I'll just freshen up."
Mimi grabbed a towel and disappeared into the bathroom. Winnie went downstairs and talked to the owner about garaging the bike for the night. The pub's handyman showed Winnie an empty lockup. When Winnie was satisfied with the security, he went back to the room and knocked on the door. Mimi opened up. "Fuck, you look beautiful, Mimi."
"It's marvellous what a girl can do with some lipstick and a hairbrush."
Winnie washed off the road grime and wet his hair. When he turned to get his towel, Mimi stood there holding it. "This girl is for me," Winnie thought, but he was in a bit of a hurry. He didn't want to miss the news, and he dried quickly, grabbed the room key, slipped off his miner's patch, and laid it on the bed. "Let's go." They made their way downstairs to the bar and found a table where they could watch the news. Winnie ordered dinner and beers and sat down in time to catch the news. "It has been confirmed that 6 bikies and 1 innocent girl died in a vicious shootout between rival motorcycle gangs in Newcastle on Saturday night." The footage showed a line of miners riding out, giving the impression that they were involved. "Senior police were horrified by what they described as a massacre. Few details have been released, but it is believed the shootout was between the Redbacks Outlaw Motorcycle Club and members of a rival Newcastle gang." The news continued, and the drinkers moved back to the bar in silence. Winnie heard the publican saying, "If they want to shoot each other, why don't they go out in the bush and do it instead of a pub?" Mimi looked at Winnie.
"What do you think, Peter?"
"I agree. Shouldn't be done in public."
"So it's all right to shoot someone, but not in public?"
It was a kind of question Winnie hated. There was no easy answer. "It might be the only way sometimes." Mimi was about to pursue it, but had the grace not to. The waiter brought their food to the table, and Winnie ate quickly. "I didn't realise I was so hungry." He hadn't eaten a thing for over a day. Mimi did not quite finish hers. Winnie asked if she felt okay. She touched his hand.
"Yes."
She smiled warmly.
"I want an early night. I think we've both had enough for one day."
Winnie led her back up to the room. He pulled off his clothes and jumped under the covers. Mimi went into the bathroom, and when she came out a few minutes later, Winnie was asleep. She turned off the light and slipped into bed, and stared at his face, which was illuminated by moonlight. She saw a young boy's face, and wondered at how quickly he had changed her life. She snuggled up to him and drifted into a secure sleep. The thump of Winnie's bike echoed as he warmed it up while waiting for Mimi to come out of the pub. She walked down the stairs, her blonde hair shining in the sunlight, and Winnie helped her with her helmet. He headed back to the miners' clubhouse at an easy pace, slow enough to stay out of trouble, but fast enough to enjoy the ride. Mimi handed Winnie her helmet.
"Thanks. That was a wonderful ride. When will I see you again?"
"Soon."
"Don't make it too long, Peter."
He kissed Mimi through the open window and watched her drive off. Chapter 13. Winnie pulled into the back of the shop, where the boys sat around on chairs, enjoying the sunshine and eating takeaways. Big Kev looked half asleep. Ocker stood, announced, "I've got work to do," and headed towards his spray booth. Brian leaned into Winnie. "Prez, got a minute? We're getting low on hash. We've got a good market, but if we have nothing, the punters will go elsewhere. We're really cashed up, and I heard some street talk about the Tigers having a hash shipment coming in. They claim it's wrapped in gold cellophane. It's not supposed to be as good as ours, but if that's all there is, you'd better see the pig. It's easy to lose customers and fucking hard to get them back. The pig rang a few hours later. How about Fritz's at 8? Good, Winnie replied, and hung up. He grabbed the cloth and started cleaning the 6 second-hand bikes they had on sale. He wanted new bikes on the floor to attract new upmarket customers with more money. He wanted Harleys. Winnie was miles away, deep in thought. Brian wandered over. What are you thinking about, Prez? Winnie stopped polishing and looked at Brian. Well, mate, we don't have many bikes people with money want. Just these old British bikes. Maybe we should become a Harley dealer. What do you reckon? Well, it's either Japanese or Harley, and the way Harley's going, I reckon that's the go. I heard Fraser's in Newcastle bought the Burling and Simmons New South Wales Harley import licence, and they're opening up in Homebush. Why don't we set up a meeting with them? I'll talk to Kev and Ocker about it. We're all cashed up from the hash. Any outstanding debts? Only Smouch owed money. He was always short, and word got back to Winnie that he was forcing some of the nominees to sell hash for him. Kero Ken said he was hanging out with the Tigers from time to time. Not a hanging crime, but not good form either. What does Smouch do with his money? Winnie asked. He's always buying drinks for anyone, and last week he took a couple of the nominees to a brothel, shouted them the night, and bragged about being a miner in front of the sluts. Yeah? Who's paying for it? Dunno, but he's been mumbling about us taking the lion's share of the money and him doing all the work. Is that right? Our members get hash cheaper than anybody else, and they all make a good earn. Smouch wouldn't have 2 bob if he wasn't in the club. Winnie turned to Kev. Have you heard about Smouch mouthing off about our business? Yeah, Prez. I heard that from Kero Ken. I meant to tell you about it, but with so much going on, I forgot. I like the bloke and wanted to talk with him first. It's true. Fuck him, Winnie said, in his scariest voice. Fuck him. No one had to sell hash if they didn't want to, and Smouch was using his members and middling the profit. He probably thought he could take none of the risks and make all the money. Winnie didn't like bullying. He thought of Nestor 2 years before, at the point of expulsion, but he'd come good for the common good. Maybe he'd still be on his couch between break-ins, if not for one great chance. Now he had respect for himself and for the club. Smouch was in it for what he could get for himself. The more Winnie thought about it, the madder he got. The whole point of the miners was to look after each other. One weak link, and the whole thing could tumble into shit. Winnie wasn't wearing it. He was going to do something about it. Teach him a lesson, and front him at the next meeting. He also told Kero he'd make a good president one day. Did he? Well, we'll see about that. Just be prepared on Friday night, Kev. Keep it to yourself. I don't want to tip the cunt off. No second chances here, mate. You know the score. I know, Prez. Have you got today's newspaper, Brian? Yeah, Prez. Do you want to read about the shootout? No, fuck that, mate. I'm vacating Mum's place and handing it back to the Housing Commission. I want to look in the real estate section and start hunting for my own house. I'm damn near homeless. When he thought about what he'd just said and laughed loudly. I just want a unit, something nice and simple with a lock-up garage. I don't need to mow lawns. He stuck the newspaper in his back pocket and pulled on his leather jacket for his meeting with the pig. The sergeant sat down across the table and gave Winnie a broad smile. Winnie moved his glass, planted his elbows on the table, and leaned forward to the sergeant. What the fuck is going on with the hash? We're ready to go. The punters are lined up around the block.
We look like eggs. I've delivered, got the cash, and your blokes are happy. Introduce me to your man. Show some faith. He won't be in that, Winnie. It's about business. You tell them if they don't, I'll have to work for someone else. I've done enough for them. I deserve it.
The sergeant sat for a moment. There was something in Winnie's look that made him think a second or two. "I'll be right back. Enjoy your beer." He stood up and walked over to Tony, and they had a little whispered conversation. Tony pulled the curtain aside and the sergeant disappeared. Winnie had been watching him and thinking to himself that these cunts are no different from anybody else. It's all in the way you speak to them, as long as they don't think you're bullshitting them. He'd go over to the opposition if he knew who they were. Winnie was surprised at his own disregard for authority. He knew he had it in him, but this time he felt comfortable with it. These arranged dinners and the pretense were beginning to get to him. The sergeant returned after about 5 minutes and sat down, looking straight at Winnie. "All right? Have it your way. He'll meet you later tonight." "Good." Winnie was somewhat surprised. It had worked. The sergeant had blinked first. "Now look, Winnie. This bloke is real connected. Don't get smart with him." Leaning over, Winnie said he couldn't be that connected if he had to get the miners to look after the Bossignacs for him. "No, politically connected. He and the police commissioner play golf, and he knows most of the politicians who matter. It's blokes like you and me who carry the can if any shit comes down." "Well, we'd better see that no shit does come down. Your mate. When do I get to talk with him?" The sergeant glanced at his watch. "I'll be back in a minute, Winnie." He left the table and reappeared a couple of minutes later, beckoning Winnie to follow him through the kitchen. They walked out the back door to a parked Jaguar in the darkened lane. The sergeant opened the back door and held it open for Winnie to climb in. There was a solitary person in the back seat. The sergeant shut the door and got into the front passenger seat. He turned around and said simply, "Winnie, meet Kamal." Kamal reached out a hand and Winnie gave it a firm shake. "Mr. Winnie, Sergeant tells me you can be trusted, but he also says you have a few concerns." "You should know I want to hear it from the horse's mouth instead of the messenger." "Don't you trust the messenger?" "He's only the messenger." "True, Winnie. Tell me what your concerns are." "Reliability of supply. We don't want to lose our market, and if you can't supply, we'll have to go elsewhere. We heard about a new supplier. A shipment is supposed to be here next week." "You are talking about the new shipment. I can assure you it will not hit the street. Am I right, Sergeant?" The pig nodded. "The problem is Afghanistan. There are some freelancers about who sell to anyone. I have been assured that it will not happen again. My shipment is already on its way. You shall have it within the next fortnight. Is that your only concern?" "No. We also want it cheaper." "Are you getting greedy, Winnie?" "No, but I know how important we are to your business. Also, I know that we're paying top dollar. So it's up to you to show how you value us, and drop the price." "A politician in the making, don't you think, Sergeant Burrows?" "Quite audacious," the sergeant replied, almost laughing. "And what's to stop us from just getting rid of you, Winnie?" "We're reliable. We always pay cash up front, and we're secure." "But so are many people, Winnie." With that, the sergeant pulled out his snub-nosed service revolver and pointed it at Winnie's head. "What's to stop us from just shooting you and dumping you in a back alley? You're just a bikie from the western suburbs. Do you think anyone will care?" Winnie looked straight at the sergeant. "Fuck knows who'd care. But the miners know I have this meeting tonight. And it doesn't matter a fuck how connected you are. They'll come after you. I won't worry about your bullshit justice. They'll just wipe you out." Kamal smiled. "It is just business. Put that gun away, Sergeant." The pistol went back into the shoulder holster. Now, how much cheaper do you think it should be? Winnie looked straight into his eyes.
1,000 a kilo cheaper.
That's a nice round figure, Winnie. He thought for a few seconds and agreed to $4,000 a kilo. I want you to forget me from now on and continue to deal with Sergeant Barros.
A deal,
Winnie said, and reached his hand out. Sergeant, tell Fritz tonight's tab is on me. Now I have to go. The meeting was over. Kamal got out of the back seat, opened the driver's door, and slid behind the wheel. Winnie and the sergeant stood in the lane and watched him drive off. The pig looked at Winnie.
Sorry about the gun, Winnie. I'm just playing the game. Is that clear? We're all playing our own game. We all have our own part. Now come on, let's get on the piss.
The sergeant picked up his glass.
Here's to you, Winnie. You did all right tonight.
Winnie picked up his glass and took a big sip.
What's going on with the gold cellophane hash shipment? Well, the stupid cunts bringing it in are amateurs. They never did it before, so even before they got it into the country, they tried to break into the local market, promising to sell it cheap. Therefore, every cunt and his dog knows it's coming. We've known about it for 2 months. We have tails on the main operators. They'll lead us to it. We'll bust them, and the police department will get good press.
The sergeant looked smug for an instant. Winnie said, How did you get so bent? Not that I'm complaining. In this job, Winnie, the sergeant refilled their glasses. The pay is steady, but small. I have kids, and I want them to have a better start in life than I had. We're both on the same side. Winnie gave the idea some thought. Poor bastard, he thought. 4 kids, and the world could come crashing down in an instant. Same shit, same side. No, not on the same side, but same shit nonetheless. You heard what happened to the Redbacks up in Newcastle. Will there be charges? Too right there'll be charges. You can't have a fucking massacre like that and not expect to have charges. A word to the wise, Winnie. There's going to be a crackdown on bike clubs after that little caper, I can tell you. The word came from the top. We had nothing to do with it, Winnie replied. Just tell your members not to carry anything on them while they're riding. A whole force is on the lookout. The sergeant opened his coat and pulled out 2 cigars. Want one of these?
Why not?
Winnie pulled up outside the shop before 6, opened the roller doors, let in the sunlight, and made coffee. Ocker walked in carrying a bowling bag and looking like a kid with a new toy.
What have you got there?
A mobile phone. The future, Prez. Have a look.
Winnie peered in.
Does it work?
I'll show you.
Ocker dialed on the shop phone. The mobile phone rang. Winnie picked it up.
Can you hear me?
As clear as day.
Ocker hung up.
Could be handy selling product. Everyone will want one. I had a talk with our investment bankers. They know people trying to raise some cash to license sales for Motorola phones. They needed investors, and I had some money. May not pay for the first couple of years, but who knows?
Ocker hugged his mug of coffee. Winnie's thoughts raced. Mobile phones could make things a lot easier for business. Ocker had an idea.
Just imagine running prostitutes. I could line them up on the go, keep them busy.
Have you got a few girls, Ocker?
I look after the high rollers with special escorts. They look like models and fuck like sluts for a good price. 3 are off to university with the money they've made. A maid at the Hilton Hotel moves hash for me and talks to visiting businessmen. They all want an escort for dinner, and maybe a little hanky-panky afterwards. His girls were all a little over the hill, so my girls filled the bill.
You have any trouble?
One bloke wanted me to pay him. I was offering a service. He should have paid me.
So what did you do?
Well, I got Kev to come with me to see him. He didn't say a word. He just nodded.
By now Winnie was laughing.
That's the way, mate.
Here's Big Kev now,
Ocker said. Winnie cocked an ear, hearing the faint rumble of a Harley approaching. Kev roared into the workshop and killed the motor.
Morning, boys. What's new?
Ocker's been telling me about his new girly business.
Yeah, the dirty little cunt. He keeps the good ones for himself.
That's the deal, Kev,
Ocker replied.
I didn't tell you yet, Ocker. But the word on the street is that the state government is legalising brothels soon. Sandy and I plan on opening up 5 out in the suburbs, and I'm going to need a lot more girls than you can supply. You know what we're going to do?
No, mate.
Me and Sandy are going to import slopheads to work in the brothels. Sandy knows a Chinaman who'll bring them in for us. Have you ever been fucked by a slopehead, Ocker? Well, they can do the most amazing things.
You'll have to lend me one for a week, Kev,
Ocker said, with a big grin.
We'll see, my little mate.
Big Kev grabbed Ocker in a playful headlock and then let him go. Ocker wanted to know how come Kev knew so much about slopeheads.
Vietnam.
Brian made his way into the workshop and caught the end of the conversation.
G'day, mate. How'd you go last night?
Sit down, Brian. Now you're here, I'll tell you all about the Hash King. He brings it in directly from Afghanistan. He's the buyer, the importer, and reseller. No middlemen involved. So what he says goes. It's some tribal thing. The blokes bringing in this new shipment are his opposition. They plan to sell it cheaper and undercut us. But the Hash King knows exactly what ship it's on, and the cops are going to nab the lot. The cops will get big headlines, the politicians will be happy, but the blokes bringing it in will be very unhappy. I heard it from the horse's mouth last night. I also got the Hash King to drop his wholesale price by 1,000 a kilo. 20%.
Where does the pig fit in, Prez?
Big Kev asked. He's the go-between. I don't know his deal. That's between him and the Hash King. But I reckon he's doing all right. Everyone's using each other, that's business. So we should have our new supply in a couple of weeks. But just keep it to ourselves until it arrives. The air cleared. The boys sat back. The full importance of what Winnie had said began to sink in. Ocker said he'd heard that the Tigers were pretty close to some blokes bringing in the new supply of hash. It'd be a real shame if the Tigers went down with the importers, Brian laughed. Winnie had the last word. We're going to put up the price on ours as well. Winnie talked to Kev about giving it to Smouch, to show members it was no game, loyalty above all. Kev's eyes narrowed as he mulled it over. One day you love them, the next day they're nobody. Once it was done, Smouch would likely fuck off interstate. When he'd mended, that is. Kev knew what had to be done. His blank face said it all. Have you seen Ocker's latest toy, Kev?
Yeah, he's becoming a real gadget man.
Kev managed to smile.
You wait and see what happens in the future. I'm going to make a nice little earn out of him.
Big Kev reckoned he was going to stick with what he knew. Bikes and brothels. Brian wanted more Harleys on the showroom floor. There were no second-hand ones around, so a couple of Swannies boys planned a trip to the States to buy some and ship them back in a container. The miners were promised first pick. The spare parts went off, more every week, mostly for Harleys, no more Triumph stuff. When he went off to spend some of his money on a townhouse in Stanmore, he'd looked at a few and had started to like the idea of being close to the city and not far from the shop, and settled on the Stanmore area about halfway between. When he decided on a place and announced he was off to buy it, Brian's ears perked up. Are you moving Mimi in?
I haven't thought about it, mate. I've only thought about getting out of Mum's place. I don't think I'll ask Mimi, not yet anyway. She has her own place.
Reckon she'll knock you back?
Winnie smiled and dialed her number. Her voice aroused him. His cock ached.
I'm off to make an offer on a townhouse today, and I wondered if you could organise a deposit for me. I'll get our solicitor John Baker to call you. and you two can work out the paperwork for me."
"There shouldn't be a problem." He asked her to help him pick out furniture for it, and Mimi relaxed. She liked the idea of being involved. "Just let me know the amount and who to make the check out to. I'd better go. I have a meeting in 2 minutes. I love you, Peter." He wanted to say something to that, but in the shop he kept his thoughts to himself. He loved the way she switched straight to business. He found it professional, sexy. He would have loved to see her that night. He called John Baker.
"John, I want to buy a townhouse in Stanmore, and I want you to look after the paperwork with Gregson and Gregson Futures Traders. Speak to Mimi Gregson."
"I know them. You're not playing with Mimi, are you?"
"She could do worse, John. I'll bring the paperwork over to your office this afternoon if I can get a commitment, and we can have that talk about the strike force the cops want to set up for bikie gangs."
"What time?"
"About 5 o'clock.
"That'll be good, Winnie. See you then." Winnie hung up and watched Brian do his spare parts order.
"Did you hear about the police task force?"
"Don't worry about it, Winnie. It'll be years away."
"Good to know what's going on. You know the old Scout's motto, 'Be prepared.'"
That gave them a big laugh.
"Who's having all the fun?"
Swanee called out.
"I need a new battery for me bike, and I'm wondering how long before the hash comes in. People are screaming for it. It's hard to do business without a steady supply."
"Don't worry. In about 2 weeks we'll be set. But just keep that to yourself. There's been a problem, but that'll be sorted out next week. Then we're on. Smouch has turned into a cunt, eh?" "How do you know?"
"I spoke to Kev. Would you like me to come over on Friday night?"
"No, mate. He's our chapter's problem. We'll look after it."
Winnie grabbed his vest and slipped into it.
"Well, I'm out of here. I'll see you later, boys. Don't forget, Prez, if you see Mimi, tell her about the barbecue on Sunday week. Gina keeps nagging me about it." "I won't forget, mate. See you, Swanee."
Turning off at Stanmore Road, Winnie pulled up near the railway station and parked his bike outside the real estate agent's.
"Hello. My name's Jim Howarth."
"G'day.
Peter Winifred." They shook. "I want to buy." Winnie pointed to the display of townhouses on a board. "One of those, and I want to move in next week."
"Mr. Winifred, it'll take a couple of weeks to organise the paperwork and for you to get your loan through. The townhouses are all ready. You just need to get the paperwork organised."
"I'll be ready to settle next week, if there are no problems."
"Please, take a seat while we get the sale contract drawn up. If you can get your legal people to look over it and get it back early next week, there shouldn't be a problem." Winnie marvelled at the difference money made. He sat down to wait. The boss came back with the contract in his hand. "Here you are, Mr. Winifred." Winnie saw him in a different light. He took the contract and shook hands. At John Baker's office, Winnie parked his bike in the underground garage. Lindy sat behind the counter, smiling as he opened the door.
"When are you going to come to our clubhouse, Lindy?"
"My boyfriend would kill me if he knew I went."
"Nothing would happen, you know."
"Try and tell him that."
"Get rid of him. I have a few good young fellas who'd give you a good time."
"One day, Winnie, maybe."
Baker opened his office door and ushered out his client. Winnie passed the contract to him.
"I want to move in next week."
"I'll rush it through, Winnie."
"Goodo, John."
"I heard the police think the shootout was over drugs."
"What a load of shit, John. They just didn't like each other. The mad cunt in charge of the Nutters had it in for the Redbacks. He was against anyone dealing drugs on his turf, and that's why they were at war. Anyway, it's good the old Nutter cunt is dead."
"So that's what it was all about."
"Fucking oath, John. Fiction is stranger than the truth. What about this task force? How does it operate?"
"Only talk now. I imagine they'll set up guidelines designed to stop criminals consorting."
"How often will the pigs abuse that?"
"Often, Winnie. They're talking about this only for New South Wales. Squizzy Taylor told me. He's working full-time in Parliament House. He might be able to find out more for you. No matter what the police want, the politicians have to give the green light. If he doesn't know, it wouldn't take him long to find out. You'll keep me informed if there are any problems with the townhouse, John." Winnie walked out and rode to the Friday night club meeting and headed for the bar for 2 fingers of Jack Daniels. Smouch held forth at the end of the bar, the centre of attention. He spotted Winnie and waved. It looked as if he'd been on the piss all afternoon. He raised his glass and shouted in a disparaging tone, "Here's to ya, Prez." Winnie smiled, raised his glass in response. He'd let the original members know about Smouch before the meeting. Smouch was oblivious to what was going on and continued bullshitting. Kev turned to Winnie. "I wish I was that good, Prez." Nestor turned up on his new Harley, a beautiful dark green, but for the chrome. He'd chosen green to match his pot. Kev told Nestor about Smouch and then called the meeting to order. Winnie's eyes burned black, emotionless. "Right. First thing to discuss is outstanding warrants. If anyone has any, they have to sort them out tomorrow, or they can't go on club runs. You saw what happened on the way to Newcastle. One of Swanee's boys got done. It puts everyone out while we go and bail him. Do you all get that?" A chorus of assent echoed around the room. "Next, there's no doubt the pigs will want to interview every one of us about the shootout at Newcastle. They're going to want statements from us. I have this simple advice for you. You saw nothing. The last thing we want is to be involved in a long court case. If anyone wants to get some free government money for stress or whatever over it, I have a pamphlet here that tells you how to go about applying for it. I'll show it to you after the meeting. It's money for jam." A few of the boys laughed. "Next," Winnie's voice changed. "Smouch, you're not happy in the club, are you?" The coward in Smouch sensed something was up, though he had no idea what was to come. "Why's that, Prez?" "I hear you're not happy being a miner. We gave you the opportunity to make and earn, and you haven't been paying for it. You badmouthed me and some other blokes. You said we made all the money and you got fuck all." Winnie started moving as he talked. "You think you can do a better job as president?" "No, I don't," Smouch stammered. "Well, why have you been telling that to anyone who'd listen?" Smouch fought for words that would not come. He stammered a bit and then shut up. "You fucking have been," Kev shouted in Smouch's ear. The members in the know just stared at Smouch, and the new ones looked at each other nervously. It was all new to them. Winnie started again. "I could handle most of that and put it down as piss talk. But what I can't handle is your disloyalty to the club. You told the Tigers you were going to take over the miners and affiliate with them." It was a bombshell Winnie had kept to himself. The members were shocked. Someone called Smouch a rat. Smouch, near to tears, stared at the floor. "They made me do it, Prez." "Nobody can make you do anything. You were told to keep away from them and not to party at their clubhouse," Winnie roared. He whacked Smouch on the shoulder with a length of pipe, and Smouch fell off his chair. "Take off his colours." Someone pulled off Smouch's vest, then delivered a solid boot in the guts. A few other members joined in while the rest stood back. Winnie bent down and pulled Smouch's head off the floor. Smouch offered no resistance. "You're a dog cunt. What are you?" "A dog cunt," Smouch whispered. Winnie stood back and kicked him again. Everyone heard the sound of bones breaking. It stopped the blubbering. "Get him the fuck out of here. Get the noms to drop him off at a railway station." Smouch had been told not to hang out with the Tigers. The cunt. But he was weak enough to let Twister put all those ideas in his head. Twister knew he couldn't fuck with the miners from the outside, so he tried from the inside. But it was Smouch's fault.
for being piss weak.
The room went deathly silent.
What if he tries to join the Tigers, Prez? Brian asked. We'll have a meeting with them. And if they have him, it means war. No one joins another club after they've been a miner. Clear?
The members nodded as one.
What's next? Toothpick is due for his colours. Anyone have any objection?
Nestor piped up.
He was pretty close to Smouch. That doesn't mean he's like Smouch. Let's see what he has to say about Smouch. I'll get him, Big Kev said. If we like what Toothpick says, we give him his colours, okay?
The members agreed. Big Kev came back in, followed by Toothpick. He knew what had happened to Smouch, but he didn't know why. Toothpick stood in front of the members.
Do you still want to be a miner, even after what we did to Smouch?
Smouch was a big mouth, Toothpick replied. Tiger-loving cunt, Prez.
Winnie smiled and looked at the approving boys. Winnie shook hands with Toothpick and passed him his colours.
Congratulations, mate. Wear them with pride.
The boys crowded around the new member, patted him on the back and welcomed him to the club.
You look good in our colours, said Winnie. You know what our rules are? They're simple. Be a man, don't be a cunt to the club or club members, and you'll be right. Right?
Toothpick grinned.
Yeah, Prez.
Okay, meeting's over. Let's have a drink with our new member.
They burned Smouch's colours, and then Ocker went behind the bar and organised the miners' toast to Toothpick. He set up shot glasses, filled them with bourbon, and they sculled the first of many. In walked Squizzy, disguised in chalk-striped business suit. Wolf whistles and catcalls greeted him from members who recognised him. He ordered beer for everyone. Squiz had married Michelle, a nice girl from Lismore, and they were expecting a baby. She'd gone home for the week, giving Squiz a night out. He worked at State Parliament House in the public service, advising the Justice Department and learning something new every day. Mostly scuttlebutt, but from time to time he mined good stuff. Tonight he said he had something new. He told them all he knew about two coppers who'd spent 6 months in the States working with the FBI and had returned with some new ideas on how to combat organised crime. They planned on stopping clubs before they became too organised, reckoning rightly that bikies were the future of organised crime in Australia. There was a lot of talk after the Newcastle shootout, and they'd begun creating a profile of each club, its members, where they worked and lived and so on. He told them to be vigilant on runs. The cops were onto anything that moved. He'd got copies of their reports and passed on the news. In his opinion, the cops wouldn't easily succeed at state level, but if they set up a federal force, recruiting police from the state forces, it could get grim. He told them to hide their assets by transferring titles. He knew that Mimi's father was a skillful man with assets and would show them the ropes.
Squizzy, it looks as if you've gone a long way. Instead of joining our club, you have yours. It just runs a different way. You got it, Prez? It's party time, said Kev.
They went out to the bar and got stuck into the grog. Winnie reckoned Squizzy had earned a few quid with that information. A small investment might pay big dividends. He got Brian to loosen up 1,000, then handed it to Squiz, hoping it was a fair price. Squiz looked shaken, but Winnie pointed out that the information was valuable to them. How valuable exactly? $1,000 worth. Squizzy had a baby on the way. Cash would come in handy, so he slipped it into his breast pocket. Long after the pub shut, the miners stayed open. The trick was to try and keep the idiots out, but some always got through. Winnie and Kev played 8-ball until some drunken egg put a coin on the table and challenged the winner. Kev and Winnie smiled at each other and ignored him. Kev ran the table. When the game was done, they shook hands. The challenger sauntered over and slotted the money into the table, and the ball spilled out.
I'm playing the big fella.
Kev looked at him.
Set them up then.
The egg's friends came over to watch. He thought he was pretty sharp. Winnie stood back and watched in amusement, while Big Kev cleared the table without giving the bloke a shot. He and his friends watched in amazement. Big Kev replaced his cue and was walking over to Winnie when the bloke called out,
Do you want another game, big fella?
Big Kev turned and gave him a look.
Don't call me big fella, cunt face. You can have the table.
Kev turned away.
A bit scared to play me again, big fella.
Big Kev turned and took 3 giant steps over to the big mouth. His friends jumped back as if to say, You're on your own. Kevy grabbed him by the throat, lifted him off the floor until the bloke's eyes bulged.
I told you not to call me big fella.
The music was so loud in the clubhouse that few people heard what happened.
Listen to me, cunt. I don't want to play pool with you, and you don't come into our clubhouse with your big mouth trying to impress your friends.
Still gripping him by the throat, Kev walked him to the front gate, dropped him like a bag of shit, kicked him up the arse, and told him,
I never want to see your face here ever again.
The poor cunt's face was white. He trembled.
Now get the fuck out of here.
Big Mouth got to his feet and ran up the road. Big Kev walked back into the clubhouse and asked Big Mouth's friends if there was anyone else who wanted trouble like their mate. One of the blokes replied, He's not our mate. We're just here to have a good time.
That's good.
Big Kev was smiling. When he looked at him and said, I think you have an admirer over there. Kevy turned and looked. A girl in a short black dress gave him a big smile. Kevy smiled and waved. She gave him a you can fuck me anytime look, and then turned back to her friends, glancing occasionally in Kev's direction. Okay, Kev, let's get the slut in the black dress to come out the back with us. I'll go and chat her up while you get the drinks. Winnie caught the girl's attention and motioned her to come over. Winnie watched her walking towards him. She was a sexy thing.
Hello, I'm Adele. Nice to meet you.
Pretty name. Would you like to come out the back with my mate and share a joint?
I'd love to,
Adele said. Come with me. I'll roll you the finest joint you ever had. They walked out the back. Winnie stared at her black dress, which rode up high on her thighs. It was pretty obvious she wasn't wearing panties. Big Kev lifted up the hem of her dress.
Are we going to have some fun tonight, Adele?
Too right we are.
Big Kev fired up the joint. Adele was a local girl, a real classy dresser. She leaned back and her dress inched up some more. She looked at Big Kev, then at Winnie.
I like to fuck and I like to suck. Who's first?
Our type of girl.
Big Kev took a long hit on the joint, leaned back in his chair and blew a thin stream of smoke, passing the joint to Winnie. His hands free, he lifted up Adele's dress and exposed her bush. Adele smoked the joint and opened her legs. Big Kev slowly rubbed his fingers up and down her slit. She moaned and pulled out his cock.
You're right. This is the best joint I ever had.
She rolled her hips around Big Kev's fingers inside her.
Fuck me, Kev.
He didn't have to be asked twice. He placed one hand under each cheek and lowered her onto his rock-hard cock. Winnie dropped his jeans and Adele took his cock in her mouth and rolled her tongue around and massaged his balls. She rocked against Big Kev and moaned loudly. Winnie blew into her mouth, Big Kev blew in her bush, and she nearly collapsed from her orgasm. The three gasped for air. Winnie pulled on his jeans, reached for the ashtray, and lit the joint. Isn't that the finest joint you ever had, Adele?
The finest.
She smiled warmly. Winnie passed her a drink. Here, wash it down with that. Winnie walked out. Ocker saw the look on his face.
What have you been up to, Prez?
Having fun. The big fella too.
Any room for me, Prez?
Just take these drinks out and see what happens, mate.
The scanner crackled away behind the bar.
Anything going on?
Winnie leaned into the scanner.
Yeah, Prez. They pulled over some tigers running red lights on Parramatta Road.
What a shame.
Winnie surveyed the clubhouse. He was glad to see most of the members. They needed a good get-together after the Smouch episode.
You sure it's all right to go out the back?
Ocker wasn't convinced. Come on, mate. Would I bullshit to you? Winnie tried to look non-committal. Just take the drinks out and see what happens.
Where have you been, Prez?
Brian asked with a leer. Entertaining with Big Kev. You blokes still get the girls, Squizzy laughed. Yeah, it's a lot different with girls these days, Squiz. Instead of lining up on the wet grass under the harbour bridge with some bush pig, tonight we have a Sheila that looks like a model sitting out the back with no pants on, and we're all in here talking and having a beer, and all she wants to do is fuck minors. We do it with more class and in comfort these days. The group cracked up. How about you, Toothpick? Would you like to go out and be entertained? It's our welcome present.
Fucking oath, Prez. I'm in the mood for a bit of entertainment.
Off you go then. Just go gently with her. Toothpick grabbed his drink and headed out the back. He was back in a minute. You didn't muck around, mate.
Ocker wouldn't let me in. Told me to fuck off and come back later.
Winnie and Brian pissed themselves laughing. That's what you'll learn about Ocker. If he has a woman to himself, he's a sick little puppy and does all these little tricks with them. He could be in there all night.
What sort of tricks, Prez?
I don't know, but the only time that door will open will be when he goes for more drinks. You might have to wait for hours. I wouldn't be surprised if she's not working for Ocker in one of his businesses by the time she leaves here. Ocker has the gift of the gab. Just hang around, mate. You'll be right. Squiz had something else to tell them. The police were going to interview everyone again about Newcastle. They'd already started in Newcastle and would soon move down to Sydney. They knew they'd get no answers because it had been too dark to see and there was lots of confusion, fear and panic, but they were trying it on anyway. The phone rang. It was someone called Monica calling from the emergency ward at Liverpool Hospital. One of the members, Philip Jones, had been involved in a traffic accident. He was in a pretty bad way, and they'd sent for his parents. Winnie turned off the music, made the announcement, and sent all the visitors home. Everyone was sorry to hear about Jonesy, who was known as a great bloke. Ocker stepped out from behind the door, stark naked, except for one sock. Winnie told him the bad news.
How is he?
Pretty bad. It doesn't look real good. They sent for his parents. Where's the girl, mate?
She's having a nap. I didn't have the heart to wake her up.
Winnie took off his colours and handed them to Brian. Look after these for me, mate. He and Big Kev rode wordlessly to emergency. When they entered, they saw police standing with an elderly couple who looked devastated. The parents had just given permission to turn his life support off. Someone ran a red light. No witnesses yet. The cops were trying to file a report. Winnie spoke to Jonesy's parents, telling them that Jonesy was liked and respected in and out of the club. He introduced Kev.
Philip always spoke highly of you, his mother said between sobs.
Look, don't worry about anything, Mr. and Mrs. Jones. The club will organise everything. If it's all right, we'd like to come to your place tomorrow and talk about the arrangements for the funeral. With that, the realisation of Jonesy's death hit his mother again. She began weeping uncontrollably. The old man nodded and led Jonesy's mother out of the hospital, both looking utterly drained. Big Kev and Winnie stood together watching them. Then a nurse walked up to them. She'd been crying.
Hello, I'm Monica. I rang you at your clubhouse.
She gave Winnie a parcel. Oh, g'day, Monica. I'm Winnie, this is Kev. Thanks for doing that for us. She looked at the parcel.
It's his colours. I know the club would want them.
Did you know Jonesy?
Big Kev asked. Tears welled in Monica's eyes.
Yes, we're in high school together. I'd better go now.
Thanks again, Winnie said. Come on, Kev. There's nothing else for us to do here. They left the emergency ward and rode back to the clubhouse compound, which was filled with bikes. Winnie announced Jonesy's death. A good bloke, A great member. The news slowly sank in. He was a good mate. The funeral will be next week. Winnie paused for a second. Death's never far away when you ride a motorcycle. Here's to Jonesy, and here's to the miners. The boys raised their glasses. Ride to live, and live to ride. To Jonesy, they yelled. One of the boys had an uncle with a funeral parlour, and they arranged for him to handle the funeral. It was a few days until the body was released, but the plan was to hold the funeral on Thursday. Jonesy's bike turned up on the back of a truck. The bike was crushed on the left-hand side, proving it had been a big hit. Couldn't have been much worse. They planned to fix it and sell it and give the proceeds to the parents for a holiday. They could use one. Inside the bar, Ocker was telling Toothpick how the girl in the black dress gave him the best head job he'd ever had, and what he missed out on.
Stop it!
Toothpick was rubbing his crotch.
I'll have to have a wank if you don't.
Ocker pulled on a serious face.
Hey, just remember, Toothpick, you're only a new member.
Toothpick didn't know how to react. Ocker grinned.
Tell you what, mate, I'm seeing her tonight. You can come too.
Toothpick grinned broadly.
They said you were a good bloke.
Everyone laughed. It helped to change the sombre mood. Winnie dialed Mimmy. Before she could answer, 2 Harleys rode slowly past the clubhouse. The riders looked in, then accelerated away. Tiger's patches clearly visible. "Wonder what those queer cunts are up to," Big Kev said, to no one in particular. "Ocker, go and make sure the shotgun's loaded. I don't trust them." Ocker pulled out the sawn-off pump-action shotgun. He checked to see it was loaded and laid it on top of the safe. He was about to tell the nominee not to touch it when they heard the sound of Harleys coming down the street and swinging into the club compound. Twister got off his bike and shook hands with Winnie and Big Kev. "I hope you don't mind us dropping in, Winnie. We just wanted to have a drink with you for Jonesy. We heard the news. A good bloke, sad news." "How come you knew him so well?" Big Kev asked.
"He was me cousin."
Ocker replaced the gun in its hole. "It's cool, Twister," Winnie said. "It's been a long time between drinks for us. Why don't we go outside and sit in the sun? It's been a long night. We lost another member as well."
"What, dead?"
Twister looked surprised. "No, not dead, Twister. Smouch is in hospital."
"Yeah, I know him,"
Twister said with a cool smile.
"He had a lot to say. Went on about how he was going to become president and take over your business. He was off with the fairies, good for a laugh."
"Well, he's gone now."
"I knew Smouch wasn't going to be around for long, the way he talked himself up."
"Just don't let him join your club. We won't like that."
"Wait until I get me hands on him. I hope he does come back to our clubhouse."
Twister was incensed. He raised his drink and toasted the just departed.
"To Jonesy."
"How did you find out about him, being in an accident so quick, Twister?"
"His father called my mother. He was an only child. They're real battlers too."
"Yeah, I saw that," Winnie answered thoughtfully.
"You believe me, Winnie, about Smouch?"
Twister looked up at Winnie. "I believe you, Twister."
"I just didn't want to interfere in your club business. That's why I never said anything."
Twister talked a bit about his trucking business and how he was moving rigs interstate. Life was pretty good. He finished his drink and walked out with his boys. "The funeral's probably Thursday," Winnie called after him. "You're welcome, but no trouble, all right?" One of the Tigers had bragged about getting their shipment of hash in a week and had offered Ocker some. Ocker remembered Winnie and his night in the laneway behind Fritz's with the Hash King and the sergeant. If the Tigers were involved in the new shipment, it'd be a shame, but they wouldn't be getting a solitary ounce. Ocker said fuck all. It was none of his business what the Tigers got up to. Ocker got off the phone and grinned. The girl in the little black dress was coming back for more. Big Kev grabbed Ocker around his neck.
You're a dirty, filthy little man. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is yours. That is the way it is, isn't it?
So you're saying I'm a sheriff?
Both Winnie and Big Kev pissed themselves.
That's it, mate.
I'll see you at the shop on Monday, boys. Ring me at Mimi's, only in an emergency. Winnie took Toothpick's hand. Welcome to the club, mate. It's been quite a start for you. You'll make a good member. Hooroo. Big Kev said his goodbyes and followed Winnie through Liverpool to the intersection where Jonesy had been fatally hit. They sat wordlessly. After a few minutes they took off for the cross, where Kev peeled off and Winnie headed for Mimi's. She bounded down the stairs, threw herself into his arms, and kissed him. Chapter 14. The parents were inside sitting with Jonesy. Winnie sat next to the grief-stricken father. Both of us thank you, Peter. Winnie kissed the quietly sobbing mother, then went to the open coffin and looked at Jonesy at peace. The undertaker had done a good job, dressing him in his colours. The sound of bikes arriving disturbed his thoughts. He was surprised when he walked outside and saw how many people had turned up, including Twister and his Tigers, the Commandos, the Redbacks, and even the God Squad motorcycle clubs. At 11 o'clock, the undertaker instructed the pallbearers from the club on carrying the coffin, and they followed him out to the waiting hearse. He closed the back, and it pulled away slowly, followed by the formation of bikes. At the cemetery, a crowd stood around the wreath-strewn grave. Club women huddled, crying. The awful truth of the grave was all too much for Jonesy's mother, who put on a bit of a turn. The celebrant read Jonesy's eulogy, said his piece, and signalled someone to lower the coffin. Shovels appeared, and each miner contributed until the grave was filled. Even Twister walked over and tossed in a handful of dirt. When all was said and done, they rode back to the clubhouse. The women were driven in a stretch limo. Jonesy's parents didn't come. The old man reckoned it would be too much for his wife.
Look what I found,
Big Kev said, as Sorrow and Fred walked into the club. Sorrow had survived the massacre, but his arm was in a sling.
G'day, Sorrow. Fred, glad you're all right.
Yeah, Winnie, that goes for me too. But we're going to get charged with God knows what. No one's made a statement yet, so they're up a blind alley, and they can't make out what happened.
The Nutters aren't making statements either.
No, Winnie. I'll give them this much. They're staunch. The old Nutter had been using them. It wasn't about us wearing colours in their territory. It was all about him selling drugs on the north side, and he thought we were moving in. The funny thing is, we weren't. But we will now. He grinned. And some of those north-siders will make good redbacks. It's a good thing the old cunt is dead, even if someone had to pay for it.
How bad is your mate?
Big Kev wanted to know.
Not too bad. The bullet went straight through and chipped the shoulder bone on the way. The old cunt couldn't shoot straight, but he wasn't far off. We're real sorry to hear about Jonesy, Winnie. I never knew him, but a few of the boys did. They were going to do a bit of business together. Do you reckon someone else can look after them?
Winnie smiled.
I'm sure Jonesy would like that. I can look after it, yes?
Sure thing, Prez.
Come on, boys. Let's go inside and have a drink to our dead mate.
Brian welcomed each carload of mourners to the clubhouse. Jonesy's uncles and cousins and a few aunties and nieces turned up and got stuck into the open bar for a couple of hours, and the club paid. Winnie noticed Rastus and Spike across the room and raised his glass. Rastus nodded towards the back of the clubhouse, and Winnie moved to meet him there.
What's up, mate?
I have a little speed. Want some? One snort revs you up, and you can drink, piss, and party all night.
That sounds all right, Rastus.
Rastus got out some white powder and handed Winnie a rolled-up banknote.
Here goes.
Winnie put the note up his nose and inhaled the powder.
Holy shit,
that burns," Winnie exclaimed, and handed the note back to Rastus. His eyes watered, and he felt tingly all over. He announced that he was off to see if it worked. The night went quickly, in a blur. He could hardly believe it. Rastus reappeared.
"How'd you go with the speed, Winnie?"
"Now I know why they call it speed, mate. Reckon it could become popular. Is there much of it about?"
"I'll find out for you, Winnie. I want to know myself."
"We should get some. There might be an earn in it for us."
Winnie rounded up Kev, Brian and Ocker and told them about what Rastus had given him. He got Rastus to open his little stash of speed and show them what it was all about. Rastus looked a sight with his missing teeth, a dirty greasy beanie pulled down near his eyes and a cigar hanging out of his mouth. He poured the contents onto a mirror, pulled out a knife and made 6 lines in front of him.
"Will I like it?" asked Brian.
"Too right you will."
Rastus rolled the note into a straw.
"Never done this before," said Brian after he'd snorted.
"Yeah, sure looks like it,"
Sorrow said with a laugh. Brian handed the note to Ocker, who snorted it up like a vacuum cleaner. He pulled his head back, wiped his nose with the back of his hand, and passed the note to Big Kev.
"You want to start cooking your own speed, Winnie?"
Rastus wiped what speed was left on the mirror with his finger and licked it.
"Yum, not too bad if I say so myself."
Winnie nodded. He liked the vertical nature of a business where you can make your own product, distribute it, and cop the profit.
"You need chemicals we can supply," Rastus continued. "Glassware from laboratory supply shops and a cook who knows what he's doing. That's the hard part. You need someone you can trust. Once we teach you how to do it, you're set. But it's dangerous. You have to do it properly, otherwise you can blow yourself up. Your chemicals are normally worth about 40 grand a pop, so you don't want just any cunt experimenting."
"Well, supposing we wanted to cook our own, how soon could we get the chemicals, Rastus?"
"As soon as you're ready, Winnie. It isn't cheap to start up. The most expensive part is the pseudoephedrine. It'll cost you 20 grand for 20 litres, but your returns are about $250,000 when it's pure. You can cut it, depends on what quality you want. I normally cut it about 5 times. That's what you had before. How was it?"
Winnie could feel his scalp tingling from his line.
"Yeah, all right."
"You're best to set up your lab in the countryside because it gives off a pretty weird smell. Don't have too many people coming and going. The locals will notice bikies, so use cars and only go at night."
"Why share all your information with us?"
Brian normally never said a word. It was a fair question. Rastus looked up.
"I supply most of Melbourne. I'm not worried about Sydney. My business is supplying the chemicals. But if you boys don't want it, there are other people who'll jump at the chance."
"We're just amazed at how you're helping us," said Brian. "It's like you're a Tupperware salesman."
"To the Tupperware party,"
Rastus said, raising his drink, and they all burst out laughing. It broke the tension.
"We'll get on to setting it up this week, Rastus. You'd better give me a list."
"It has to be cash up front for the chemicals."
Winnie looked at Brian, who smiled at Rastus.
"Not a problem."
"I always knew I was going to like you commandos,"
Big Kev announced loudly. Rastus said,
"Same, mate,"
then lit his cigar and filled the room with smoke. Winnie saw a couple of plainclothes pigs around the clubhouse, blatantly eavesdropping.
"Come on, Kev, let's have a little chat."
Winnie strode over and stood behind them and spoke just loudly enough to be heard.
"Who invited you two to this private wake?"
It startled the coppers, and neither knew what to say.
"I'd advise you both to piss off, now. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what might happen."
They looked around and saw they were surrounded by miners, and left the club grounds quick smart. Winnie thanked Rastus for giving them the opportunity to do the speed in Sydney. He was in a mood to party.
A group of Jonesy's relatives and his Aunt Bess entertained a few members with funny stories about the young Jonesy. Then the rat turned up. He'd been gone a year or so. No one knew where he'd gone. His hair was longer than it had ever been, and was bleached white from the sun. He looked like a real surfy. "So where have you been, Rat?" Winnie was curious.
"Oh, I started using heroin again, Winnie. I had to get away from the peninsula scene, so I loaded me car and camped at this uninhabited beach for 3 months. It was tough going cold turkey at the start, but after a while I went back surfing and got my body back in shape. I already had me soul under control. I lived on fish and tinned food and almost beat the habit. But I had a bit of money, so I headed up the coast surfing and meeting locals. I put myself to the test, partied with them, and was offered but declined. Until I gave in. That's when I knew I was in trouble. So I kept heading north and worked on a prawn trawler in the Gulf, and stayed on it for a year, and kicked the habit. The skipper said he trusted me, and asked me if I'd go on a special trip as a decky. He told me I'd make $3,000 for a few days' work. I didn't twig until one night we met another ship at sea, loaded about 5 tons of Buddha sticks into our hold, and smuggled it back. No customs, no worries. He's an old pro. I admire him. He even adjusted our ballast so we floated right. The rat didn't know where the dope had gone to. One night 2 trucks arrived, loaded the dope, and off they went. The skipper came from a long line of smugglers who had supplied rum to the early settlers. It was in his blood. Until the drug business started, he fished 8 months of the year. He still did both. He liked fishing, and trawling was a good cover. I'm on good terms, and we might need him one day. Look, I'm clean now, and I need to earn a quid and start business again. I have a market for hash and grass. When can we start?
In a couple of weeks, Rat. There's grass available now. You can work it out with Ocker. He does it. I'll catch up with you later.
Good to be back, Prez.
Brian and Kevy sat with the women outside. Ocker showed off his new mobile phone to Aunt Bess. She was plumpish, big-titted, and in her mid-50s, with a few stiff drinks inside her.
That Ocker has no shame.
Rastus licked his lips, pulled on his cigar, and smiled toothlessly. Winnie couldn't believe it.
You wouldn't, would you?
Watch me.
Rastus got up.
Besides, I want to check out his mobile phone.
Aunt Bess waddled out the back, flanked by Ocker and Rastus. Winnie wondered if she knew what she was in for. It would make a good blue movie. He hoped the women didn't hear about it. They could get jealous over Aunt Bess. She was old enough to be their mother, and there she was in the back room with Ocker and Rastus, doing God knows what. No one talked, but it was something that made her groan a lot. When they re-emerged, Kev said to Ocker,
"Come on, don't leave us in the lurch."
You don't want to know, said Rastus with a leer, but she sure taught me a few things.
Aunt Bess waddled back from the ladies.
Hello, boys.
She pinched Brian on the arse and sat down with Rastus and Ocker. People left until only club members and the rat sat in the marijuana smoke-filled room. The unsmiling rat came over and sat down with Kev and Winnie.
The Prez told you, Kev? What can I say? Except I'm clean now.
Big Kev tapped Rat on the chest.
I admire that you came out and told us. We love you like a brother. But if you ever touch that shit again, you'll have me to worry about.
Kevy, I swear I won't. I've been there, not going back. I have me old market back, and now I just need the goods. I'll buy something up the coast when I'm cashed up. Met this little surfy chick up north, and she's moving down in a couple of months.
Now it was the rat's turn to need the boys, and they all remembered that he'd helped them in the beginning of their pot days. Mimi phoned.
Hello, Mr. Winifred. It's Mimi Gregson. Good news. You are now the proud owner of a townhouse. We exchanged contracts today.
Winnie thanked her and asked when they could choose furniture. "That would be my pleasure, Mr. Winifred." Then she whispered, "I'm looking forward to it."
Okay. Call you Saturday.
Chapter 15. Rose Tattoo were playing in Parramatta, and the boys felt like going. It was still early, and people were lined up down the block. On the door were two burly blokes, the Mario twins. Winnie hadn't seen them since school. They spotted Winnie and Kev and waved them in. Tony and Bruno Mario had migrated with their parents from Italy, but no one ever called them wogs. They were too big and too tough as well. Few could tell them apart, so everyone called them both Mario. The Marios knew about the miners and their clubhouse, and had always meant to come, but they worked 7 nights a week.
Any time you like, boys. Come over for a drink, Big Kev said. How long have you been bouncing, Mario?
Both started to answer simultaneously, and everyone laughed. Tony Mario joined them at a table and told them that after they left school, they'd work with their old man at the fruit markets, but it wasn't what they wanted. When he retired and moved back to Italy, he left them the family home. They wanted to open nightclubs. The only thing they knew was markets or fighting, so they chose the fighting.
You get much trouble?
Only when you aren't around, Kev. Mario laughed. He was a big, easygoing bloke until you pissed him off. Then he could turn. His twin was the same, only meaner.
I'll have a talk with you, Mario, about your nightclub if you like, Winnie said. Okay. See you later. Work to do.
He went to look after the front door.
The Mario brothers haven't changed much, Prez, except they've got bigger.
Later, Tony headed back to the table.
You intrigued me, Winnie. What did you want to talk about?
Well, Mario, if you had someone willing to put up the money for a nightclub, would you take it? All depends on how much say they want in running it. I'd put up the money and want nothing except that it's run properly, and I make a decent earn. I know you two blokes would make it a big success. Winnie, the nightclub was going to be just a start for us. We want to run big rock shows and some Broadway shows as well. From rock to opera. The nightclub is the first step to establish ourselves in the entertainment industry. There are plenty of rip-offs, but if we book popular acts and pay well, we get a good name. You have big ambitions, Mario, and I want to invest. I have cash, you need some. So let me talk to my banker about it. You must be doing all right, Winnie. Give me your number, and I'll call next week. Okay, Winnie, you're on. I'd better go now. We're expecting a big crowd tonight. A couple of drunk sluts made their way to the table. We love bikies. Can we sit here? No one paid them any attention until they tried to sit. Don't sit there, Winnie said quietly. Why? Do you think you're too good for us? Her friend tried to pull the mouthy one away. Come on, Jenna, leave it. You fucking minor cunts, the mouthy one said. Then she threw a drink at Winnie. Big Kev stood in one motion and head-butted the mouthy one into a chair. Her girlfriend looked stunned and wordlessly followed Big Kev as he dragged her mate's chair into a corner.
When she wakes up, take her out of here. I don't want any more bother.
Kev made his way back to the table. Do you know those sluts, Kev?
Never seen them before.
The slut was coming too, focusing on her girlfriend, trying to figure out where she was. She turned and mouthed more obscenities. Her girlfriend grabbed her by the hair on either side of her head and spoke to her. Big Kev just stared. The slut's eyes wobbled back and forth.
I think she's used to getting her own way,
Kevy said, and that got him a big laugh. It only worked her up. She started screaming over her shoulder as her girlfriend walked her outside.
Thank fuck they're gone, said Kev. Now we can watch the band. Should be starting soon. I saw Angry Anderson's bald head bobbing around before.
Who's he? Brian asked. You should go out more, mate. the lead singer of Rose Tattoo. Even I know that," Winnie said. "You're single, Prez. Wait until you get married and have kids. You'll want to stay home too." One of the Mario brothers came over to the table, looking concerned. "Did you blokes have problems with a couple of girls?" "They're gone now, Mario." "It's all right, mate, it was nothing." "Maybe not, Winnie. Those two run with some mad cunts, and if you stirred them up enough, there's a good chance they'll be back with them." "How far do they have to go, Mario?" "Back of Penrith. If they come back, they'll have numbers. We won't be able to help if you're still here."
"We're not going anywhere, Mario," said Big Kev. "We're here to watch the band."
"If they come, how long will it take for them to get there?" asked Winnie. "About an hour to an hour and a half." "Tell you what we'll do. There are 9 of our members plus Rastus and 2 of his boys at the clubhouse. Have you got any bats, Mario?" "Yeah, Winnie." Mario number 2 announced. "They're coming back. The slut just rang. She's as mad as hell."
"They might be bullshitting," said Kev.
No, the Mario brothers answered together. "They'll come." "Well, you have a choice, boys. Call the pigs or do it our way." They turned to Winnie. "Your way, mate, as long as we can keep it outside." "Brian, ring Ocker. Tell him to bring the boys from the clubhouse and park over the road. They'll know when the queer cunts arrive. Tell him not to be late." "Okay, Prez." "Mario, let them in the foyer and we'll meet them with the bats. Then Ocker and the boys can get them from behind. No knives." "But Winnie—" "Don't worry, Mario. We know the score." Mario showed Kev where they stored the bats. "Still glad you remember?" Winnie asked Toothpick. "It's not a problem, Prez."
"That's the way. We'll flog the bastards."
The band struck up loudly and drowned out the packed house. Winnie, Big Kev and Brian stuck together, but it was pretty hard for the boys to enjoy the show. Ocker appeared and Winnie explained the plan. "Soon as they enter, bring the boys over. Tell them not to get the bouncers. They're with us. After we finish with the pricks, you and the boys go back to the clubhouse. So when the pigs come, they'll only find victims. The bouncers can explain it to the pigs. If these pricks are as bad as the Mario brothers say, the pigs might be glad we did it." Within 15 minutes, Mario number 1 waved Winnie and the boys over. They grabbed bats and headed for the foyer, where Mario number 2 stood barring the door. The 2 sluts, surrounded by a wall of about 15 bikies, shouted abuse. Mario and his brother tried talking quietly, but the shouting and swearing got louder and more threatening.
"Prez, this is going to be a piece of piss."
"Right, Kev. You and Brian go to the left." "Come on, Toothpick, follow me." Winnie walked up behind the Marios. The slut shouted,
"There they are, the cunts!"
The blokes looked as if they'd been in the bush for a month and were eager to fight. Winnie and the boys began giving it to them. They had no alternatives but to run Ocker's gauntlet, where his boys belted them as they passed. The 2 sluts screamed at them as they ran from the torrent of blows, then bruised and bloodied, got on their bikes and fucked off. "That was a good result, boys," one Mario said. The other one just grinned. Kev and Toothpick handed the bats back to the Marios. The sluts glared at Winnie. Ocker gave them the once-over.
"They don't look too bad, Prez."
"What have you got in mind, Ocker?"
"Spoils of war?"
Ocker talked to them, and a minute or 2 later, the sluts and the boys headed back to the miners' clubhouse. "What do we do, Prez? Stay or go?"
"I reckon we've had enough for one day, Toothpick. Get the car."
They jumped in the Ford and took off.
"Where to, Prez?"
Winnie turned his head around to the back seat and said,
"What do you reckon, boys? A brothel?" "Count me in,"
Big Kev shouted.
"Whoopee!"
"I'll come,"
said Brian, "but I'm not performing." The Prez and Big Kev laughed.
Yeah, we know. You've got Gina at home."
"Won't your missus care, Kevy?"
"Just as long as I don't fuck her mates. Anyway, we're a long way from town. We don't know many operators out here."
"What about you, Toothpick?"
"Yeah, I'm in, Prez."
You know where to go, Toothpick? There's a new one at Prospect with some good girls in it, but it's expensive. Do you want to try it out, Prez? What do you reckon, Kev?
That'll do, Prez.
You heard the man, Toothpick? Prospect it is, Prez. Brian fired up a joint before passing it to Big Kev, who urged Toothpick to get up it. Winnie looked over at Toothpick. You just stick to the speed limit, mate. Toothpick pulled into the brothel and parked around the back. A single light burned above the door.
It doesn't look like much, Big Kev said, and it certainly doesn't look busy.
Come on, let's see what they have. Kev pressed the button on the intercom. A voice asked, How many of you?
4,
Winnie said in a strong voice. The door clicked open and revealed the madam in a black caftan. This way, gentlemen. Her accent was strongly European. Would you like drinks, or do you want to see the girls?
We're in no hurry, Winnie said. Let's have a drink. Speak for yourself, mate. I want a girl now.
Big Kev was keen. That can be arranged, the madam said. How long would you like to spend? It's $100 an hour. Big Kev pulled out his wallet and handed her $200. The madam pulled open a curtain, revealing 4 girls behind a one-way window, totally oblivious to the boys. They all wore upmarket underwear. One looked African, her skin almost blue-black.
I'm having her,
Big Kev grinned.
No wonder they charge $100 an hour, Kev. Compared to yours, these are princesses. Yeah, I know, mate. But at our place, you only pay $30.
They don't look too bad at all, do they? Brian noticed. But not for me. I'll wait in the bar. Have fun.
Oh, we will,
Kevy said.
I'm ready.
Her name is Sabrina. I will show you the room, then get her for you. Big Kev disappeared up a hallway. Winnie and Toothpick stared at the girls.
Which one do you fancy, Toothpick?
Your choice first, Prez.
I'll have the blonde. Have you got enough money?
Yeah, I'm right, thanks, Prez. I think I'm going to put it on the madam.
I don't blame you, mate.
They watched the madam enter the room and walk over to the African pro.
She must be 6 foot tall,
Winnie said. She looked all right, dressed in all white. The madam led her out of the room.
You're right about this being high class, Toothpick. I bet they do all right. They must have some good protection to invest so much out this way. They wouldn't do it otherwise.
Just then the madam returned. Are you gentlemen right? Winnie turned to her.
My little mate here wants to know if he can have you.
No, not possible. You will enjoy the younger girls.
What's your name?
Winnie asked. It is Ava, darling. And yours?
I'm Winnie, and this is Toothpick.
Pleased to meet you both. And your other friend?
Brian, Winnie replied. He went to the lounge. He's not a customer.
That is okay. Franz is out there. He will look after him. Have you decided on the girl, or would you like a drink first? I think I'll have that one. Toothpick pointed to a small Italian-looking girl. Be gentle with her, Ava said to Toothpick. She just started working. Her name is Milena.
I'm gentle with all of them, he replied, and followed her out.
Brian sat in a lounge chair, drink in hand. One of the biggest men Winnie had ever seen stood talking to him.
This is Franz, Winnie, Brian said.
Would you like a drink, sir? He shared the European accent of the madam.
I'll have the same as him, Winnie replied.
Are you going to see one of the girls?
That's what I'm here for.
There is no charge for the drink, Franz replied. Winnie walked around the room looking at exotic drawings. That is Ava's work. Franz watched Winnie carefully. He wasn't taking any chances. Just then Ava entered.
I was just admiring your artwork. It's very good. I'm ready now. I'll go with the blonde.
Just 1 hour, Mr. Winnie?
That's all I need.
Ava took him by the hand and led him to the room. You've chosen Julie. She's a good girl.
I wouldn't mind you either." He gave her a big smile.
"No, Mr. Winnie. I only do it for love. This is just a business for Franz and me. One day we might meet, and we'll see."
She opened a door, revealing a double bed and a mirrored ceiling.
"This'll do," said Winnie.
"You may have a shower first if you like."
The door opened, and Julie entered. Brian looked up at Franz.
"Do you mind if I smoke some pot?" "Not in here," replied Franz. "We want to keep this place drug-free. We never know exactly who'll be coming through the door next."
"How long do you stay open, Franz?"
"We're flexible. We try to close about 6.
"How long have you been open?"
Ava, the madam, walked in.
"You ask a lot of questions."
Brian was caught off guard.
"Just making conversation. Don't worry, we're not the police."
"Oh, I know that," Ava added. "You're the bikies. Why do you come to my house? Don't you run your own?"
"Not me. Some of the other boys do. It's not my go. We have a motorcycle shop."
"What else do you boys get up to?"
"Now who's asking too many questions?" Brian said.
Ava laughed.
"Let me get you a drink. It's on the house."
"Sounds all right to me."
"Who is Mr. Winnie?"
"He's the president of our club and a partner in the motorcycle shop with me."
"Is he married?"
"He's not the marrying type. Winnie's different."
"In what way?"
"You'd have to get to know him. He's special."
"Oh, I can see that,"
Ava said, just as Winnie walked in.
"That didn't take long, Prez." "No, it's just what I needed, though."
The buzzer sounded, and Ava left to care for her new customers. Big Kev strutted back smiling.
"That's the best brute I've ever had."
"You don't want Sandy to hear you saying that, mate," Brian said.
"As long as you don't say anything to your missus, Brian, she won't find out."
"Gina wouldn't say anything, Kev."
In a stern voice, Winnie added, "Just don't say anything to her."
"I won't, Prez."
They waited for Toothpick, who took his time.
"Come on, let's go,"
said Brian.
"I'll see you again, Franz."
Franz smiled. It almost looked warm. Ava spoke to some new customers of Middle Eastern appearance who were staring into the one-way window. Winnie winked at her as he walked out.
"Thank you for coming, gentlemen. You must come again."
"It was our pleasure, Ava. You run a good joint here."
"Thank you, Winnie. The door will close behind you. You see, Kev, what sort of market is out there, mate? You should look at starting up out here too."
"We've all been looking around. It's just convincing Sandy. She loves the cross."
"You don't have to move."
"I know, Prez. Me and Ocker formed a company, so when they legalise it, we'll be ready."
"That might take a few years before they do."
"Well, that's okay. We'll just carry on, and eventually, instead of the pigs getting our tax, the government will. That's what I wanted you to see the sergeant about. I'll talk to you about it later."
The passengers piled in. Toothpick started up, and they took off into the night.
"Get the heater on,"
Big Kev yelled.
"You're just a big Sheila, Kev,"
said Winnie.
"And you've never had malaria."
"Oh, right, Kev." Winnie had no idea how bad malaria could be.
"And neither have I, Prez."
Winnie just glanced back and said dryly, "You're a queer cunt." Toothpick turned on the fan full bore until the car warmed up and they drove back to the clubhouse in toasty warmth.
"We went to a new whorehouse in Prospect, Ocker,"
said Kev.
"Any good?"
"Good girls and well set up. I didn't think there'd be a market. But they had 4 girls, so it can't be too bad. They charge a good price, too. We should talk to Sandy about looking for sites out here, instead of concentrating on the city area. You know, spread it out a bit."
"Who else is out the back, Ocker?"
"Just the rat, Prez."
"We need to talk. Let the nominees finish their game of pool, get them to clean up, and then let them go. I'll go and wake up the rat." Winnie opened the door to the back room and switched on the light. The rat's eyes opened. He blinked furiously. You could almost hear his brain ticking over while he tried to figure out where he was. He stared at Winnie for a moment.
G'day, Prez. I can't drink like I used to.
That's what heroin does to your liver, mate.
Prez, do me a favour, mate, will you? Don't mention that part of my life too much. I'm not proud of it.
It's a deal, Rat, as long as you don't tell anyone else about your fisherman mate. He could come in handy one day.
You're the only person I'd trust with the story, Prez.
Good, mate. Now you've spoken with Ocker about starting up business again?
I have, Prez, but I haven't got enough for cash up front.
You'll be right. We'll look after you. But you'll have to leave now, mate. We're locking up.
See you, Prez, and thanks for a good night. I love you, blokes. See you next week.
Right. First cab off the rank is the Hash, Brian. How's it going?
None left, Prez.
There hasn't been for a couple of weeks. And I don't know how good the information is from the sergeant, because Twister was telling me their hash is here, and we can buy it off them this weekend. He was pretty positive that they'd be unloading it in the next couple of days. The only thing I can say, Brian, is that the sergeant has never been wrong. You know what he said. It might get here, but it won't hit the streets. But Prez, if it does, we'll have no option but to buy from them. Otherwise we'll lose our markets, and we don't want that. Our take might shrink a bit, but at least we'll keep our customers. It's obvious they don't have it yet, so we'll just have to be patient. If they get it, we'll consider buying it from them. The Prez paused in thoughtful silence. We've been paid our share of the hash money. Are you blokes happy with Brian as treasurer? I know I am. Ocker and Kev nodded approvingly. I hope you don't keep too many books, Brian.
No, Prez. I use a different book for each shipment, and when we sell out, I destroy it. I'm doing exactly what you wanted. Gina pays your share into your account at Mimi's father's bank.
Yeah, I know. Mimi paid almost 80,000 from my account yesterday for my unit.
It's a good feeling, Prez. You'll know how I feel about my new home after you move into yours. When are you moving in?
Soon, I hope. Do we still have some grass left, Ocker?
About 30 pounds. Nestor's going good, Prez.
I hope he's doing the right thing by us.
He is, Prez. It all goes to club members, and they have no trouble moving it. He grows pot, no seed or stem. A few members help him harvest.
OK. Next, we have to learn how to cook speed, and find a good spot to do it. I think we should take the advice Rastus gave us, rent something rural. We'll take the lease out under a bodgy name. Maybe Brian can take Gina and Kitty along with him, so the real estate people think they're renting to a family. Now we're going to need a reliable cook, someone who can teach us how to do it. Ocker, can you get onto that?
I've been thinking, Prez. One of the girls from the escort business is finishing a degree in industrial chemistry. I'll have a quiet word.
Make sure you can trust her before you say too much.
I know, Prez. She comes from a good family, and I have some photos of her I'm sure she wouldn't like her family to see.
That's the way, Ocker.
It was good to see the Rat. He used to move a lot of gear for us on the northern beaches. Do we give him credit, Prez?
He spoke to me about that, Ocker. What do you think?
Big Kev stood.
He gave us credit when we first started.
What do you say I give him 6 months' credit? Said Winnie. By then, he should have a bank. Yeah, that sounds fair enough, Ocker said. Should I let him know, Prez? He's coming to see me for some grass next week.
Yeah, tell him he's got credit until he's cashed up.
I also told him that in the near future we'll have speed for sale. We'll just about have Sydney sewn up. With us out here in the west, Swanee on the south side, and Rat doing the north side, if we have good quality, supply and price, our products will do the rest. If the sergeant finds out about the speed, he'll want a bigger sling every month.
Big Kev added, He'll find out, and he's a greedy cunt.
It'd be better if we got in first and offered him extra. It makes sense if we tell him what we're up to,
That way he knows to keep an ear open. It'll be cheaper in the long run. Brian made a mental note. How much will we offer him, Prez? Let's wait and see how we go with the speed, first of all. That's our priority. This is going to take a bit of cash to start up for the chemicals, lab equipment, and whatever else. We'll keep separate speed and pot books, and use our own money to get it started. How much, Prez? I'm not too sure. Maybe 25 grand each? You should all be cashed up. I'm not travelling that good at the moment, Prez. How come, Brian? Well, with the new home, I'm just about broke at the moment. That's why I want to know when the hash is coming, so I can make an earn. That's okay, Brian. I'll put in for you. Oh, thanks, Ocker. Don't worry, Brian. I'll just take it out of the first batch. Your portable phone business must be going okay, Ocker. To be honest with you, Prez, it's costing me at the moment. They're too big and don't work in a lot of places.
I told you that, you silly little cunt. You need a line for a phone to work.
I'm too far in to pull out now.
How come?
I bought shares in the phone company. You're not Mimi's only customer, you know.
Okay, said Winnie, getting back to business. Everyone knows what they have to do, so let's get on to it. I'd like to have the lab set up and running within a month. I don't know where Brian spends all his money, Kev, Winnie said later. His house couldn't have cost him all his profits. It's Gina, Prez. Her gambling habit. She pisses it away as soon as he makes it. It's got fuck all to do with us, Kev. Chapter 16. Brian wanted to expand. He'd heard the Harley family had bought the company back from AMF and had developed a new reliable motor. Do we want to sell new bikes? He asked. Or keep doing custom bikes and parts? Selling custom work only meant money if they could get distribution rights for parts in Australia. Then they'd need to move into a highly visible location somewhere. Do we keep going the way we are, or do we go big? There were big dollars involved. Everyone gave it due thought. I've never seen you so passionate about anything like this before, Brian. Oh, it's just a great opportunity, Prez. How do you expect to do it? I have a list of suppliers in the States. I worked out who can supply the best quality parts to build a custom bike. Instead of doing repairs on bikes, we'd be building custom bikes to order.
That'd be the go, Brian.
Big Kev liked the idea. And I can paint 'em, said Ocker. That's the go, boys. Brian was ecstatic. It sounds good, Brian, but you haven't told us how we're going to do it. I'll go to the States, see the suppliers, sign contracts and get distribution rights, and if you blokes want to be in it, we should set up a company. I'll do all the work. Trust me. If we only become a Harley-Davidson dealer, they'll tell us how to run our shop, and we'd have to pay plenty to get the dealership. This way, we only sell aftermarket parts. Everyone in?
Yes, Brian, they chorused.
Okay, Brian. See Johnny Baker and get him to organise the paperwork, said Winnie. How about we call it High-Speed Custom Imports? Yeah, that sounds good, Brian. The phone rang. Kev listened for a minute wordlessly, then put down the phone.
That was Sandy. The Tigers got busted with their hash. It's all over the front page of today's newspaper.
The front page told the story in one big black headline. Sydney bike gang members arrested in major narcotics operation. The report continued. 3 members of the Tigers motorcycle gang have been charged with possession of a large shipment of hashish. Police spokesman said of the haul, the arrest followed a combined Customs and New South Wales police operation. Police followed the shipment from a cargo vessel in Darling Harbour to a warehouse at Mascot, where police arrested 3 men for further questioning. Police expect more arrests. Who'd they get, Kev?
No names yet, Prez. The pig's information was spot on. I hope Customs missed our hash.
Ocker called the Tigers clubhouse, and Twister answered. Did you ring up to gloat
Well, you can get fucked. Hold on a minute, mate, Ocker said. I don't know what you're talking about, Twister. I've just rung to say thanks for coming to Jonesy's funeral. What are you on about? Haven't you heard? They got Kero Ken and a couple of our members yesterday with a pile of hash. You can read about it in today's paper. Nearly pissing himself laughing, Ocker controlled himself enough to tell Twister, Fuck! Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Twister. I'll talk to you soon.
Who'd they get? Winnie asked.
Kero Ken and some others?
Poor old Kero, eh? He has all the luck. Unless they give someone up, they'll be doing big time. Kero won't give anyone up, Big Kev said. The Hash King's behind this. I hope he doesn't do the same to us.
Big Kev sounded worried. They'd entered the big time now.
You think Kero will get bail, Prez?
I can't imagine it, Kev. They got caught with a fair amount. Why are you worried about him, Kev?
I remember the night he helped us up the cross.
He's not a bad bloke. It's just a pity he's related to Twister. It was time for Winnie to go. He primed the motor, pushed the choke down a little, and let it idle.
What a night, mate. Can you believe the last 24 hours?
No, mate. I've got to think about it for a couple of days. Winnie engaged the clutch, kicked the bike into first gear, let off the clutch and roared to his mother's place for the last time. His brother Warren was watching men loading a small rental truck. They shook hands. It had been a while. Warren had put on a few extra pounds when he noticed.
How you going, brother?
Not too bad, Peter. I never thought I'd see the day. It was a good thing you bought that place up at the coast for Mum. I thought she'd end up dying here.
She's got a lot of living to do yet, mate.
I know, Peter. But who'd have ever expected us to have enough money to do it? Your motorcycle shop must be doing all right.
Warren smiled at Winnie Riley.
You're not doing drugs, eh, mate?
Winnie admitted to a bit of marijuana. He didn't want to supply too much information. He knew all too well what Warren was like. You couldn't tell him anything. He'd always tell the world.
I just sell a few ounces, that's all, mate. I had to take out a loan to get Mum's place.
I wish I could do more to help her, Peter, but with 3 kids and 1 wage, it's hard.
Winnie patted him on the shoulder.
I know, Warren. Why don't you get your missus a job too?
Winnie knew that suggestion would be fruitless. The lazy slut wouldn't get off her fat ass from watching the box unless she had to go to the fridge.
Well, maybe it's not that bad, but close to it. It's too hard for her with the 3 kids, who never get to see their uncle, I might add. I'm going to save our bedroom furniture for my 2 boys. Their room will be like ours.
I don't think so, Winnie said, smiling.
He remembered Warren's asthmatic wheezing. In the hot months, Winnie waved a towel to keep him cool until their father bought him an electric fan.
Someone from the bank rang. Someone called Mimi. The way Mum told it, you were friends.
We are. Her old man owns a futures traders.
You go to an office and give them cash and they invest it in new ventures. Better returns. Sounds high class to me, but if it works, why not?
I'm going inside to grab a few things, Warren.
Okay, Peter. I'll help these blokes load up.
When he stuffed his clothes in his saddlebags and pulled out the cash hidden beneath his wardrobe, his emergency money, about 10,000. He counted out $500 and put it in his pocket, grabbed his bags and walked out without looking back. He pulled out the 500.
Here, take this, Warren.
Oh, I can't take this, Peter. You've done enough already.
Take it, mate.
It's for your family. Give 'em a treat. I'm doing all right. I forgot I had it in my sock drawer. Warren pocketed the cash.
Here, take this too.
Winnie passed over a bag of pot.
I don't smoke that shit, Peter.
Try it one day when your missus is having a bad day. Go down the backyard and roll yourself a joint and see how you handle it. It's better than beer, plus it's good for your asthma. It helps clear your air passages. Fair dinkum. Would I lie to you, brother?
I've never understood you, Peter.
Don't try, mate.
Peter, how about making an effort to visit the wife and kids?
I will, mate, I promise.
Winnie shook hands. then threw a leg over his bike and started it up. "The boys want to see you, Harley. They're Harley mad."
"See you, mate."
Winnie rode down the road, his old street, for the last time. He thought they should keep some of these identical houses for future generations before they were bulldozed. Warren watched him ride up the street. One of the blokes helping load the furniture said he'd heard the miners were bad bastards. Warren replied firmly, "They're only bad if people deserve it. Now let's finish loading, and not another word, okay?" The bloke looked crestfallen. Winnie rode to Stanmore and parked outside the real estate office. The owner's son walked out to greet him. "I love your bike, Mr. Winifred. I guess you're here to pick up the keys to your new place. Everything's ready. Come into the office and sign the paperwork and it's all yours. You can have the keys now." Winnie signed the contracts. "I'll send these deeds to your solicitor." Winnie shook the young bloke's hand.
"Nice doing business with you."
He picked up the keys, mounted his bike and headed for his new home on a quiet cul-de-sac lined with brick Federation-era homes. He pulled up outside his townhouse and unlocked the garage door. He rode in and locked up, then walked to the front door and pulled out the front door key. He was very conscious of entering his home for the first time, wasn't sure what he'd find. The last time he'd seen it, the rooms were starkly empty. He opened the door and saw it was furnished. He and Mimi had spent a morning selecting things and somehow she'd managed to get it delivered and arranged in a few days. He pulled open the curtains at one of the front windows and noticed somebody peering at him from the house opposite. He inspected each room. In the kitchen, a vase of roses with a card sat on the bench. He hadn't seen a bunch of red roses for a long time. They made him think of Mrs. Wright. He read the card. "Dear Peter, I took the liberty of having everything delivered yesterday, and with the help of the delivery men, it was easy. Hope you like the flowers. See you tonight. Love, Mimi." He opened the fridge. She'd stocked it with food and beer.
"What a little house mouse."
The previous day and night of partying began to catch up with Winnie. He stripped, turned on the shower, and stood for 10 minutes under the hot water. The memory of the whore the night before gave him a slight guilty pang. He thought about Mimi's unconditional love. He thought he would have to show her more respect, and promised himself he wasn't going to stray again. Mimi had put new linen on the bed, and Winnie slept instantly. He awoke to the smell of frying bacon. In the kitchen, Mimi held a spatula in one hand and shook the frying pan with the other. He grabbed her waist and kissed her neck.
"I love you, Mimi."
He said it without a second thought. He hadn't said that to anyone before. She said nothing, showed no emotion apart from a raised eyebrow. She elbowed him aside. "Come on, out of the way. Breakfast is ready. Sit down." Her tone changed. "There's only one thing I ask of you, Peter. If I move in, you'll have to promise me that I'm the only woman in your life. I don't want marriage or a ring. I just want you to be faithful." Winnie wondered how much she knew. "I don't want any bullshit, just that commitment."
"You've got it, Mimi. Just don't try to change me. You know what I am."
"Well, that's what I love about you, Peter." Food was the last thing on his mind. He turned off the stove, reached for her hand and led her into the bedroom. It was in the days of couldn't keep their hands off each other. They lay on their backs, gasping for breath, after an athletic romp. He lit up a cigarette and then passed it to her.
"How'd you get in last night?"
"The real estate agent gave me a key. I explained what I was doing. The young real estate guy really liked you, Peter. You touch a lot of people. It's the good in you."
"Don't make me blush."
He thought about the whore he was with last night. Mimi must be psychic. He went to the window and pulled back the curtains and looked at the house across the street, where he'd seen the curtains move the night before. An elderly woman watered her garden and every so often glanced at Mimi's Mercedes sports car.
"She must be the street gossip.
I bet she'd love to know the score with us. He watched the woman for a moment or two. She looked happy, so maybe she wasn't the street gossip after all.
I've been looking forward to a ride today, Peter.
Come on then, let's get ready. We can go up and visit my mother in Woy Woy. Winnie threw his saddlebags on the bed.
Peter, look.
Mimi pointed at the new quilt, and Winnie saw oil from his chain cover. Oh, Jesus, Mimi, sorry.
You're hopeless.
I suppose most girls would go off their head. He dressed and pulled on his colours. Mimi looked drop-dead gorgeous in a red silk scarf, a new black leather jacket and jeans with knee-length Italian boots. You look great. Been shopping?
I do it for you, Peter.
He kissed her and sneaked in a pat on her backside. Winnie rolled his bike out of the garage and Mimi drove her car in. While he waited, he caught the eye of the lady living opposite. The woman waved and Winnie waved back. Mimi held out a thin package.
Can you carry this for me, please?
What is it?
Chocolates for your mother?
Mimi waved to the woman and the woman waved back. They headed up the tollway to the Central Coast, with Mimi looking as if she'd stepped off the runway at a fashion show. Winnie headed towards the bowls club, where his mother played bingo. He pulled up outside. She should be finished soon. He gave Mimi the chocolates, and they entered the club and signed the visitor's book. Winnie asked, "What's my new address?"
12 Cooper's Crescent, Stanmore.
Winnie passed Mimi the pen.
What's my address?
She asked him with a big grin. 12 Cooper's Crescent, Stanmore. Mimi wrote it down, and Winnie took her by the hand and headed towards his mother. He sat behind her until she noticed him and shouted out his name. The bingo caller thought he had a winner. All eyes went to his mother.
"Sorry,"
she said. All eyes went back down to the cards until a lady shouted bingo. His mother threw in her ticket, and Winnie kissed and hugged her. "You remember Mimi, Mum?"
"How can I forget her?"
Mimi embraced her and handed her the chocolates. His mother's friends watched admiringly as she unwrapped the handmade Belgian chocolates and immediately popped one into her mouth. Mimi politely declined when offered.
"How have you been, Peter? You look healthy and happy."
"I saw Warren at the house yesterday."
"Yes, he told me last night on the phone. You're a good brother to him. You should try and see more of him and his family. That's all the family you have."
"I've got the club too, Mum." His mother patted him on the knee. Looking at Mimi, she said,
"Don't worry, love. He'll grow out of it."
Winnie smiled at Mimi, and she beamed back at him. While waiting at the bar for drinks, he watched his mother and Mimi talking. As he approached the table, the women stopped talking. "I'm not interrupting anything, am I?" He put the drinks down.
"Not at all, Peter."
Mimi stifled a laugh. She looked like the cat that had swallowed the canary. After lunch, they said their goodbyes.
"Now, don't forget about Warren."
"I won't, Mum." They walked out to the bike. Mimi asked,
"Why don't you see more of your brother?"
"Not you too. It's simple. We don't have much in common, and if you must know, I just don't like his missus." He'd never addressed her so abruptly. On the ride back to Sydney, he felt bad about it, and when they got home, he took her in his arms and whispered, "I love you." The next morning in bed, he turned to Mimi. "Is it okay if we go to Brian and Gina's party today in your Mercedes?"
"What's mine is yours, Peter. You can drive if you like."
Driving the Mercedes proved a real luxury. It felt as if the car was flying, and he almost missed the turn-off to Brian's new home near the top of Snow's Mountain. The area was almost unrecognisable after being covered with dream homes. Brian's place was a huge brick pile, and Winnie suddenly understood why Brian had no money. Winnie parked and passed the keys to Mimi. "Just in case I have a few drinks too many." Mimi went to the boot and lifted out a wrapped gift. Just a little something for their new home?
You're unreal.
Winnie relieved her of the box. Little Kitty ran out.
Uncle Peter!
He scooped her up with his free arm, while she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissed him, and then looked around at Mimi.
Is this your girlfriend?
Yes, Kitty. This is Mimi. But you're still my girlfriend too.
Kitty held Mimi and Winnie's hands and led them out to the 30 or so people gathered around the barbecue. I'm so glad you're able to come, Mimi. Gina hugged Mimi, who handed her the present. A little housewarming gift for your home. Thanks. Come and have a look around. Gina smiled proudly. Brian, can you introduce Peter around? The women headed into the house, and young Kitty followed. The distinctive sound of approaching Harleys rumbled in the distance. That'll be Kevy and Ocker. Brian introduced Winnie to Gina's cousin from Brisbane as the bikes pulled in. Brian rushed off. I'll be back in a minute, Prez. I don't want them to park in the driveway. They'll drip oil. Winnie made small talk with the cousin until Brian came back. Look at this. Brian turned toward the setting sun that backlit the distant ranges and coloured the sky gold. But if you look east, it's a terracotta valley. Winnie had played in that valley as a kid, but he couldn't remember exactly where. They stood and stared until Big Kev, Sandy, and Ocker arrived. Hello, sexy. Sandy kissed Winnie.
How you going, madam?
You're a cheeky bastard. They hugged, and she whispered, I hear you're out lately. Now, where was it? Yes, that's right. Over at Prospect, a place run by Ava. She paused for effect, then reassured him. My lips are sealed.
I know, Sandy.
He thought about the R&R Yanks she'd seen while Kevy was in Vietnam. He put his arm around her and walked her to the boys. Come on, Sandy. Let's have a trip down memory lane. We're trying to work out where our track was. What track? Sandy stared at the sea of terracotta roofing tiles. That's where we raced our motorbikes when we were kids, the 4 originals. Is this the first time you've been back? How do you feel seeing the valley covered in houses? Kev just stared. Brian broke it up. Come on, don't get all sentimental on us. What about a drink? The consensus was that a drink was a fine idea. That Sandy knew about their night at the whorehouse in Prospect amazed them. They had no idea how she'd found out.
Fuck. I think it's better we don't tell Brian. He'll shit himself,
Kev said. Ocker added, You know he made us move our bikes from the driveway onto the street. I reckon before we're allowed in the house, he'll make us take our boots off. He might not even let us in. He cackled at the thought. Brian urged them to meet the other guests and Gina's parents, and they exchanged pleasantries. Brian's mother and father had never liked Winnie and had always blamed him for whatever trouble he and Brian got up to. Big Kev, Winnie and Ocker ended up talking to Gina's cousin, Bobby. I've heard so much about you boys from Gina.
All good, I hope,
Winnie winked. All good. Your club has a pretty good reputation up our way. I'm in a club in Brisbane, the Sharks. We started 6 months ago in the Moreton Bay area.
Any trouble from other clubs?
The Tigers from Sydney just started a chapter, and we had a few problems, but it's all sorted now. Their president, Twister, came up and we talked.
We know Twister, Big Kev said. If you stand up to him, he'll back down. Was a big bloke called Kero Ken with him?
He was.
Well, you won't see him for a bit. He just got busted with a huge load of hash. Customs and the pigs are making a big deal out of it.
Bobby joined the boys in Brian's garage. It was immaculate, with all Brian's tools neatly arranged and everything in its place. His Harley sat under a dust cover. Another bike in the corner was also covered neatly with a sheet. His original BSA 125cc Bantam. They lifted the cover and revealed the fully restored bike, its tyres fresh, its chrome glistening. At that moment, Winnie wished he had kept his too. Brian divvied up speed on a small mirror. "Here, you go first, Bobby." He held out a rolled-up note. "I haven't had this before," Bobby said, with a hint of apprehension. "What's it like?" "It gets you cranking," Brian quoted from experience. Bobby stuck the tube up his nose and snorted the line in one. His eyes watered almost immediately. "Whoa, that's the go." The boys all had their line and walked around the garage and gawked at the posters of long-ago bike races. "Do you do any business in Brisbane, Bobby?" Winnie's mind was always on the job. "A fair bit of pot, but not much else. There isn't much of anything up our way." "We'll be able to look after you in a week or two, and you'll get a good deal. How many members do you have?" 15. We don't want to get too big, just tight." "That's the way," Big Kev said. The smell of the barbecue drew them to the table where Mimmy and Sandy met the boys with empty plates. Kitty asked Winnie, "Can I sit with you, Uncle Peter?" Winnie looked at Gina. "Of course you can," Gina answered for him. Kitty looked up at them confidently. "I like Mimmy, Uncle Peter."
"So do I, Kitty."
He squeezed Mimi's free hand. After dinner, Winnie went and located the trotting track where it had all started. The track had more stalls, floodlight towers, and new grandstands. It was a far cry from the old country track he'd known. He wondered who collected the horse shit. He tried to work out the delivery route they'd taken as kids. The roads looked the same, just with a lot more houses. He could still make out some landmarks quite easily, and was sure it was still a long push up the hill. He wondered if Mrs. Wright and her roses were still alive. He found Joe the Ukrainian's house. If he'd been a concentration camp guard, he'd likely gotten away with it. Winnie had never heard of one being caught out there. The Housing Commission estate was intact. He'd only ever had a few customers for horseshit in there. They were all too poor. Practically the whole neighbourhood had given him a hard time, but Winnie'd always remembered someone's advice. Where there's muck, there's money. He and Brian must have looked funny pulling a billy cart stacked with sugar bags full of wet horse shit. He remembered the smell and tried to place where he'd smelled it recently. Then it came to him. The smell of the cigars Rastus smoked. Mimmy walked up behind him. "Memories?"
"Good ones. They shaped my life. I was thinking of Mrs. Wright and her roses."
Big Kev and Ocker started laughing.
"What are you laughing at?"
Winnie asked.
"Running Twister off into the bushes," said Kev. "We've just found the spot."
The visitors touring the house resembled a Congo line. Brian stood at the door and asked the boys to take off their boots. Ocker said nothing, but looked as if he wanted to. Brian got no opposition from the boys. He gave them a running commentary, walking from room to room. The tour lasted a little too long, so Ocker and Winnie hung back and darted down a hall leading outdoors. They grabbed beers and sat down on lawn chairs.
"Prez, while I have a quiet minute, I want to tell you I've found a final year chemistry student who reckons he could cook for us. He lives with one of my university girls, the one I have the naughty photos of. I saw him last night. He reckons it'll be a piece of piss for him. He wants to make enough to go overseas, and it's easier than driving taxis. He's prepared to show you how to do it as part of the deal. What do you reckon?"
"How much does he want?"
10 grand a cook."
"Do you reckon it's worth that much?"
"Fuck an oath, Prez. We can make 20 times that with every batch."
"Tell him we have to meet. If he checks out, he's got the job. Get him to give you a list of everything we need."
"He's working on that now."
"Well done, Ocker."
Brian came out of the house.
"I won't be at the shop tomorrow, Prez. Gina and I are going to look for a lab."
"Ocker found a cook, so it looks like we're into a new business, mate."
Winnie and Mimmy said their goodbyes, and little Kitty ran over with a final request.
"Can I come and stay at your place one night?"
Mimmy bent over to her. come and stay for the weekend when your parents are in America, if that's all right with you, Brian.
Kitty's staying with my parents. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem.
Mimi drove, while Winnie relaxed. Gina told me you're changing the direction of the bike shop.
It was Brian's idea, to get distribution rights for custom parts. I suppose you told her that you convinced Brian to diversify.
I didn't want to spoil her party, Peter.
She won't find it a picnic waiting around in hotel rooms while he's in meetings.
Oh no, she's not doing that. She told me that she's going to Las Vegas while he works.
That could be a problem.
Why's that, Peter?
She has a gambling problem.
Mimi couldn't imagine what Winnie meant and let it go. Before Brian and Gina left for the States, they found a perfect house to set up their lab, an hour out of the city. Gina hung nice curtains and made it look homey. Winnie, Kev and Ocker went out to see it at night. Ocker brought the lab equipment and everything except for the hard-to-get pseudoephedrine. Rastus had that end covered. It would be here in a few days.
When can the cook start work?
Asked Winnie.
As soon as we need him,
said Ocker.
We'll line it up for the weekend. You and Big Kev bring him out and blindfold him so he doesn't know where he's going. He's not to leave. You stay here with him so he can teach you how to do the cooking. Bring him out on Saturday night, and I'll make sure I'm here, so I can have a talk with him.
You haven't heard from the pig yet, Prez?
You know what he's like. He only meets me when he has something. Don't worry, he'll ring. I see Kero Ken's going to wear the importation charge, Prez, said Kev. I knew he wouldn't give anyone up.
Yeah, Kev, he's a good man. Twister's lucky to have him. I hope he looks after him.
Twister only ever looks after himself,
Big Kev replied with a sneer. The Saturday newspapers reported that Sorrow and his boys had been committed to stand trial for murder. Bail was refused. The police were worried they'd intimidate any witnesses, but there were no witnesses the cops could find. Winnie wondered if they'd get off. Ocker brought the blindfolded student cook out to the house on the Saturday night. Winnie removed the blindfold. The kid tried to focus in the light. He held up a hand to shade his eyes and found himself staring into Winnie's cold eyes.
Look at me closely, Mr. Cook. If you ever say one word about this to anyone, my eyes will be the last thing you'll ever see.
Winnie pulled out a .38 special from his back pocket, pointed it at the kid's head, and mouthed, "Boom," before putting it away. Big Kev broke the silence.
This is Steve, Prez.
Winnie smiled and reached out his hand to Steve, who shook it firmly.
I don't want to scare you too much, mate, but security is number one.
I understand. I'm only in it for the money. This is my final year. Doing this will finance my dream of touring the world.
Big Kev and Ocker brought in the supplies.
What about your degree?
I'm almost finished.
Winnie met Ocker, carrying in cases of beer and 2 bottles of bourbon.
No piss in here. Put it back in the car.
Come on, Prez. I'll be here all week.
I don't want any accidents.
Ocker turned to Big Kev.
He won't let me have any piss.
Big Kev laughed and put down the groceries.
Come on, Steve. Let's make sure you have everything you need.
Winnie pulled out a piece of paper and ticked each item off.
Yes, it's all there. Good. Let's go and check the glassware.
Steve unpacked the burners, full gas bottles, and tubing, and told Winnie they'd have as good a lab as at the university.
I'll drink to that,
Ocker said. Winnie clapped Ocker on the shoulder.
You've done a real good job here, mate. Top quality everything. When are you going to start, Steve?
The quicker the better, Prez. We can set up in the morning.
That's what I like to see. Progress. How long will it take for the first batch to be ready?
The first one will be a little slow, but if you come back on Wednesday, I'll have £5 for you. If you cut that 5 times, you'll have £30. Then we'll be counting the money.
Ocker smiled at the thought. Not too soon, mate. The cooking is one thing, then we have to find a market.
You won't find that hard, Prez, Steve said. The university runs on it.
No, we have our own people, and you're not to take any product and sell it. You can have some personal, but you can't be known. We're paying you enough. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Winnie and Kev walked out to the car.
It was pretty heavy with the cook in there, Prez.
He has to know that he's not playing with Boy Scouts, Kev.
Yeah, I know, Prez. How often do you think you'll have to do a cook?
I don't know, Kev. It'll all depend on how long it takes to get rid of it. We have everyone waiting for it. I'm going home now. I'll see you on Monday. With Brian in the States and Ocker out at the lab, it's important that you and I keep the shop looking busy. Winnie opened for business on Monday morning and worked at the front desk. A steady flow of customers ordered parts or picked them up. He enjoyed the contact. The business had increased by almost 50% over their first year, and Harleys were becoming popular. If Brian's plan to specialise in custom bikes came off, they'd need bigger premises. Everything would be legal, no more stolen bikes. Swanee turned up late in the afternoon with his girl. She was gorgeous, a stunner. Winnie walked out to greet them.
This is my girl Kim. We've just been for a ride. We thought we'd drop in and say hello.
Hello, Kim. Call me Winnie.
Swanee asked Kim to buy him a packet of cigarettes at the shop on the corner. As soon as Kim was out of earshot, Swanee got down to business.
Any news on the hash?
Still heard nothing as yet. Shouldn't be too long, but we're going to have the speed ready this week, mate. It'll be here all the time. We won't have to rely on anyone when we have production in full swing.
When can I pick it up?
Thursday. It's already going to be cut. Just don't jump on it and you'll do all right.
How much is it?
Asked Swanee.
10 grand a pound. That's a fair price. There's enough in it for everyone to make an earn. If you sell it in ounces for 1,000 per ounce, you'll make 6 grand a pound.
You've got it all worked out, Prez.
It's business, Swanee. That way your boys can make a quid.
Swanee's new girlfriend bounced back carrying the cigarettes. Winnie couldn't resist.
Not a bad set of titties, Swanee.
Yeah, they're not bad, Prez.
Kim handed Swanee his cigarettes, then wandered around the shop and pulled out a T-shirt from a display.
How does this look, babe?
She asked.
Great. Would you like it?
Yes, please. Looks like you have a sale.
Winnie folded it and bagged it and gave it to Kim, and Swanee paid.
We're going to sell aftermarket parts and build choppers, said Winnie. No more working on old bikes.
Brian is in the States nailing down distribution rights for suppliers like Sands, Porco, Jammer Frames, and whatever else he can organise. Maybe we'll do tyres too. We're already looking for a bigger shop. A sly grin appeared on Swanee's face.
We're off now, Winnie. I'm getting a present from Kimmy when we get home.
You're a horny bastard.
Aren't we all?
Winnie waved Swanee off, his balls tingling in anticipation of getting home to collect his own special present. On the Wednesday night, Winnie and Big Kev drove out to the lab. They discussed how they would sell the speed, in ounces or pounds.
It all depends, Kev. With our boys, I think we should just do ounces. If the redbacks still want it, we'll sell it to them and Gina's cousin in pounds. I told Swanee 10 grand a pound. In the other clubs, it'll be 12. It's going to be good quality, so they'll still do all right. I don't know about the redbacks, said Kev. I've already arranged it with them, but most of them are in jail.
They'll beat the charges. They're just trying to break them up with all the bullshit charges.
Have you got the money for the cook?
Yeah, it's in the glove box. They arrived at the house, and Ocker met them eagerly.
Am I glad to see you? I haven't slept for 2 days. I've got to get out of here. It's sending me mad. It's the fumes. I should have worn a mask like Steve. I won't make that mistake again.
Winnie coughed immediately.
Fuck. Leave the front door open. I see what you mean.
Did you bring the piss back, Prez?
No, I don't have it. Where'd you put it?
Oh, in my van.
Well, it's still there.
Fuck, I'm a silly cunt. Ocker returned with a bottle of bourbon. Anyone want a drink?
No, you have one, mate. Looks like you deserve one.
Thanks, Prez. Ocker took a long slug. Ah, that slowed me down a bit.
The boys laughed. And where's Steve?
He's just packing everything away. How often will we need him anyway?
We'll see how long it takes to move it. Do you think you can make it yet?
Nah, it's very technical. I'll need to do a few more cooks with him before I'm confident of giving it a go myself.
Winnie and Kev headed to the kitchen, where Steve was cleaning the equipment. He wore a mask, a lab coat, and rubber gloves, and looked the part. He nodded and mumbled something under his mask.
Ocker tells me you've finished.
Steve pointed at the speed in a large glass flask. Kev set the scales down on the table.
Doesn't look like speed.
The beige crystal appeared moist.
You probably haven't seen it before it's been cut. This is pure shit, number 1.
Winnie took over and weighed the result.
There's just over 5 pounds.
He grabbed a spoon and adjusted the weight to 5 pounds. The extra quarter of an ounce he bagged and handed to Steve.
That's your personal stash. Don't sell it.
Ocker made some lines.
Do you want to try some, Prez?
Why not?
You can't snort it yet. It needs to dry out. You'll have to eat it.
They took turns in tasting the crystal.
Fuck. That tastes like shit. Give me the bourbon.
You want some, Kev?
Fucking oath. Anything that tastes that bad must be good for you.
Kev aped Winnie's facial expressions. It was bitter, and its effects were almost immediate. Winnie gave the 10 grand to Steve.
Best to count it in front of us. That way there's no problems.
Steve counted in 1,000 lots until he had 10 piles laid out.
A pleasure doing business with you.
Now, Steve, what's the best way of cutting this?
Get a big blender. It's best to go with an industrial one. They're pretty cheap. And go with this ratio. 1 pound of base to 5 pounds of glucose. Mix it up properly and bingo. 6 pounds of good quality street speed. You'll end up with 30 pounds. That should give you a good return.
Yeah, and we take the risk. Now, Steve, when we need you again, are you up for it?
I'll do it as many times as you need until the end of the year.
Ocker will be right by then anyway. He's a quick learner, so you better be a good teacher. And Ocker, don't forget to blindfold Steve when you leave, as a precaution.
Big Kev was revving off his head.
I've never had pure speed before. Shit, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack.
You'll be right, Kev. Have a Valium when we get home. At least we know how good it is.
How you feeling, Prez?
Just like you, mate. We'll stash this in a lock-up near the shop, and I want only us to know about it. I'll bring my blender from home, and we'll mix it up there tomorrow because I want to move it soon. I'll pick up some glucose on the way in tomorrow. In 3 weeks, they had moved 30 pounds. It was easy getting money. The hard part was making the money clean and legal. It was good having the Gregson Bank on their side, but the banking laws were changing, and in future they'd have to be more creative. It was a good thing they had Memmy's early advice, but hiding hundreds of thousands in bundles of 20s and 50s proved harder. Brian had good news the morning he got back. It was the longest Brian and Winnie had ever been apart, except for their time in different reform schools.
How'd you go on the business side?
I got distribution rights from enough suppliers to build a complete bike, except for the motor, which we can get through Fraser's. I also had a look at a few chopper shops, and that gave me some good ideas for the new shop.
Did you go to Disneyland?
Big Kev asked with a cheesy grin. I'll show you the photos, Kev. I haven't told you everything yet, though. This is the bonus from our trip. Gina had a big win at a casino in Las Vegas.
How big?
180,000 American dollars. The boys whistled. They were rolling in it. Gina's at the bank now converting the casino cheque to Australian. I reckon she'll get 220,000. Did you get the lab up yet, Winnie?
Too right. And we sold the first batch already, and Ocker's off tonight again with the cook. Now that we're all together,
Winnie got their attention.
I saw the owner of the building where our shop is. He owns 3 buildings adjoining ours, and he's prepared to sell to us. I reckon we should buy them all, gut 'em, and turn 'em into one big shop. It'll be just the right size for what Brian proposes we do. What do you boys think? We wouldn't have to change our address."
The boys nodded. It all made sense, and having cash helped.
"I was going to see Mimi and get her to organise a loan for us, but I have a better idea. What do you reckon, Brian? We use Gina's windfall to buy it all in our names, and we pay her cash from our drug money."
Brian looked worried. "I'll have to ask her, Prez."
"It was your money that won it, don't forget. Just tell her the money's going into something you really want. Just makes it simpler for us to buy an asset using clean money." I know, Brian replied. "I'll talk to her tonight."
Ocker left to pick up the cook. He waved goodbye and disappeared, carrying a huge box with supplies for the week. Brian laid out papers all over his desk. "I've got all the documents that I've signed with our new suppliers from the States. I've also got an appointment with Johnny Baker this afternoon. I want him to have a look at them for us. Make sure they're all legally binding."
"Good idea, Brian. Anyway, we don't need you here. I like playing shopkeeper."
Winnie smiled. Brian left, and as the roar of his bike faded, Big Kev and Winnie chatted.
"That'll work out good, Prez. If Gina can put up the cash. If she only ever does one good thing for him, I hope this is it."
"He might just put his foot down with her. He really wants a chopper shop. He can get what he wants, if he wants it enough. I've seen it all his life. He just lets her run the ship. He likes it that way."
"I suppose you're right, Prez. I guess she was lucky enough to win it."
"If you win big, Kev, you eventually have to lose big. I just hope Brian can afford it when she does."
"Well, this isn't getting any work done. I'm going to pick up the tools."
When he tried to envisage the layout with the adjoining shop space, big ideas flashed through his mind until he heard the phone ringing. "Is that you, Peter?" Winnie recognised the sergeant's voice. "How about dinner tonight? 8 o'clock, same place." The hash must have landed. Winnie whispered to Kev.
"The pig just called.
I'll meet him tonight. He sounded cheerful." Chapter 17. The pig sat at their usual table at Fritz's, which afforded a clear view of the entrance. They exchanged pleasantries.
"So, I hear your opposition got involved in that hash importation business, and they're going down for a while. But you knew about that all along. It was a setup."
"No. They were just stupid, and they dealt with the wrong people."
"Why didn't you tell me that the Tigers were involved? Didn't you trust me?"
"It wasn't your club," said the pig. "That's our deal. It wouldn't have made any difference, would it?"
"You wouldn't have told them, would you?"
"No. Well, don't worry about it then. That's business. It had to happen the way it did, and now you're back in business again." "Are you ready to order, gentlemen? I recommend the special this evening." It sounded good in Italian, so they both ordered it, and Tony left them.
"When can we pick the hash up? People are screaming for it."
"Soon. But I don't know how much longer we can bring it in, Winnie. Customs is toughening up, and they're not telling the New South Wales coppers much."
"Don't they trust you, Sarge?"
The pig just looked at Winnie and gave him a knowing smile.
"I might be able to help you there, Sarge. I have a mate who has a mate."
Yeah, Winnie. Everyone has a mate."
"No, this is fair income, if you're interested."
"Go on, Winnie."
"This bloke owns a trawler and has done a few loads of Buddha sticks."
A light went on in the sergeant's eyes. "So that's how it's coming in." The sergeant had heard of the Buddha sticks. Sydney had been swamped with them for a few months, and kids all over the city went off their heads on the strongest dope ever.
"Anyway, he knows the drill. He has the boat, and he can do the job. Worth a thought?"
Tony placed their meals before them. ground pepper onto the pasta, and took off. The sergeant waited for Tony to leave, then he poured a line of salt on the table. Winnie wondered just what the fuck he was up to. I knew a bloke who snorted a line of salt like this. Had a headache for a week. They told him it was speed. He reckoned it was the best speed he'd ever had. We called him Salty after that. The point is, Winnie, if you manufacture and distribute speed, I have to know. Winnie's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Burrows. I don't have to ask your permission to do anything. No, you're quite right there. You don't. But when you're doing powder, you get attention. They're bringing younger men into the squad, a bunch of Bible-bashing zealots. You'd be advised never to give them a brown envelope, because the little turds would go straight to internal affairs and dob on you. I have a mate in there, and he keeps me informed. He looked pretty satisfied with that. I'm still in charge, but you have to be careful. I know you're making a good whack out of speed, so let's say we put my retainer up to $5,000 a week. He blew the line of salt off the table. Your business could go like that if you don't use your head. That's why you'll pay me. It's business, Winnie. I have to pay my mate in internal affairs and sling some of the boys in the squad. It's not all for me. Winnie went back to his dinner, thinking that Burrows was not as tough as he thought he was. What do you know about the Redbacks case? They've all been committed to stand trial for a fray, and some for murder. Winnie, frustrated, snapped, I know that. What about the case itself? Have they got much to go on? Fuck all, Winnie. Most will walk. It's just become too political. The government wants to look tough on crime. In a year's time, it'll all be over. They're on remand now. Like I said, they'll all walk. There's just no evidence that'll stand up in court. That's good to hear. What are they to you anyway, Winnie? Are they aligned to your club? We align with nobody. They're just mates. Have you heard anything more on that task force investigating bikies? Nah, those blokes went to the federal police force. I have a mate in there who told me that bikies are not their targets yet. You'll have to expect it one day, though. You'll have to pay extra for that info. It's a federal issue, and they don't miss a trick. Winnie leaned forward. It's like a little club, the Bent Coppers Club. Then he changed the topic. How come you said you knew we were manufacturing speed before? Just a guess, Winnie. Your bloke started selling it, therefore I assumed you were. It's just the coppers' way of thinking, that's all. I don't care if you are or not. The hash should be available in a day or two. We'll use similar arrangements for the pickup, okay? I'll call you with a place and time. Ocker knows the drill. Good. The pig finished and glanced at his wristwatch. I've got to go now. We've got a job on tonight. It's your shout for the meal. I'll talk to you soon. He waved to Tony as he left the restaurant. At the Friday night meeting at the club, affectionately called church, all the members turned up. They included truck drivers, handy for interstate deliveries, a solicitor not used for club business, and a catering manager. Nestor was back from his marijuana cultivation mission and looked sharp. Ocker, back from the most recent cook, delighted in showing Winnie and Brian his newest mobile telephone. Everyone was animated, and the music blared so Ocker spoke louder to be heard. This is the new model I picked up today, Winnie. He held out his mobile phone for inspection. It's a Nokia, smaller than my other one, but it's still a brick. Next time I go out to the lab, try calling me in the taxi, and then you'll see how convenient they can be. Ocker wrote the number on a card and handed it to Winnie, who had no interest in gadgets or mobile phones. Winnie winked at Kev and pulled him aside for a quiet word. Kev, Rastus is moving back to Melbourne. Whatever trouble he had down there has been sorted. They're going to reopen their clubhouse, and we talked about taking a club run down there while we're fitting out the new chopper shop. He wants us to attend the reopening. There's just one thing. Spike's not going back. He likes Sydney too much.
That's not going to cause any problems for you, is it, Kev?
Kev said no. Spike had turned out to be a good, knowledgeable asset to the shop.
He'll still be a commander, but he likes building choppers, so he can still work for us. Anyway, that's not the main reason he's staying. He found a girl.
Kev knew about the girl. He was glad Spike had decided to stay. Brian weighed in. Spike has some great ideas on building choppers. Our custom parts side could make us the #1 chopper shop in Australia. Winnie spoke to Brian.
You'll have to build me #1, and I'll design it.
Sure, Prez. Mate's rates for you.
I just heard from the Mario brothers. They're coming around later for a drink. It'll be good to repay them for helping us out at the nightclub. Yeah, I like those blokes, even if they are wogs, Big Kev said.
We should put it to the boys at the meeting about going to Melbourne, Prez, said Brian.
I intend to.
Big Kev boomed out.
Meeting starts in 5 minutes.
Brian collected fees. Winnie took the floor.
You know how close we've become to the commandos. They're moving back to Melbourne, and they've invited us to the reopening of their clubhouse next month. I thought it would be a good idea to have a club run to attend the celebrations. What say you?
Most of the boys were pretty excited. Some had never been out of Sydney. It was agreed unanimously. They'd go.
I'll let Swanee and his boys know, said Winnie. The next item on the agenda's pretty important. Now we're selling the speed, everybody has to be much more careful. The pigs are getting even heavier on the powder, much more than the green. You can't just sit around in the pub selling grams, as some of you do. I'm aware of what you're doing, and if you keep carrying on like that, you're going to attract attention. Benny's one of them.
All eyes turned to Benny.
Don't worry, Benny. You're not in the shit. You just have to change your ways. Everyone does. No more selling drugs, and I mean any drugs, while wearing your colours. No selling to people you don't know. Form your own circle of dealers and don't stray. Only sell ounces. If anyone enters your circle and wants a pound, fuck him off straight away. I bet you he'd turn out to be a narc. We don't need the club name involved. We still have a lot of members who don't do the biz. If you happen to get done wearing club gear to the lockup, we're all fucked. Does anyone have a problem with that?
Kev boomed out.
If I find out anyone's still doing it, they'll have me to deal with. Is that clear, Benny?
Yes, Sarge.
Benny had been a member for a few short months and hadn't yet seen Big Kev go off, but he'd heard about it. He shrank into his seat.
And that's all for tonight. Meeting closed.
It was a full moon, with a good feel to it. Boys laughed and bullshitted each other around the bar.
Ocker, how you going with the cooking, mate?
Well, Steve reckons I'm ready to do it by myself, just in case he's prepared to come while I'm doing it, but I need a couple of assistants.
Do you have anyone in mind, Ocker?
Toothpick?
I'll talk with Kevy and Brian first. There shouldn't be any problem. He's done the right thing so far. We might have to pay him a bit more than the uni student because he knows how much we make out of it. We'll give him 20 a cook, and we'll do about 20 a year.
What if he gets greedy, Prez?
Let's not think like that. We'll try trusting him first. I'll put it to him later. Have you been looking after the rat?
Yeah, he's right, Prez. He's putting together a new network and doing about 4 or 5 ounces of speed a week and a few pounds of the green. He's just waiting on the hash.
Well, it's here, mate. I saw Burrows the other night and told him about Rat's mate with the trawler up north. I need to speak with Rat about it. Let's see if he's been bullshitting us or not, because there might be a good job for the bloke to bring in some hash. According to the pig, things are starting to tighten up on the docks with customs.
When do we take delivery, Prez?
Same deal as last time. I'll let you know where and when. We give them the money, and you pick up the truck. If you think it's off, don't go near it.
Don't worry, Prez, I won't.
The Mario brothers turned up. They were not easy to miss. Two massive Italian boys dressed in white shirts and black pants, and shoulders a pick-handle wide. "You've got a great clubhouse here, Winnie." They followed Winnie past a glass case displaying a picture of Jonesy doing a burnout. "That's one of our mates, killed by a red light runner a few months ago." The Mario brothers stopped and checked out the commemoration, and a board covered with pictures of people having fun at past parties. Winnie turned to the Marios. "This club is where the money is, with people drinking and having fun, and it's even better if you own the bar." "Then you're in the money," Mario one said.
"What have you got in mind, boys?"
"The breweries are selling off pubs. There's a few that aren't worth much. We'd be looking to transfer the licenses to other pubs, but we need investors."
"You have money?"
"What bank would lend two wogs with no assets the money to buy a pub? We can't even get a proper interview. We were hoping you'd be the bank. We don't want to buy one pub, we want three. And we know which ones we want. We're hoping to get them at a good price. You'd be the investor, and we'd give you an equal share. We'll run the pub and nightclub side of it. We've got enough cash to buy one now, but you'd have to fund the other two, and maybe some of the refurbishment work. We estimate 200 grand.
"Where are they?"
"Oxford Street in the city, and one in Balmain."
"They're not great areas."
"Not yet, Winnie, but they will be soon. Sydney's changing. Everything is changing. Look at you, Winnie. We knew you'd get on. We remember Brother Michael dragging you around by the neck and banging your head against the blackboard and trying to humiliate you by hanging you on the hat peg. He expected you to start howling and crying, but you never did. It was funny, but you were tougher than he was."
"You blokes remember that?"
They nodded.
"Now, if I'm getting this right, I'll have no say in the joints, but I'm still an equal partner?"
"All depends on what you want to have a say in, Winnie. This is our passion. Come with us. We know what we're doing."
"Okay, boys."
Winnie raised his hands in mock surrender.
"I'm not saying I want to say. I'd just like to reserve my right to, if I think it's needed."
"We won't give you the need, Winnie."
"When do you need the money?"
"Not for a few months, though. I'll tell you now that we have a second cousin working at the tender office. We can't lose, but we still have to pay a fair price."
"Give me a month's notice so I can get a solicitor to draw up the papers. I use John Baker in Parramatta, and you can use him too if you like. He'll be acting for all of us. The money will come from Gregson and Gregson, they're futures traders."
"We don't like banks, Winnie."
"This one you'll like. I'll introduce you to them one day. It's just a small company with one office and plenty of money."
"Then it's a deal, Winnie?" said Mario one. Winnie nodded. "Good on you, Winnie." Mario too shook his hand. "What do you want to call the company, Winnie?"
"The Mario Brothers. What do you guys reckon?"
Both brothers laughed. "Why not, Winnie? This is just the start. You'll be hearing from us soon." They shook hands cordially and left.
"What did the Mario Brothers want, Winnie?"
"I'm going into business with them, Kev. Into pubs."
"What else are you getting into, Prez?"
"Who knows, Kev? We'll just have to wait and see."
"I'll drink to that, Prez."
Big Kev downed his drink. "You're not on a mission tonight, are you, Kev?"
"Why do you say that, Prez?"
"I've known you too long, Kev. What's up, mate?" Big Kev looked sad. "You can talk to me, mate. What's up?"
"It's Sandy. She was pregnant. I didn't want to tell anyone yet, but she lost it last night."
"How is she?"
"Not too bad. Her mother came down and she's with her now. I think she's more sorry for me, but as long as she's all right, I don't care that much. This isn't the first time, Prez. I didn't want her to try again, but she insisted. There'll be no more now. They're going to operate."
"Where is she, mate?"
"In the Crown Street Women's Hospital."
"She needs her friend's support," said Winnie. "I'll give Mimi a ring." The women's hospital was lit up like a Christmas tree. The parking attendant offered them the spot next to his box and introduced himself as Eddie.
"One of you guys a new father, eh?"
"Something like that,"
Big Kev replied.
"My name's Kev. Look after these bikes and make sure they're there when we get back."
"With my life,"
Eddie said, as Kev moved off. "My name's Winnie."
"I'm pleased to meet you, Winnie. Is your mate all right?"
"He'll be right. Thanks for the spot."
At 8 at night, the maternity ward swelled with beaming couples staring at their newborns through the observation window. The smell, a cross between shit and antiseptic. The boys stood out in their colours and riding gear and windswept hair. When Mimi joined them, she looked prim and proper in her banker's suit. They ignored the looks from staff and patients alike. Sandy was in room 420. Mimi and Winnie ran headlong into a bloke with his arms stuffed full of women's clothes. His wife had collapsed to her knees and was clutching her stomach in pain and screaming loudly. The husband panicked and called for help. Nurses rushed towards her.
"Get her to the delivery room."
An orderly arrived with a wheelchair. Suddenly, a woman screamed from a room somewhere. "Kev, you go and see Sandy. We'll come up later."
"Come on, Peter."
Mimi knew it was only a matter of time before Winnie bolted for the door and into the night. She grabbed his arm and they headed outside.
"There'll be shops open down the road."
They walked out into the night and the smell of the city hit them.
"That's better."
Winnie took a deep breath.
"It's like an abattoir in there. How's Sandy?"
"The doctor said she came really close to dying from blood poisoning. She's going to be okay, but she won't be able to bear children. They gave her a hysterectomy."
Kev felt mixed emotions welling up. Determined not to start blubbering in front of Sandy, he rode up and down a few times in the lift, composing himself. When the door opened, the silence hit him. He found himself whispering to the nurse on duty.
"Where's room 420?
In an equally quiet voice, she directed him.
"Third room on your right."
She appeared oblivious to his colours. Maybe bikers came in all the time. He paused briefly in front of Sandy's door before entering. Sandy lay asleep in bed with a drip attached to one arm and a bank of machines monitoring her condition. Her red hair contrasted starkly with the white room. She looked peaceful. Kev's eyes filled with tears and a few escaped down his cheeks. He raised his forearm and wiped it across his eyes. He didn't want to disturb her and turned to leave the room. Then he heard her voice.
"What are you doing here, Buffhead?"
He walked to her bedside and she reached out with her free hand. He lost control and sobbed and kissed her gently and laid his head on her breast. Sandy rubbed his head reassuringly.
"Everything's going to be fine, you big baby."
In between sobs, Kevy whispered,
"I thought I was going to lose you, and I never told you how much I love you."
"Keep going."
He kissed her and hoped that said enough.
"Tell me the truth, babe. What did the doctors say?"
"I just need to rest up for a while. But there's no chance of us ever having a baby."
She wept.
"I know how much you've wanted to be a father. I'm sorry, Kevy, but it's not on the cards now."
Kev held her tightly, and they cried together and said nothing much. Nurses popped in every few minutes and adjusted things and checked vital signs, and Kev was up and down and in and out of the room while the professionals took charge. He walked the halls and watched the women walking to and fro, and when the last of the nurses left, he went back in.
"It's okay if you want to go and find yourself another girl."
Sandy let out her grief in a wail from the bottom of her being. Kev looked directly into her eyes.
"You're a silly bitch. Where would I find anyone crazy enough to put up with me?"
Sandy pulled his face towards her and kissed him. A knock at the door interrupted them. Winnie entered and held the door open for Mimi. She carried a huge bunch of flowers in one hand and a plate of small cakes in the other.
"Everything looks all right in here,"
Winnie quipped with a smile as Kev and Sandy beamed back. Winnie embraced Sandy. "Everything's just fine, Prez, just fine." She squeezed Winnie's hand. Mimi kissed her. "Hello, darling." Sandy wasn't used to women showing her much affection. Even her own mother never found the time, but she liked it when they did. "I brought you some cakes," Mimi said. "I hope you can eat." She tried to hide her tears from Sandy, but with no success. Sandy took Mimi's hand in hers. "It's okay, Mimi. Don't cry, or you'll start me off again."
"Can you find a vase for the flowers, Peter?"
Kev mimicked Mimi and got a big laugh. Winnie shook his head on the way out the door to find one. Mimi watched Kev and Sandy and noticed how they discovered each other. Winnie entered clutching a vase.
"Hey, Kev, there are some good-looking nurses here. You should have seen the one that got the vase for me. It was up on the top shelf, and she had to reach up for it. Nice set of ham and eggs."
"You're such a tart, Prez,"
Sandy said. Mimi picked up the flowers. "Here, give me that vase so I can clonk you with it." Winnie winked at Mimi, and she headed to the bathroom to get water, while Winnie held the door open. "Is this some competition to see who can be the biggest gentleman? We know what you're both like," Sandy said.
"Anybody like a cup of tea?"
Kev asked. "Yes, I'll have one," Sandy said. Winnie and Kev went out to wander the halls in search of some tea. Mimi called out to them, "Watch out for those nurses." 2 nurses watched the boys make tea.
"What do you reckon, Kev?"
Winnie looked over his shoulder and slipped across the room to the nurses.
"What time do you knock off, girls?"
"Why's that?"
the not-so-pretty one asked. The prettier one shot her a shut-your-mouth look. "We're off duty now."
"You want to go for a ride?"
Not waiting for an answer, Winnie said,
"We'll meet you outside the parking booth in half an hour." "You live dangerously, Prez."
"No danger, Kev. We'll be long gone before Mimi leaves. There's no use in just hanging around. Give them some time to have a good talk."
"Sandy and Mimi are good friends, Prez. It's what they both need."
Winnie took another peek at the nurses.
"You can have the ugly one, Kev." "I don't care, Prez. I just want an empty."
Winnie backed into the room.
"What have you boys been up to?"
Sandy missed nothing.
"Well, we were just saying how good you're looking considering what you've been through, and Kev doesn't want to go home to an empty flat. So..."
Sandy picked up where Winnie'd left off.
"You're going back to the clubhouse?"
"Now, how would you guess that?" Mimi quipped. "Go and look after Kev." Winnie whispered, "I could take you home right now."
"Do you think I'm that easy?"
Mimi said, in mock indignation.
"No, you go with Kevy."
Kevy leaned over Sandy and whispered,
"See you tomorrow, babe."
The girls watched the boys leave. On the ground floor, they ran for the exit.
"Let's get out of here, mate." "Yeah, I need some fresh air,"
Kevy said. "I think we're going to have some fresh pussy." When he looked across the road, Kev followed his gaze and saw the 2 nurses from the 4th floor waiting by the parking attendant's booth. The little smart-ass offsider piped up,
"So where are your bikes?"
Big Kev put his arm around her shoulders and steered her to the cashier's station and the waiting Harleys.
"Come with us, Florence Nightingale."
"Is she always like this?"
Winnie asked the good-looking half of the duo.
"Wait till she has her first drink. It changes her. Where are we going?"
"I'll take you for a good ride to our clubhouse. You can have a drink there."
"We'll be safe there, won't we?"
She looked at him for reassurance.
"Nothing will happen that you don't want at our clubhouse, except maybe losing a game of pool."
They walked up to the Harleys.
"Harleys? Oh, I love Harleys,"
the ugly nurse said as she walked over to the bikes. Eddie came out of his office Winnie reached for his wallet. "How much do we owe you, mate?"
No charge, boys. It's on the house.
Thanks, Eddie. We'll catch you around the traps one day and buy you a beer.
No problems, boys.
Winnie asked his nurse her name.
Leslie?
Have you been on the back of a bike before?
My father had a Triumph. I used to go for rides with him.
Get on then.
He wheeled the thumping Harley out of the parking bay. Eddie raised the boom gate, while up in Sandy's room the nurses changed her bandages. Mimi stood by the windows and looked over a darkened city. When she glanced down, she saw both Winnie and Kev had females on the backs of their bikes. She stared, not wanting to believe it.
"You bastard,"
she whispered as they roared up the street. Tears flooded her eyes as she bit her lip and decided not to say anything just yet.
"You just wait, Mr. Prez," she said under her breath, utterly betrayed.
Waiting for the lights to change, the nurse leaned forward to talk to Winnie.
"Hey, Prez, is that your missus back there? I don't fuck other women's men."
Winnie shrugged. The lights turned green, and they left the cars far behind. At the next set of traffic lights, the nurse said,
"You don't care if I don't want to fuck you. I'm only coming back because my mate wanted to."
Winnie turned his head around and eyed her titties straining to get out of her jacket.
Kev needs a woman tonight.
"And what about you?"
"I need a woman every night."
Winnie immediately dropped his clutch and brought the front wheel up and did a wheel stand across the intersection. The nurse held on for dear life, then freed her fingers from his rib cage.
"Fuck,"
is all she said, and then she grabbed his cock.
"You don't fuck other women's men,"
Winnie chuckled to himself. They pulled into the clubhouse, parked and dismounted.
"You girls should have worn your uniforms."
Kev was in a mood.
"Yeah, right,"
the little ugly one said, and both girls erupted laughing.
"Are we going to be safe here?"
Big Kev put his arm around her shoulders.
"Just come with me."
When they were at the bar, he said,
"Now, what do you drink?"
"Rum and Coke, please."
"How's Sandy, mate?"
Brian was concerned.
"She's good, boys. Real good. And over the worst of it."
"And who have you got there? Nancy?"
she said, in a tiny demure voice, then took a long gulp of her drink. She wasn't a beauty, but she was all right. Ocker got his nose in early.
"That's a pretty name."
"You keep away from her, you dirty little man."
Kev was onto Ocker.
"Nancy's a nurse. She looked after Sandy. Now I'm going to look after her."
He stroked her hair while she finished her drink.
"Same again, please."
"That was quick,"
Kev said. Other members inquired about Sandy's health, and Kev was touched. Winnie lit a cigarette. Leslie rubbed one finger lightly over his nose.
"You think you're so cool."
Winnie drew on his cigarette, then slipped his hand into her crotch. She removed the cigarette, covered his mouth with hers, and stuck her tongue down his throat. He blew smoke out through his nostrils, then pushed her away and coughed.
"Are you trying to kill me?"
"Well, don't grab my cunt."
Winnie laughed.
"I love your tits."
"You're up yourself."
She leaned over and kissed him and rubbed her crotch against him.
"Can I get a drink?"
Leslie asked.
"You're getting me all hot."
"That's the idea, but don't get your hopes up."
Did I miss something, or was someone else just rubbing their cunt all over me?
She put one finger up to her lips.
"I'm such a tease, aren't I?"
With that, Winnie laughed and shook his head.
"Yep, that's what you are. Now, would you like a line of speed?"
"Right now, that's just what I need. We've just finished a 12-hour, 5-day week."
"Do you like being a nurse?"
"There's a lot of shit, and the hours are awkward, but it's all worth it when you see results, like Big Kev's girl. She was close to death, you know."
She paused deep in thought.
"Just seeing her face change in the space of half an hour is rewarding."
She smiled, satisfied.
"Just to know I've helped in her recovery is why I do it. And now I sound like Mother Teresa."
"Who?"
Winnie asked.
Don't worry. Come on, where's my beer? She smiled, downed her stubby in a few long swigs, then belched loudly. Ah, that's better. She grinned at the boys. What a girl, someone remarked. As dry as a nun's cunt, she said, and moved closer to Winnie. Where's that line you promised me? I don't want to have it in front of the boys. Winnie was stunned.
I've never heard a woman speak dirty like you do, ever. Are you like it all the time?
It's terrible, isn't it, Prez? Now come on, where can we go?
Follow me, he said.
They made their way into the back room. He flicked on the light.
Good. No sleeping bodies.
Winnie pulled out a bag of powder, poured some onto the table and chopped up 2 lines.
You've had this before, have you?
Come on, Prez, I'm a nurse.
Here you are.
Winnie held out a rolled note for her. She pulled aside her tumbling blonde hair, bent forward and snorted half the line, paused and then vacuumed up the rest. Her eyes watered, and she passed the note to Winnie. She stuck her fingertip into her stubby, moistened it, put her finger to her nose, snorted the beer to flush out her nasal passage, then tilted her head and let the rest of the amphetamine run down her throat. Winnie looked on in awe.
What are you doing?
I've seen the noses of users. Particles of powder get caught in the membrane, and eventually it eats its way through to the other nostril. They have to put a plastic one in. The doctors talk about it when they're doing the operation.
Winnie snorted his line.
Can I borrow your beer?
He asked.
You're not sticking your fingers into my beer. I don't know where they've been. Here, stick them out.
She poured a little beer over them, and he did what she'd done, then threw his head back.
I'll have to teach this to the boys. You can't help but do good, can you, Nursey?
She tapped the stubby's neck on her bottom lip.
You're a sexy bitch.
Winnie reached across and rubbed her crotch. She leaned back and looked him straight in the eye.
Can I just suck you off?
He undid his belt buckle and let his jeans fall to the floor. He pulled out his stiffening cock. Nursey put down her beer and grabbed his cock and started doing her stuff, and Winnie leaned on the wall for support. She had great technique, and when he blew his load she didn't miss a drop, and continued to suck on his deflated cock. She collapsed for a few minutes, breathing heavily, as if she'd run a marathon. Leslie swilled down the rest of her beer in one hit. Winnie pulled his jeans up and squared himself away.
Won't fuck, will suck. Suits me. Would you like another beer?
She pinched him on the arse.
Yes, please. I want to meet your mates.
Let's go and meet them.
Big Kev stood with a pool cue in his hand, watching Nancy play a shot at the table. She looked better and better as the night progressed.
How's she going, mate?
She's right now. It only took one drink. Do you think you'll get an empty?
She's like a moth to the flame, mate.
I missed,
she said, and sidled up to Big Kev.
I know you haven't.
Big Kev grabbed her on the arse.
Hello, Prez.
She sounded slightly tipsy.
Hi, Leslie, where have you been? Or shouldn't I ask?
Leslie just smiled. The next moment, Winnie turned his head to see how Ocker was going with Leslie. He stopped dead. No Leslie, and no Ocker either.
I suppose that's the end of her for the night. She said she wanted to meet a few of me mates.
Winnie was dead tired and decided to call it a night.
Feeling guilty, Prez?
No, mate. She's a strange one. Anyway, eating isn't cheating.
In what way?
Winnie leaned over, so the not-so-ugly one couldn't hear.
Won't fuck, will suck. She gets off on sucking cock. I won't be surprised if she does everyone here.
Kevy looked around the room.
I reckon there are a couple of leaders have come in here for her.
Winnie just laughed and said, Make sure she gets home all right, and if she doesn't want to fuck, leave it at that. You have a good night tonight, Kev. Winnie clapped Kev on the shoulder. I'm off. Winnie walked to the door and ran into the Rat and Rastus, having a joint outside.
Hey, Rat, did you catch up with the skipper yet?
Last week. He'd like to discuss it with you, but he won't come down. You'll have to go up there. He doesn't like cities.
How long a drive?
Couple of days. We could fly in a few hours.
I've always wanted to have a look around. I'll drive.
Let me know when you're going, because he goes to sea for weeks. There's no use going then.
I'll let you know, Rat. What are you two up to anyway?
A bit of this and a bit of that, Rastus said with a toothless grin.
I'm going to piss off now. If you boys are interested, Ocker's got a hot chick inside, and she seems to want all the miners. He's sheriffing her, so you should introduce yourself and the boys real soon.
Winnie noticed Leslie's purse on his seat and handed it to one of the boys.
When you see her, give her this.
He rode home, and when he turned into his street, he slowly idled his bike into his garage and chained it up. He opened the door quietly and made his way to the bathroom for a hot shower. When he entered the bedroom, Mimi was asleep, and he noticed it was 3:15. He was still revving hard from the speed. His thoughts turned to Leslie, and he found himself getting aroused. He tried to get close to Mimi, who tensed up and moved away.
"Don't touch me," she said venomously.
"What's up, baby?"
She tossed off the blankets and stood up. The sight of her standing, taut breasts straining against her nightie, only served to arouse him even more.
"I saw you with those nurses on the back of your bikes. Kev, I can understand, but you—" she sobbed.
"You're right. There was a girl on the back of my bike. Those girls just finished 12-hour shifts. They wanted a place to party, and we took them to the clubhouse, where they are now. They looked after Sandy, and we wanted to thank them. That's all there is to it. If I was interested in them, do you think I'd be home now?"
"Why are you home now?" Mimi asked in a small voice.
He held her face in both hands.
"Because I wanted to be with you."
For once, that wasn't a lie. She appeared satisfied with that and kissed him. He tasted the salty tears on her cheeks and almost felt a pang of guilt when he took her in his arms. He whispered,
"I'm not worthy of you. If I thought you seeing another girl on the back of my bike would upset you so much, I wouldn't have done it."
He knew he'd sailed a bit too close to the wind. He pulled her into the warmth under the sheets.
"Would you have told me?"
"Most probably not."
"What do you mean by that?"
He gently rubbed her back and felt her nipples jutting against his bare chest. Luckily, he hadn't fucked Leslie the nurse, so he felt no guilt. He slid her nightie up her back. In the morning, he lay in bed while Mimi made coffee. The aroma wafted into the bedroom. He looked out the window at the skyline of Sydney, roof tiles and television antennas in the short view, and the harbour bridge in the distance. The security grills on the windows made it seem like a jail cell. The Saturday traffic noise in the distance was tolerable, but one day he wanted to get out and never come back. One day, he thought to himself, one day. Mimi brought in a tray with cups of hot coffee and the Saturday newspapers. She flopped onto the bed, bit into a piece of toast and read the finance section. He pulled the travel section out of the pile and read about Tuscany. He asked suddenly if she was ready for a holiday, and her eyes lit up.
"I thought we could go for a drive up to Bundaberg."
She was secretly disappointed. She'd had visions of Tuscany.
"That'll be nice, Peter. I've never been up there."
"I thought we could go up in your car in a couple of weeks. Maybe we can stop at Byron Bay on the way. It's beautiful up there. I'm planning the trip for when I get back from the opening of the Commando's new Melbourne clubhouse."
Mimi and John Baker had a busy week ahead, converting Gina's Las Vegas winnings into a large payment for the shop. When it was all over, it wouldn't cost Gina a penny, and the proceeds from all the grass and hash sales would sink from view. Mimi read the business section, while Winnie stared at the headline on the front page. Outlaw Motorcycle Club members nabbed in huge hash haul. He scanned the report. The 3 men charged with possession of almost 3,000 kilos of hashish have direct links to the Tigers Outlaw Motorcycle Club. They pleaded not guilty to importation charges and will face trial next week. The article was accompanied by a picture of the accused. Winnie stared at it. Not a bad photo of Kero Ken. Twister the dickhead was nowhere to be seen. always in the right place at the right time. Mimi read that Ocker's Nokia shares had soared.
They're going to make him a lot of money one day.
Speaking of making money, I've gone into business with the Mario brothers. They're looking for some city pubs, and I'll be a silent partner.
Do they know anything about running pubs?
They think they do, and that's all that matters. They'll be coming to see you with the paperwork. I'd like you to give them whatever they want from my account. John Baker's looking after the leases and contracts.
You never cease to amaze me, Peter.
The opportunity came up. I had the money, they needed some. I offered, and they accepted. Easy peasy. It'll be a good earner in a year or two, and I trust them. They're old mates from school.
Mimi shook her head and went back to the financial pages. Chapter 18. Winnie called the clubhouse, and Kev answered.
What happened to the nurses? Ocker sent them home in a cab. Everything's fine. I'm off to see Sandy now.
Mimi knew about us taking the nurses there last night. There was a long pause. I couldn't deny it. I just said that they wanted to party after their shift, and we offered to take them to the clubhouse. I'm glad I went home early. I just wanted to let you know. Say hello to Sandy. I'll see you Monday. Winnie opened a bottle of Krug champagne and filled up 2 flutes. He had no idea that Krug was a present from one of Mimi's clients, or that it ran at over $100 a bottle. He couldn't have cared less. All he knew for sure was that his life was better since she'd come into it. He handed her a glass.
You're beautiful, Mimi.
When we go to Bundaberg, can we go on the Harley? I'd love to go on a really long ride.
Believe me, babe, our asses wouldn't handle it, not on my bike anyway. Also, I don't want to attract any attention, because I have meetings with a few business associates.
Mimi wanted to know more, but she knew the rules. No questions. She stretched out on the lounge and closed her eyes.
I'm tired. Had a hard week with a Hong Kong client. That's where the champagne came from. Nice, isn't it?
Is he loaded? What's his name?
He looked at her, then held up his hands.
Yeah, I know. No questions. Want a light of speed?
Oh, come on, Peter. I'm an eastern suburbs girl. Of course I do.
He pulled out the bag he'd shared the night before with the nurse, flicked open his knife, and covered the tip with powder.
Open up.
He tipped the contents into her mouth.
Oh, that tastes terrible.
She took a gulp of champagne to wash it down, and he followed suit. She felt a tingling sensation across the top of her head.
I'll be up all night.
Winnie topped up their glasses, and they sat back and relaxed.
Have you ever thought of living in the country?
What in the world makes you ask that?
I've just been thinking that it'd be good to have some space around.
I've never thought about it. I like living in Sydney, Peter.
I don't mean the bush, just somewhere quiet with a few acres. It's something to think about.
He stood up and headed for the shower. He pulled on the new shirt Mimi had bought him and admired his reflection in the mirror while Mimi leant against the doorway.
Not bad?
You can buy clothes for me any time.
I think we should call a cab tonight,
she said. She walked in and stood behind him, then wrapped her arms around him. Mimi unzipped him and pulled out his dick. He shuddered at the touch of her cold hand, and their eyes met in the mirror.
Has the champagne gone to your head?
Can't a woman please her man?
She stroked his cock until it lay erect in her hand.
You can do whatever you like.
Mimi unbuckled his belt and dropped his jeans, positioned herself so her head was right in front of his prick, and took him in her mouth. He massaged the back of her head and watched their reflection in the mirror. She bobbed her head up and down, and they started moving as if dancing slowly. Mimi squeezed his balls and nearly choked trying to take too much down her throat. Winnie started to come and attempted to pull out, but she moved his hand away and swallowed. When his dick went limp, she fondled his balls and gazed into his eyes.
I love you.
He bent down to pull up his jeans, and got a sudden sense of déjà vu. He'd done exactly the same thing the night before with the nurse. He tried to put her out of his mind. Tonight was Mimi's night. Winnie held the door open for her, then followed her into Punchinello's, one of the top restaurants in town. A few heads turned as they walked in. Mimi headed for the bar over to the side. Winnie followed her lead because she seemed to know what she was doing. The manager, Gino, looked up and spotted Mimi. He bunged on the charm. "Miss Mimi!" He walked over and embraced her and kissed her on both cheeks, then led her to a corner table. Gino flapped open the napkins expertly and laid them out on their laps. He handed them each a menu and placed the wine list before Winnie. "I'll be back soon, Miss Mimi." One of the suits at a table nearby shouted, "Gino!" Winnie was shocked. "I thought this was a classy place." People stared at the suit. "What are you looking at?" The suit shouted at the guests at another table. Gino hurried over. Winnie recognised the Gibbs brothers from Balmain, infamous standover men. He saw Gino jump at their every request. Gino came over to Winnie's table. "Are you ready to order wine, Miss Mimi?" Mimi scanned the wine list and pointed to the reds. "We'll just have a bottle of the Clare Valley Shiraz, Gino, and the Ville Parmigiana." Gino nodded and smiled. "Excellent choice, Mimi." He gathered their menus and the wine list. Again, the loud voice shattered the ambience in the restaurant. "Let's go to the Red Hots." "Oh, I hope so," Gino muttered under his breath and hurried into the kitchen. Winnie looked at Mimi. "You know what they're talking about?" "I'm not that naive. The trots at Harold Park?" "Good girl," he smiled. "Gino!" The voice hollered out again, and then without waiting for a response, "Bring me the fucking bill." Gino added up their bill on the register and took it over to the Gibbses' table. They got up, knocked over a chair in their wake, and just left it there. Gino handed the bill to the loud one. He tried to read it, but the alcohol had worked its magic and had a hard time focusing. He pushed it back at Gino. "How much, you little wog?" Gino let the insult slide and punched up the amount on the register. All the patrons watched as one of the Gibbs brothers pulled out a fat wallet and thrust some $100 bills at Gino before following the other suits out the door. "You can't buy good manners," Mimi said as Winnie watched them leave. Gino picked up the toppled chair and a kitchen hand helped him clean the table. Gino looked relieved and poured Mimi a taste of the Shiraz. After the champagne at home and a line of pure speed, Mimi was in an upbeat mood, and a sassy one at that. "Come on, Gino, just pour the wine." She waved her hand over the glass. He filled their glasses while Winnie watched amused at her antics. Mimi took a sip. "You know what, Gino? You're born to die, but you live to suffer." "Sometimes I think so, Miss Mimi." "Where did you get that?" Winnie asked, a little miffed at the remark. "I don't know, Peter. It just came out, but I hope it's not true." She took his hand and kissed it. People seemed much more relaxed now that the Gibbs brothers had gone. They became more animated. The atmosphere lightened up. "That's what it's like when you and your mates go anywhere. People are scared."
"We don't carry on like those pricks."
"You don't have to."
"Well, that's their problem. They're scared of the unknown. Most people who know us are okay with us. Look at you."
"Oh, yeah, I'm scared of you," she said with a cheeky grin.
Winnie leaned over and kissed her, and Mimi rubbed his leg under the table. Gino delivered their meals and smiled broadly at Mimi. She blushed like a little girl.
"Buon appetito,"
he said as he held the peppermill over Mimi's plate.
"Thank you, Gino."
Winnie tucked into his meal with vigour.
"This is nice,"
he said, devouring it in record time.
"Are you all right, babe?"
he asked, as he noticed Mimi frozen and holding her knife and fork above her plate but eating nothing.
"I don't think I should have mixed my drinks."
Winnie couldn't remember ever seeing her pissed before. She headed off quickly to the ladies' room. Gino approached.
"Is everything all right, Mr. Peter?"
"It's okay, mate. She's had too much to drink. You'd better call us a cab and bring me the bill.
Not tonight. It's a my shout.
Okay, Winnie said, shrugging his shoulders. Your shout.
Mimi returned, looking graceful, but smiling weakly. She sat down slowly.
I'm sorry, Peter, but can we go home?
I've got a cab on the way.
Oh, you're a darling.
Winnie took Mimi's hand, helped her stand, and walked her to the door. She spoke Italian to Gino as she passed, and they hugged and kissed like family. They glanced at Winnie a few times, and then Gino extended his hand.
Good night, Mr. Prez.
Yeah, good night, Gino, and thanks.
Gino walked them to the waiting taxi and waved goodbye. Chapter 19. The boys changed the shop's name from Snow's Custom and Mechanical to Western Choppers on the Monday morning. The newly painted sign was hung outside. Brian put on a sale of the old British spare parts, and blokes lined up to get bargains. Kev and Spike serviced the members' bikes before the club run to Melbourne. Most members were doing business, and for them, cash was no longer a problem. Brian was ecstatic. His plan was coming to life. I can't wait to get the new shop going. I can see it now. Over to the side, there'll be glass cabinets displaying custom parts and jewellery, clothes and boots.
You've got it pretty much worked out, mate.
Don't you like it, Prez?
Looks good to me, you silly cunt. Where's Kev?
Out the back. Winnie had no specific role in the shop. He just filled in when required. The shop buzzed. Even Ocker worked on bikes. There was no time for spray painting.
Is there anything I can do to help, mate? That lowrider needs a new chain and a set of front brake pads. If you want to look after it, that'd be a bonus, Prez.
No worries, Kev. Winnie got straight on with the task. How's Sandy, mate?
She's going home with her mother for a couple of weeks. Works out fine, Prez, with the run and us busy doing the new shop. Brian's pretty excited by it all. Did he tell you he wants to bring Gina in to run the clothes side of it?
Winnie stopped what he was doing and smiled at Kev. No, he hasn't mentioned it. What does he want, for her to be here every day?
No, he never said that.
Big Kev chortled at the expression on Winnie's face. Does Ocker know this?
I think so.
We'd better have a talk to Brian, said Winnie. I wonder if that's the price we have to pay for getting her money.
It could be, Prez.
Spike brought a bike back from a test run and parked it. Another one done? He picked up the job card and stuck it on the seat and wheeled the bike out to the front, ready for collection.
Are you coming to Melbourne, Spike?
Yeah, Prez, I'm flying. I just don't want to ride down with you blokes. It wouldn't feel right.
I understand, Spike. I wouldn't ride with your club either.
Ocker joined them.
Getting your hands dirty, Prez.
Get fucked.
Kevy tells me Mimi sprung you with the nurses.
Winnie gave Kev a look.
I had to, Prez. When Sandy was really crook, we said a few things to each other.
Big Kev almost blushed.
Said what?
Winnie quizzed.
Oh, nothing.
Kev turned away and headed back to the workbench. Ocker whistled. And everyone but Winnie joined in. Kev continued to tinker around the workbench, and everybody laughed. Kev turned a carburetor in both hands, bent down and fitted it onto the motor.
Ocker, or should I call you the sheriff?
Did Leslie get her purse that she'd left on my bike?
Yeah, the boys gave it to me. It's okay, Prez, 'cause you know what?
He asked matter-of-factly, then answered his own query.
I am going to Sheriff Leslie. We get on real good together, and I might see her again.
What's going on around here? Not you too, Ocker. Are you sick of the sluts?
No, but I like Leslie.
She's not a bad head job, is she?
Nobody had ever seen Ocker get so shitty so fast.
Don't say that again, Prez.
Winnie realised he was fair dinkum.
Okay, mate, I won't.
He knew how much it might affect the bloke if you told him his missus gave a bloody good head job. Spike looked at Winnie and shrugged his shoulders. They smiled at each other and got on with their work. At the day's end, Brian closed the front doors and walked into the workshop. Only 3 lockups to go. He pulled out a cold beer, and the other boys joined him, except for Spike, who pulled on his commando's vest. See you tomorrow, boys. Spike pushed his bike out to the alleyway and kicked the engine over. He must be on a promise, Ocker said, laughing, when Spike took off. Is everything organised for the run? Winnie asked Brian. Everyone's paid their fees, and we'll have 100% of our chapter riding. We're booked into motels for the first night at Wodonga and for the rest of the week in St Kilda. Big Kev chimed in. I'll make sure there are no outstanding warrants, so we don't have to bail any silly cunts out. We'll probably attract a lot of attention, and we don't want to end up waiting around in some backwater and dealing with pigs. Have you spoken to Swanee, Brian? Yeah. They're going to meet us at the Five Ways at Liverpool Wednesday. Good, Winnie said. Now, Brian, what's this idea of yours for our new showroom? Are we bringing in a new partner? Brian looked startled. New partner, Prez? Yeah. Kev told me that you wanted Gina in to run the clothes side. Brian smiled as he answered. Yeah, but she won't be a partner. It just gives her something to do. She'll be the buyer for us. She'll set it up and we'll sell the clothes. She won't be here all the time, Prez, no way. He looked at Kev and Ocker. What do you reckon? Big Kev shrugged his shoulders. Doesn't worry me. Someone's got to do it, Ocker said, staring at the Prez. OK, it's no bother to me, Winnie said. I'm glad, Prez. It'll keep her away from the casino. Winnie hoped so. Oh, and I wanted to tell you something that stays with us, he said. My neighbour Marge has a garage she never uses. It's a safe place to stash the speed. He looked at the boys. I'm going to rent it because it's over the road, and I can keep an eye on it. Who'd suspect an old lady? I'll sign a lease under a bodgy name and won't tell her what's in there. She's offered me a room full of old bike magazines and manuals. So I'll tell her I want to set up a library in her garage. I'll put up some shelves and move the stuff out of the house and build a couple of hidey holes for the goey and use it as a storehouse. How does that sound? Ocker looked at Winnie in admiration. You're the man, Prez. While we're on the subject, Ocker, I think we should do maybe 5 or 10 batches and store it so we have some in reserve. One day something might happen and we won't be able to make more. I'm taking a break from the cooking, Prez. Steve's back. He failed one of his uni subjects, so he'll be here for another 6 months. He bought what's-her-name's ticket and gave her $5,000 worth of traveller's checks, and then she fucked off overseas without him. He's really pissed off. Brian couldn't believe it. Fair dinkum. Everybody but Brian laughed at poor Steve's undoing at the hands of his Sheila. Ocker looked serious for a second. I'll tell Steve to teach toothpick properly. Anybody else? Benny will be all right and he's keen. I had a word with him. Winnie looked at Brian. What do you think, mate? They're 2 good blokes, I say yes. OK. Benny and toothpick it is. Then we'll have a talk on the run to Melbourne. Next item of business is Gina's casino winnings. She has an appointment with Mimi this afternoon at the bank. She's funding the purchase of these buildings. I'll repay her out of the proceeds of the speed, so there's no problem with your money, Brian. Brian looked relieved. OK, Ocker. When are you getting the hash? I'm not, Prez. There's too much risk picking it up. I don't want to get hit. Winnie gave it some thought. You're right, mate. The sergeant told me the waterfront is crawling with customs agents. He'll let us know when it's safe. The Hash King might have to stop bringing it in for a while, or find another way. Well, you remember Rat told us about his mate with the fishing trawler up north? Ocker nodded. What if we can get him to pick up the Hash King's gear at sea? It's almost foolproof, and we'll get it much cheaper. Have you spoken to him, Prez? Not yet, but the Rat has, and we're meeting after Melbourne. I might have to go north for a couple of weeks. Brian looked dismayed. But we have to finish all the work on the new showroom. You were born to do this, Brian, so surprise me. I'll bring the Indian in, and you can show it a bit of love and a new set of tyres. Brian nodded. He was looking forward to checking out the Scout. My neighbour's also got her husband's FJ Holden panel van. If she wants to sell it, I reckon it'd make a terrific delivery van for the shop. Everyone had noticed it with Western choppers lettered on the doors. It'd really stand out.
And when we open, we can have a sausage sizzle, and a band, and balloons,
Kev said in his deepest voice. That got a big laugh. Brian darkened. Now come on, fellas. We have to make Western choppers the only place to come when punters think of custom choppers and parts. The Prez shot Brian a sincere, appreciative glance. Customising with parts we import is where the real money is, Brian continued. Kev had his own ideas.
We're going to build choppers too, Brian, and there's money in that.
I know, Kev, but most people will build their own, and that's our target market, said Brian. Target market. The boys looked at each other. Brian could have been speaking Latvian. The Prez looked at Brian. Who have you been talking to, Brian? No one, Prez. On the way to the States in the plane, I read an article in a marketing magazine about how to best approach your target market. It said the aim of startup ventures like ours was choosing who we want as customers and then giving them what they want. It made sense to me, and it suits what we're doing. So if we stock the shop well, build great custom bikes, and give the customer what he wants, we get a good name, and our business grows. Easy peasy. There was stunned silence. Everybody in the room knew it made sense, and it couldn't have been more simply stated. Brian's sales lecture continued. I talked to the suppliers in the States, and they all agreed on one thing. The parts side is where the money is, especially if we sell quality at a good price. The trip to the States was good for you, Brian. Yeah, Prez, I'll go over again. That's cool, Brian, as long as you keep coming back with brainwaves. Okay, Kev, no balloons. But I'm going to put it in the newspapers and try for a radio interview.
You do that, mate. As long as you look after that side, I don't mind talking to punters who want me to build their dream chopper.
Next on the agenda, before I go up north, I want to make sure John Baker has settled on this place. I want the paperwork signed, sealed, delivered, and legal before I go. We're going to need some working capital to prime the pump, Prez. When and how much, Brian? The Yanks offered us 3-month terms on the first invoice and a monthly account after that. I didn't ask, they just offered it to me, so I agreed right away. They sure know how to do business.
There's no favours in business, mate.
Don't worry, Prez. It's no favour. They know how hard it is to start a shop. They'd already checked us out. They know we're selling all new products, and what's good for us is good for them.
You've got a knack for this business.
Kevy shook Brian's hand. Then Brian threw a spanner in the works. Now I want to talk about wages.
What do you mean?
It's like this. I spend 10 or 12 hours a day doing paperwork and ordering new stock, and I'd like to be paid for it. Winnie was adamant. Not until we can afford it. Kev concurred.
He's right. When the time is right, we can work out a suitable deal for all of us.
Fair enough, Prez. Now what's the deal with Gina? Oh, she's going to buy the clothing, take consignment jewellery, and keep the shop looking schmick. We don't have to worry about that, and we get our whack on every item. What do you blokes reckon? How much commission? 20%. Is that a good deal, Brian? It's fair, Prez. We have no outlay. Okay, we'll go along with that. When are you going to Bundaberg, Prez? Brian asked. About a week after we get back. Gina's cousin Bobby from the Brisbane Sharks wants a couple of pounds of speed. He's going to raise the cash, so if he's ready when you leave, maybe you can drop it off. I'll give you his number before you leave, and you can collect the cash. That'll be no problem, mate. We're going up in Mimi's car, and it'll be safe.
You want me to service your bike before we leave for Melbourne, Prez?
Kev knew the bike backwards. No, you've got enough to do. I'll fix it myself. Brian looked up from his papers. Okay, no more business. Let's have a drink. Kev and Ocker cheered. On Wednesday morning, the chapter gathered early at the clubhouse. The boys had their bikes looking good. We leave at 9 sharp, Kev.
Okay, Prez.
Is everyone here, Brian? Just about, Prez. A few members were working on their bikes. When the last member arrived, Big Kev's voice rang out.
10 minutes!
The nominees chained the gate. One stashed 2 pump-action shotguns wrapped in a blanket in the back of the truck. Ocker checked his two-way radios with the backup truck's driver. On the dot of 9, the 45 bikes roared away in unison, with Kev and Winnie in the lead. Workers from neighbouring businesses gawked as they passed. They rode in staggered formation towards the Hume Highway and their rendezvous with Swanee's chapter at the Five Ways Hotel in Liverpool. Swanee met them in the parking lot. "G'day, Prez. A good day for it." The weather was perfect for riding, sunny, dry and cloudless. "Your chapter's thinned out a bit, Swanee." "You know what it's like, Prez. They come and some go. Anyhow, do you want a line before we go?" "Never say no, mate." "Come with me." They headed around to a motel room. 6 members lined up around the table. The Prez rolled a note and had his line, then passed it to Swanee. "I don't want to be here all day. Have a snort and let's go." Winnie said it loudly enough that the other members scurried outside. By the time he and Swanee had the other half, many bikes had throbbed into life. "First stop, Goulburn. I want to reach Wodonga tonight." Big Kev, Winnie and Swanee led the over 50-strong pack onto the broad highway, heading south, and wound up to a cruising speed. Despite the intense concentration needed to keep the bike tracking, Winnie found himself reflecting on how quickly the club had grown and what Swanee had said about members coming and some going. After an hour, Ocker pulled up alongside and shouted over the exhaust, "Benny's got a flat!" Winnie put up his arm, signalling the pack to pull over and stop. Some of the early morning drinkers rushed over to the guardrails and pissed in the grass. Cars, trucks and buses sped past and beeped their horns. Passengers stared out at them. A busload of Japanese tourists craned their necks and aimed cameras. "Ocker, tell the backup truck to load Benny's bike and he can get it fixed in Goulburn while we're having lunch." "OK, Prez." The two-way radio crackled and Ocker passed on the message. The miners pulled up for lunch outside an old pub with a service station and tyre repair place on the Sydney side of Goulburn. Most of the boys fueled up before going into the pub. The locals looked wary and mostly ignored them. Some ate and left in a hurry. Winnie inspected the blackboard menu, which featured standard country pub fare, and some of the boys fell into line behind him. A woman appeared at a square hole in the wall, pad and pencil in hand. "What do you want, love?" She didn't bother to look up. "T-bone and chips, steak medium to well, please." Only then did she look. Winnie paid at the bar and headed outside to sit in the sun. A nominee offered to fuel his bike, and Winnie slipped him a $20 note. "Is the oil all right, Prez?"
"Yeah, just fuel. Don't fuck with anything else."
He watched the nominee walk off and start his bike first kick. Ocker sat down, radio in hand.
"The truck's about 15 minutes behind, Prez."
It occurred to Winnie that the radio was paying for itself in spades. He looked up and watched 2 local cops in a patrol car checking them out. He turned to Kev and gave him the drum.
"I don't want to give the pigs any reason to bother us. If anyone wants to smoke joints, get them to go round the back."
The police car came back and turned into the car park. 2 pigs emerged and stood with their hands on their hips.
"We'd better go and talk, Kev."
"How you going, boys?"
"Not bad. Is there a problem?"
"No, just admiring the bikes. On a ride, are you?" Winnie just nodded. "How far are you heading?"
"South,"
Winnie replied. "You're not staying in town?"
"No."
"Just asking, that's all. There's a few idiots in town who might try and cause trouble." The pigs got back into their patrol car.
"Have a good ride."
"Country cops, Kev. They don't want any bother." Button, the nominee, rode Winnie's bike back and carefully parked it. He gave Winnie his change.
"You can do that whenever I need fuel,"
Winnie said. He checked his fuel anyway. He heard someone call his number from the kitchen. Time for tucker. He found the condiments among the knives and forks and spread hot mustard over his T-bone. Halfway through the fillet he heard the truck arrive. Benny unloaded his bike and wheeled it to the service centre, then came to sit with Winnie.
"It's not a bad meal here, if you want one, but you'd better hurry. We're leaving as soon as your puncture's fixed."
No, it's all right, Prez. Benny took out a cigarette and lit up. The smoke drifted over Winnie.
Go over there and have that, or wait until I'm finished eating.
Oh, wait, Prez. The eaters ate, and the smokers smoked until the punctured tyre had been repaired. It's time to hit the road, Kev. Next stop, Wodonga.
Will we have enough fuel? The boys are saying we'll need fuel before then.
I didn't think it was that far.
It is, Prez. There's a town called Jugiong, about halfway.
Jugiong'll have to be then.
The highway changes from here into just one lane either way. It's pretty rough.
We'll be right, Kev. You haven't been to Melbourne before, Prez?
Haven't had to, Benny. You?
I lived down there when I was a kid. Me father was in the Navy, and we lived there when he got posted to the Naval Training Station.
How come you never joined?
Are you kidding? I saw what the old man had to put up with.
Your bike's ready, mate.
The Prez watched the nominee push Benny's bike over to the pub. D'you fill her up? Benny asked. They stared at each other and bit their lips. You'll stay a nominee that way? Benny jumped on, started up, gunned it, and sprayed the noms with dust and stones as he sashayed over to the pump. Benny reckoned the highway was pretty shitty from there to the border, but they'd soon get to the dual carriageway. He warned Winnie to look out for B-doubles because they ran the highway.
They don't give bikies a hard time, Benny.
Benny was right about the highway. They made Wodonga in good time but found themselves in traffic. The pack attracted huge attention when they stopped at the lights. Shoppers, schoolchildren and workers stared. Women came out of their shops and smiled and waved. The long ride and the heat of the engines had fostered an unnatural thirst, so they headed for the first pub they saw. Big Kev removed his sunglasses and looked like a coal miner. It had been a long ride. He rubbed his eyes and arched his back.
Gotta do something with the hardtail,
he uttered to nobody in particular. Yeah, but it looks good, Kev. A small group of locals gathered to admire the bikes as the miners filed into the pub. A couple of nominees kept an eye on the bikes while the pub staff pulled beers non-stop. Before they'd finished their first drink, a nominee whispered something to Big Kev.
The pigs outside want to talk,
Kev said. Keep everyone in the pub, Brian. Come on, Kev. Let's see what they want. Winnie grabbed his beer and headed out. They most probably want to welcome us to Victoria. An inspector, puffed up like a cocky and flanked by a sergeant and 4 extra bodies carrying clipboards, stood before the bikes. Winnie and Kev headed towards them but didn't get a chance to say a word. The head pig went straight on the attack. In Victoria, you are, by law, required to wear approved safety helmets. The Prez turned to Big Kev. Where was the border, mate? Don't get fucking smart with me, the head pig said. You know where the border is. You just rode over the river, didn't you? The Prez replied. Didn't see it, mate. But we'll wear helmets from now on. The pig didn't expect that. He turned to his flunkies and nodded his head. They started writing down registration numbers. Why are they doing that? If there's any trouble, we know who to look for. Big Kev towered over the copper and stuck his chin in his face.
We've met your type before.
It was such an unexpected reversal that the pig didn't know whether to shit or wind his watch. He turned white. Move your bikes off the footpath. Winnie nodded to the nominees, who wheeled the bikes elsewhere. The inspector began to lose it a bit, because the boys grinned at him. And it's illegal to drink on the footpath. Sorry, didn't know, Winnie said. He drained his beer and wiped his mouth. It set the pig off again. If any of your members do anything, and I mean anything wrong, they'll be locked up. Winnie's face set. If you lock up any of my boys, we won't leave without them. He meant what he said, and the pig definitely wasn't used to being spoken to like that. He clenched his fists and motioned for his sergeant to follow him. Behind his back, the sergeant shrugged his shoulders, smiled at Winnie, and followed the top pig back to the patrol car. He slid into the driver's seat, started the engine and took off. The top pig looked straight ahead.
Welcome to Victoria, Prez.
You'd better let everyone know about the helmets. We don't want any extra attention. Most of the members were too engrossed in bullshitting and drinking to know what had gone on. Brian and Kev walked back into the pub.
On the rag, was he? Swanee quipped. We were checking him out through the window.
The Prez replied, I think somebody must have shit in his best hat, or his missus left him. That brought the house down. So where is our motel, Brian?
Couple of blocks away. I've got a nominee up there now, confirming our bookings.
Good. I might have an early night tonight. I don't want to be burnt out before Melbourne. Anyway, after we have a feed tonight, Brian, I want the four of us in my room. Get Benny and Toothpick there for a talk. After a hot shower and a feed, Benny and Toothpick turned up. Find a seat, boys. Big Kev locked the door behind them. We're about to put a lot of trust in you, boys. If either of you has any doubts, you'd better leave now. What we're going to discuss has nothing to do with the club. This is about our business. We want to bring you into it to make our speed. We can't do it with everything else we've got to do.
Toothpick spoke up. We're ready for it, Prez. Whatever you want us to do, we're in.
You know the rules. If you get busted, you're on your own. But we'll help with the legal shit and we'll look after your families. Is that understood?
Yes, Prez.
Okay. Don't make any plans for when we get back to Sydney. You'll be going to our lab to take lessons on how to cook, and you'll both get 10% of our profits. Are you happy with that? Benny and Toothpick smiled at each other and looked around the room.
Thanks, boys, said Benny. We won't let you down.
You'd better not,
Big Kev said sternly.
Okay, you can fuck off now and have a party, because when we get back, work starts.
They shook hands and left the room. Winnie and Kev talked it over. They'll be good for us, said Winnie. Not only will they do the cooking, but after we get to know them better, they can do some of our running around.
So, that's why you offered them 10%?
That's it, mate. Then if they like, they can get people to do the cooking, and that way we'll be further away from the front line. We have other things to do. Are you and Ocker getting more brothels? Big Kev looked at Ocker.
We're having a rethink. Soon it's going to be like a normal business.
Ocker looked thoughtful for a moment.
I've got other things to do, and I've still got that tattoo shop to run. Maybe I'll start doing a bit more tattooing myself. The brothels are becoming a pain in the ass because most of the girls are on the hammer and they're unreliable.
What about you, Kev?
I really don't give a fuck anymore. Sandy and I will just have one upmarket place with classy girls who are going to work because they want to, not because they have to. Ocker's right, Prez. You have to be there all the time. We're doing all right anyway, Prez.
I know, Kev.
I'm going to build a new bike. That hardtail killed my back on the highway. It's all right for short trips, but not on long runs.
He stopped to consider for a second.
I might have two bikes, one for Sydney and one for runs.
Makes sense, Kev. What sort are you going to build?
I have a few ideas. We have a jammer frame catalogue, so there are lots of options.
We could make it a shop project and put it on the showroom floor, and you could use it for runs. Kev was elated. Brian stared at the floor. We can talk about that later. There's something else I want to talk about. What's up, Brian?
It's like this, Prez.
Have you noticed how small Swanee's chapter's got? He looked at the boys intently. Little Tony told me the reason is that he's making everyone in his chapter sell an ounce of speed a week, and if they're late in paying, he fines them. But if they don't want to sell, he gives them the arse.
Are you sure about this, Brian? Did you say anything to Swanee?
No, Prez. I wanted to talk with you first. I just hope it's not true. People change, mate, especially where there's money and power. I don't know if it's true yet. I mean, we've known him a long time. Did little Tony tell anyone else?
No, he's shitting himself now. He thinks you won't believe him.
Where is he now?
In his room, Prez.
Get him, Brian.
OK, Prez. Little Tony's dark eyes darted back and forth until they settled on the Prez.
What's this I've been hearing about our mate Swanee making his members sell speed for him?
In a strong voice, Tony said,
On me mother's grave, Prez, it's true. I don't mind doing the business, but we're losing a lot of members who don't want to be involved. Good members. That's not why they joined the club.
Who else feels like this?
Most, Prez. We don't know what to do.
If you're bullshitting us, you know what'll happen. We've known him a lot longer than we've known you.
Kev wasn't happy. He had no reason to doubt Swanee's loyalty to the club.
I know, Kev, but that's why nobody wants to say anything.
You don't just want to take over his business? Winnie asked.
That's not it, Prez.
Tony looked worried. The Prez continued.
This is what we'll do, Tony. You say nothing to anyone. Let us find out for ourselves, and if it's true, your chapter has to look after him.
Done.
We'll talk to you before the run is over, and first we'll find out what's going on.
Before Tony could say another word, Winnie raised his hand to silence him.
That's enough. Get going now. We need to talk.
Little Tony left, and Brian patted Winnie on the shoulder.
Don't worry, mate.
That'll put the cat among the pigeons,
Ocker said to no one in particular.
We don't know if it's true yet, said Brian.
You're pretty close to him, Kev, said Winnie. What's your feeling?
I hate to say it, Prez, but I believe Tony.
Let's find out for ourselves. If the other members are with him, they'll talk to us.
Swanee's doing a lot of business for us.
It doesn't matter, Ocker. If he's wrecking his chapter, the club comes first, and there are plenty of members who'd take his place. He's a worry.
If it's true,
said Kev,
we'll have to be there when the chapter fronts him. Doesn't make any of us feel good, because Swanee's been with us for a long time.
Chapter 20. The next morning, readying for the ride to Melbourne, members without helmets chased around looking for them. The pigs parked across the road and waited for them to leave, to escort them out of town. The Prez glanced at Swanee leading his pack down the highway and thought over what he'd learned the night before. 1 minute a bloke's your best mate, and the next he's your enemy. He'd heard enough the night before, after speaking to some of Swanee's boys, to know that Swanee had to go. After almost a full day in the saddle, they pulled up at a little town outside of Melbourne. Winnie rang Rastus for directions. While the members fueled up and grabbed a feed, 5 or 6 pigs with long-lens cameras took pictures. Winnie was furious.
What is this? A police state?
He couldn't believe it.
Has anyone got a camera with them?
Ocker went to his saddlebag and pulled out his camera.
Take photos of those fuckers and see if they like it.
The pigs freaked out and turned their backs when they saw Ocker's long lens. They jumped into unmarked cars and drove off. The boys laughed and tooted their horns.
What's the plan, Prez?
Rastus is going to get someone to meet us near Pentridge Prison and show us the way. Come on, let's go. Melbourne was a new experience for the boys, most of whom had never ridden alongside trams before. The Prez remembered them in Sydney, but it had been long before he was old enough to ride. The boys rode so close to the trams they could have spoken to the passengers clattering beside them. They found the bluestone walls of Pentridge Prison and pulled over to join the 6 commandos awaiting them. Winnie wondered about the wisdom of having a jail in the middle of the city. The commandos shouted, "Follow us," and the mob took off through the canyon-like streets of Melbourne. They followed the commandos into a side street and up to a huge set of gates emblazoned with Commandos MC in solid letters. The gates opened and the 50-odd bikes rode in and parked. Rastus stood at the door.
"Welcome to our clubhouse."
He shook hands with each member of the miners.
"Come in, boys. Let's have a drink."
Big Kev, Ocker and Brian joined Winnie and Rastus, introducing the boys to the Commandos members. The Commandos impressed the miners with topless barmaids and a free bar for an hour. Their new clubhouse was the same size as the miners' clubhouse, but better set out, with a huge mural of the Commandos' colours covering a double brick wall. There wasn't a window in the place, but it had been fully carpeted, and in one corner was a commemorative shrine for members killed on their bikes. The place was warmed by a huge potbelly stove. Framed front pages of the Melbourne Sun displayed stories about the club. Brian pointed out a public phone box in a corner. "We need one of those, Prez." "Yeah, Brian. I don't think that's the only thing we're going to learn down here." The old Commandos looked scungy enough, but they displayed a lot of class and welcomed the miners warmly. "I'm impressed, Rastus." Rastus replied, "We cleaned it up just for you. I'll give you a tour later." The prettiest topless barmaid Winnie had ever seen served their drinks. "This is Amanda, boys," Rastus said, and gently rubbed her ass. "Hi, boys. Rastus told me about you Sydney blokes." The boys couldn't take their eyes off her perfect titties as she pirouetted around like a ballet dancer and swung her ass and walked away. She turned and said, "I'll see you later, boys." "You like her, Ocker?" "Fucking oath, mate. I'd drain a beer through her panties." Everybody laughed, and Rastus remarked, "You haven't changed a bit, you dirty little man." Swanee and Rastus embraced in a greeting. The Prez gave Kev a look and said, "I didn't know they were so close." Kev shrugged but said nothing. "The party isn't tonight, is it, Rastus?" "No, Winnie, tomorrow night. I thought you might like a quiet night to get settled in your rooms. It's not too far from here. Later on tonight, I'll pick you up and we can go for a feed. All right?" "That sounds all right, mate."
"How was your ride down? Did that prick pig give you a hard time in Wodonga?"
"He tried."
"Don't worry, he does it to everyone."
"What's wrong with the pigs down here? At our last fuel stop, they were taking photos."
"That's a new one."
"They didn't like it when we did it back to them," Winnie said. Rastus laughed and called over a few members and retold the story. They were suitably impressed.
"How come you've got no windows in here?" Brian queried.
Rastus didn't have to answer. The penny dropped for Brian.
"You're a dickhead,"
Swanee laughed. Big Kev just looked at Swanee. He'd said the wrong thing.
"Yeah, but he's our dickhead."
Swanee put his arm around Brian's shoulders and apologised. Brian just smiled. He knew more than Swanee thought he did. "That's all right, mate."
"Come on, Rastus. Show us around."
Rastus took them behind the clubhouse and out the back to some sheds.
"We can park about 30 bikes nose to wall, and there's a workshop down the back. Spike set it up."
"Not bad."
Kevy was impressed. "He should be here soon," said Winnie. "He's flying down today from Sydney."
"Here's our meeting room. Showers are down the back. And here's our gutting room."
He unlocked a door, revealing a queen-size bed, mirrored ceiling and walls, and a few chains scattered on either side of the bed. 2 sets of handcuffs lay atop the bedhead, with a selection of whips and dildos sitting on a side table, ready to go, and a large tub of Vaseline, also at the ready.
"This is my type of room. You can smell the sex in here."
Rastus sniffed the air.
"Are you on heat, mate?"
Ocker was curious.
"I'm always on heat."
Rastus grinned his toothless grin and dragged on his cigar.
"Come on," said Winnie. "Let's get out of here before Ocker starts jacking off."
The boys followed Rastus out.
"If you want the key, Ocker, you gotta see me. I think Amanda has her eye on you." "Bullshit. Let's wait and see. Now, in here we have our special room."
He opened a heavy steel door, and the boys entered a large room with a 10-seater table covered in green felt. Decks of cards lay in a wooden box.
"You play cards, eh, Rastus?"
asked Swanee.
"Sometimes. You? Love it. You'll get a game here tomorrow, Swanee, and you'd better watch out. There are some good players here. Right now we have a small tournament on. Put me down for it. Anyone else? Silence reigned. Winnie, Kev and Brian inspected a row of Winchester pump-action shotguns chained to a wall and the small safe set in the floor.
How do you get away with this, Rastus?
Winnie was amazed at the setup. The pigs never get this far. Besides, they're all legal. We have licensed members, and they just store them here. His eyes darted to the floor safe. That can be hidden with a rug.
Not bad, mate.
Rastus poured some speed out onto a mirror. Welcome to Melbourne. Want some gas? We can go out for a drink later tonight and I'll show you around.
I've never heard it called gas before, said Winnie. Good name. I like it. Makes sense.
We've got all sorts of names for it, mate. It all depends what suburb you're in at the time. We call it Zip, Goey and Whiz. You Sydney blokes are way behind.
Not on all things, mate.
I know, Winnie.
Rastus passed Winnie a rolled note.
Here, fill her up.
Winnie snorted one of the huge lines, threw his head back and repeated the ritual, then passed the note to Kev.
There must have been 1/2 gram in those 2 lines.
Winnie felt the effects in about 3 seconds flat.
That's good shit.
I know,
Rastus said in a wobbly voice.
You'll be up for 2 days.
I never came down here to sleep, mate. I came down here to party with the commandos.
Well, come on. Let's party.
Rastus grabbed Ocker by the shoulder.
Come on, you dirty little miner. I've got a present for you. I like presents, Rastus.
Ocker followed Rastus into the clubhouse. Kev leaned into Winnie.
Ocker and Rastus have had girlies together before. Reckon they're going to do the same here?
Good chance, Kev. Did you see the gutting room with all their little toys?
Some weren't so little, Prez.
Winnie laughed at that. Has a backup truck arrived yet, Kev?
Over there, Prez.
The bald-headed driver stood at the crowded bar.
Do you want him, Prez?
In a minute, Brian. Let's find out what we're going to do first. I want to get to my room, have a shower and dress up for the tour of Melbourne with Rastus. Anyway, how far is St Kilda? Find Benny,
said Kev.
He knows his way around. We're going to need a couple of nominees to watch the bikes. There's too many bike thieves around here, so we'll put them on a roster, 1 day on and 1 day off.
There's enough of them, Prez, said Brian. They can do 8-hour shifts.
You work it out then, Brian. I want all our bikes back there, and we'll use taxis. The pigs will be watching us, so I don't want to leave any of our members down here, Kev. Can you let the boys know? Right now, Prez? Get Benny and the bald one. Get a look at him, will you? I've never seen him without a beanie on before. He must shave his head, it's so shiny. He oils it, said Brian. Bullshit. It's shiny because it's bald. He might shave the back.
The bald driver came over.
You want me, Prez?
Yeah, we all want to know if you shave your head.
Just the back, Prez?
Just joking, Baldy. We want you to take the truck to our motel. I've got a map of Melbourne, Prez. Just give me the address.
Here it is.
Brian handed it over.
Get going now, Baldy. We won't be far behind you.
Ocker and Rastus came back.
Are we going, Prez?
Asked Ocker.
I haven't had me present yet.
She'll be here when we get back, and I want all the bikes in the same spot.
What time do you want me to pick you up, Winnie?
Asked Rastus.
How about we meet you back here, mate?
That's fine, Winnie. I've got a few jobs to do. Anyhow, do you know where you've got to go?
We're organised.
Big Kev returned with Benny.
When are we going, Prez?
Tell them 10 minutes, and Benny, you come up the front with me. Kev, I don't want any stragglers.
We ride straight through the heart of Melbourne, Prez, said Benny. Have you heard of Flinders Street Railway Station?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
There's a famous pub across the road from it called the Young and Jackson. It's known all over the world for its nude painting. When I was about 10, we caught the train into town with me mother and brothers. I remember her leaving us at the corner where the pub is. She'd forgotten to buy something, so I stuck my head in the door and looked at the nude painting. It was the first time in my life that I'd seen smut. Well, my mother called it that when she caught me. She dragged me out by the ear. The pain was offset by the pleasure I got when I cracked my first fat. I went home and had my first wank that night. Everybody laughed loudly. Ocker reckoned they should call him Benny the Wanker.
Where's Swanee? He's getting one of the nominees to ride his bike for him. He's out with Rastus and a few of the commandos having a drink.
Shall I get him, Prez? No, mate. Let's go. The boys had a clear run through to the motel, which was about 10 minutes from outside the CBD. Winnie showered and dressed and chatted with Big Kev.
What do you reckon Swanee's up to? Don't know, Prez, but I'll bet me balls he's up to something. It'll come out. He's not showing you much respect by fucking off with Rastus and not hanging with us.
Does it show that much? Winnie asked. Big Kev just nodded. After they got ready, Winnie knocked on Brian's door and Ocker opened up.
Brian's on the phone to Gina.
Tell him we'll wait downstairs.
In the foyer, a few members sat around, ready for their first night in Melbourne. As excited as little kids, they headed for their taxi.
Enjoy yourselves, boys, and stay out of trouble.
Kev checked the bikes in the underground car park. They were guarded by 2 nominees who were sitting comfortably in chairs and playing cards on top of an esky.
Don't you blokes go getting too pissed and out of it.
We won't, Sarge. We're just making the time go by.
Make sure there's one of you here at all times. Do you have protection?
They lifted up their baseball bats.
Good. I'll see you later.
The boys went out to their taxi. Winnie jumped in the front seat and directed the driver.
You know the commandos, huh?
The cabbie asked.
They're good boys.
He pulled up in front of the commando's clubhouse.
Say hello to Rastus for me.
How much is the fare, mate?
No, free for you boys.
What's your name?
Yusuf,
he answered, and drove off with a friendly wave. Ocker was impatient to get inside.
Come on, Prez. I'm going to get me present.
Someone else will have it by now.
Yeah, like fuck.
Ocker ran into the clubhouse. I like the way they're set up here, Kev. Our clubhouse is a tin shed compared to this. We'll have to do something about it when we get back. Get all the members involved.
Good idea, Brian.
More taxis pulled up. Spike met them, wearing his colours.
How was the ride down, Prez?
No problem, Spike.
Rastus tells me he's taking you out on the town tonight. You'll love it.
Why don't you come with us?
I can't, Winnie. I'll party with you tomorrow night. I've got people to see tonight. But I'll have a drink and a joint with you now.
Oh, I'll be in that, Brian said. I'm revving off me head from the gas Rastus gave us. They followed Rastus to a table next to the memorial wall, and Spike began rolling a joint from some brownish-coloured grass from Tasmania. Spike looked at a nominee.
These blokes are the officers of the Miners' Motorcycle Club. Yeah, we met earlier. Spike.
Well, you should know what they drink then, so bring them. Spike smiled at the boys.
Fucking nominees. They're too smart sometimes.
Winnie took a close look at a photo of a commander holding a huge fish. His colours hung nearby.
What happened to him, Spike?
Spike looked up from mulling the joint, and his eyes clouded over instantly, his sorrow obvious.
That's Scotty. We grew up together. He always got the girls. He'd just got out of jail and went fishing on Port Phillip Bay. They were swamped and the boat capsized. They stayed with the boat by holding onto a rope.
He paused to lick the papers on a massive joint.
Whenever the boat went under, Scotty held onto the rope, and he lasted 18 hours. The other bloke wore a child's floaty, and that saved his life. He was found after 23 hours, but Scotty was gone. They found 8 state-of-the-art life jackets in the bow, but they never found Scotty. We had to hire a helicopter to look for him, even though there were 6 RAAF helicopters at the base.
would have been different if the Prime Minister went missing.
Yeah, Scotty the silly cunt never found the life jackets. He was our Sergeant-at-Arms, and that's why we have his colours. Sometimes I look at this photo expecting him to come walking into the clubhouse.
Spike's eyes brightened somewhat when he pointed to another photo of Scotty wearing a big grin, doing a burnout and looking back over his shoulder at the gathered crowd, enveloped in smoke from the rear tyre. He looked young and invincible. The nominee returned with the drinks.
I've got a message from Ocker. He said he got his present.
Spike filled them in.
You won't see him again tonight. It's Rastus's sister.
Fuck off. He's too ugly to have a gorgeous sister like that.
The boys all chortled. As ugly as Rastus was, his sister was beautiful. The joint did the rounds, and the mood relaxed appreciably. Winnie noticed that the Sergeant-at-Arms patch was missing from Spike's colours.
You're not number 2 here anymore, Spike.
No, Prez. Sydney's where I live now, and I cannot be Sergeant-at-Arms from up there.
He lit up another huge joint, and then handed it to Brian.
Have you seen Swanee yet, Spike?
Nah, Kev. He's off with Rastus, but if Rastus says they'll be back, they'll be back. Worried?
No, just wondering.
Kev looked blank. The Tasmanian weed wove its magic, and the boys listened eagerly to Spike's Melbourne bikie stories. Turned out life there wasn't dissimilar to theirs in Sydney. Same shit, different city. Rastus turned up looking nearly presentable under his commando's beanie, pulled down nearly to his eyes.
Are you ready, boys?
Everybody knocked back their drinks and stood.
See you at the party tomorrow, Spike.
Outside, a stretched limousine awaited. Rastus held the door open as the boys piled in. A nominee sat at the wheel. Winnie's eyes widened. Where did this come from?
I own 6 of them and hire them out with chauffeurs.
With caps?
Kev asked, looking around at the plush interior and bar.
With caps, mate, and they're always booked.
Rastus passed around cold drinks and then made up 4 big lines on the mirrored table that folded down from the back of the front seat. He looked up with a dirty little smirk on his face.
I wonder what type of mischief we'll get up to tonight. Do you have any preferences?
We're just bikies, mate, said Winnie. We'll leave it in your hands.
Whatever we're going to do, at least we're doing it in style.
Cheers to you, Rastus, said Brian.
My pleasure, boys.
I haven't forgotten the first night we met you, said Winnie. I thought we'd get into a blue that night, and instead we ended up partying with you.
Yours was the first club to have anything to do with us,
Rastus said. He closed the sliding window.
Now the nominee can't hear us.
They snorted the lines through a McDonald's straw. Rastus leaned back in his seat, looked everyone directly in the eye. Then his face darkened.
I thought you blokes were me mates.
The boys did a double take. Brian and Big Kev didn't know what to say. Winnie stared point blank and then said quietly,
Tell us what you're on about, Rastus. Then I'll tell you if we're your mates or not.
Rastus was obviously agitated, but he kept it together.
Yeah, well, a little bird tells me you're going to take over the commandos and make Spike your president down here.
Big Kev shouted instantly,
Get fucked.
Winnie just leaned back. You and Spike have been together for a long time. Do you think he'd do that? No, Rastus. Tell us what you heard.
There's someone causing trouble, said Rastus, and I'll tell you who it is.
Winnie spoke first. It's Swanee, isn't it?
Then you know what he's up to?
No idea. First I've heard of it. But you tell us now, Rastus. Rastus lay back against the headrest and exhaled loudly.
All right. A few months ago, he came to see me about getting chemicals and asked if I'd help set up a lab. I wondered why he didn't ask you, but I never said anything and I helped him.
He stared at Winnie.
Ever since, he's been very matey. About a month ago, he told me about your plans, and when I walked into the clubhouse tonight and saw you all at the table together, I reckoned you were about to spring it on me.
Winnie shrugged. When was all this supposed to happen?
He told me not to say anything to you until he was ready to get rid of you.
He'll never be ready, mate, believe me. I'll tell you something, Rastus. We're already onto him, for other reasons, and this is just one more, believe me. Don't say anything to him. We'll look after the problem when we get back to Sydney. But tonight, he grabbed Rastus by the back of his head and knocked their foreheads together. Tonight, we're going to party. Winnie, Big Kev and Brian looked at each other. I'm glad you told us, mate.
Not as glad as I am, Winnie,
said Rastus. I never relished the thought of having trouble with you. You're our mate. Everybody laughed. The tension evaporated instantly. The hardest part's not to give it away before we get back. Winnie stared out the window at the darkening streets. He's been keeping his distance from us, Rastus, and now we know why.
I never noticed.
You watch him. Kev smacked his fist into his other hand. Cunt.
I will, Kev.
The traffic slowed. People were walking about, looking pretty relaxed, smiling and laughing. Brian watched the passing parade. There's a lot of people out tonight, Rastus. Is there a festival on?
This is a normal night in Melbourne. It's a people town. We don't have the pokies like Sydney, and it doesn't cost a thing to walk the streets. It's more like Europe down here.
Have you been to Europe?
No, I've been told about it by my Italian mates. That's where we're going now, for a feed at Carlton. You like Italian, don't you? If not, we can go somewhere else.
Wog's fine, Rastus. They stopped at Dominic's restaurant, and the nominee parked around the back.
We'll be a couple of hours. Wait for us. Okay, boss.
Winnie and his boys looked puzzled. They'd never heard Rastus called boss before. As they exited the stretch limo, patrons dining al fresco stared at them. Winnie remarked to Kev quietly, We don't look too bad. It's Rastus they're staring at, because he doesn't look as if he'd have two bob to rub together, let alone be able to afford a limo. They followed Rastus into the restaurant. Waiters waved and the owner greeted them.
Rastus, follow me.
The owner led them to a quiet corner of the restaurant to a table with a reserved sign. Rastus introduced them to Dominic as his friends from Sydney.
Welcome to Melbourne. I'm Dominic.
He spoke with a faint Italian accent. You're pretty well known down here, Rastus, said Winnie. How come you moved to Sydney?
It's a long story, but it's all changed now. I'll tell you about it one day. Order what you like. It's my shout.
He looked at the menu for a minute or so, and then he looked up at Winnie.
I can't believe that Swanee cunt. He used to be a good bloke. I don't know what's in his head. We had the same problem with one of our members.
Winnie said it in one word. Money. Rastus nodded.
Some people can't handle it. They're better people without it. Anyway, let's not spoil the night. He can wait.
So, what's the go with this place? Are you in with the mafia?
I don't know what you mean, Kev.
I was in Vietnam with a bloke from Carlton. That's where we are, isn't it? Well, he told me about what goes on here.
Dominic brought some glasses and a litre of red wine in a carafe. We're very busy tonight, Rastus. I'll come back soon.
Take your time,
Rastus assured him. Dominic hurried away. Rastus filled the glasses from the carafe.
This is Dominic's father's special wine. He grows his own grapes in his backyard, not far from here. Cheers, and welcome to Melbourne.
The boys raised their glasses and took a big sip.
Now, I'll tell you about Carlton, Kev. Dominic owns this restaurant now. His old man worked on the wharves while his mother cleaned houses.
He paused before continuing.
Just to give their kids a chance in this country. I lived up the road from them, and my old man gave me nothing. We rented, but they bought and paid the fucking mortgage while my old man and mother gambled it or pissed all their money against the wall. I remember their house well. They fed us all, and we ate and drank and laughed. It was my second family. Now Dominic owns this place because he works 18 hours a day. His old man used to come in and do the washing up when he first started, and his mother washed and ironed their linen. So if that's the so-called mafia, then so be it. His brother Vincent's a different story. He's just like us, and he does a lot of business with his friends, just like we do. We're not mafia, are we? We're just bikies. Do we hurt anyone who doesn't deserve it?" Everybody just shook their heads. "Dominic comes from a good family."
"What's his brother do?"
asked Kev. "He runs a nightclub that morphs into a strip club late at night. We're going there later. Do you get the drift of Carlton now, Kev?"
"You can't believe everything you hear, can you, mate?"
Dominic returned with a loaf of garlic bread and a long serrated knife and placed it before Rastus. "More wine, Rastus?"
"Yes, thanks, Dom."
"Hey, I didn't mean anything."
"I know, Kev. Let's have a feed. Come on, Dom, take our orders. We've got a big night ahead."
Dominic told them he'd bring a bit of everything and took off. Rastus left for a leak, and when he turned the conversation to Swanee.
"I don't feel much like a party tonight."
Kev sat back in his chair and clenched his fists.
"I feel like getting stuck into him right fucking now."
"No, mate. Wait until we get back to Sydney. We have to find out what he's up to first. Rastus has no reason to bullshit us. If it's true, then we'll give it to him. Winnie was as dark as he ever got, and when he darkened, he got real quiet." When Rastus returned, the boys changed the topic.
"Do you want a moment, Winnie?"
"No, mate. We were just saying we might have an early night. The ride buggered us a bit, and we want to be ready for the party tomorrow night."
"I understand, Winnie. Well, let's have a great meal and some laughs."
Dominic started bringing plates of food and another carafe of vino rosso, and they got stuck in. Dominic brought salad, pasta, and a plate piled with veal scallopini, and a vanilla cake for afters. Rastus said it was the best food in Carlton, and no one could argue with that. When they finished, Rastus fired up a cigar and offered a box around. Brian and Winnie took one, and Rastus held out his lighter to get them started. Brian exhaled a cloud of smoke.
"Nice, mate. Cuban?"
Rastus smiled and showed him the box. Winnie took a few puffs and leaned into the table.
"We have to keep this whole business to ourselves. We treat Swanee as before. You all agree?"
Nods all round, including from Rastus. Dominic turned up with a bottle and a set of small glasses.
"A little something special, from my father. Be careful, it could knock your head off."
Rastus watched Dom pour.
"At Dom's house, a friend of his father's came over before he went into hospital for a heart operation. They gave him some of this. He thought he could drink, had 2 glasses, said his goodbyes, put on his hat, walked out the front door, turned to wave at us, took a step, and then collapsed backwards onto the lawn. First dead body I ever saw."
Dom handed the glasses around.
"He tells that to everybody. Here, try it."
The boy's eyes widened. Dom put his glass to his lips, winked, and scolded in one. Rastus didn't touch a drop. Winnie downed his and felt a burning sensation.
"You have to let it go down slowly," said Dom.
The second glass went down a little better.
"Made from a blend of things. The old man's secret recipe."
Winnie finished his drink and thought of his own father and how he changed after a few stiff drinks. He looked at Rastus, watching him.
"You don't know what you're missing, Rastus."
Rastus shook his head. He asked Dom for the bill, and of course there was no bill. Dom spoke in Italian to Rastus, then Rastus stood, and they hugged.
"Good on you, Dom. See you tomorrow night."
The boys staggered out to the limo.
"You speak Italian, Rastus?" "Nah, mate, but over the years I've picked up a bit."
"Is Amanda really your sister?"
"Yeah, mate. She looks the part, eh?"
"I thought so."
"Well, he won't get to fuck her. She'll line him up with some other girls. She's putting herself through university. She does that to make a quid. Takes balls, but she's good at it, and she only works our clubhouse once a month or so."
"Well, I wouldn't bet against Docker getting what he wants."
Kev grinned broadly. Rastus led them down a laneway to the waiting limo. He told the driver where to go, and they piled in.
"Just a little stop first, boys."
The car pulled up outside a disco lit with flashing neon lights. A queue a mile long waited outside, while big bouncers let the pretty girls in and kept the uglies out.
This is Dominic's brother's place. Strippers and late opening keeps the punters rolling in. I'll stay for a while and the nominee'll drive you back to the motel. Good night, boys. See yous later.
When they got back to the motel, Brian called home and Winnie went to his room and collapsed on the bed in his clothes. When Kev returned from checking the bikes, Winnie was out like a light. Kev threw a blanket on him and thanked his lucky stars he'd only had one of Papa's specials. Next morning at breakfast, Ocker came in looking chipper. He poured a coffee and joined the boys at the table. Winnie moaned and promised he'd never drink anything ever again.
What a night, boys.
Ocker was well pleased.
He set me up with his bloody sister, but it turns out she's not on the game. Anyway, she's an engineering student, and we had a lot in common. She took me home to her place, and we sat up and talked about portable phones and electronics. She reckons portables will be like arseholes. Everyone will have one.
D'you fuck her?
Plenty of time for that later, mate.
Kev said nothing for a bit. He stared at Ocker.
I think you're in love, you dirty little man. What will Rastus say?
I don't care, Kev. Rastus set me up, got me all hot to trot. Anyway, we're going out the Savo for a look at the town before the party.
Kev had the last word.
Good on you, mate. Hope it works out.
Winnie waited until the banter died down. We've got a bit of bad news, Ocker. Winnie told him all they knew. Ocker was amazed.
I'll talk to little Tony later and get the drum. Find out who else might be in on this.
Brian made some kind of excuse to get up and leave. He talked about locating Tony, but Kev sussed it out.
I reckon he's in the shit with Gina, Prez.
Winnie waited for about 10 minutes, then followed Brian to his room. You all right, mate? Oh, little Kitty joined the Brownies today and Gina's got the shits because I'm not there. I don't say a word when she goes off gambling. A knock at the door announced little Tony, when he motioned for him to sit on the bed. What do you know about Swanee and the Commandos, Tony?
Nothing, Prez. He keeps to himself outside of club hours. I didn't even know he had anything to do with them, or that he came to Melbourne. He never told us. Turns out he's getting the chemicals from Rastus and cooking his own speed, as well as forcing his members to sell it under pain of expulsion from the Southside chapter.
Tony let out a long breath.
There's more, said Winnie. He's stirring up things between the Commandos and us, telling Rastus that we were trying to take over and install Spike as president.
Prez, I told you what I knew before, but I didn't know about all this. He's got a new nominee running around for him, a big cunt called Boris.
Well, we're going to look after Boris later, but first we have to sort out Swanee. Do you know where he is?
At the clubhouse with the Commandos playing cards.
Winnie leered.
Hope he's winning, because I'm not waiting until we get back to Sydney. Are you going to knock him, Prez? No. It'll cause too much trouble with the Commandos if anything happens here. We'll pick him up, tell him we want him to meet someone, and take him for a ride in the club truck. We won't kill him, just put him in hospital for a bit, and let him think it over while he's recovering. Let's get going. Kev and I'll take him, and you and Brian can go in the other truck.
They walked out to the underground parking, where Boris guarded the trucks.
You're Boris, eh? Yes, Prez. Good day. We're taking the trucks for a few hours, and we'll be back around dark.
They drove to the Commandos' clubhouse. Winnie didn't want to spook Swanee, so he went in alone. Swanee was in good form and had the boys laughing around the card table while the nominees swept up and set up the clubhouse for the party. Swanee saw Winnie walk in, stood up, grabbed the drink and came over.
You look like you're having a good time, Swanee.
Took all their money, mate.
There's someone I want you to meet. Can you come now?
Sure. Let me collect me winnings from the Commandos.
Swanee slipped into the front seat between Kev and Winnie.
Where are we off to, Prez?
We met a bloke manufacturing hydraulic clutches for bikes. Needs investors. Thought you might like a piece of the action. Kev was amazed at the bullshit Winnie dreamed up on the spur of the moment. Swanee bragged a bit more about taking all the commando's money. Kev kept looking for a likely spot. He saw a signpost pointing to a municipal tip, mulled it over for a heartbeat, slowed down and turned into the road. The sign on the fence said closed, but Kev drove in past it. Swanee looked around nervously. "Where are we? Looks like a tip." No one spoke. The trucks parked and the penny began to drop. Brian and little Tony got out of their truck, clutching baseball bats. Ashen-faced, Swanee looked at Winnie. "Why, Prez?" His voice changed and he began to babble. "Tony, tell the boys I'm a good bloke." "I already told them what a cunt you are, Swanee." The panic-stricken Swanee mumbled, "I'm sorry, Prez, but it was Rastus. He wanted to take over and I told him I wouldn't be in it." Kev jumped out of the truck, grabbed Swanee's leg and pulled like buggery. Swanee held onto the steering wheel and wouldn't let go. Little Tony leaned in and smashed Swanee's fingers, and then he let go. Kev heaved a sobbing Swanee to the ground. He screamed for mercy. Brian smacked him on the head and told the cunt to shut up. He fell silent. Winnie leaned in real close and looked Swanee in the eye. "You broke all our laws, Swanee. No loyalty, no mercy." After some time, the blows ceased. "Take all his clothes and toss his boots away." They took his rings off his broken fingers, and Kev grabbed his wallet and money belt stuffed with thousands. He handed them to Brian. "Look after these, will you, mate? I don't reckon he'll ride a bike again. Cunt." He kicked Swanee's unconscious body again. Kev tossed Swanee's colours into the back of the truck, and they drove wordlessly toward town. Kev spoke first. "Wonder when they'll find him." "Who cares?" said Winnie. "I can't wait to tell Rastus." "What about the members? When do we tell them?" "First night on the way back to Sydney. We'll tell both chapters at once. I doubt anyone'll stick up for him." "Not if they have any brains." "What about the members who left?"
"Fuck 'em. They didn't have the balls to stand up to Swanee. At least little Tony had the front to tell us, instead of just leaving. He could be a good president."
"Yeah, mate. He's a tough little bloke. A straight shooter. I like him."
"Hey, do you have a money belt, Prez?"
Winnie lifted up his shirt. "No, mate." They laughed, and it released the tension, wired as they were with adrenaline. No one liked hurting people, but it had to be done. The code was simple and clear. Loyalty above all. Winnie thought about the money belt. It had appeared chockers. He asked Kev, "How much do you reckon was in that belt?"
"Must have been thousands, the sneaky prick. There was a pile in the wallet, too."
"I'll bet Brian's counting it right now." That started an involuntary laughing fit. They parked the truck where they'd found it. Boris was waiting. "I want you to have a chat with him tonight, Kev, and find out if he's in the club for the drugs and money or for the club itself. Get him talking. He'll tell you."
"Done, Prez."
Kev pulled out Swanee's rings.
"What do we do with these?"
"Lose them." While Winnie got out, Boris appeared at the door and Kev flipped him the keys. "Quiet night, Boris?" "Yeah, Prez. I'm looking forward to the party tonight." Winnie gave Boris a big smile and assured him he was too. Brian and little Tony drove onto the lot. Brian jumped out before Tony reversed into his spot. Winnie spotted a weird look on Brian's face. "What's up, Brian?" "Not here. I'll wait till we get up to the room." They walked into the room and Brian threw the belt on the bed. "A shade under 13.5 grand. Why would he carry all that cash around?" "He won at cards. Not that much. Maybe it was his safety belt," when his humour turned dark occasionally. After 3 beats, the joke found home. Kev let out a loud whoop, and they laughed like kids. "Take a look at these, Prez." Brian handed Winnie a handful of 50s from Swanee's wallet. Winnie peered closely. Something was a bit off. They were pretty good, but they were forgeries. He tweaked them and rubbed them lightly with his fingertips. They looked okay, but they didn't feel quite right. Brian inspected a note at arm's length. "We could make a fortune if we could get onto these, Prez." Winnie wasn't sure if he was joking. Kev rummaged in the fridge.
Anyone for a beer? All kinds.
A beer sounded just about right.
Pass the chocolate out too, mate.
Kev twisted the top off, drained the beer and belched loudly.
That's better.
What do you reckon about these 50s, Kev?
Wouldn't touch 'em, Prez. Use 'em once and they're onto you.
I wonder if he got them here or in Sydney. We'll keep this quiet, and maybe the supplier will get in touch with us when he works out Swanee's not around. Tony, when we get back to Sydney, clear out his place of any club gear and anything else of value. Take a truck and a nominee to help you. Tony knew what to do. I don't ever want to go through that again, Tony. We want you as the president of the Southside chapter.
It's really up to the members, Prez.
You'll be right, Tony.
That's not why I gave him up. We know that.
Thanks for your support, Brian. She's right, Tony. Brian stared at the money on the bed. What do we do with the cash? Half all his assets go to each chapter. Find out from Boris where he keeps his stash, and we'll divvy that up too. Leave that up to us, Prez. He may not know anything. Good, said Winnie. I'm taking a long hot shower and dressing up. I'm in the mood for a party. Should we have a line first? Brian was keen. He'd found Swanee's personal stash. Tony did the honours with the knife and made 4 perfect lines that disappeared quickly. Tony, see if you can find his lab too. It's ours now. Boris might help you. Kev and Winnie went to their room.
Do you think Swanee'll talk, Prez?
I hope he won't be able to. The Commandos clubhouse seethed with partygoers. The stereo blared, and people laughed and swayed with the music. Winnie watched Rastus and a commando having a quiet word. The frown said it all.
I'll join you later, Winnie.
He disappeared into the back room with a few commandos.
What do you reckon's going on, Prez?
The door shut. Fucked if I know. Let's see. The band struck up and bodies started dancing. Brian pulled Ocker from behind the bar where he was fiddling with the stereo system, and they joined Winnie and Kev outside in the quiet. Ocker. Swanee's gone. On the way back, we'll have a meeting and let the members know. Until then, not a word to anyone. Kev, I want to leave by lunchtime tomorrow. We'll talk later, Ocker. Ocker said,
You did what you had to do, Winnie.
Brian pulled out a wallet. We found some counterfeit 50s on him. Do you know anything about them, mate? He passed the note. Ocker held it up to the light and fingered it, then passed it back to Brian.
Pretty good, but not good enough.
The doors of the clubhouse burst open suddenly, and some punter went sprawling on his ass. 3 commandos soon followed and booted him scrambling on his knees across the yard until he got up and ran off into the night. Rastus appeared a moment later.
Caught the bastard passing dud money at the bar. He was a nominee for a time, but he gave up.
Brian pulled out the note and gave it to Rastus. Did it look anything like this? Rastus stared at the note.
Too right it did.
Was he playing cards with Swanee earlier?
He was.
Brian produced a handful of notes. We found all these too. Rastus grabbed the notes.
I'm going to make an announcement about these notes. I'll be back later, Winnie.
Rastus walked into the clubhouse, turned the music down, and announced to one and all that bad 50s were floating around. He said if anyone valued their health, they would not pass any, and then he turned up the music. Winnie pulled Ocker aside. Little Tony is trying to find Swanee's lab. There's bound to be some equipment. When he finds it, grab it all. Ocker knew the drill. Brian pulled out the remaining bad 50. What do we do with this, Prez? Pin it up behind our bar so the nominees know what to look for.
Where's your girlie, Ocker?
Asked Kev.
Not here tonight, but she's coming to Sydney for the shop opening. Finds me irresistible.
What does Rastus say? Asked Winnie.
Good luck.
They laughed. Kev fired up a big joint and passed it around while the party raged inside. Rastus, a harmonica wrapped in his paws like a sandwich, belted out a blues tune. No one knew the whole Rastus, but he revealed himself a bit at a time. When he'd finished, everyone cheered and called for more, but he'd had enough and joined the boys outside.
I gave the members the drum about those bad notes. A few blokes had them and didn't even know it. I told them it's a matter of respect and that I didn't ever want to see that sack of shit we kicked out earlier. We're keeping his bike.
Did you tell Spike what Swanee was up to?
Yeah. He couldn't believe it. Didn't know a thing. We've been brothers for years, and I've never seen Spike speechless before.
The band was playing loudly when Dominic turned up at the door with a bloke who had to be his brother Vincent, dressed to the nines. Rastus greeted them. Vincent took a look around.
Where are all the sluts tonight, Rastus? Wives and girlfriends tonight. No sluts, Vincent.
Winnie walked over and shook hands with Dominic and Vincent. Having fun in Melbourne, Winnie?
Yeah, Vincent. First time for me. I had a little too much of your father's grappa last night.
Gets them every time. Vincent laughed. So what happened to you the other night? I was expecting you at the club.
Next time, Vincent. We wanted to be in good nick for tonight.
So Rastus tells me you run Sydney.
Winnie laughed.
We don't run Sydney. We just run a business in Sydney and do all right.
And you're opening a Harley chopper shop?
Yeah, in about 2 weeks. You should come up with Rastus for the opening and have a look for yourself.
I just might.
Rastus told me you and he are like brothers.
Yeah, we grew up together. He became a part of the family. He's the only one I'd say that about. When are you off, Winnie?
Tomorrow.
Well, I have to get going and keep an eye on the club. On Saturday night the yobbos come and get on the piss and go crazy. I don't want to lose my licence.
Good to meet you, Vincent. See if you can make it up to Sydney.
Winnie watched the wives and girlfriends dancing and thought of Mimi. He wondered what he was doing there. He missed her. Kev saw his face go blank.
What's up, Prez?
Winnie walked outside and lit a cigarette and stared up at the night sky.
I think I've had enough of Melbourne, Kev. I just want to get on the road again. I'll find Rastus and say goodbye. See if Brian wants to come back now, and I'll meet you here in 10 minutes.
Winnie found Rastus cutting lines in the back room for some of the girls.
We're pushing off, Rastus. Big ride tomorrow.
They walked outside.
Thanks for coming down, Winnie. Glad you got to meet the boys and me Italian family. In future, when you need chemicals or I need hash, we only go through Spike. I trust him with my life. If we have any other problems in future, I'll fly up and sort it out face to face, okay?
Okay, mate. Good on you. I'll see you at the big opening of Western Choppers.